Roy perched upon the granite railing at the edge of the bridge, his legs dangling over the side as the crystalline waters of the Darnell River flowed straight into the endless sea. A crescent silver moon hung in the night sky, casting a snowy glow upon the small town. The streets appeared desolate, with the occasional rumble of a carriage passing by. Here lies Castleton Port, a natural harbor merely 200 kilometers from the Silvermoon kingdom of Buenos. From afar, the delicate chimes of departing three-masted ships echoed, their resonant ding-ding clear and bright. The tide was just beginning to rise. The timing for ships to set sail from the harbor depended upon the ebb and flow of the tides. Having been here for over a year, Roy chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, realizing he was hardly a fitting visitor from another world. Others could transform their lives using soap made from sheep tallow, olive oil extracted from fruits, and the salt harvested from sun-dried shores. But what had he achieved? The level of civilization in this world exceeded anything Roy had imagined. Lavish carriages could be seen roaming the streets, and the harbor was filled with towering three-masted ships. Outside the city, there stood airship docks, with dirigibles floating alongside the towers. This was a magical realm. In this place, being a magician was merely a specialized profession. Roy had not once failed to spot those robed elven sorcerers parading down the avenues. He felt akin to a rustic bumpkin, fundamentally mismatched with the elves that populated the city. His mother, Lady Belinda, was of pure Silvermoon elf lineage. She had once told Roy that his father was a wandering bard from across the endless sea, a place known to mortals as the Green Empire. Thus, he was a half-elf, possessing predominantly human traits. However, whenever she spoke of this, it was usually after a sip too much of wine, leaving Roy to question whether such tales were the ramblings of inebriation. Roy believed otherwise. He saw no inheritable traits from the elves within himself. He matured rapidly, despite frequently consuming the sap of the Tree of Life. Regardless, his growth was astonishingly swift. His home was located on a long street backing the sea in Castleton Port, with the Darnell River flowing beneath the bridge at its entrance. This area rested at the city's lower elevation, classified as a neighborhood for commoners. Whenever it rained heavily, the waters cascading down from higher ground would surge through the streets like a rushing stream. The shimmering river water produced a tinkling melody, resembling a celebratory tune. Roy sighed. Even in this world brimming with magic, one must still carry on with life. He often pondered whether this might all be a dream. He had tried various methods to awaken himself, such as yelling at the top of his lungs in the bustling square, challenging Mrs. Winnie's pet, the nightshade panther, at the apothecary. Now he sat on the railing of the stone bridge, gazing at the flowing Darnell River, closing his eyes to take a deep breath, arms outstretched. Awaken, Roy. He imagined himself a seagull, leaping forward and plunging into the icy river. Splash! At that very moment, as he fell into the water, his mind rapidly descended into blankness. The cold river enveloped his body, yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself still submerged, his feet meeting the soft silt of the riverbed. Struggling hard, he took in several gulps of water, finally managing to haul himself onto a step at the riverbank before his energy gave out. This stone platform was typically where neighbors washed clothes and fetched water. Fortunately, it was nighttime, or else Roy might have felt quite embarrassed. Panting, he collapsed upon the stone slab, drenched and uncomfortable in clothes clinging to his skin, the coolness of the surface somehow sharpening his senses. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Roy could not shake the feeling of disappointment. It seemed there was truly no going back. Roy, is it you? A head peered out from behind the railing, belonging to an elven woman. With pointed ears and a silk scarf wrapped around her head, she regarded the steps with a look of suspicion. Ah, good evening, Mrs. Jillian. Roy recognized her instantly as their neighbor, straightening himself from the stone step and mustering up a cheer in his voice. Need any help? Oh, no need. I merely wanted to try night swimming. Roy forced a smile, his elvish still somewhat clumsy. Very well, suit yourself. Seeing Roy still agile and lively dispelled Mrs. Jillian's concern. She turned away, pushing her cart toward the dock. It was just the right time for high tide, and she was off to collect fresh fish from the returning fishing boats. Mrs. Jillian sold mackerel at the fishing market in Castleton Port. If there was one redeeming quality about this city to Roy, it was how inexpensive fish could be. Occasionally, she would bring home leftover mackerel and, in good spirits, share some with Roy. Fresh fish did not retain an overpowering scent, a light curing with salt, sprinkling of pepper, and a dash of lemon juice made for a delightful dish once cooked. Elves here primarily consumed fish and fruits, leading to a notably healthy diet. Thus rarely were there any overweight elves. Drenched, Roy walked along the street, the night breeze causing him to shiver, prompting him to dart a few steps to dispel the chill. His wet clothes clung heavily to him, making it feel burdensome to run. Directly across the street stood his home, a modest two-story wooden house, its windows dark and unlit with no sign of Lady Belinda's return. The art gallery had been quite busy lately, and even when she came home, it was merely for a hasty bath, a change of clean clothes, and she would disappear again for the night. At his age, most elves were still engaged in their foundational education, however. Roy's appearance already resembled that of a young human of 17 or 18. Elves generally lived for around 800 years, but half-elves like Roy were said to last for 300, and even with diligent care, reaching 400 was extremely rare. For Roy, discovering that he could potentially live for 300 years felt almost akin to achieving immortality, a burgeoning life stretched before him. Yet for Lady Belinda, the stark reality was that Roy's lifespan fell short of the average elf's by nearly half, and it was highly probable he would pass before her. Whenever this sank in, she would fall into a bout of melancholy. Belinda perceived Roy as precocious, believing he could attend school earlier than other elves, thus deciding to allocate some funds towards his education. Castleton's Elven Academy esteemed freedom, allowing students to choose their electives without constraint. Roy could take lighter courses initially, which could occupy his time. Life in this port city was unhurried and relaxed. With time to spare, elves reveled in serenely leisurely lifestyles, fishing, gardening, singing, dancing, listening to music, and partaking in various gatherings. However, residing within the city inevitably brought about some expenses. Highborn elves understood the pleasures of life, while only the lowborn truly labored to make a living. Lady Belinda worked as an assistant to a sculptor, often spending her days enveloped in the art gallery. When idle, time stretched on languidly. When busy, she was practically tethered to the gallery all day long, much like now. Swelling the door open, moonlight streamed through the windows. Though the corners were shrouded in darkness, he could discern the arrangement of the living room, a wooden square table against the wall with just 2 chairs. The floor was adorned with a thick sheepskin rug. The windowsill was adorned with potted plants blooming with delicate clusters of white, star-like flowers. To the left of the living room lay Roy's room, to the right the kitchen, while Lady Belinda's chamber occupied the second story. The upper floor boasted a terrace ascending to a steeply sloped roof, also full of pot plant for elves. Cultivating flowers was akin to nurturing one's taste. Kicking off his shoes, he padded barefoot across the creamy woolen carpet and into the washroom adjacent to the kitchen. Standing under the shower, he removed his clothes, washing off the mud and river grass clinging to his skin. In a rush, he dried himself, mindful of water conservation, as transporting water to the rooftop was quite a taxing endeavor, an undertaking Roy was responsible for. After donning fresh clothes, he soaked the damp attire in a wooden basin and then hung it to dry on the terrace upstairs. As Roy ascended to the terrace, he caught sight of the neighbor's daughter, Moira, sitting cross-legged at the edge of her terrace, gazing up at the silver moon with her pointed chin raised. She was a hybrid of Silvermoon and dusk elves, her skin slightly dusky. She had awakened her conceal innate talent, a dusk elven gift, at an early age, and, like many dusk elves, was quiet and reserved, shunning social engagement. Yet this was Silvermoon territory, where many elves even distanced themselves from dusk elves. "Moira, you're still awake so late?" Roy inquired casually while hanging his clothes on the drying line. Moira turned, revealing a lovely face. "I napped too much in the daytime and am now restless." "Roy, I heard you were going to school next week." "Yes, Lady Belinda thinks I should start school early to learn some things." Roy tugged at the crumpled hem of his shirt, extending an invitation. "Moira, would you like to join me?" "I think I will wait a bit longer. I'm afraid I want to adapt." Moira shyly retreated slightly. After a few casual exchanges, Roy descended back to his room. The moonlight, akin to snowflakes, settled upon his white sheets. Seated upon the bed laden with fragrant herbs, Roy opened his right hand and gazed at his palm, where a faint glow resembling fireflies flickered. He was unaware of its purpose. Touching his deflated wallet, he calculated that he had saved up 76 Keller over a lengthy period. Just 24 Keller short of the fee for basic identification, since this might be a dream from which he could not awaken, or maybe it wasn't, should devise a careful plan for his future. Roy gazed at the faint luminescence in his palm, massaging his temples, his eyes drifting towards the city beyond the window. The moonlight blanketed the entire city, casting its silvery hue over all. Inhabitants of the town were divided by wealth and status. The affluent resided in estates, donned in finery, attending grand balls. Ordinary elves did not live with such elegant half-elves, and mixed-blood elves were considered the lowest social stratum. Individuals like Roy, a half-elf, or Moira, a mixed-blood elf, often faced discrimination from other elves. When the aristocrats among the elves delivered speeches on freedom and equality, to Roy, it all felt like utter nonsense. Yet, having arrived in this world of wonder and enchantment, he vowed to explore every corner, to witness all that lay before him. Bread and poetry in the early morning, awakening from the soft embrace of slumber, presents a formidable test of willpower. In the living room, by the entrance, lies a meticulously crafted pair of deerskin boots beside Roy's mud-stained shoes, while the other boot rests against the door, indicating the return of Lady Belinda the previous night, as evidenced by the dress draped over a chair. Preparing breakfast is not a cumbersome task. It merely involves extracting the breadfruit and brewing a fragrant cup of tea. Roy has always regarded breadfruit as a marvelous creation. It requires neither flour nor an oven. However, its flavor does not quite align with Roy's preferences. Yet it is a staple for everyone. Flour is available at Castledore Harbor, but such human delicacies are exorbitantly priced in the realm of elves. And Roy has no skill in baking bread. The breadfruit consumed in the elven world is vastly different from what Roy encountered in his past life, sharing only a name. This breadfruit resembles durian, encased in a tough, spiky shell that splits into 5 segments upon ripening, revealing flesh akin to croissants. However, the flesh is not overly sweet, carrying a woodsy fragrance, suitable for direct consumption or enjoyed with a sprinkle of salt. Roy tore off a quarter of a breadfruit, serving himself a portion while placing another on a porcelain plate, preparing a cup of balsam tea for Belinda. He opted for a diluted sap from the tree of life, a substance that slows aging. In the central garden of Castledore, a tree of life has thrived for nearly 5 millennia, where the Silvermoon elves receive their share monthly. Belinda often expresses concern over Roy's rapid growth, recounting a dream where he perished in her arms, thus insisting he consume it daily. Seated at the dining table, savoring the simple fare, Roy reflected on his life before traversing into this world, where he had been a third-year student cramming for finals. That day, he had rushed to the library to secure a seat amidst the throngs of students, only to find nearly every table occupied with personal books. As he wandered through the rows of shelves, curiosity piqued about how many more there were in the second level. He soon became engrossed, feeling as though he could walk endlessly without encountering the end. Eventually, he found himself in a surprisingly serene corner of the library, a notion almost unbelievable. Yet, the books on the shelves appeared to be in foreign scripts, incomprehensible symbols rather than familiar languages like English, French, German, Italian, or Japanese. He randomly selected a heavy tome bound in copper, its cover adorned with 2 elves, one wielding a longsword, the other a staff, gazing upwards at a crescent moon. Although the text remained a mystery, the illustrations seemed to depict the enchanting elven world. Intrigued, Roy flipped through the pages, eager to discover illustrations of elven beauties, as their slender forms aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. To his astonishment, the book began to flip pages on its own, faster and faster, like a currency counter, until it had been thoroughly perused in mere seconds. The last page revealed a colossal vortex, akin to a vast black hole, which abruptly enveloped Roy, leaving him no opportunity to struggle or cry for help. Time in the dark remained a mystery until Roy awoke to find himself in this elven kingdom. Now the son of Lady Belinda, his mother, an elf who bore little resemblance to him, treated him kindly. However, she was the type of artistic elf with a penchant for the finer things in life, often spending her earnings on indulgences, filled with sentimentality, and seeking both material and spiritual pleasures, frequently adorned in exquisite garments for various soirees. As a pure-blood Silvermoon elf, she effortlessly graced the grandest balls in her elegant attire. Yet Roy, despite Belinda's assurances of his half-elf lineage, faced refusals at the entrances of many gatherings due to his human-like appearance. Each time, he would patiently wait beside the flower beds at the ball's entrance, assuring Belinda that he had no desire to dance. How could an elf dislike dancing? Belinda often viewed Roy's reassurances as mere consolation, leading to a gradual decline in their attendance at such events. Recently, Belinda had secured a new position as an assistant to a sculptor in town. Although her tasks were largely menial, they aligned perfectly with her artistic inclinations. Dressed in a new nightgown adorned with maple leaf patterns, Belinda descended the stairs barefoot, her pale arms largely exposed, the gown clinging to her slender form, revealing more than it concealed. In elven terms, at under 300 years old, she remained youthful, akin to a 28 or 29-year-old in the human realm. Her silver hair was casually tied into a bun, and beneath her striking blue eyes lay dark circles, a testament to her sleepless nights. While not conventionally stunning, she possessed an understanding of herself and a knack for presentation, exuding an intellectual allure. Sitting at the dining table, she appraised Roy before sipping her honey tea and delicately scooping up the breadfruit from her plate, her demeanor reminiscent of relishing ice cream. "How was your day yesterday?" Belinda inquired, reaching to pinch Roy's cheek, only to be met with his evasive turn. "Just fine. I'm planning to fish by the seaside today," Roy replied, setting down his spoon to declare his intent. Belinda hesitated before responding. "That's fine, but please refrain from collecting those shellfish from the rocks. They taste like snails and make me feel nauseous just to look at them." Roy shrugged. "All right, though they're quite delicious, especially with a squeeze of lemon." Soon, it was time for Belinda's familiar maternal admonishments. Like all mothers, she held various expectations for Roy. "You must learn the ways and habits befitting an elf. As you reside in the elven realm, I cannot fathom where you acquired these human habits. Is your human heritage awakening from within?" Belinda expressed her exasperation. Recalling the task she had assigned him, she asked, "Did you finish the poetry collection I asked you to read last week?" Roy, with a hint of reluctance, replied, "I read a bit." In truth, he could not recall the book's location within their abode. Elven poetry. The mere thought made Roy feel somewhat disheartened. "This cannot be. We, the Silvermoon elves, would rather go without bread than without poetry," Belinda lectured. Roy retorted, "I understand, but without bread, I could still feast on fish." Breakfast was simple. It merely required washing 2 plates and a couple of cups, a task Roy predominantly undertook. After breakfast, clad in her new dress adorned with maple leaves, Belinda departed for the art gallery. Roy diligently cleaned his mud-caked shoes before setting out with a fishing rod and bucket. Following the course of the Janna River downstream to the seaside, where the river meets the ocean, revealing a prime fishing area among the rocky outcrops. Elves generally prefer not to rise early, except for those tasked with collecting dew in the orchards at dawn. The street is rather desolate, yet remarkably clean. On one side flows the Darnay River, while the opposite side is lined with wooden cabins that house various shops. The nearest establishment to Roy's home is a bakery selling breadfruit, though it also offers a variety of other fruits. However, Roy deems those unsuitable for breakfast. Thus, he consumes only breadfruit every morning. At the street's entrance stands an apothecary, its shelves filled with an array of test tubes containing liquids of myriad hues, many of which are said to be expensive potions. Although Roy does not comprehend these concoctions, he is quite familiar with a young nightblade panther tethered outside the shop, occasionally bringing it a fish or two. The street is predominantly lined with ordinary 2-story wooden houses, many of which have been painted multiple times. Living by the sea has its drawbacks, as it appears perpetually damp, with the air thick with the scent of the ocean. Proceeding further from the street corner, one encounters a slightly elevated rock face upon which the Temple of the Lady of Liberty is built. It is said that each weekend morning, a group gathers to pray and sing together. Among them is Mrs. Jillian's eldest daughter, Sabrina, a member of the temple choir. Roy has long wished to explore within, yet each time he passes the entrance, his steps falter when he glimpses the statue of the goddess holding a staff at the center of the courtyard through the iron gate. Standing by the roadside, Roy notices a vague figure emerging from the corner of the temple's northern wall, suddenly darting out and tumbling into the overgrown grass outside, thereafter vanishing from sight. Roy pays it little heed, suspecting that such a daring thief at this early hour might be an elf secretly rendezvousing with a priest from within the temple. From this vantage point, the harbor unfolds before him, where a dozen 3-masted ships are docked alongside dozens of small fishing boats. With the tide just receding, only the smallest vessels can venture out, while the larger ships must await the next high tide. Adjacent to the dock lies a stretch of golden beach, where the retreating waves leave behind numerous shells. Barefoot and clad in overalls, Roy rolls up his pants and strides down the beach. The distant horizon where the sea meets the sky is adorned with wisps of clouds, ethereal and delicate. This rocky area is nearly submerged during high tide, revealing itself only as the tide recedes, resulting in a proliferation of oysters and sea rainbows, as elves typically do not consume shellfish, allowing the rocks to be largely dominated by oysters. Periodically, Roy must clear the area where he fishes of encroaching shellfish. But this rocky region teems with fish hidden among the crevices. Fishing here is nearly ideal, aside from the occasional risk of snagging the hook. The wind picks up as the tide has yet to rise, and waves crash against the rocks, transforming into countless droplets and foam, the salty spray carried by the breeze, enveloping the coastline in the scent of the sea. Roy attaches a sandworm to his hook, casting his line into a narrow stretch of water beneath the rocks, where the waves surge in and out. During high tide, one might discover a dark pit surrounded by rocks, merely a few dozen square meters, inhabited by jet-black sea bream. Elves prefer to fillet fish, removing the skin and carefully extracting the meat from the spine, seasoning it with salt and pepper before frying it in oil and drizzling it with a specially prepared sauce. However, they tend to favor fish with fewer bones, making the preparation less cumbersome. The black sea bream, while delicious, can be somewhat troublesome to prepare, and only 2 fishmongers at the market are willing to buy them. Roy occasionally sets up a bucket outside the fish market to sell his catch to discerning elves, but he often opts to sell directly to the fishmongers for convenience. In just a few hours that morning, Roy manages to catch half a bucket of fish, including a few black sea bream and a beautifully patterned 3-blade fish, which he plans to steam for dinner. As noon approaches, the tide begins to rise again, waves crashing and encroaching upon the rocky area. Roy realizes that if he remains here much longer, wading through the rising water would be perilous due to the sharp shells scattered about. He thus gathers his fishing rod and carefully climbs down the rocks, carrying the heavy bucket and making his way across the soft sand toward the fish market at the dock. Castledore Harbor's dock, though not extensive, is home to a line of fishing boats of various sizes, some suited only for inshore fishing, while others are capable of venturing further out to sea. In stark contrast, large 3-masted merchant ships are anchored in the deep water. These vessels not only bring spices and gems from the south, but also magical herbs and delectable mushrooms from the northern Evernight forest. The elven continent is dominated by 3 factions: the wood elves in the south, who revere the children of nature and primarily reside in a colossal world tree, said to be a bustling city within its canopy; the Silvermoon elves in the central region, who consider themselves the true royal lineage of elves, though this is not recognized by the other 2 races; and the dark moon elves of the Evernight forest in the north, accustomed to a life shrouded in darkness, many assassins hailing from their ranks. Castledore Harbor is situated within the territory of the Silvermoon elves, bordered on 3 sides by the sea and adjacent to the Gab Sea Trench, making it a natural harbor. The bustling fish market is a hive of activity, where local elves select fresh fish, alongside merchant ships from Buena City that load up wooden crates filled with ice and fresh seafood for transport. The elves have established a non-aggression pact with the conceal tribe, allowing Castledore Harbor to flourish over the past century, evolving from a remote fishing village into a lively fishing port. To the east of the dock lies the vibrant fish market. Many elves prefer to avoid the fishy odor, thus returning from their catches to sell their wares on this elevated sandy area close to the dock. Originally a desolate beach, the increasing number of elves conducting trade gradually transformed it into a thriving fish market. Now, stone slabs line the ground, and some areas have small wooden structures or awnings. Miss Angeli's fish stall is outfitted with a sunshade, though she prefers to purchase larger fish caught by deep-sea vessels and shows little interest in Roy's black sea bream, which he seldom offers her. Roy possesses his own sales channels, with a restaurant owner willing to purchase his goods. In addition to a stall at the fish market, the proprietor operates a restaurant in town, known for its specialty dish, steamed sea bream. Roy's subtle suggestions enhance the flavors of this dish. The black sea bream Roy catches has found a stable market, albeit at a persistently low purchase price of 2 colas each, regardless of size. Naturally, any black sea bream smaller than the span of 2 hands is cast back into the sea. As Roy navigates through the bustling fish market at Castleton Port, he greets familiar faces with friendly nods. The denizens of the fish market are common folk. Nobility would not deign to visit this grimy, pungent locale, where many of the elves are of lower status and mixed heritage. Among the Silvermoon elves, there is a greater tolerance for half-elves like Roy, who bear a closer resemblance to humans than to traditional elves. The mixed-blooded elves are uniformly referred to as blood elves. The elves, with their artistic inclinations, easily immerse themselves in new romances, as love knows no boundaries in the face of fresh affections. Roy has heard tales of many mixed-blood elves who, unable to endure the discrimination on the elven continent, embarked on ships to leave. Notably, his neighbor, Mrs. Jillian, has 2 daughters who exemplify this trend. The elder, Sabrina, has somewhat elf lineage, while the younger, Moira, carries traits of the Dark Moon elves. Both Mrs. Jillian and her mother, Belinda, are Silvermoon elves. The elves in the fish market are accustomed to Roy's presence, and some greet him with familiarity. "Off to fish again, Roy?" One calls out. "How's business today, Giru?" Roy responds, "Don't mention it. The fishmongers from Buenos are driving prices down too low." Giru laments. At moments like these, Roy finds himself at a loss for words. However, the fish stall owner, clad in waterproof leather pants, is unconcerned, merely seeking to vent his frustrations. Roy is a keen listener. "We should unite as a market to resist those outside fishmongers. Look over there. It seems another large ship is docking." Following Giru's gaze, Roy spots a sizable vessel approaching the deepwater dock, its unique design and dark gray sails adorned with emblems of swords, shields, and griffins distinguishing it from the typical white silken sails of elven ships. Even from several hundred meters away, Roy can discern that the sailors aboard are not pointed-eared elves, but rather a group of humans resembling him. Excitedly, the human sailors cheer and wave toward the shore. Soon, Roy arrives at a fish stall, which stands out among the others due to its eclectic selection of seafood. The stall owner, an elderly elf, though ageless in appearance, reveals his years through thinning white hair and subtle wrinkles. Elves may live for around 8 centuries, but that does not grant them immortality. Time still claims their lives. And an elder elf signifies a wealth of life experience, even if merely a fishmonger. "Off to fish again?" the old elf kindly inquires. Compared to younger elves, Roy embodies a more pragmatic understanding of life. The elves of Castledore Port thrive in an environment of abundance, where even the poorest can afford breadfruit. Their culinary demands are modest, with most young elves pursuing higher artistic endeavors. Few, like Roy, venture to the shore to fish. 7 fish, 14 colas, Roy states, placing his bucket at the old elf's feet. "Pour them in." The elder replies without counting, producing 14 white shells, the smallest denomination of currency circulating in the Silvermoon elf kingdom, a rarity not found along the nearby coast. Roy stows the shells in his wallet, their lightweight promising a fruitful tomorrow if luck persists. Yet, what preoccupies Roy's thoughts more is another matter. Holding a bucket with just one remaining fish, he turns to observe the aging 5-masted ship at the deepwater dock. The vessel appears worn, its bow adorned with a copper statue of a griffin, albeit with a broken wing and covered in green patina, clearly in need of repair. Unlike the elves' sleek ships, this vessel boasts a pointed prow and a more rectangular stern, indicating its capacity for cargo. Not hurrying home, Roy strides toward the deepwater dock. Upon reaching the grand ship, Roy comprehends the sheer scale of the vessel. Docked vertically, its brass prow nearly touches the stone steps, towering over the dock by more than 4 meters. The mainsail has long been lowered, while the towering main mast, over 40 feet high, is entangled with numerous ropes and pulleys. In stark contrast to the elegant elven merchant ships, this ship appears rugged and utilitarian, yet it is the largest vessel Roy has ever seen in Castledore Port, easily exceeding 40 meters in length. Setting down his bucket, Roy inspects the deep-draft ship, which appears laden with cargo. Elven guards swiftly ascend the ladder to conduct safety checks for weapons and hazardous materials aboard. Meanwhile, sailors on deck busily organize wooden crates, seemingly containing inconsequential goods. As long as these goods remain aboard, they are exempt from taxation according to the regulations set by the Silvermoon elves, which is why Roy does not see any tax officials on the ship. While Roy stands at the dock, lost in thought regarding the ship, several well-dressed crew members descend the ladder. The safety inspections by the elven guards appear to have gone smoothly, and thus, no orders prohibiting the crew from disembarking were issued. The crew, clad in leather vests, white shirts, trousers, and boots, carry no visible weapons, unlike the sailors on the bow deck, who are armed with swords. These crew members exhibit unkempt hair, many sporting braids while others let their locks flow freely, tousled by the sea breeze. Their hair colors vary widely, blonde, red, and deep brown, each appearing robust and, at least in appearance, more muscular than the elven guards. Perhaps because Roy is the only person at the dock who bears a resemblance to them. After disembarking, the crew members did not wander aimlessly but instead proceeded directly to Roy's side, with the burly crew leader curiously surveying him. "Do you need a guide?" Roy inquired proactively. He was not particularly keen on being a guide. In fact, this was his first experience in such a role. His primary motivation was to glean some information about the outside world from these far-traveling sailors. Castle Harbor was a fishing port, primarily frequented by merchant ships engaged in the fish trade, and even if Roy wished to approach them for information, none seemed inclined to engage with him. The strong crew member rapidly spoke a string of words in an unfamiliar tongue. Roy was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what he was saying. Clearly, communication was proving elusive. Roy spread his hands and shook his head slightly, signaling his helplessness and understanding. "You don't speak the Imperial language?" A slender young man in a black robe emerged from behind the burly crew member. His fair complexion was complemented by a pair of glasses perched on his nose, and he held a book with a copper cover in his hands. He awkwardly addressed Roy in broken Elvish. However, his grammar and pronunciation were quite flawed, lacking the proper arrangement of words typical of the Elvish language. Roy nodded. "I only speak Elvish. Do you need a guide?" He reiterated. The young man in the robe asked again. At that moment, Roy noticed that the black robe bore intricate dark patterns, likely magical in nature. He surmised that the individual might be a wizard. The wizard listened attentively as Roy slowed his speech, repeating his words for clarity, before saying, "Take us to an inn, and once we are settled, guide us to a tavern with local flavor. We all need a bit of relaxation." His speech was rhythmic, reminiscent of incantations. "No problem," Roy replied cheerfully. After a brief discussion with the burly crew member, the young wizard turned back to Roy and inquired, "How much will you charge us? If possible, please share with me some intriguing tales from your journey," he added. "You seek information from the outside world? Let us exchange knowledge. We are eager to learn about this elvish city." The young wizard quickly capitalized on the opportunity. "This is Castle Harbor, in the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom," Roy replied candidly, noting that this was hardly a secret, easily discovered with a bit of inquiry. He then asked, "Where do you hail from?" "The Green Empire." "From the City of Marvelous Rocks," the young wizard promptly answered. This city was the largest in the southern region of the Green Empire, and he advised, "If you ever visit the Green Empire, be sure to explore the City of Marvelous Rocks." He then asked, "Is this far from Buenos City?" "Not too far." "What brings you here?" Roy queried with curiosity, deliberately omitting the precise location of Buenos. The young wizard replied, "Of course, trade. We plan to procure items from the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom." Before he could finish, the burly crew member interrupted him, clearly not understanding the conversation. The wizard patiently translated for him. The burly sailor then spoke rapidly to the wizard. After a moment of hesitation, the wizard carefully organized his thoughts and awkwardly smiled at Roy, saying, "We intend to buy some elven biscuits and high-quality sword and shield products." Roy recognized that they were not being entirely truthful but chose to overlook it, as they were not yet familiar with one another. Noticing the crew member's lingering wariness towards him, Roy decided to remain silent. Since he had promised to lead them to an inn, he refrained from further comments and began to explain that the inns in the city were generally categorized into 3 tiers. On Brown Street, where Roy resided, there were 2 inns, though the area was a commoner's district, meaning the inns here were of the lowest tier, frequented by merchants who spent a night or two after purchasing fish at the docks. However, there were advantages, such as affordable prices and proximity to the harbor. After hearing Roy's recommendations, the sailors readily agreed. Carrying a bucket, Roy led the way, explaining the various shops they passed, ensuring they could distinguish between stores and restaurants. The proximity of Brown Street to the docks was evident, and as Roy led the 20-odd crew members past the Temple of the Lady of Liberty, they were surprised to see a modest temple built on the hillside. Some sailors were eager to approach for a closer look, but the entrance was crowded with people. Through the throng, they could see priests in ceremonial robes engaged in animated discussions with elven guards, indicating that something unusual was afoot at the temple. Earlier that morning, Roy had noted that the temple was unusually quiet. As they passed the Temple of the Lady of Liberty, no one dared to express their curiosity. It was then that Roy remembered something and retrieved a shell coin from his pocket, holding it between his thumb and forefinger. He explained to the sailors, "The currency used here is called the kohler, crafted from these shells." "Isn't gold accepted?" the young wizard asked, astonished. Roy cast an envious glance at the wizard, realizing he had no idea how shops here handled transactions with gold coins, as he had never possessed or seen anyone else use them. "You may give it a try. I believe some elves might appreciate it," Roy suggested. Upon arriving at an inn, it became apparent that they did not accept gold coins. However, the young wizard produced a pale green crystal from his pocket. The inn's front desk attendant, a young and charming elven woman, immediately summoned the innkeeper upon seeing the crystal. The innkeeper warmly arranged 10 rooms for them, and the young wizard even exchanged for a substantial amount of kolar. Counting out 50 kolar, the young wizard handed them to Roy, who hesitated to accept, knowing this was a considerable sum for him. Take it. You'll need to help us find a reliable tavern later, the young wizard insisted, pressing the coins into Roy's hands with a smile. As Roy led the crew down Brown Street, he admired the unique charm of the elven port city. The architecture was exquisitely crafted, yet the buildings lining the street concealed the gardens behind them. Even when elves had gardens, they rarely cultivated vegetables. Instead, they favored flowers and ornamental plants, meticulously trimmed, occasionally planting a fruit tree. For elves, gardening was an art form. The sailors were curiously observing the elegant buildings, their gazes lingering on elven women, whether young or elderly, first noting their faces before allowing their eyes to wander down the neck, chest, waist, and hips. Occasionally, they exchanged words in the imperial language, which Roy could not understand. Perhaps due to the essence of the world tree, elven women, even at 600 or 700 years old, appeared far from aged, displaying only subtle wrinkles in certain areas of their faces. For these crew members, it was nearly impossible to discern that the enchanting elven woman tending to the flowers before them was 2 centuries older than his great-great-great-grandmother. As Roy began to introduce the various shops lining the street, the crew's attention sharpened considerably. They even paused for a while in front of Mrs. Winnie S. Apothecary, where the shelves outside brimmed with flower pots, filled not with common blooms, but with magical herbs that Roy could scarcely identify. According to Mrs. Belinda, such fundamental knowledge was meant for Roy to acquire gradually after starting school. Yet, it was evident that the crew lingered a tad longer at the apothecary's entrance. Despite their efforts to appear composed, Roy could detect the longing in their eyes. The young mage introduced himself as Benjamin. And since communication with the other crew members was beyond Roy's capability, he felt no need to learn each of their names. In fact, even the young mage's name struck Roy as somewhat fabricated. Each time he called out Benjamin, the young mage's response lacked the instinctive immediacy one would expect. To this, Mage Benjamin explained that it was the first time anyone had called his name in the elven tongue. Given the crew's generous demeanor, Roy chose not to dwell on such trivialities. I only know where the tavern is. I've never actually set foot inside, Roy confided to Mage Benjamin. The young mage invited him, saying, "Why not join me inside for a drink?" Roy pointed towards a well-regarded tavern at the end of Brown Street. This establishment, perched on the cliff overlooking the sea, featured a terrace that jutted out, creating a splendid viewing platform, half of which was shaded by trees. To reach the seaside from there, one would need to navigate through the back alley and descend a long flight of stone steps. Elves are renowned for their ingenuity in architecture, seamlessly blending natural beauty with their surroundings. The tavern exuded a charming atmosphere. It appeared as a modest little house, filled with an array of drinking vessels, from which the mingling aromas of various spirits wafted. The terrace, offering a view of the sea, had only 6 tables, and at that moment, the tavern was sparsely populated. Mage Benjamin approached the railing of the terrace, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the bustling dock. "Yes, this is exactly the kind of place we need to enjoy a few drinks. You cannot imagine how monotonous it is to have been at sea for a year and a half," he exclaimed. The Silvermoon elves typically favored tree sap, while these alcoholic beverages were brought from the realm of the Dark Moon elves. A waitress approached with a menu inscribed in elven script, her skin a shade of gray typical of the Dark Moon elves, and she appeared somewhat timid, her gaze fixed on Roy as if he were her only source of comfort. Roy had seen her on the street, but had not realized she worked at this tavern. After discovering that the featured drink was a type of sparkling wine, reasonably priced, the crew divided into 2 tables, each ordering 2 bottles of the bubbly along with stronger rum, accompanied by only dried fruits and fish jerky, lacking any substantial fare. The moment the cork was popped, a satisfying pop resonated as the effervescent golden liquid was poured into the crew's glasses. The sole female server in the tavern, positioned behind the bar, watched the human crew with great curiosity. She was quite attractive, her lips adorned with a hint of gloss, and when she settled beside the bar, her eyes held no trace of disdain. As they sat down to enjoy their sparkling wine, the conversation flowed more freely. Roy abstained from drinking, for Mrs. Belinda had strictly forbidden it, not even allowing him to approach the bar. To her, he was still merely a child who could only partake in the sap of the world tree. "How do you manage food while at sea?" Roy inquired, his curiosity piqued. Mage Benjamin took a sip of his drink, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he replied, "What is the big deal? Fish in the sea is easily caught. Roy internally scoffed at the obviousness of this statement. I meant, can you eat vegetables on the ship? He pressed on. Mage Benjamin puffed out his chest, brimming with pride and superiority as he responded, of course. My profession is that of a botanist. I cultivate fast-growing vegetables on board. The cabbage and tomatoes I grow are quite good. Roy continued his inquiries. What about fresh water? If you run out during such a long journey without finding an island or port, how do you survive? Benjamin gazed at Roy in astonishment, confirming that he truly did not know, and then explained, I assumed elves would be more advanced in this regard. He then produced a silver-plated square from his waist, revealing a beautifully engraved side, and inserted a crystal shard into a gem slot. As the patterns on the plate illuminated with magical lines, droplets of water began to form and fall from it. It was only then that Roy realized they relied on this extraordinary magic to provide water while at sea. Do you have such magical plates, so you never run out of drinking water? Roy asked. After carefully wiping the silver plate with a handkerchief, Mage Benjamin responded. Not just that, we often rely on it even for bathing. Roy felt a mix of fascination and a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, this world was markedly different from his own. How long have you been here? Mage Benjamin queried, taking another sip of his drink. Meanwhile, the crew members engaged in their own animated discussions, their loud voices disrupting the tavern's otherwise tranquil ambience. Fortunately, it was still quite empty. In a corner, a solitary patron sat with a nearly empty bottle of rum before him, appearing somewhat inebriated as he counted the few remaining nuts on his plate, exuding an air of ennui. From his profile, Roy found him vaguely familiar. I was born here and have always lived here, Roy replied casually. Benjamin looked at him with envy, asking, Did you grow up in the elven kingdom? Roy nodded, puzzled by the repetition of the question. Have you ever been to Buenos City? Benjamin pressed. Roy immediately shook his head. The young mage appeared disappointed and took another sip of his sparkling wine. On the bar counter rested a conch shell that echoed the songs of sea maidens. It appeared enchanting, yet it merely concealed a magical crystal engraved with a set of inscriptions, a common sight around here. Even Mrs. Winnie, the apothecary's owner, possessed one that played a more vibrant tune. The elves sipping their drinks in the tavern maintained a serene demeanor, rarely gathering in loud, boisterous groups like the crew. To the elves, such behavior was considered rather uncouth. Roy could not help but glance at the drunken man sitting in the corner, his attention drawn to him solely because he had previously been seen in the yard of Mrs. Jillian next door. Aside from selling fish, Mrs. Jillian relished dating various male elves, occasionally bringing one home for the night. This rather inebriated elf, whom Roy had encountered more than once, possessed a somewhat unusual appearance. His skin bore a grayish hue, indicating he was likely a dark moon elf, whom Jillian referred to as Jefferson. Jefferson wore an old set of light leather armor, and his hair appeared unkempt, giving him a disheveled look. He seemed to be waiting for someone, a half-filled glass of rum before him, which he had yet to finish, taking only shallow sips. Roy sensed that Jefferson would prefer not to have anyone approach him at that moment. Muttering incoherently, Jefferson finally drained the last sip of his drink and gazed vacantly at his empty glass. With a deft flick of his left hand, he produced a crisp snap of his fingers. The young waitress rushed over with the drink menu, bending slightly to present it to him, awaiting his selection. The intoxicated Jefferson wrapped an arm around the waitress's soft waist while reaching for her delicate hand, murmuring something softly. The elven waitress shook her head in refusal, but Jefferson persisted, his grip tightening around her wrist. Let go of that girl, bellowed a crew member at the neighboring table, speaking in the Empire language, which Roy could barely comprehend. However, he soon observed the crew member's indignant expression as he abruptly stood and strode toward Jefferson, forcefully pressing down on his shoulder. Jefferson struggled to rise, revealing he possessed some combat skills, and in the midst of his thrashing, he deftly drew a long dagger from his boot. Roy surmised that Jefferson must indeed have dark moon elf blood, as his strikes were both fierce and swift, with angles that were incredibly precise. In an instant, the dagger pierced the soft leather of the crew member's vest, slipping in just beneath the 11th rib. The crew member, taken aback by the ferocity of the drunken elf's attack, felt a sharp pain in his diaphragm, struggling to catch his breath. Gritting through the agony, he seized the dagger's hilt, attempting to kick Jefferson away. At that moment, Jefferson withdrew his bloody dagger and rolled backward, preparing to leap off the balcony railing into the dense foliage below. The crew member's bloodied hand had severed a few fingers, yet he pressed his palm against the gushing wound. Sensing the commotion, other crew members quickly converged upon Jefferson, Alarmed by their comrade's injury at the hands of the drunken elf, they shed their calm demeanor, their auras brimming with palpable aggression as they charged toward Jefferson in unison. Despite Jefferson's skill, he was outnumbered, and the crew members, numbering over 10, coordinated seamlessly, blocking all avenues of escape. As the battle commenced, it concluded swiftly, for crew members tackled Jefferson to the ground, pinning him firmly to the terrace floor. Grasping his unruly curls, they yanked his head upward, slamming it back down onto the floor, causing blood to flow profusely. Once surrounded by a throng of crew members, they dragged Jefferson into the alley behind the tavern, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Roy, standing frozen in place alongside the waitress, felt a wave of shock wash over him, while the tavern owner rushed from the storeroom, filled with barrels. The mage, Benjamin, crouched beside the injured crew member, chanting a brief incantation while unfurling a magical scroll. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the crew member's face, twisting it in pain. "What a bother," Benjamin muttered, pouring a bottle of pale red potion into the crew member's mouth. Roy recognized this miraculous elixir from Mrs. Winnie's apothecary. A burly crew member hastily emerged from the tavern's rear, speaking rapidly in the Empire language to Benjamin, who looked momentarily taken aback before questioning him and then attending to the injured crew member's wounds. Their actions were swift, leaving no time to acknowledge Roy. As more crew members returned, their expressions darkened, some casting hostile glances at Roy, the tavern owner, and the waitress. When the crew members reassembled in the alley, they bypassed the tavern, marching directly toward the entrance. The seemingly authoritative burly crew member, assisted by others, hoisted the injured crew member and followed suit. No one in the tavern attempted to stop them. Benjamin said nothing further, merely patting Roy's shoulder before placing a stack of coins on the table and taking the unfinished bottles of sparkling wine with him. He lingered at the rear, where the crew members appeared to be waiting for him. They hastened away, not heading toward Brown Street, but instead towards the stone steps leading to the seaside, disappearing into the thick woods. At that moment, the waitress, having mustered the courage to check the situation in the alley, let out a piercing scream. Roy felt overwhelmed, sensing that matters were spiraling further out of control. This was the first time Roy had witnessed violence unfold before him, and it was all over in less than a quarter of an hour. At this juncture, it was too late for him to leave. In truth, he could not simply depart without consequence, as the tavern owner and the waitress recognized him. They all lived on Brown Street, and even if names eluded them, they encountered one another frequently. Jefferson lay in the alley behind the tavern, bloodied from a slash to his neck, his tattered leather armor soaked in crimson. Although his clothes remained intact, and his bloody dagger was still in hand, his pockets held scant few coins. The tavern owner maintained his composure, insisting that Roy stay while he sought the elven guards from Castledore Harbor. Roy had seen 3 elven guards attending to a case near the Statue of Liberty, and now he observed 3 more hastening toward them, clad in light armor and wielding elven swords, exuding an air of formidable authority. Roy mused that the elven guards were indeed busy, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, instead sitting quietly beside the waitress. The elven guards began confirming Jefferson's identity, and Roy noted that both the tavern owner and the waitress recognized the deceased Jefferson. The guards then commenced their investigation into the incident's cause. According to the tavern owner, the matter was trivial. After all, Jefferson and Lucy were acquainted. Their dispute had arisen because Jefferson sought to defer payment for a drink, while the waitress Lucy hesitated, fearing he would not honor the debt. The human warriors clashed with Jefferson, evidently coming to Lucy's aid. Yet Jefferson's reaction was excessively aggressive as he drew a blade against the group, causing one of them to fall. This incited the enraged humans, who subsequently dragged Jefferson into a nearby alley. Everyone anticipated that Jefferson would endure a severe beating and await the arrival of the elven guards. However, to their astonishment, the human warriors displayed remarkable resolve and swiftly ended Jefferson's life. The tavern owner recounted the events with objectivity, showing no bias whatsoever. Miss Lucy, the tavern's waitress, wore a look of distress as she candidly confessed that she had met Jefferson, the Dark Moon elf, at an open-air dance in the plaza. After tiring from dancing on 2 occasions, she had invited him to spend the night at her home. The elves believed that such brief encounters could ignite genuine feelings. However, Lucy later discovered that Jefferson lacked a respectable occupation, often engaging in clandestine tasks to earn a little money, spending it freely when he had it, and tightening his belt in times of scarcity. Recently, Jefferson had been financially constrained, leading Lucy to ignore him. Typically, under such circumstances, Jefferson would quietly disappear for a few days, only to return with a bouquet of flowers when his situation improved. Yet unexpectedly, he had come to the tavern earlier that morning and lingered for hours, insisting that Lucy treat him to another drink, which ultimately led to the ensuing events. The elven guard recording these incidents regarded the waitress with disdain, their interaction devoid of any eye contact. One pale-skinned elven guard sat opposite Roy, 2 cups of water resting on the table. This guard possessed a keen gaze, fixating on Roy's eyes while posing numerous questions, to which Roy responded truthfully. He recounted how they had encountered each other at the docks, where he had agreed to act as their guide, and mentioned that the crew had booked several rooms at the Timber Lodge before arriving at the coastal tavern for drinks. He also noted that they had arrived on a 5-masted sailing ship and had just disembarked. The elven guard meticulously recorded Roy's words with a delicate quill, ensuring every detail was captured on paper. "Should we find anything, we shall reach out to you," the guard stated sternly. Roy nodded obediently, feeling dejected after the interrogation and standing aside. To have unwittingly become embroiled in such turmoil while merely seeking information about the outside world seemed rather unjust. The elven guards removed Jefferson's body. The life of an elf is exceedingly precious, yet the investigation would continue, albeit with insufficient manpower, leading them to refrain from hastily pursuing the assailants. Of course, no one would acknowledge any connection to Jefferson being a Dark Moon elf. The tavern appeared unaffected. While the elven guards remained, the waitress commenced mopping the blood-stained floor. The tavern owner retreated to the wooden interior to rest, with no losses incurred. The elven guards would pursue the culprits based on the existing leads, ignoring Roy entirely. Realizing he had no further involvement, Roy exited the tavern, only to encounter a timid, slender elf dodging the 3 elven guards, clutching a bundle and peeking cautiously as he entered. As their paths crossed, Roy caught a glimpse of basil leaves clinging to the elf's trousers, as if he had just emerged from the woods. His hair was disheveled, likely unwashed for some time, and he had dampened it in an attempt to tame the unruly strands. Upon stepping outside the tavern, Roy abruptly halted, suddenly realizing that the only place nearby where basil grew was beyond the wall surrounding the Statue of Liberty. Nowhere else could one find such a plant. He recalled seeing someone scaling the wall near the statue earlier that morning. Could it have been him? Leaving the tavern, Roy initially intended to visit the magic guild adjacent to the Upper District Elven Academy. There, he could consult with a junior appraiser regarding the flame in his palm, hoping to ascertain whether it was magical. If it were indeed magical, he planned to pursue studies related to the arcane arts. However, upon reaching the entrance of Brown Street, he discovered 2 elven guards stationed there, interrogating pedestrians attempting to enter. The entire street was under strict lockdown, allowing entry but prohibiting exit, causing considerable anxiety among the residents. Mrs. Winnie, the potion shop owner, stood at the steps of her store, idly observing the guards while engaging in casual conversation with the owner of the neighboring fruit shop. The nightshade panther nestled in her arms glared at Roy with vigilance, its amber eyes filled with suspicion. Neighbors had gathered on the street, discussing the mysterious circumstances that led the elven guards to enforce such stringent measures. With no immediate way to leave Brown Street, Roy decided to return home. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed a striking elven maiden in a white silk dress, her arms encircling a few books. Her feet adorned with sandals intricately wrapped around her legs, clicking rhythmically as she walked from the street corner. Her long legs, partially visible beneath her dress, were as pale as ivory. She was Sabrina, the eldest daughter of Mrs. Jillian, a rarity among elves due to her height, towering over Roy. Her complexion was fair, and her eyes sparkled like exquisite emeralds. Only wood elves possessed such green eyes and tall statures. Yet, Sabrina bore the delicate features of a Silvermoon elf, with a straight nose and translucent pointed ears. Like Moira, the neighbors speculated that Sabrina was a hybrid of Silvermoon and wood elves. Her mother was undoubtedly the fishmonger, Mrs. Jillian, while her father was presumed to be a wood elf. Mrs. Jillian never spoke of the fathers of Sabrina and Moira, although they were sisters. The elder possessed wood elf lineage, while the younger had a trace of Dark Moon elf blood. Roy was not particularly familiar with Sabrina, having a better rapport with her sister, Moira. Sabrina attended Castledore Elven Academy and was also a member of the choir at the Statue of Liberty, rarely spending time at home. Moira, on the other hand, was an exceedingly introverted elf, often isolating herself within their home. "Good afternoon, Sabrina," Roy called out, though he secretly preferred to refer to her as Great White Goose. Doing so would undoubtedly infuriate Sabrina, and if caught, Roy would certainly face her wrath. Especially since she had grown stronger after attending school, Roy had learned to be more cautious following several painful encounters. Upon noticing Roy at the gate, Sabrina shot him a quick, disdainful glance before striding into the yard. This was always the way of it. She walked in proudly, her alluring figure swaying rhythmically with each step, leaving Roy with nothing but her retreating silhouette. The 2 yards were separated only by a low wall. After placing the bucket in the kitchen, tidying up his fishing gear, and washing his feet, Roy heard Sabrina's voice from next door. "Moira, where are you?" "Sister, I'm upstairs." Roy recalled that he needed to collect the clothes he had hung out to dry on the terrace the previous night. Barefoot, he climbed to the 2nd floor just as he saw Sabrina scaling her own terrace. She placed a paper bag on the small table in front of Moira and settled onto a square stool beside her. Upon noticing Roy's appearance across the way, Moira glanced at him, set down the book she was holding, and inquired of her sister Sabrina, "Why are you back so early today?" Her voice was slightly raspy, likely due to her complexion, as she often favored wearing black dresses. Sabrina casually discarded her sandals, curled her feet in the lounge chair, and lazily stretched her long body before replying, "The Temple of Liberty was robbed last night. All activities today are canceled. I have no idea what happened on Brown Street. The entire area is under lockdown, so I couldn't assist at the fish market and had to come back." Moira gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "The Holy Grail in front of the holy water basin?" Sabrina glanced at the opposite terrace and noticed that Roy had already taken his dry clothes and left. She nodded and said, "That's the one. It usually holds a cup of clear water, and occasionally when someone comes to pray, the priest would pour them a cup." Moira blinked in surprise. Why would they think to steal that? Probably for the gold and jewels atop it. Who knows? Sabrina replied nonchalantly. Although she was a member of the temple choir, the loss of the Grail did not greatly concern her. After all, it wasn't the old organ that had been lost. She became somewhat distracted, not anticipating the annoying fellow to appear by the railing of the adjacent terrace. "Have they caught the thief who stole the Grail?" Roy inquired of Sabrina. Had it not been for his overwhelming curiosity, he would not have approached her. Their exchanges often left him with a sense of discontent, as Sabrina rarely offered him a pleasant demeanor. However, this time she did not retort. Instead, she dismissed her laziness, adopting a serious expression as she stated, "No. You know how exceptional the guards are. How could they possibly catch him so quickly?" Roy instinctively withdrew his head, murmuring, "True enough." He then hurried downstairs to take a shower and change into fresh clothes. The summer in Castleton Harbor was blessed with a cool sea breeze, rendering it rather pleasant. On days devoid of air conditioning or fans, lying in bed with the windows open felt exceedingly comfortable. At dinner time, Roy prepared a stew of fish, dining alone. Lady Belinda had not returned, likely due to the busyness at the art gallery. It was only when night fully enveloped the city that Lady Jillian returned, pushing a cart from the fish market. 2 elven guards had also ventured into Lady Jillian's home, seemingly investigating the death of Jefferson that had occurred earlier in the day. Roy intentionally waited until the 2 guards exited Lady Jillian's residence before making his way to the terrace, leaning against the railing to inquire of the guards outside, "Excuse me, have they not yet apprehended those sailors?" The 2 elven guards paused, recognizing him from the tavern earlier. Initially reluctant to speak, one of them halted to reply, "Not yet. They have diplomatic immunity." "Oh," Roy acknowledged. The elven guard casually asked, "Do you know Jefferson?" Roy replied candidly, "I saw him at the street corner before, but we never spoke." "Very well." The elven guards, finding no useful information in Roy, exchanged glances and proceeded next door, as they still had other residents on Brown Street to investigate that night. Hey. Roy wanted to discuss the theft at the Temple of Liberty with the guards further, but they departed without a backward glance, entering the neighboring property. The nights in Castleton were cooled by the sea breeze, bringing a refreshing chill to the city. Often, Roy would find himself reclining on the terrace chair, engaging in light conversation with Moira across the way. Reflecting on the day's misadventures, he could only describe it with a single phrase, utterly dismal. In the evening, under the cover of darkness, Moira seemed to feel more secure, exhibiting a livelier demeanor than during the day. And when she was in a foul mood and chose not to meet people, even standing on the terrace, Roy would remain oblivious to her presence. Somehow, Roy had grown accustomed to sharing his daily experiences with Moira, recounting, for instance, his encounter with the sailors and the brawl at the tavern, pouring out his thoughts freely. In the night, Moira's eyes sparkled brightly. Although the 2 terraces were separated by a mere 5 meters, Roy could still discern the glimmer in her gaze. She had just bathed, dressed in a loose-fitting gown, her damp hair cascading down. Her youthful face radiated purity, save for her somewhat dull complexion. She bore a striking resemblance to Lady Jillian, resembling a Silvermoon elf. In the realm of Silvermoon elves, the status of mixed-blood elves like Roy was somewhat lower, making them prone to scrutiny. "I see," Moira uttered softly, the only phrase she spoke throughout the night. In the distance, the harbor was illuminated with lights. The tide would rise after midnight, and Lady Jillian had gone to bed early after dinner, needing to reach the dock to fetch fish around dawn. Life for the lower-class elves was often arduous. While Roy did not entirely share her outlook on life, he admired her tenacity. She was the type who was particularly devoted to her livelihood, making the daily trek to the fish market to provide for her two daughters. Moira was nurtured as though she were a flower in a greenhouse. In contrast to Lady Jillian, Roy's mother seemed more laid back, often leaving him alone at home, and shockingly, she had not noticed the transformation of her half-elven son into an entirely different Roy over such an extended period. Over the past year, Roy had gradually integrated into this environment. Anticipating the Magic Guild's assessment of the glowing ember that had begun to manifest in his palm, he fell asleep with eager anticipation. 8. Assessment. The Magic Guild of Castleton was situated in the upper city, adjacent to the Castleton Elven Academy, forming one of the most intellectually vibrant areas in the city. Young elves, often seen dashing through the streets with books in hand, contributed to the academic atmosphere. The main teaching building of the Elven Academy and the Mage Tower of the Magic Guild stood in harmonious contrast, marking one of the most prominent landmarks on the west side of the upper city. Young elves typically attended the Elven Academy for their studies. Regardless of whether they were Silvermoon elves or mixed-blood elves, as long as they possessed the will to learn and could pay the requisite tuition, they were welcome to study there. Lady Belinda intended for Roy to attend this institution. Many elves, upon reaching adulthood, first sought employment to earn enough for a semester's tuition before enrolling in the academy. Some elves managed to balance work and study, provided they limited their course load each semester, allowing them to sustain a half-work, half-study lifestyle. Of course, those from wealthier backgrounds, such as elven nobility, did not need to worry about tuition. They merely focused on their education at the academy, often taking a broader array of subjects. Roy, like other ordinary elves, was initially required to find a job to save sufficient funds for his tuition before attending classes. However, Belinda, the mother, believed that Roy had only half the lifespan of an elf. If he were to work like other elves during his studies, his time to enjoy life would be significantly diminished. Therefore, she decided to assist Roy in paying for his tuition. Castleton City was an open city, surrounded by no walls. Over 90% of the city was built on the coastal hills, and from below, the streets appeared tiered. All the buildings were constructed against the mountains, and the higher one looked, the more luxurious the structures seemed. At the summit of Castleton, a colossal statue of a Silvermoon elf, nearly 30 meters tall, stood proudly. The statue's right hand pointed towards the location of Buenos City. Standing in front of the Magic Guild's Grand Plaza, Roy gazed up at the massive statue, contemplating the possibility that if it were to collapse, it might very well fall upon this spot. Setting aside such impractical thoughts, Roy clenched the pouch filled with Kohler coins in his hand, mustering the courage to step into the magic tower. The guards at the entrance did not hinder him due to his human-like appearance. They merely regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Roy responded fluently in Elvish, stating, "I am here for a primary appraisal." With that simple sentence, he was granted unobstructed access to the first floor of the Mage Tower, where the appraisal services were located. The interior of the first floor was divided into various areas, navigable by directional signs along the corridors. Roy's first impression was akin to that of a retail market. On either side of the corridor were numerous shops, all of which were somewhat related to magic: apothecaries, scroll shops, magical gem stores, and enchanted weapon shops, among others. The patrons of these magical shops included not only elven nobles, but also many students from the Elven Academy and several wizards clad in ornate robes. Roy found the sign leading to the appraisal area and followed the crowd to this section, which appeared somewhat quieter. Many of the shops here were related to appraisals, but most focused on magical artifacts. After a brief exploration, he settled on a rather unassuming yet frequently visited establishment for primary appraisals. Roy quietly queued at the back. Each customer entered the shop individually, while the others waited outside. Four patrons stood before him in line, emerging one by one from within. Their expressions a blend of joy and disappointment. Roy felt a flutter of nervousness in his heart. When it was his turn, Roy stood at the door and knocked. A voice from within called, "Please enter." Roy pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was small, nearly filled with bookshelves laden with copper-bound tomes. A musty scent of decaying parchment filled the air. Beside the last row of bookshelves, a staircase led to the upper level, but Roy had no need to ascend. Upon entering, he noticed a wooden table adorned with several magical crystals. An elven mage sat behind the table, his gaze warm, yet exuding an air of authority that deterred any offense. He wore a dark green robe, embellished with silver patterns that were subtle and could only be seen at certain angles under specific lighting, an embodiment of understated luxury. Roy could not discern the mage's age. Time had left no marks on his features. "Young man, how may I assist you?" The elven mage inquired in a calm tone. "I would like to request your assistance in determining whether I have grasped any magic." Roy sat down on a somewhat cold chair, extending his right hand with the rolled-up sleeve, palm facing up, revealing a faint glow reminiscent of fireflies. Noticing Roy's anxious expression, the elven mage offered reassurance. Silvermoon elves possess not only the innate talent for archery, but also a natural affinity for magical elements. With a little guidance, one can learn magic. It is evident that you are a half-elf, so if you wish to study magic, you may certainly attend the Elven Academy. Once you officially become an apprentice, you can register at the Magic Guild. Can I truly? Roy yearned to know if he could become a mage. His obsession stemmed from the memory of a boy with a lightning mark on his forehead. The prospect of becoming a mage seemed delightful. He envisioned himself clutching a spellbook, wielding a fur staff, and conjuring fireballs with a mere flick of his wand, an exhilarating thought. The elven mage hesitated, refraining from providing a definitive answer. He then picked up a magical crystal and slowly brought its tip close to the faint glow in Roy's palm. To the mage's surprise, as the crystal neared the light, there was no reaction whatsoever. This magical crystal typically glowed at the slightest magical disturbance, yet it remained unresponsive in the presence of Roy's light. The mage then retrieved another crystal designed to measure magical intensity and brought it near the soft glow, but still, there was no response. After a moment of contemplation, he tapped his forehead. "This is not magic," the elven mage concluded. Roy's initial excitement faltered upon hearing the mage's assessment. "However, you may wish to visit the Moon Temple, or perhaps the Freedom Temple." The elven mage paused, intending to suggest the Moon Temple, but Castleton's Moon Temple was exclusive to Silvermoon elves. Half-elves and mixed-blood elves were prohibited from entering, deemed unworthy of the sacred moon altar. Thus, the mage redirected his suggestion toward the Freedom Temple. "The light in your palm is neither fire nor light elemental. I suspect it may belong to divine magic. Although I cannot authenticate it here, you should inquire at the temple. I believe they would warmly welcome a young person able to access divine magic without the need for enlightenment," the elven mage advised Roy. Roy was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a conclusion. Even the appraisal fee was waived, as the elven mage felt he had not provided Roy with valuable assistance. Thus, Roy left the appraisal shop with his pouch still full, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. As Roy exited, a young elf in line behind him seized the opportunity to enter. In the Silvermoon Kingdom, the Moon Temple was the largest and most frequented shrine, venerated by nearly all Silvermoon elves who worshipped the moon goddess alone. However, due to its vastness and the exclusivity of its worship, the Moon Temple only accepted Silvermoon elven followers. According to the elven mage, the light emanating from Roy's palm fell within the realm of divine magic, necessitating a visit to the temple for answers. Roy could not enter the Moon Temple and would have to seek solace in the Freedom Temple. The Freedom Temple's ability to spread its teachings throughout the elven realm was precisely due to the Moon Temple's exclusionary practices. The Moon Temple's priests had cast out mixed-blood elves, allowing the Freedom Temple to embrace this community, thereby enabling its clergy to establish a small shrine in the lower district of Castleton. Moreover, the temple was not far from Roy's home. "Had I known, I would have gone to the temple first," Roy thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Upon exiting the magic tower, he was greeted by the brilliant sunshine overhead, which instantly dispelled his earlier gloom. Roy even purchased a slice of icy watermelon from a refreshment shop across the street from the Magic Guild, strolling along the long street while enjoying his treat. On his return to Brown Street, he found the descent along the steps and slopes much easier than his initial journey. After resolving his lunch midway, he arrived directly at the entrance of the statue of Liberty Temple. Recalling the scene from the previous morning when he encountered that wall-climbing thief, he felt a strange sensation within. The main gate of the temple was closed, but the side door was ajar, with no clergy guarding the entrance. Roy grasped the iron railing of the side door and stepped inside. This was his first time entering the temple's courtyard. The Statue of Liberty Temple in the city of Castleton is situated in the eastern section of Brown Street, near the harbor in the lower town, built alongside a cliff. Due to its geographical constraints, the temple is relatively small. However, its ability to propagate the teachings of the Statue of Liberty in a world dominated by the Moon Goddess Temple attests to the exceptional diplomatic skills of the temple's high priest, Felix Mitchell. The presence of this foreign denomination in the elven realm is also influenced by the Moon Goddess Temple's policies, being the largest denomination in the elven kingdom. The Moon Goddess Temple only accepts worship from elves, consistently rejecting half-elves and other races that venture into the elven realm. The lower town of Castleton is adjacent to the harbor. Although merely a fishing port, vessels from the Wood Elf Kingdom and the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom still dock here, contributing to the ethnic diversity of the lower town's residents. The inhabitants have grown accustomed to this mixed way of life, making it a natural place for the Statue of Liberty Temple to disseminate its doctrine, as the residents also seek spiritual fulfillment. The temple's regular congregants are primarily the half-elves and mixed-blood elves of the lower town. Lady Belinda, a Silvermoon elf, is a devout follower of the Moon Goddess Temple. Thus, Roy has seldom set foot in this temple. Nearly every day, he passes by the temple's entrance and often sees the statue of the Statue of Liberty positioned in the center of the courtyard. Entering through the temple's main door, the courtyard is not expansive. Aside from the central statue of the goddess, a neatly arranged hedge encircles the area. The courtyard's floor is paved with terrazzo tiles, with mortar filling the gaps. At the entrance to the main hall, two statues of priests stand guard, one holding a double-handed staff, the other wielding a mace while cradling a copper book bound with a half-meter chain. The priest on the right, clad in divine robes, and the one on the left, donned in heavy armor, both exude an imposing presence. Perhaps due to the incident from yesterday, a priest was visible at the entrance to the main hall. Upon noticing Roy's entrance, he paused in the courtyard and ascended the steps leading to the main temple, promptly approaching Roy. "Apologies, but there is no assembly today. The temple is temporarily closed to the public." The priest, draped in a deep red robe, informed Roy. "I am here to request the assistance of the temple's clergy in determining whether I possess divine powers," Roy replied. The priest scrutinized Roy before responding, "Then please follow me." He did not lead Roy into the main temple, but instead guided him along a stone path to the rear courtyard. Numerous cypress trees surrounded the main hall, tightly arranged like a wall of foliage. The main hall towered above the cypress trees, its outline visible from outside. Hence Roy had seldom noticed this verdant barrier. As they traversed the dense cypress wall, Roy discovered a three-story bell tower nestled within the foliage, resembling an attic to the main hall, and upon closer inspection, he realized these two structures were indeed separate. Beneath the bell tower was a well, though it remained uncertain whether it contained fresh water. To the left of the bell tower, a row of two-story buildings connected to the main hall, their outer sides unified by a corridor, seemingly serving as the priest's quarters. The priest brought Roy to the door of the third room in this row of residences, knocked gently, and upon receiving a response, announced, "Priest Reed. There is someone outside wishing to assess their divinity." The wooden door was opened from within, revealing a priest clad in a dark red robe trimmed with silver, adorned with a silver crown and holding a staff topped with a gem. This priest Reed stood before Roy, his face devoid of wrinkles, rendering Roy unable to discern his age. To Roy's surprise, Priest Reed was human, which elicited a sense of familiarity. Residing in a city filled with elves, Roy often felt like an outsider. Despite Lady Belinda's repeated affirmations that Roy was a half-elf, he perceived himself as human. When Priest Reed gazed upon Roy, his expression softened as he noticed Roy's distinctly human ears. "Follow me," he instructed in a calm, albeit distant tone, leading Roy toward the end of the corridor and ascending the stairs to the second floor. Roy hurriedly followed suit, as the priest who had initially greeted him departed. Entering what appeared to be a confessional chamber, Roy found the room modest in size, featuring a communication window in the wall, alongside a table and two chairs. Priest Reed requested Roy to sit across from him. As Roy settled into the chair, he casually surveyed the dimly lit room. Priest Reed placed one hand on the table, retrieving a magical crystal, a square sand tray, and a glass hourglass framed in bronze. "Our testing procedure generally consists of 3 steps. First, we will use the magical crystal to ascertain whether you possess divine attributes. Even if you do not, there is no need for concern. I can also use hypnotic techniques to immerse you in a dream, to see if you have received any revelations from the goddess. Even in the absence of such revelations, I can teach you some simple prayers. If you can recite these prayers fluently before the sand in the hourglass runs out, and gain a modicum of sacred light, you will demonstrate the potential to become an apprentice priest. A sincere heart will gradually enable you to master these divine abilities. The goddess will not forsake any of her followers, regardless of their identity or race. Priest Reed meticulously explained the testing process to Roy, appearing quite thorough. Seated at the table, Roy rubbed his hands together and explained to Priest Reed, in truth, the appraisers at the Magic Guild advised me to come here and give this a try. Without awaiting a response to Reed's somewhat skeptical demeanor, Roy extended his right hand flat on the table, concentrating slightly, and a small flame resembling a firefly appeared in his palm. Priest Reed looked on in surprise at the sacred light in Roy's hand, then even conjured a flame the size of a candle on his fingertip, bringing it closer. With a gentle push, the two flames merged harmoniously. This is indeed sacred light, indicating that you possess the capacity to learn divine skills. Quite impressive. And the light is remarkably pure. Priest Reed's eyes brightened as he regarded Roy. While speaking, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. What is your name? Roy. Roy, would you be willing to learn divine arts with me? Priest Reed asked earnestly. If a devoted believer had heard Priest Reed pose such a question, they would have undoubtedly responded without hesitation. However, Roy was not one such individual. He had merely come to ascertain the nature of the light orb in his palm, intending to choose a more suitable discipline upon entering the Elven Academy. May I inquire what benefits are there in learning divine arts? Do I need to join the temple? Are there any strictures within the temple? Roy hesitantly asked. Priest Reed was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would not immediately express eagerness, but instead would ask a series of questions. Typically, those who could condense holy light had done so through daily recitations of prayers. They belonged to a group with a certain foundational belief. All followers of the Goddess of Liberty. Clearly, Roy was not one of them. He had merely come to verify the manifestation of holy light within him. Understanding this connection, Priest Reed's emotions settled. First, let me address your initial question. Is not learning itself a benefit? Reed countered. Roy shrank his neck slightly, pondering. Indeed, it is a good thing, but I am soon to attend school. I cannot possibly learn both simultaneously. Observing Roy's downcast gaze fixed on the table in silence, Priest Reed realized his words had not struck a chord with Roy. Learning divine arts indeed requires joining our Temple of Liberty, after which you will become a novice priest within the temple, Priest Reed continued. Currently, the temple boasted only 3 priests and 2 novice priests, prompting Reed's urgent desire to recruit new novices. Once you become a novice priest, you will need to adhere to the temple's guidelines, but those rules are quite lenient and will not interfere with your daily life. He paused briefly before adding, moreover, as a novice priest, you will enjoy many conveniences within the temple. He had hoped this would pique Roy's interest, but Roy merely lifted his gaze to Priest Reed, appearing to wish to listen quietly. For instance, you may freely enter our library, Priest Reed stated. Roy could only silently scoff, thinking that the library at the Elven Academy dwarfed that of the Temple of Liberty by a factor of 2. What value did the library hold? Studying divine arts can enhance your own power, Reed continued. Feeling that his explanation lacked vividness, he raised his staff and recited a prayer, causing a beam of light to descend upon Roy. Roy felt a refreshing sensation, akin to just having bathed and lying on a terrace at night, with the sea breeze gently blowing. Could this be divine arts? After mastering it, would he open a bathhouse in the upper district of Castledore? Roy felt somewhat confused, realizing it was unnecessary to waste time here. How about it? Would you consider? Priest Reed inquired. Since you possess holy light, it signifies that you are inherently a priest. Sitting across from Roy, Priest Reed spoke with pride. But I have already enrolled in the Elven Academy. I plan to attend school next week, and I might not have time to come here, Roy replied diplomatically. He then prepared to take his leave, contemplating whether to offer Priest Reed a fee or perhaps compensate him through a donation. Noticing Roy's lack of interest in his proposal, Priest Reed thought for a moment and said, as a novice priest, you will have 2.5 afternoons each week to read here, though you cannot take the books out of the reading room. With that, he stood and beckoned Roy to follow him. Exiting the confessional, Priest Reed led Roy to a room on the second-floor corridor closest to the main hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a strong, musty odor. The room was lined with bookshelves, and a wooden ladder was placed at the entrance for easy access to the tomes. Among these books were prayer texts, histories of the Temple of Liberty, and guides to casting divine arts. Although these materials held little value for outsiders, they were immensely precious to the priests. As Roy had not yet joined the Temple of Liberty, he could only stand at the doorway and peer inside, confirming that Priest Reed's claims were indeed true. Yet, he remained uninterested. During this period, the goddess had not bestowed any divine revelations. Despite the fervent prayers of the faithful, the goddess of liberty remained silent. And even the enlightening ceremonies held at the temple failed to allow the followers to perceive holy light. The Temple of Liberty had recently faced 2 personnel reductions, leaving only 5 individuals, including the novice priests. Just the other night, the chalice in front of the temple's holy water pool was stolen. Had it not been for the severe shortage of staff, such an embarrassing incident would not have occurred. Priest Reed felt a pressing need to bolster the ranks of the Temple of Liberty, and this young man before him seemed the perfect candidate. Having finally encountered him, Reed was determined not to let Roy slip away easily. Roy's disinterest indicated that the offered conditions were insufficient, so Priest Reed continued. You will only need to participate in prayers twice a week. Additionally, there are 3.5 afternoons where you can learn divine arts alongside me. Roy realized that his week was becoming packed, with school taking precedence, leaving no time for other pursuits. Standing in the corridor, he contemplated how to excuse himself. If you become a novice priest, you will receive a stipend of 4 bronze coins each week, Priest Reed added. Roy, who had been preparing an excuse, swiftly swallowed his words. He raised his head, meeting the expectant gaze of Priest Reed, and readily replied, Very well, I believe I am quite suited for this. Oh, I am indeed well suited to be a novice priest. Priest Reed was taken aback by Roy's swift change of heart. Seeing his enthusiastic agreement filled him with joy. Then, Roy, welcome to the Temple of Liberty. Roy had initially imagined that joining the Temple of Liberty would involve some ceremonial rites. To his surprise, it merely entailed the addition of his name to the temple's roster of clergy, with the designation of novice preceding it. Following this, Priest Reed guided Roy through the temple's other buildings. Due to the unresolved theft, the elven guards requested that the temple maintain the arrangement of all items within the main hall, preventing Reed from taking Roy inside. As the high priest of the Temple of Liberty in Castledore, Reed was accompanied by 2 subordinate priests, while the 2 novice priests served as students to these subordinates. Notably, the high priest had yet to find a student of his own. Now that he had finally located a pupil, he was eager to introduce Roy to others. This temple was constructed by His Grace Felix Mitchell, and I am currently serving as the 17th high priest, Priest Reed informed Roy. They reached the steps of the main hall, where Reed pointed to a stone statue of a figure grasping a dual-headed staff, saying, This statue is modeled after His Grace Felix Mitchell. At that moment, the priest Roy had seen earlier at the main hall approached from the side. Priest Reed quickly addressed him. This is Priest Theodore, who primarily oversees the distribution of blessed water from the holy water pool here. It is no wonder that he was stationed at the entrance of the main hall. It turns out he was guarding the area of the holy water basin from which the sacred chalice had gone missing. Roy promptly bowed to the unfortunate Priest Theodore while contemplating whether to share the information he possessed. Had he known that joining the temple today would lead to this, he would have urged the elven patrol to apprehend the thief yesterday. A twinge of regret washed over him. The Priest Theodore greeted Roy with a warm smile, expressing his welcome. Subsequently, High Priest Reed introduced Roy to Priest Anderson, as well as to the 2 apprentice priests, Jasper and Abbott, who were engaged in chores in the backyard. Priest Anderson was primarily responsible for the bi-weekly gatherings at the temple, where he preached the doctrines of the Goddess of Liberty to the congregation, celebrating the luminous deeds of the goddess. Both he and Priest Theodore belonged to the elven race, possessing far more handsome features than High Priest Reed. The 2 apprentice priests, Jasper and Abbott, were also elves, albeit of mixed heritage. Roy discerned subtle differences in their eyes and ears compared to the Silvermoon elves. Perhaps due to their elven lineage, they had not chosen High Priest Reed as their mentor. The 2 apprentices donned white robes adorned with subtle crimson patterns at the collar, cuffs, and belt, and they wore no hats. After such a long time, the arrival of new members brought them considerable joy. High Priest Reed then provided Roy with a set of apprentice priest robes, a belt, boots, and even arranged a small room for him furnished with only a bed and a wardrobe. Although Roy was now an apprentice priest at the temple, he still attended the Elven Academy and did not need to reside at the temple, only required to come in the afternoons and leave before dinner. This arrangement was quite lenient for an apprentice priest. Roy felt that this position not only offered opportunities for learning, but also provided a stable income and was conveniently located near his home, which he found quite agreeable. After familiarizing himself with the temple environment, Roy noticed the time was getting late. He placed the apprentice priest robes and boots in the wardrobe, and before leaving, he made a point to bid farewell to High Priest Reed, then walked down Brown Street back home. Roy had grown accustomed to dining alone. Elven dinners were quite simple, often consisting of just a plate of fruit or a fish. Tonight, Roy had only an apple. The mischievous little elf from the neighboring Jillian's house had been tossing small seashells, collected from the seaside, into Jillian's yard, then scurrying back into his own. This troublesome child was wary of provoking Roy, as Roy had reprimanded him on 2 occasions. His grandmother was a formidable elven woman, and the last time she confronted Belinda, Roy had been punished by scrubbing floors for a month. With his pointed ears peeking over the wall, he spied on Moira, who was squatting in the yard picking up seashells. When Moira turned to look, he bolted back inside like a startled rabbit. "Hey, Katie Wilner, if I catch you again, I'll kick your butt," Roy shouted through the window. Katie Wilner was born around the same time as Roy, but Roy's childhood had been significantly shorter. Now, Roy had matured into a young man, while Katie still appeared to be around 7 or 8. "Roy, I'm not afraid of you," Katie Wilner shouted back across the yard. Moira stood silently in the yard, tidying her wind-blown hair, placing the collected seashells into a wooden bucket by the wall. It seemed as though life had returned to its usual rhythm. Belinda seldom returned home before dinner. Wherever she went, her vibrant energy was always evident. Upon entering the foyer and spotting Roy on the couch, munching on an apple, she quickly slipped off her crystal sandals and rushed over to him, embracing him and planting a kiss on his forehead. She was a youthful Silvermoon elf, merely 300 years old, a young adult among her kin. After Roy's arrival, she gradually adapted to the role of a mother. "How have you been these past few days? I heard there was a murder on Brown Street. The security in the lower district is quite alarming." Roy closed his eyes, resting his forehead against Belinda's abdomen, a gesture that somewhat alleviated his embarrassment. He genuinely appreciated this maternal love. "Everything is fine, except that I happened to be right there when those crew members committed the murder. I was guiding them, and I never expected they would clash with Jefferson." Roy recounted the incident to Belinda, causing her face to pale and her lake blue eyes to fill with concern. "Next week, you start classes at the Elven Academy. How about we rent a room in the upper district? You could move there. It would be closer to the academy," Belinda suggested, believing that residing in the upper district would at least ensure better security. The primary reason she had moved to this area was not only due to the lower living costs, but also because it was home to many mixed-blood elves, who would not discriminate against Roy's half-elf heritage. Living in the upper district, Roy could only imagine how many disdainful glances he would receive, perhaps even becoming introverted and withdrawn like Moira, the girl next door. Roy, recalling his duties as an apprentice priest at the Temple of Liberty, resolutely shook his head and replied to Belinda, "Living here is just fine. I can take care of myself." He did not wish to dwell on the topic further, so he quickly shifted the conversation. "How is your work at the gallery going?" The mention of work immediately captured Belinda's attention. She leaned back wearily on the couch, massaging her sore shoulders. "The gallery is busy preparing for the opening exhibition at the Buenos Aires Arts Festival. We still have 2 sculptures in rough form. After another couple of weeks, we should be ready. If you're too busy, I can go to the Elven Academy for registration by myself on Monday," Roy offered. Observing this young man before her, it suddenly struck Belinda how much he had matured. She affectionately ruffled his hair, saying with pride, "My Roy has grown up, not only forming his own opinions but also becoming more independent." While Belinda was taking a shower downstairs, Roy ventured out onto the terrace. Each evening after dinner, he would come up here whenever he had time. It had become a habit. Moira's silhouette would often appear on the opposite terrace, and it was unclear when he had gained her trust. This shy and withdrawn elven girl was willing to chat with Roy for a while after dinner. Moira recounted the events that transpired at the dock today. The 5-masted ship hastily departed during the afternoon high tide. Roy understood that the captain must have been concerned about the elven patrol causing trouble for the crew, prompting such a hurried departure. The crew, having managed to sneak out for drinks right after docking and choosing to stay in a hotel, were clearly not ordinary sailors. It was likely that the ship had not even loaded sufficient supplies, let alone the goods and trade from Castledore harbor. However, the fact that these crew members could murder a mixed-blood elf and still depart so nonchalantly indicated they were exploiting loopholes in the laws of the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom. It was undeniable that the laws established by the elves were rather lenient. During the investigation phase, suspects were not detained, and the crew members enjoyed diplomatic immunity, allowing them to seek refuge aboard their ship. Now that those ruffians had sailed away from the dock, capturing them would be even more challenging. Moira leaned against the terrace railing, her hands resting on it as she spoke in a hushed tone. I have heard that he was merely intoxicated. He had grown accustomed to petty theft, yet he need not live such a wretched existence. My mother claims he was not always this way. He was once a noble of the Darkmoon elves, exiled to Castledore. In those early years, he awaited with hope for the North to pardon his transgressions. But perhaps the wait was too prolonged, and gradually he relinquished that hope. Eventually, he succumbed to alcoholism, transforming into an entirely different person when inebriated. Roy felt somewhat speechless. Listening to Moira's words, he could not shake the impression that this Jefferson was akin to Moira's father, albeit a rather negligent one. He then recalled that Lady Belinda had also raised herself alone, leaving Roy puzzled. Were all the men in the elven world thus? Moira often sought his companionship to confide in. On moonless nights, she would even stealthily invite him to the beach, where her delicate feet would leave shallow imprints in the sand, only to be washed away by the encroaching tide. It was only under the cloak of night that Moira's courage seemed to swell. Sabrina, however, always harbored the suspicion that Roy was deceiving Moira, and thus never bestowed him with a friendly demeanor. Roy suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he been more proactive, perhaps he could have averted that entirely unnecessary conflict. That night, Roy was plagued by peculiar dreams. He hardly slept well, awakening in the morning with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Before departing, Lady Belinda had left him a breakfast. Upon entering the Temple of Liberty, he noted the somber atmosphere. It appeared the recent theft had yet to be resolved, leaving the entire sanctuary rather desolate. Ordinarily, there would have been a gathering that morning, but it seemed to have been cancelled at the last minute. The apprentice priest Jasper stood with a net in hand by the pool before the statue of the goddess, retrieving fallen leaves. The courtyard had been meticulously cleaned. Upon noticing Roy's arrival, Jasper greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Roy." "Good morning, Jasper. Do you require assistance?" Roy inquired, striding forward. No. It is but a small task. I have no pressing matters today and can manage this while preparing for my prayer lesson," Jasper replied, winking at Roy to discourage his offer, clearly relishing his work. Realizing assistance was truly unnecessary, Roy retreated to his resting chamber, donning the robe of an apprentice priest. Today, the priest on duty at the main hall was Anderson. Roy approached him to offer his greetings. Anderson pointed to the second floor of the adjoining building behind the clock tower, informing Roy, "Priest Reed will be conducting a prayer lesson in that room today. You may go find him." Ascending to the second floor, Roy paused in the corridor, hearing Reed's voice emanating from within the room. With the ability to summon a radiant light in his palm, Roy was filled with anticipation for his studies in divine arts. He knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." "Come in," came Reed's voice from inside. Roy opened the door and stepped into the room, where he found Reed standing at a desk, facing apprentice priest Abbott, who was engrossed in a hefty tome, his head nearly buried in its pages as he diligently recited sacred prayers. Upon noticing Roy's entrance, Abbott peeked up from behind the book and winked at him. Reed gestured to the empty seat beside Abbott, inviting Roy to sit. Having just become an apprentice priest the previous day, Roy felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to attend lessons today, which brought Reed great satisfaction. "Roy, your timing is impeccable. For today, I am teaching these two some prayers, and you may listen as well. Of course, as a beginner. These prayers may be rather advanced for you. Feel free to start with a few simpler ones," Reed instructed. After sipping some red tea, he continued, "While mages gather their magical energy through meditation, we priests must cultivate the power of holy light through sincere prayer. Thus, prayers are an indispensable aspect of our daily lives. Your spiritual strength is still quite weak. You cannot yet learn divine arts, so focus on strengthening your mental training. Reciting this sacred prayer should be of great benefit to you." Roy accepted a hefty copper-bound book adorned with the image of the goddess, titled Sacred Prayers. It seemed to be an introductory text for apprentice priests, Roy mused. In truth, Reed harbored doubts himself, lately. He too struggled to connect with the goddess despite his fervent prayers, and he found it challenging to invoke her revelations and oracles, which greatly hindered his ability to perform divine arts. "Does gathering this holy light enhance one's spiritual strength?" Roy inquired. "Indeed it does. Though each individual may choose different prayers to recite. You need not confine yourself to any specific prayer. Simply attempt to recite a few of the simpler ones. As long as you can gather holy light, it signifies a strong affinity with that particular prayer, Reed elucidated. Observing Roy's attentive demeanor, he added, when you recite prayers, they transform into tiny orbs of light that accumulate within your body, typically dispersed throughout. When you employ divine arts, these powers are drawn upon. Should your internal reservoir of holy light be depleted, your ability to perform divine arts will cease. I will elaborate on the application of divine arts in due time. For now, your primary task is to gather and accumulate this holy light. Only when your body becomes a vessel for holy light can you wield more potent divine arts. You possess too little holy light at present. Once you concentrate your palm's flame to this extent, you will barely be able to learn a simple divine art, glimmering light. Reed demonstrated, conjuring an orb of light the size of an egg in his palm. The primary function of this divine art was to dispel darkness, possessing a faint healing property, albeit too weak to be of significant use. Roy regarded Reed intently, asking Reed, does reciting sacred prayers merely involve inviting the feeble orbs of light into one's body? Precisely. Thus, the entire morning passed with Roy clutching the sacred prayers, reading until his throat was parched, yet he could not muster even a hint of holy light. The prayers were in Elvish, which posed no difficulty for him. However, he found it disheartening that he could perceive no trace of holy power within the verses. Conversely, when the faint light in his right palm began to glow, the meager orbs of light that hovered nearby were drawn into it. It was undeniable that the room within the Temple of Liberty was suffused with an abundance of holy light. At home, he could never gather such orbs with such ease. By noon, the tiny orb of light in his palm had grown slightly larger than a chickpea, resembling a budding sprout, with even a hint of a tip emerging. Well done, Reed praised, noticing the increase in the size of the flame in Roy's palm. As class concluded, Reed beckoned Roy. Roy, are you set to attend Elven Academy classes next week? Indeed, Priest Reed. In class, you may call me teacher. Very well, teacher. After a moment's hesitation, Priest Reed continued. If time permits, I would like to request your assistance in investigating a matter. You may have heard that the Holy Grail in front of the holy water pool at the temple went missing a few days ago, and it has yet to be recovered. Should you discover any leads at the Elven Academy, please inform me in private. I will take it upon myself to investigate. Teacher, Roy readily agreed. Clad in the robes of a novice priest, Roy held a sacred prayer book as he traversed the outer corridor of the row of small buildings, where the walls and pillars were adorned with murals depicting the glorious deeds of the goddess of freedom. Numerous benches filled the temple, and at the far end stood a raised platform, against which was a relief sculpture of the goddess of freedom. This representation of the goddess bore a human form. One hand was raised high, wielding a magnificent sword, while the other tightly gripped a length of dark chain. Barefoot, she stood amidst a desolate ruin, her gaze directed toward the horizon. At that moment, Priest Theodore knelt before the statue, his hands clasped in prayer, murmuring softly. Though his devotion was palpable, the statue remained utterly still. The orbs of light that floated around Priest Theodore gradually converged towards his body. Roy noticed an alcove adjacent to the main hall, where a small pool, nearly overflowing, was situated in the center, emanating faint rays of holy light that danced like wisps of cotton in the air above the water. Since he had begun to perceive the faint light orbs surrounding him, Roy observed subtle changes in his perception of the world. Whenever he concentrated, he could see the luminescent orbs floating around him. Conversely, if he wished to avoid seeing them, it was as simple as closing his eyes and dispersing his thoughts. The stone platform in front of the holy water pool was empty. The Holy Grail that should have occupied this space was missing. This was Roy's first visit to the temple, and the grand relief sculpture created an atmosphere of solemnity that compelled him to keep his silence. As he approached the stone platform, he noticed the circular imprint left behind where the Holy Grail had rested, the stone within the circle appearing darker than the surrounding material. Standing beside the platform, Roy closed his eyes and imagined how he would escape the temple if he were that elven thief. It must have been morning when the theft occurred, and there would have been individuals in the courtyard tending to the water pool. Even a dim-witted thief would not exit through the main entrance. If not through the front, he would have to leap from a window. The windows in the main hall were positioned quite high, with no convenient points for climbing. There was a staircase at the right wall of the main hall, but it led only to the second floor, not outside. The second level of the temple featured an internal terrace along the walls, presumably designed so that if the main hall was filled with worshippers, the remaining attendees could stand on the upper terrace. Roy ascended the staircase to the second floor. And indeed, the terrace was adjacent to several stained glass windows. The sunlight streamed through the colored glass, casting an array of fantastical hues. Roy attempted to push open the thickly dust-covered windows, but most were locked from within. At the end of the terrace, he finally found a window that was ajar, and the dust that should have accumulated on the sill appeared disorganized. The thief must have exited through this very point. Pushing the window open, Roy found himself looking out at the northeastern corner of the temple's wall. Beyond the window lay a lush lawn, which had clearly been tended to, though the weeds had grown quite tall. The ground was only 4 meters below the window, and for a thief, leaping from this height would pose little challenge. Roy contemplated the passage of several days. If the thief had been astute, the precious Holy Grail might have changed hands already. He refrained from sharing his discoveries with Priest Reed, fearing that a misstep would brand him as impetuous in the priest's eyes. Just then, he noticed the novice priest Jasper entering. Rearranging the benches within the main hall, Roy hurried down to assist him. The divine arts here are quite challenging to master, Roy. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Although I have only scratched the surface myself, we can seek answers together. Jasper seated himself on a bench, extending a hand to Roy. They shook hands, and Roy nodded in acknowledgement. How long have you been here? Roy inquired. Jasper rubbed his forehead and replied, approximately 6 years. When I heard that the Temple of the Goddess of Freedom was recruiting novice priests to learn spells distinct from magic, I decided to join. Would you like to witness my divine arts? Certainly. Jasper quickly recited a prayer at a rapid pace, so swiftly that Roy could not discern the words. Only when Jasper slowed for the final part could Roy catch the words. Darkness, be gone. A beam of light ignited from Jasper's form, though faint. It instantly filled him with a sacred aura. In his palm, a small orb of light appeared, about the size of a snowball. Just as Priest Reed had mentioned, sufficient for learning spells. As the orb approached Roy, he felt a warmth envelop him, as if some of his inner shadows were being dispelled. I can feel the warmth. This is quite delightful, Roy exclaimed. It seemed that the elven sentinels had also discovered some clues, as the lawn in the temple's courtyard was scattered with disordered footprints, leaving Roy unable to find anything further of use. He even discovered clear signs of climbing at the northeastern corner of the wall. Roy ventured outside the surrounding wall, but aside from a crushed basil bush, he found no valuable information. The Temple of the Goddess of Freedom remained uneventful. Roy only needed to stay at the temple for half a day, so he departed in the afternoon. Both Jasper and Abut envied Roy, as they only had 1 day off each week. Jasper chose Monday while Abut opted for Tuesday. Far less freedom than what Roy enjoyed. As he walked along Brown Street towards the tavern, Roy spotted a neighbor's mischievous child crouched at the entrance of the apothecary. With a wooden bough slung over his back, he was peering sneakily into the apothecary's backyard. It seemed that all the children on Brown Street regarded Mrs. Winnie's Nightblade Panther as a formidable foe. Before becoming rangers, they would surely devise ways to conquer the great feline. Seeing Roy approach from a distance, the mischievous child quickly stood up, dusted off his backside, and scampered away. To him, Roy was far more intimidating than the Nightblade Panther. The tavern remained as quiet as ever, with several tables devoid of patrons. It would likely become lively later in the evening, after the dockworkers finished their shifts. The magical conch shell at the counter echoed with the song of a siren. The elven waitress, Lucy, sat alone at a table near the bar, engrossed in the melody. As Roy entered the tavern, Lucy promptly stood and turned her attention toward him. Lucy, may we converse? Roy asked. It is evident that Lucy is in good spirits as she gestures to Roy, inviting him to take a seat. I know you. Roy, what brings you here? She inquires. Do you remember what happened that day? Roy cautiously probes. Of course, that was the most unfortunate day of this month for me, Lucy replies, furrowing her brow as if reluctant to recall the events of that day. Roy offers an apologetic smile before continuing. When I left, a male elf carrying a package happened to walk in. Do you know him? Lucy ponders for a moment and replies, after you left, the establishment resumed its operations. I was questioned for quite some time by the elven guard, and then many customers came in one after another. I'm afraid I cannot quite remember which one you mean. He was the first customer to enter the tavern after the incident, Roy clarifies. Lucy bows her head in thought once more, shaking it again. A sense of disappointment washes over Roy as the last lead seems to fade away. Well, if you remember anything, please let me know, he says. Lucy smiles brightly, responding with, no problem. It seems that every elf looks enchanting when they smile. With no leads remaining, Roy wanders aimlessly around the docks. Several large ships have docked, and the summer bustle of Castleton Harbor is ever so lively and noisy. This time, Roy refrains from seeking any guiding work and instead strolls about aimlessly. Some crew members dangle over the ship's sides, using shovels to scrape barnacles off the hull, while boxes of goods are unloaded onto the docks. The fish market is still awash with wastewater, with many stalls displaying octopuses. Instead of finding the elven thief, he spots Sabrina assisting Mrs. Jillian in selling fish. Mrs. Jillian is a rather unique Silvermoon elf, independent and unwilling to accept help from others. She runs a fish stall at the docks to support her family of 3. As a Silvermoon elf, Mrs. Jillian possesses a depth of emotion, imbued with the romantic spirit of her kind, with every relationship arriving unexpectedly and often ending prematurely due to mundane matters. Roy, why haven't I seen you fishing these past few days? Mrs. Jillian skillfully slices a vibrant piece of tuna, wrapping it in banana leaves before handing it to a waiting customer. Roy quickly replies, Mrs. Jillian, I plan to attend the Elven Academy next week. I've been preparing for it these past few days. Mrs. Jillian raises an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Roy anew before saying, Even you are going to school. How swiftly time passes. Does that mean you will be classmates with Sabrina? In Mrs. Jillian's eyes, Roy, much like Moira, is still a child in need of care. Sabrina, occupied with cutting the collected banana leaves into squares for packaging the fish, pays Roy no mind. With Sabrina assisting at the fish stall, the number of customers tends to increase. Mrs. Jillian beckons Roy to the back of the stall and asks, I heard that Jefferson was killed by those outsiders while you were there. Upon hearing this, Roy realizes that Jefferson had a significant connection to Mrs. Jillian. With a hint of regret, he responds, Yes, I was guiding those crew members, and I should have stepped in to stop them. Mrs. Jillian wipes her hands on her apron, then pats Roy on the shoulder, saying, Anyone facing a group of thugs would instinctively react this way, Roy. It is not your fault. She then inquires, Do you remember the names of those outsiders? There was a mage named Benjamin. I did not catch the names of the others. I couldn't understand the imperial tongue they spoke. Roy explains to Mrs. Jillian. The fish market is bustling, and no one pays heed to their conversation. Mrs. Jillian's sharply arched eyebrows give her an air of elegance. Dressed in a leather apron, often weathered by wind and rain. Her cheeks are adorned with faint freckles, and her hands bear the signs of toil. She wields a short dagger specifically for fish, and the large tuna weighing over 100 pounds is nearly sold out. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she turns to her eldest daughter, asking, Sabrina, did you take the elective course in art and sculpture at the academy? Yes. Why do you ask, mother? Sabrina replies, looking up. The summer heat is intense, and her fair complexion has already turned rosy. When you have time, seek out Roy and have him describe their appearances to you so that you may create their portraits. Mrs. Jillian casually suggests. Sabrina furrows her delicate brow, softly expressing, but based on descriptions, the drawings may not be very accurate. Mrs. Jillian sighs lightly, glancing at her somewhat reluctant daughter. It doesn't have to be perfect. I merely wish to have something left behind of those who have passed. It may prove useful someday. After a moment's hesitation and seeing Roy's indifferent response, Sabrina finally agrees. All right. At this moment, Mrs. Jillian turns to Roy and asks, Roy, would you be willing to assist us? Standing behind the fish stall, Roy cannot help but internally grumble. You didn't ask me if I wanted to help when you were speaking to Sabrina. Why ask now? Though these thoughts cross his mind, he quickly responds, of course, no problem. It appears that Jefferson, who perished in the tavern, indeed had some connection to Mrs. Jillian, which explains the poignant words Moira spoke last night. Soldak's gaze inadvertently falls upon Sabrina's long, elegant legs, only to be met with a fierce glare from the alert Sabrina. Roy rubs his nose, swiftly averting his gaze. Within the Temple of Liberty, many of the structures are aged, including the windows and doors that show signs of considerable wear. Significant gaps appear between the windows, to prevent them from falling out. These windows have been nailed shut to the frames, rendering any original hinges useless. Roy's wardrobe is filled with a heavy, musty smell, and the wooden panels at the back are even covered with mold. Previously, Roy had merely passed by the temple's entrance, where the grand doors and the statue in the courtyard appeared relatively pristine. However, now that he has become an apprentice priest at the Temple of Liberty, he realizes just how dilapidated and decayed the temple has become. The two-story building adjacent to the main hall serves as the dormitory for the priests, with 2 apprentice priests still in the front courtyard. Meanwhile, 3 priests gather around a round table in a dimly lit study, where sunlight filters through the gaps in the wooden door, casting shafts of light into the shadowy room. This space is relatively private, although the door appears worn. It houses many valuable tomes that were once protected by magical wards. Priest Reed sits at the table, his brow furrowed, quietly stating, "Since Priest Felix Mitchell entered the divine realm, the number of temples in the elven world has been steadily declining. And now the temples across the various regions are struggling to survive. Is it a matter of funding?" The young priest Anderson inquires, puzzled. The priest Reed gently shook his head and remarked, "The majority of our funding for the Temple of the Lady of Liberty comes from the outputs of certain territories. Thus, financial constraints are not our primary concern." The priest Theodore, privy to some of the internal matters, interjected, "The Moon Temple merely holds respect for His Grace Mitchell, yet harbors no fondness for us priests. In some regions, the elven nobility collectively boycotted the followers of the Lady of Liberty long ago, refusing to employ them. However, Castleton has not yet witnessed such occurrences." The young priest Anderson, puzzled, inquired, "We are merely welcoming the marginalized from the elven world, those forsaken by the Moon Temple. Why do they reject us?" Reed touched his forehead and replied, "This silent battle among the temples has never ceased. Furthermore, it seems the goddess has found it challenging to attend to the elven realm lately, likely due to the unfortunate progress of the divine war. We have received news that a significant number of priests have begun to journey to the Dark Lands to participate in the divine conflict." At this point, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. It was evident that the three priests had some foreknowledge of the situation. Yet, when they heard Reed openly discuss this matter, their expressions shifted. "Does the bishop wish for us to join the fray as well?" Theodore inquired of priest Reed. Observing Reed's tacit acknowledgement, Theodore's emotions surged. "But our personnel here is barely adequate for the temple's fundamental operations. How can we spare priests for a divine war?" At this moment, priest Reed produced a letter, its seal unmistakably bearing the emblem of the Lady of Liberty. He stated, "The most dire scenario may involve leaving behind an apprentice priest to oversee the temple, or perhaps abandoning this place altogether, as some temples have already done. For us, relinquishing the temple is not the gravest of troubles." Reed paused, his gaze resting on Theodore and Anderson's faces. "The gravest predicament we currently face is the theft of the Holy Grail. Although it possesses no remarkable power, it is a sacred artifact blessed by the goddess. Only by bearing the Grail into the Dark Lands can one avoid losing their way in that realm." Upon hearing this, Theodore's countenance fell. Damn it, who could have stolen the Grail? As the day of enrollment at the Elven Academy arrived, Roy found himself standing alone before the Academy's gates, which were already teeming with incoming freshmen. In truth, the threshold to enter this academy is quite low. A mere payment of 4,000 kolar permits anyone to study within its walls. Of course, accommodation and learning materials are additional expenses. Each student must select at least 3 subjects annually, with a maximum of 6. All subjects require a defense examination at the end of the term, and a grade of C- is deemed unsatisfactory. In such cases, the student must retake the subject in the following year unless they choose to forfeit it in favor of another, thereby necessitating a retake until deemed satisfactory by the instructors. Notably, even when retaking subjects, the annual tuition of 4,000 kolar remains unchanged. Should a student possess ample energy and manage their class schedule wisely, it is indeed beneficial to undertake as many subjects as possible each semester. However, among the elven students, a significant majority pursue their studies while working part-time. This means they first labor to earn the necessary tuition and living expenses before attending classes. Throughout their studies, they must continue working to cover daily expenditures and save for the following year's tuition. This open system has its clear advantages. At least when students invest their hard-earned money into their education, they tend to engage earnestly during lectures. Otherwise, failing the final examination could result in additional expenses for retaking the course the following year. Furthermore, to graduate successfully from Castleton Elven Academy, students must receive approval in at least 60 subjects from their instructors, implying that the quickest graduates will still need to spend a minimum of 10 years here. The vast majority of part-time students opt to enroll in only 3 subjects annually, allowing them to reserve time for external employment. Unfortunately, this signifies that these students may require 2 decades to graduate from the academy. Yet, for the elves, such a duration is hardly significant. Roy navigated through the bustling crowd into the academy gates, where he spotted a rather human-like individual amidst a throng of youthful elves, creating a somewhat discordant scene. Unacquainted with these elves, Roy squeezed through the crowd toward the registration area, regretting his earlier decision to arrive amidst such a throng. The grassy area in front of the academy's tower was still spacious, and many elves had formed lines on the grass. Roy obediently joined the queue. With the 4,000 kolar prepared by Lady Belinda in hand, Roy stood under the blazing sun for nearly 2 hours before successfully paying the tuition and receiving his student ID and a receipt. Subsequently, Roy joined the throng, entering the main hall. Here, freshmen could select their subjects, making it advantageous to arrive early, as each subject has a limited capacity. A slight delay could mean missing out on desirable courses. Standing before a row of parchment hanging on ropes, Roy perused the introductions to various subjects, momentarily bewildered, as he had not previously contemplated what he wished to study. The registration hall was bustling with activity, alive with the chatter of excited newcomers. The elves, known for their love of comfort and leisure, displayed such exuberance only during festivals like the Aelin Festival. Some young elves, adorned in elegant silk skirts and white shirts with leather vests, gathered around a line of hanging parchment, intently studying the descriptions of various subjects. Naturally, selecting an appropriate course is of paramount importance for these newly enrolled young elves. Simpler courses imply a meager acquisition of knowledge. Attending such classes would feel unjustified given the tuition paid. Conversely, opting for more challenging courses not only renders the learning process arduous, but also leads to considerable stress during the final defense, potentially resulting in the need to retake courses. Roy learned about the intricacies of course selection from Moira. Don't ask her how she knows. After all, Moira has an older sister who has already spent 2 years at the Elven Academy. Now, Roy stood before a piece of parchment. It appeared that individuals were providing informative introductions for each subject. Today marked the freshmen's registration, and upperclassmen were not involved in course selection. Consequently, the recommended courses were primarily introductory and beginner level. Each subject listed beneath the parchment featured numerous courses, resembling a skill tree. Progressing from foundational courses to more advanced topics, the courses suitable for newly admitted students were situated at the roots of the skill tree, providing the foundational knowledge essential for these subjects. Moreover, much of the basic knowledge is interconnected, offering students ample opportunities for selection. Prior to entering the Elven Academy, Roy had already contemplated the general direction of his studies. He intended to pursue martial skills, navigation, and literature and history. He found these subjects intriguing and was eager to explore these unfamiliar realms. Particularly, he was curious about martial skills, as Sabrina had attended the Elven Academy for 2 years and was now capable of easily overpowering Roy. This time, Roy opted to enroll in a beginner martial arts training class. As for navigation, Castleton is a port city, and whatever he chooses to pursue in the future, it will likely involve traveling by boat. Moreover, the Elven world is filled with sailing vessels, which are fundamentally different from the ships and yachts Roy is accustomed to. Surprisingly, under the navigation subject, there exists a course on the geography of the Elven continent, which Roy duly included in his application. Regarding the humanities, he applied for the course on the modern history of the Silvermoon elves. If he possesses magical aptitude, he also intended to enroll in an introductory magic class. However, it seems that is no longer feasible. He must study divine arts at the Statue of Liberty. Although it is not his first choice, the prospect of paid education appears quite appealing. Amidst the bustling crowd, listening to the upperclassmen elucidate various subjects, Roy finally settled on 3 courses. Had the scheduling permitted, he would have liked to enroll in a 4th. He could only attend classes at the Elven Academy in the mornings, as he was required to go to the Statue of Liberty in the afternoons for divine arts training. The hall was teeming with young elves, and along one wall, Roy completed his form and handed it to a scholar clad in a long academic robe. Upon seeing Roy, the instructor expressed a hint of surprise. "You are human?" the scholarly figure inquired. Roy candidly responded, "I am a half-elf. My mother is a Silvermoon elf." His proficiency in Elvish was remarkable, imbued with the accent of Castleton. The instructor wished to converse with Roy in Elvish since the 2 courses he had chosen necessitated a solid foundation in the language. For those humans who struggled with Elvish, the first year invariably included a language course. Well, these 3 courses are not yet full, so you have successfully registered. Remember to come to the Academy's training ground tomorrow morning for a physical assessment, the instructor remarked leisurely, jotting down Roy's name in a thick catalog before continuing. The Elven Academy possesses a commendable philosophy. They believe that knowledge knows no boundaries. Here, they do not restrict half-elves or mixed bloods. Even humans can study if they pay the requisite tuition. Grateful for the instructor's words, Roy bowed respectfully and made way, as a line of new Elven students queued behind him. Exiting the lecture hall, Roy descended a lengthy flight of steps flanked by lush laurel trees. The glaring sunlight struck his face, and after a few moments under the scorching sun, he swiftly retreated to the shade of the trees, where a pebble-paved path lay. Numerous new students sought refuge from the sun's rays beneath the trees, as elves too are averse to prolonged exposure. Their skin can darken with too much sunlight. Young elves often perched on the low walls beside the path, typically males, who would brazenly gaze at passing beauties. When particularly striking elven maidens strolled by, some young elves would leap from the wall, running to engage them in conversation. Roy found this behavior entirely normal. What surprised him was when someone approached him to strike up a conversation. It was a delicately featured male elf. Dressed in a beige vest and a white shirt adorned with a bow tie, his sleeves featuring a design reminiscent of lantern pants, creating the illusion of two fluffy white pom-poms at his wrists. He also sported light-colored lantern pants. Elves have a penchant for silk, and this young elf's attire was exquisitely crafted from silk, with his pant legs gathered at the ankles, complemented by unremarkable leather boots. Male Silvermoon elves are typically strikingly handsome, and this young elf was no exception. His neatly groomed silver hair and translucent skin, coupled with prominent pointed ears, gave him a fresh and appealing appearance. He did not obstruct Roy's path, but instead walked alongside him, introducing himself. "Oh, hello, my name is Wagner Clare. May I get to know you? I am also a new student this year." Roy replied, maintaining his pace without hesitating or rejecting the introduction, noting Wagner's well-groomed nails devoid of any makeup or embellishments. Along with his clear gaze, Roy felt a hint of camaraderie forming. "I was right behind you in line. I noticed you also registered for the beginner martial arts training class. I chose that course too, so it seems we will be attending class together for the upcoming year. I thought I'd come over to introduce myself," Wagner quickly explained. Roy then halted, extending his right hand. "Wagner, it is a pleasure to meet you. At the Elven Academy, there are no fixed classes. Students only sit together if they enroll in the same course, and it is likely that in the next class, they will encounter a different group of peers, walking side by side along the tree-lined path." Roy found it puzzling that amidst the throng of elves in the hall, many of whom were undoubtedly striking, he had been approached by Wagner. Their conversation flowed easily as they strolled. Wagner displayed impeccable manners, frequently employing honorifics in his speech, a habit characteristic of elven nobility, which, in Roy's view, elevated his status. It was evident that Wagner harbored no ill intentions. Their dialogue was thoroughly enjoyable. Regarding the textbooks required for their courses, the academy instructors provided Roy with two options. The first was to borrow from the library, though the availability of such textbooks was limited and often somewhat worn. The second option was to purchase new ones from a bookstore, although these parchment volumes could be quite costly. Roy surmised that the new books would be favored by the affluent elven nobility, and he considered borrowing a few older, albeit serviceable, texts from the library, even if they were worn or missing pages. When Roy mentioned his intention to visit the library, Wagner suggested, "Why borrow from the library? Would you like to join me in the back street to purchase used textbooks from upperclassmen? Many of them come complete with neat class notes and highlighted key information. After they finish their courses, they sell these books at stalls in the back street at the beginning of each new semester. Shall we go take a look together?" "Sure," Roy replied eagerly. Following Wagner across the Elven Academy, he soon realized that the institution was far from ordinary, occupying the three-tiered hillside of Castleton. The tallest teaching buildings resembled ancient trees reaching dozens of meters high, their canopies lush with foliage. As Roy walked through the campus, he discovered that these towering structures were designed to mimic trees, with plants growing atop the roofs. Vines climbed the sides of the buildings, giving them the appearance of towering giants. The academy lacked a cafeteria or dormitories. All external students were required to rent accommodations nearby. As for lunch, this posed no challenge for the elves, who preferred simple fare of fish and fruit, often carrying an apple in their pockets for a quick meal. The academy also lacked definitive walls, and open lawns separated it from the street. The paths flanking the lawns are adorned with numerous artistic sculptures, many of which offer an interpretation of the exquisite curves of the human form, leaving Roy in awe. Thick Street is bustling with a variety of shops and workshops, and there is a modest market where secondhand books are displayed on stalls, tended by young elves, as Claire described them. Some elves even don the long robes of their academy. Indeed, the prices of the textbooks here are almost half that of new books in bookstores. The older the book, the cheaper it becomes. Many volumes are densely scribbled with elvish script. Naturally, not all the elvish writing on these pages consists of class notes. There are also personal reflections, whimsical poetry, and some rather chaotic scribblings. It is likely that these elven students have cultivated a unique culture around the tradition of passing down old books. Roy, however, found it a bit overwhelming. After much deliberation at the stalls, he finally located 2 second-hand books with only minimal class notes, each purchased for a mere 130 kolar. If they were new, the price for these 2 volumes would likely be around 400 kolar. Indeed, books in Castleton are quite expensive. It would take nearly a week of Roy's earnings to acquire 2 second-hand textbooks in fair condition, which brightened his mood considerably. Having secured his textbooks, Roy intended to leave the Elven Academy, as he had to study divine arts at the Statue of Liberty in the afternoon. Before departing, he could no longer resist inquiring of Claire, who was waving him goodbye at the roadside. "Claire, may I ask you a question? If I don't, I might not sleep well tonight. Why did you choose me?" Claire, her hands tucked into her pockets, with 3 art textbooks tucked under her arm, equivalent to beginner's scores like those of Canon, leaned against a laurel tree, exuding a certain charm. Her expression not one of arrogance, but rather amiable as she prepared to bid Roy farewell. "What?" Claire initially seemed taken aback by Roy's question. He repeated, why did you choose me as your new friend at the Elven Academy?" Claire chuckled, her clear eyes sparkling with mischief. "Want the honest truth? Of course. But you mustn't get angry or sever ties with me. I assure you, I mean no harm," Claire declared, patting her chest. Roy readily agreed. "All right, I promise." Claire lowered her voice, confessing, "I fear being beaten in the martial arts class. A friend of mine enrolled in that beginner's martial arts course and was constantly battered by his sparring partner until he eventually gave up, wasting a whole year." Roy was caught off guard by such a reason. After bidding Claire farewell at the corner of Thick Street, Roy clutched his 2 books and hurried towards the lower district. The distance from the academy to Brown Street required traversing a section of the city, quite far indeed, but fortunately, the route was mostly downhill. Timely arrival at the Statue of Liberty should not pose too much difficulty for Roy. Just as his figure was about to disappear down the steps of the street, Sabrina and 2 of her friends emerged from Thick Street. Spotting Roy from afar, she recognized him immediately as he jogged toward the lower district with 2 books in hand. Unable to resist, Sabrina paused, stretching her slender neck to gaze in his direction. She inherited half the bloodline of wood elves, standing notably taller than her companions. Her friend curiously asked, "Sabrina, who are you looking at?" No one," Sabrina replied, momentarily flustered. Her friend nudged her back, urging, "Let us go." Another friend, burdened with a hefty stack of books, lamented, "What a hassle, I have to retake classes this year." Under the glaring sun, Roy dashed along the cobblestone streets. Passers-by cast their gazes upon him, leaving behind only the silhouette of his vibrant energy. After navigating several cross streets, he finally entered the lower district. As Roy rushed into the narrow streets of the lower district, he failed to notice a frail elf lurking in a nearby alley. With unkempt hair and bloodshot eyes, warily observing the pedestrians, resembling a homeless wanderer. A dagger was tucked between his belt and abdomen as he fixated on Roy's retreating figure. Moments later, he receded back into the narrow alley. In stark contrast to the bustling upper district, the buildings here appeared older, the streets narrower. Even the drainage ditches along the sides had become dilapidated. In some areas, the stones covering the ditches were missing, revealing the filth within. Particularly on rainy days, the accumulated rainwater from the upper district would rush down the slope, flooding the dark ditches with foul sludge. The buildings were densely packed, with clothes of every hue hanging from the rooftops. This was the living area of the common elves, and the conditions here were far worse than those near the port on Brown Street. Brown Street, being the edge of Castleton and adjacent to the docks, at least did not suffer from such overcrowding. Elves can be impoverished too, and their numbers are not insignificant. Many young elves leave their hometowns upon graduating from the academy. The journey from the Elven Academy to the Statue of Liberty took nearly an hour. Weary, Roy felt his legs weak, and the air he breathed seemed to turn salty. Upon reaching the entrance of the temple, he noticed the grand iron doors were wide open, with numerous worshippers streaming into the courtyard. Following the flow of people, Roy entered the temple courtyard. The novice priest ABT stood at the main hall's entrance and promptly said, "Roy." Priest Reed said to find him in the study when you arrive. "Understood," Roy responded loudly. Navigating past a row of cypress trees, Roy entered his resting quarters. He opened the wardrobe and hung his sweat-soaked clothes on a hanger, wiping some of the perspiration from his body. After a brief moment of rest, he donned the robes of a novice priest. Subsequently, Roy proceeded to the study to meet High Priest Reed. Knock, knock, knock. Roy rapped on the door, and a voice from within called, "Come in." Stepping into the study, he found High Priest Reed poring over a thick tome at a round table, which was also cluttered with a stack of letters. Upon noticing Roy's entrance, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Roy, please go help Priest Osido in the main hall. He may be overwhelmed. Once he finishes there, come back to see me." Before Reed, there lay a peculiar map. Roy glanced at it and observed that over 90% of the irregularly shaped parchment was blank, with only a small area in the lower left corner depicting simplistic symbols of mountains and rivers. A conspicuous red dashed line cut through these drawings. The book Reed was examining was also a collection of maps, leaving Roy puzzled as to its purpose. He bowed to High Priest Reed, uttered a "got it," and departed. Crossing the threshold of the main hall, Roy discovered that the temple was packed with worshippers praying to the Statue of Liberty. They filled the benches, hands clasped in reverence, fervently reciting prayers. The uniformity of their recitations echoed throughout the hall, creating an illusion for Roy, reminiscent of walking through a campus filled with the sound of students reading aloud. Priest Anderson stood on the platform, hands joined, his expression solemn as he fervently recited prayers with closed eyes. The devotees gathered below were following him in prayer. Some faithful individuals entered gradually, seeking vacant seats to join the collective supplication. The sound of prayers had a profoundly calming effect. Regrettably, Roy had yet to memorize even the simplest phrase. Although he could recite from the book, it would prevent him from chanting with his eyes closed. Roy felt he needed to practice more diligently, at least to appear more professional. The temple had established a choir, yet this time, he did not observe any members nor hear their singing. Instead of taking the central path, Roy quietly approached the side room where the holy water pool was located. Apprentice Priest ABT stood beneath the high platform, closest to Priest Anderson, reciting prayers along with the congregation. Roy did not see Jasper. It was said that a great deal of holy light gathered in the temple during prayers, yet Roy noticed that aside from the brilliant aura emanating from Priest Anderson, ABT only contained a faint glimmer, and the other devotees were not bathed in holy light at all. Though the devotees prayed, it seemed to yield no results. Priest Osido was responsible for managing the holy water pool in the western chamber of the temple, where some believers awaited in line. Upon entering, Roy saw Priest Osido standing alone before a stone platform, on which lay a deep silver basin filled with clear water. Before him knelt an elf devotee, pallid in appearance, while Osido dipped his hand into the basin and poured water over the devotee's forehead. Noticing Roy's entrance, he promptly gestured for him to assist. Priest Osido assigned Roy the task of using a silver spoon to distribute the holy water to those who had completed their baptism. The water in the holy pool indeed shimmered with tiny particles of holy light. If one focused closely, they could see golden specks floating atop the surface, reminiscent of fish scales. The water in the holy pool was, in fact, the well water that he and Jasper had drawn the previous morning, its holy light continually dissipating, necessitating Priest Osido's constant reinforcement with divine magic. Roy stood by, scooping the holy water into portions for the faithful. Once the rituals concluded, Priest Osido's complexion resembled that of a blank sheet of paper, and he only returned to his quarters to rest after all the devotees had departed. Observing the joy on their faces as they left with the holy water, Roy felt that these devotees were even more devout than he. After the faithful had exited, the temple hall and baptismal room were left in disarray. Roy took out a broom to begin cleaning, and soon after, Apprentice Priest ABT joined him. In the past, such efforts were unnecessary, as the chalice could fill the water with blessings. ABT remarked wistfully. Roy paused, realizing that the stolen chalice had such a purpose. ABT sighed, moving a stool aside as he continued. Now it is different. All the blessed water must be consecrated by Priest Osido himself. Who knows if we can ever recover the chalice? Roy found it hard to comprehend why Priest Osido needed to infuse the water with divine power. Why do you think these elves chose to become adherents of the temple of the free goddess? ABT inquired, not waiting for Roy's reply before continuing. Of course, it is because the priests within the temple can heal their ailments, dispel gloomy feelings, and provide hope. Isn't drinking the sap of the world tree preferable? Roy asked. ABT retorted indignantly. Drinking the sap of the world tree is indeed better. But are you not aware that all the world trees are under the control of the Moon Temple? Only the Silvermoon elves can receive the sap. Other elves do not have this privilege. A cup of diluted world tree sap sells for $500 on the black market. Roy stood frozen, having never considered the value of world tree sap before. Previously, it was always Lady Belinda who brought it back, casually placing it on the dining table. And sometimes Roy would forget to drink it in time. He pondered that if not for raising him and providing a life free from the discrimination of other elves, perhaps Belinda could have enjoyed a comfortable life in the upper district. At this point, ABT shifted the subject, perhaps feeling that Roy, as an apprentice priest, could relate. He poured out his grievances to Roy. I do not know what has happened. The daily prayer sessions have multiplied several times over. Yet the power of holy light we receive falls short of half of what we previously obtained. It seems the goddess is drifting further away from us. Roy, how have you been feeling lately? Roy hesitated slightly before responding. I have only just begun to sense the power of holy light. I have yet to memorize those sacred prayers. Oh, then you must strive harder, ABT replied, raising his chin slightly, an expression of superiority overtaking his face. Grasping the broom, he turned and walked towards the other side of the hall, even tiptoeing as if he had found a source of joy in his interaction with Roy. After completing the cleaning in the main hall, Roy returned to the study to meet Priest Reed. Priest Reed had already gathered the largely blank parchment and, with only a geography atlas remaining on the round table, gestured for Roy to take a seat opposite him. He began with the usual discourse. Wizards gather magical power through meditation. We gather holy light through prayer. Pausing for a moment, Priest Reed looked at Roy and continued, thus, when you have time, you must pray. Diligence will yield rewards, as little accumulates to much. Hearing Priest Reed constantly emphasize prayer, Roy inquired, Teacher, is our prayer solely for the purpose of gathering holy light? Priest Reed swiftly covered Roy's mouth and, with a quick and stern tone, stated, as a priest of the temple of the free goddess, one must never entertain such thoughts. Prayer is to affirm our faith, and the divine's response is what grants us formidable holy power. His tone softened slightly as he added, there will always be places in this world where sunlight does not reach. We are not only the bearers of faith, but also its guardians, tasked with dispelling all darkness with holy light. He fixed his gaze upon Roy until Roy nodded repeatedly, allowing him to sit properly once more. At that moment, what captivated Roy's attention was not Priest Reed's words, but rather his right hand, which lay flat on the table. A spherical mass of divine light emerged from his palm, resembling a seed of light. This luminous orb was the size of an egg, significantly larger than the firefly-like glow he had shown to Priest Reed a few days prior. Roy observed that this seed-shaped light had extended an invisible tendril, completely colorless and transparent, akin to an octopus tentacle, which twisted and twirled, swiftly absorbing the surrounding particles of holy light. Roy could distinctly sense its presence, akin to seaweed swaying at the ocean's floor, constantly oscillating at the base of the light seed. The tendril possessed an inexplicable magnetism, effortlessly capturing any stray particles of holy light nearby and drawing them back to merge with the seed of light. This entire sequence of actions was fluid and aggressive. The particles of holy light lingering near Roy's palm were quickly absorbed into the glowing orb. This is entirely different from the description provided by High Priest Reed, leaving Roy somewhat bewildered. The luminous orb, akin to a seed in his palm, was clearly visible to High Priest Reed as well. You must be diligently praying at home. Otherwise, this orb couldn't possibly grow at such a rapid pace. It appears quite promising. In fact, you could integrate it into your body using the method I taught you, Reed praised Roy. With wide eyes, Roy did not remove the orb from his palm. Instead, he allowed the formless tendrils to consume the nearby particles of holy light. Master, is there a way to condense holy light without prayer? High Priest Reed gently explained. In truth, countless particles of holy light drift around us. These particles are drawn to the holy light energy gathered within our bodies. When they approach closely enough, they will be absorbed. However, this natural accumulation of holy light energy is exceedingly weak. Usually, we rely on prayer to invoke the power bestowed upon us by the divine for such condensation. As Reed spoke, particles of holy light floating around him nearly landed on his garments before gradually dissipating into his form. Unbeknownst to him, Roy could distinctly perceive the holy light particles surrounding him. Master, do the holy light energies we accumulate in our bodies sometimes extend tendrils to capture those drifting particles? That certainly does not happen, High Priest Reed assured him. At that moment, the orb in Roy's palm devoured several more particles of holy light, and he could clearly see it slightly swell, taking on the appearance of a seed on the verge of sprouting. Listening to Reed's response while observing the orb in his palm, Roy found himself ensnared in a chaotic contemplation of what constituted the truth. Noticing Roy lost in thought on his chair, High Priest Reed speculated that his previous words might have disheartened the young acolyte. Pondering how to safeguard this promising apprentice for the temple, observing that the orb of holy light in Roy's palm had grown to the size of an egg, he remarked, "This substantial mass of holy light is indeed sufficient for condensing the simplest divine spell." He then continued, "The glimmering illumination spell is the most fundamental introductory divine art." Capturing Roy's attention, he elaborated, "This spell possesses the power to dispel darkness and offers a slight healing effect. Are you interested in learning it?" "I am eager to learn," Roy replied, filled with curiosity about the magic and divine arts of this fantastical world. High Priest Reed rose and retrieved a book from the shelf behind him. This tome, slim in nature, resembled a copper box, its cover a delicately patterned copper plate, complete with a clasp and a finely crafted hinge. Undoing the clasp, he opened the book, revealing only a few thick pages of parchment. The first page contained a prayer, accompanied by a design made up of several sacred symbols, with numerous guiding lines illustrated beside it, each line serving as an annotation. Flipping through to the subsequent pages, Reed noted the more comprehensive explanations. Satisfied, he nodded and said, "This book contains detailed annotations on the glimmering illumination spell. You may read it carefully, and should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." "Thank you, Master." Roy moved the somewhat hefty copper box before him, refraining from immediately examining the pages illustrating the divine art. Instead, he lifted his gaze to inquire further, "Master, as an apprentice, will I eventually become a priest? What lies above the rank of a priest?" Without a moment's hesitation, High Priest Reed responded, "A priest, having mastered powerful divine arts, can ascend to become a high priest after receiving divine enlightenment. The title of high priest is not merely a designation within the temple. It signifies a rank among the clergy." Roy, still curious, pressed on, "And what follows the high priest?" Reed squinted slightly, contemplating before replying, "According to my teacher's accounts, when one's soul merges with the shadow of the goddess, and their body becomes one with holy light, they may ascend once the power of holy light reaches a critical threshold. I cannot elaborate further, as I have not attained that level myself. In fact, beyond the high priest, there are two paths, the priest and the battle priest." Roy held little interest in becoming a priest. He did not wish to be a reclusive ascetic clad in tattered vestments. Thus, he inquired, "Master, could you enlighten me about the battle priest? Do you aspire to be a battle priest?" High Priest Reed asked. Roy, who had never contemplated such a role, found himself nodding in acknowledgement. Reed continued, "The divine arts practiced by battle priests differ fundamentally from those of priests. While priests primarily focus on healing, battle priests wield spells that confer blessings. They can enhance their own abilities and those of their companions, including strength, speed, endurance, and weaponry. Thus, a battle priest must possess unwavering conviction and a robust physique. Otherwise, even with divine power, they risk becoming mere trophies for the enemy on the battlefield." Now understanding that a battle priest requires mastery of both martial and divine arts, Roy asked, "What lies beyond the rank of battle priest?" Reed explained, "Upon promotion, a battle priest becomes a chief justice, while a priest ascends to bishop. It is said that bishops, endowed with formidable divine arts, can wield the great resurrection spell, yet the specifics of promotion were never divulged to me by my teacher." After explaining this to Roy, Reed instructed him to practice the glimmering illumination spell in the room, while he himself departed, holding a geographical atlas. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Priest Theodore echoed in the corridor. Seated in the study, Roy meticulously read the annotations in the book, one hand cradling the orb of holy light. The formless tendril continued to capture the particles of holy light within the area of the round table, further solidifying the seed of light in his grasp. The process of learning the divine art was exceedingly tedious. He struggled to comprehend the meanings of the symbols, yet was compelled to memorize them. Not only did he need to commit them to memory, but he also had to master the hand movements required to draw them. Each stroke, as well as the connection to the prayer, came with meticulous demands, rendering the process quite complex. Fortunately, Roy was filled with curiosity regarding the divine arts and dedicated the entire afternoon to his studies. Initially, Roy's attempts to draw the symbols were clumsy and awkward. However, this level of learning posed little challenge for Roy, who had participated in various tutoring sessions since childhood, studying English for exams and self-learning Japanese out of interest. When his drawings appeared too unsightly, he dipped his finger in water to practice on the round table. The prayer proved somewhat tongue-twisting, prompting him to recite it aloud in the study. as there was no need for secrecy regarding this introductory divine art for apprentices. During this time, High Priest Reed visited twice, the first time to correct Roy's pace and rhythm while reciting the prayer, emphasizing that speed and fluency were not synonymous. The second visit was to rectify errors in Roy's rendering of the sacred symbols. The advantage of having a teacher was undeniable, even for a mere apprentice. Reed promptly corrected various mistakes that arose during Roy's practice and pointed out shortcuts. Initially, Roy found it impossible to cast this simple divine art. However, as time progressed, he succeeded in casting it once out of every 5 or 6 attempts. Roy spent merely an afternoon learning the glimmering illumination spell, most of which was dedicated to condensing the holy light. Observing a faint glow hovering above his head, akin to a large light bulb illuminating his presence, he felt a sense of unease. However, as his thoughts began to flow, the luminescent orb drifted freely within a 5-meter radius of his body. Wherever his gaze landed, the glow would lazily float toward it. Roy contemplated that he would no longer require a lantern for his nocturnal strolls. It would indeed be quite convenient for night fishing, as this glow could float independently, unlike a lantern that needed to be carried. Regrettably, it was not magic. Roy secretly yearned to wield a fireball, to throw it, and watch it explode spectacularly. The afternoon passed swiftly. When he exited the temple, Roy could barely manage to cast the glimmering illumination spell. A sense of accomplishment filled him as he realized he had truly learned divine magic. On Brow Street at dusk, the shadows of the buildings stretched long. The sun had yet to dip below the horizon, yet the distant sea shimmered with glints of light. Not far from his feet, the coastline revealed itself at low tide, unveiling the rocky area where Roy frequently fished. Some elves in tattered clothing scoured the beach for sea treasures, most of whom resided nearby. In the temple courtyard, the statue of the goddess of freedom was only graced by sunlight on its crown. The rest of the statue, including the temple, lay in shade. The dock was sparsely populated. Only during high tide did boats come to port. At this moment, several small wooden boats lay stranded on the mudflats in the shallow waters. During low tide, Lady Jillian typically rested at home. Roy, clutching 2 textbooks, passed a fruit stall where he spent 28 keller on a breadfruit. This fruit, with its 5 sections of flesh, was enough to sustain him and Belinda for 2 days. The fruit stall thrived, offering fresh and affordable produce, and was a favored spot for residents of Brow Street. Elderly elves often gathered nearby, chatting until darkness enveloped the sky. The evening sea breeze was brisk, tousling Roy's hair. He lamented not wearing a hat as he walked. The light dimmed, and the leaves of the olive trees along the street rustled in the wind. A sense of being watched crept upon him, yet when he glanced back, all appeared normal. Roy chided himself for being overly anxious, reflecting on how, with age, his courage seemed to wane. Passers-by occasionally strolled by, and he noticed that the feeling of being followed dissipated whenever someone approached. Once alone, however, the sensation returned, and he distinctly heard soft footsteps around a corner. Throughout his journey, Roy remained uncertain if someone pursued him. Arriving at the apothecary's door, he spotted the Nightblade leopard tethered to a post. The large feline was usually wary of him, as they had engaged in a game of wits over the past year. This time, however, the leopard fixated on something behind Roy. He spun around abruptly, finding the street empty, save for the howling wind. The darkness deepened, yet he sensed no presence. However, the feeling of being watched lingered. After waiting a while at the street corner, he failed to encounter any familiar faces to accompany him. The Nightblade leopard, having observed him for a moment, yawned and redirected its gaze to Roy. A long carriage filled with passengers appeared at the incline and soon halted before the apothecary. This passenger carriage resembled a city bus, allowing elves to board for a mere 2 keller, disembarking at any point along its route, which, while fixed, lacked designated stops. The wooden door swung open from within, and Sabrina, clad in a pale yellow gown, stepped out, her head bowed. She quickly spotted Roy standing at the apothecary's entrance. Ignoring him, she smoothed her wind-tousled curls and, clutching her books, proceeded homeward. The sea breeze accentuated the graceful contours of her legs beneath the gown. The last time they were alone together was the previous summer, when Sabrina had thoroughly thrashed him. It was then that Roy awoke from his unconsciousness, discovering he had traversed into this enchanting world of magic. Though their history bore some tension, it belonged to the past, a haze of memories that Roy now found elusive, as if veiled in a delicate mist. Thus, without a second thought, he called out, "Sabrina, wait." She did not turn but slowed her pace until he caught up, at which point she furrowed her brow and regarded him with curiosity. Did Lady Jillian not ask you to paint portraits of the sailors? Roy inquired cheerfully as they walked forward together. I haven't had the time lately. Perhaps in a few days, Sabrina replied, somewhat awkwardly, her expression stern. Oh. I've also been quite busy these past few days, Roy responded casually. At that moment, the unsettling sensation of being followed vanished. Roy exhaled softly, pondering that the person must possess a form of stealth, albeit lacking skill, afraid of being discovered. As he walked, he glanced back once more, finding the long street deserted. Upon entering his yard, he noticed Sabrina retreat into her home without a word. Roy cautiously surveyed the street. Mela stood on the adjacent second-floor balcony, waving at him. He pointed toward the door, signaling for her to enter. After removing his shoes and ascending the wooden staircase, he arrived at the balcony. Although Mela was typically reserved around outsiders, she was at ease with Roy, often engaging in conversations from their respective balconies. Roy, how was your first day at school? Mela asked with curiosity. Her bright eyes bore a resemblance to Sabrina's, yet her delicate features embodied the graceful charm unique to Silvermoon elves. She possessed an innate beauty that evoked a sense of compassion, and when she stood alone on the moonlit balcony, an air of melancholy beauty enveloped her. It was quite good. I made a new friend on the very first day, Roy replied, his thoughts lingering on the shadowy figure that followed him. Wishing to observe from the balcony for any signs of the stalker. What do you plan to study? Mela inquired further. Navigation, history, and martial skills, Roy answered without hesitation. I saw you returning with Sabrina. Has she finally acknowledged you? Mela probed. Not yet. The image of Sabrina's stern expression flashed in Roy's mind, prompting him to hastily clarify. Mela chuckled, teasingly asking, Are you planning to win her over? At that moment, Roy, distracted by the surroundings, failed to catch her words. What? Nothing much. After finishing speaking, the shadow vanished in a flash. At the entrance of the Roy household, Mrs. Belinda, cradling a large paper bag, was using the heel of her shoe to pry open the gate. On the first day of school, Belinda had hurried back to celebrate with Roy, bringing along a substantial amount of food. With her golden curls and lovely dress, she exuded an air of urban elegance. Roy, come see what I brought back for you. Mrs. Belinda called out to Roy, who was on the terrace. In high spirits, she strode into the house, kicking off her leather boots at the entrance and placing the paper bag on the dining table. Roy rushed down from the terrace at that moment. A golden-hued pastry rolled out from the bag. Evidently, it was meant for Roy, as the sprites were not fond of such grain-based delicacies. He pinched one between his fingers, brought it to his nose for a sniff, and then took a hearty bite. This buttery croissant is delightful, crisp on the outside and soft and fragrant within. With a hint of sweet bean filling, Roy praised. Mrs. Belinda, placing her hands on Roy's shoulders, enveloped him in a warm embrace, her heart brimming with emotion. My little Roy has finally entered the academy. There, you will meet like-minded friends and experience many fascinating adventures. Cherish this beautiful time and strive to acquire knowledge. It will greatly benefit your future. I understand. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years, Mother. Although Mrs. Belinda appeared somewhat youthful, Roy spoke with sincere earnestness. It was rare for Belinda to witness such sentimentality from Roy, and she held him tightly. Roy could catch a whiff of the lilac fragrance emanating from her. Mrs. Belinda urged him to sit down, then leaned in, cradling his face affectionately, saying, I am so glad you like that Sprite Academy. As dusk turned to night, the sprite, concealed in shadows, shifted his slightly numb left leg. His stomach growled, yearning for sustenance, yet he hesitated to surrender so easily. The half-sprite must have seen him leap from the temple wall and might already harbor suspicions. He touched the dagger at his waist, contemplating whether he could employ stealth to infiltrate and eliminate silently before retreating. However, he quickly realized the peril of such an endeavor, as dwelling within that house was a Silvermoon sprite. Confronting an adult Silvermoon sprite, even a soft-spoken female, was not something he dared to take lightly. Who could know what she had learned over the past 2 centuries? If discovered, escape would be impossible. With this thought, the frail sprite withdrew completely into the shadows. In recent days, he had felt like a rat in a sewer, spending most of his time hiding. He had initially planned to slip away to a countryside village when the sprite guards lowered their vigilance. Jefferson had been killed. He could very well be next. The thought sent a chill through him. Despite the hardships of the past, they had never been as fraught with danger. He longed for a drink at the tavern at the end of the street, but ultimately managed to suppress that desire. All of this chaos stemmed from that accursed chalice, and now he found himself unable to escape its consequences. The sprite guards were on an extensive hunt. Who would have imagined they would go to such lengths for a gilded cup? In the morning, before heading out, Mrs. Belinda prepared a simple breakfast for Roy. "Roy, would you like to join me as I leave?" she asked, standing at the door of his bedroom. "I'll run out on my own in a bit," Roy replied, poking his head out from under the covers. Once Mrs. Belinda had departed, Roy finally rose, still bleary-eyed, entirely unaware that a sprite thief had been lurking outside the courtyard all night. He pinched a half piece of bread from the plate and swallowed it in one bite. After sipping the fruit tea on the table, he hastily grabbed 2 textbooks and dashed out of the house. Sunlight bathed the street, banishing all shadows. Arriving at the street corner, he spotted Sabrina waiting for the long carriage, clutching 2 books, accompanied by a few others. "Good morning, Sabrina," Roy greeted as he approached, expecting her to remain aloof as usual. This woman was quite vengeful. Although their last encounter had seen her in the ascendant, she generally preferred to ignore him. Roy, hearing her call, he halted. "When are you free to describe those sailors who killed Jefferson?" Sabrina bit her lip and inquired. "This afternoon. Would that work?" Roy pondered before responding. "I'm busy this afternoon. Let us do it after dinner." Having agreed to create portraits of the fugitive sailors that evening, Roy clutched his 2 books and hurried towards the Sprite Academy. After diverting his gaze from the complex scene, Sabrina turned to gaze at the distant sea. At the academy entrance, Wagner stood beneath a hibiscus tree, anxiously scanning the street. Only when Roy, drenched in sweat, sprinted through the academy gates did Claire intercept him. They exchanged greetings and walked into the academy together. The martial training ground of the Sprite Academy was adjacent to the archery range. A vast expanse of grass where the central area had been trampled, revealing a circular patch of earth. This was the junior martial arts practice area. By the time Roy and Claire arrived at the training ground, numerous sprites were already gathered there. They curiously scrutinized Claire and Roy, but the attention on Roy was notably more pronounced. The instructor, who arrived fashionably late, was a female sprite clad in snug leather armor, a belt around her waist, with a sword, quiver, and bow slung over her back, striding with firm steps. As she passed by Roy, she abruptly halted and turned to him, asking, "Human? Half sprite? My mother is a Silvermoon sprite." Roy had repeated this line countless times. The female instructor then stood at the center of the training ground, beckoning the loosely gathered young sprites to come closer. "Come, classmates, this is the junior martial arts training class. I am your instructor, Abbot Nora." Learning junior martial arts entails some fundamental physical requirements. If any among you lack the necessary physical fitness, it is still possible to change courses, go back, train diligently, and return next year. The training ground of the Sprite Academy was filled with many young sprites, all newcomers to the academy this year. They were brimming with curiosity about the junior martial arts training course. Upon hearing instructor Abbot Nora's call, they all gathered around her. The sprites in the training ground were distinctly divided into 2 groups. Surrounding instructor Abbot Nora, the formation resembled an upper and lower lip, entirely separated by a narrow passageway that could accommodate only a single person. The larger group comprised Silvermoon sprites, with younger noble students at the forefront. The other group consisted of mixed blood sprites, whose numbers had been steadily increasing in the lower districts of Castleton, often saving up to attend the Sprite Academy after securing employment. Roy stood among the mixed blood sprites. However, as he wished to converse a bit longer with Claire, the 2 stood at the gap dividing the 2 groups. Claire was on the side of the Silvermoon elves, while Roy stood with the half-elves. There were many newcomers in similar situations. Some Silvermoon elves were indifferent to bloodline heritage and had formed friendships with half-elves. The instructor, Nora, was renowned for her excellence in teaching basic martial skills, and a physical fitness test was expected soon. Claire whispered to Roy amidst the surrounding noise, which still buzzed with the excitement of their enrollment. Instructor Abbot Nora, a female Silvermoon elf with silver hair cascading just to her shoulders, stood patiently in the center of the open space, waiting for the surrounding commotion to subside before she began to speak. "Since no one is preparing to withdraw, let me assess your physical fitness, flexibility, and balance. Each of you is required to undergo a preliminary fitness test, and I hope everyone present will meet my standards." One hand rested on the hilt of her sword while the other thumbed her quiver, exuding a commanding presence. "How did you know she would make us undergo a fitness test?" Roy quietly asked Claire. Claire casually replied, "My sister mentioned it. She worried I might not pass this test and had me train in advance." Roy felt somewhat speechless. He had spent nearly all his time this past year either dreaming or fishing. "So, do you know what the test entails?" Roy inquired. Claire raised his light golden brows proudly and declared, "Of course. It's an obstacle course that requires us to navigate various obstacles on the grass field within a time limit." With that, he pointed toward the training area. Roy followed his gaze and spotted a row of obstacles on the west side of the field, including water pits, stone walls, and dirt mounds, all clearly marked by the footprints of many passersby. Instructor Abbot Nora led the way, with the two groups flanking her as they proceeded toward the course. Roy felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had not prepared for this at all. The obstacles included a narrow bridge over a water pit, a stone wall built atop a pile of jagged rocks, and even extended into the woods, appearing quite daunting. Roy even noticed a several-meter-high cliff within the trees. The path stretched from the other side of the woods, connecting to a narrow, low wall that curved back to the starting point. Instructor Abbot Nora stood at the front, explaining the rules. Roy intended to squeeze to the front to listen better. At that moment, several Silvermoon elves suddenly pushed through the crowd, surrounding Claire and Roy. Among these elven students were numerous small groups, and Roy had not witnessed any conflict between them, so he was taken aback by the trouble brewing. Two elves clad in light leather armor stepped forward, their gazes fixated on Claire with a playful malice. Claire met their gaze defiantly. "What a delightful coincidence, Claire. I didn't expect to see you in the martial arts class," remarked one silver-haired elf in light armor, a finely crafted dagger at his waist. His words laced with a hint of hostility. He patted Claire on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper mockingly, "When the groups are formed, be sure not to rush into teaming up with others. Since we're such good friends, we should look out for one another." Claire shrugged off his hand and coldly retorted, "Steve, there's no need for your concern. We share no friendship." The elf named Steve raised an eyebrow, laughing as he replied, "Your words are truly disheartening. If it weren't for your sister's influence, I wouldn't be standing here today." His gaze flickered over to Roy, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "And who might this be?" Roy responded, surprised by the confrontation on his first day of school. He merely wished to study quietly at the academy and had no intention of courting trouble. Yet, having befriended Claire, he felt that retreating now would brand him as a coward in the eyes of others. He did not want to enter the Elven Academy with a reputation as a friendless outcast. Though slightly overwhelmed, Roy resolutely stood by Claire's side. The two glared at the Silvermoon elves before them. Claire cast a grateful glance at Roy. Although Roy was uncertain about the campus atmosphere at the Elven Academy, he believed that these elves would not dare to cause a scene in class. True to his thoughts, it took only a few moments of standoff before they attracted the attention of surrounding elves. The young elf named Steve smirked slightly and remarked, "Claire, has your taste changed? Do you now enjoy the company of half-elves?" "Mind your words," Claire hissed, lowering his voice. "Everyone, the test is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. And those in the back, do not cluster together." Instructor Abbot Nora's voice rang out from the crowd. The elves surrounding them dispersed with a rush. Without the crowd as a barrier, none dared to confront Nora. Steve turned, casting a glance back at Claire, smiling as he stepped out of the throng. Roy felt that Steve's glance had been directed at him. Considering Claire's behavior since the start of the term, it was evident he had anticipated today's conflict from the very beginning. "I'm sorry to have dragged you into this," Claire said, his expression awkward. What could Roy say? He couldn't directly declare, "Let us sever ties." Instead, he patted Claire on the shoulder and assured him, regardless of the outcome, "I will stand by you." Claire felt a surge of gratitude and replied, "That guy is Steve. He isn't a newcomer this year. He has deliberately avoided passing the basic martial arts exam just to come here and confront me." "Why would he want to confront you?" Roy asked. Claire chuckled lightly. "It's a family feud, I suppose. My sister used to confront members of his family during her time at the academy. Steve was thoroughly beaten by her for half a month last year. Every class, she would turn him into a punching bag. So this year he has come looking for you?" Roy was utterly speechless. Claire, slightly distressed, tapped his forehead and lamented, "I did not expect my sister would choose this time to engage in some academy exchange activities." Roy shot him a glance, bluntly calling him out. Even if she didn't participate in the exchange activities, she wouldn't opt to retake the basic martial arts class, would she? Claire chuckled sheepishly. "That's true. So, no matter what, you're the unfortunate soul waiting to be beaten," Roy concluded. Claire laughed heartily. "That's not entirely accurate. The practice partners in class are typically fixed, which is why I chose you." Faced with Claire's candid reasoning, Roy found himself at a loss for words. "If I fail this test, what do you think will happen?" Claire suddenly shuddered, clutching Roy's shoulder with a pleading expression, and said, "We are friends, right?" Roy nodded. Have you never undergone such a test before? Claire inquired suddenly. Without hesitation, Roy nodded. Stay close to me, Claire instructed Roy as they approached the starting line. This test is typically conducted in pairs, so pay attention to my movements. There are certain techniques involved. Even the number of steps taken while vaulting is fixed, along with speed and rhythm. As they moved forward, they observed several elves already in motion. Just as Claire had predicted, pairs of participants were simultaneously undertaking the test. Among them were Silvermoon elves and half-breeds, and Roy and Claire found themselves in line. The training session boasted over 200 students, so it was evident that completing the test would take some time. Finally, it was their turn. Standing at the starting line, Claire appeared quite at ease, while Roy exhibited signs of nervousness, his palms slick with sweat. Ready, set, go? Commanded instructor Abbot Nora, who stood on a raised platform in the center of the track to observe the students' performances. Roy mimicked Claire's pace, beginning with a light jog. Their speed was modest, and the first obstacle, a water pit, was approached. 2 logs lay across it, serving as bridges. To pass successfully, they had to traverse these logs. The logs were narrow and lengthy, clearly designed to test their balance while running. Claire surged ahead with hardly any deceleration, arms outstretched, gliding across the log with effortless grace. What seemed simple for Claire turned perilous for Roy. As he attempted to scale the first wooden wall, he miscalculated his momentum. His first foot landed too high on the panel, causing him to falter on the second step. He narrowly caught the edge of the wooden wall, pulling himself over just in time. While a firm grip and a strong push could have easily propelled him over the wall, Roy's execution appeared clumsy. The subsequent walls loomed higher, transitioning from wood to stone. If not for Claire's timely assistance in slowing down and guiding him, Roy might have faltered at the second stone wall. Focus on your breathing, Claire whispered beside him. Speed isn't the main concern. Remember to place at least 2 steps on the wall to reach the top. Aim for the center where the wear is most pronounced. There will be easier spots to leverage. It took some effort to conquer the first stone wall, and Roy nearly stumbled at the second. Fortunately, Claire was there to help him. When they reached the highest stone wall, Roy surprisingly vaulted over it with newfound fluidity. He realized that running was where his strengths lay. He often jogged along the beach in the mornings. However, he felt a pang of inadequacy watching the elves, who moved with such agility over the wooden barriers. Eventually, after a series of stumbles, Roy and Claire stood before instructor Abbot Nora. The elven instructor, holding a parchment book, located Claire's name and noted past next to it. When she turned her gaze to Roy, she scrutinized him intently. Your speed is adequate, but your body lacks agility, she assessed. Roy nodded sheepishly, feeling the weight of her words. Instructor Abbot Nora continued, your flexibility is significantly lacking, and your joints appear quite rigid. This will pose challenges as you embark on your studies of basic martial skills. Your coordination is the weakest among the group, so you must enhance your physical capabilities swiftly. Otherwise, you will struggle with subsequent exercises, and passing the final evaluation may be out of reach. Roy hesitated before asking, Instructor, what can I do to improve my physical condition? Increase your daily workouts, including flexibility exercises. When running, incorporate balance-enhancing routines, she advised. I will enhance my physicality as quickly as possible. I wish to attend classes, Roy declared stubbornly, unwilling to abandon his chance to study martial arts. Instructor Abbot Nora pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed, before conceding, very well, but remember, during the final evaluation, I shall offer you no leniency. Claire, overhearing the exchange, eagerly tugged Roy away. I thought you might choose to give up, she remarked with a sigh of relief. Why give up? I'd still have to enroll next year. Roy replied casually, just as he spotted Steve completing the physical test, a peculiar smile on his face. I intend to pair with Roy, Claire announced to instructor Abbot Nora after all the elves had completed their tests. The instructor regarded Claire's handsome visage and, with a half-smile, inquired, Are you a Claire? Yes. Wagner Claire, he affirmed. Instructor Abbot Nora nodded, lightly tapping his chest. You resemble your sister. I hope you two will become an outstanding ranger. Claire's smile faltered. Your request is approved, the instructor concluded. Thank you, instructor. Claire replied respectfully, bowing. As Abbot Nora turned away, other elves approached with various questions. Claire draped an arm over Roy's shoulder, proudly stating, See? That was easy. Roy, however, felt differently, especially after the peculiar smile from Steve following the test. The first martial arts class consisted solely of the physical assessment, and with its conclusion, the class neared its end. Instructor Abbot Nora instructed everyone to prepare a set of light clothing, for they would commence martial arts training the following day, an essential study for every elven ranger. The students cheered at the announcement, marking the end of the class. In the morning, Roy had a geography class, needing to follow the posted numbers to the corresponding classroom. Claire had enrolled in ancient elven language, astronomy, botany, sculpture, and music, none of which matched Roy's schedule apart from martial arts. Claire was headed to the music room for harp lessons, having signed up for 6 courses, with 2 more major classes in the afternoon. After completing geography, Roy's morning classes concluded, and he would later go to the Statue of Liberty Hall for divine studies. Following the posted numbers, he entered the 3rd teaching building of the academy. Although it was his first visit, the numbered signs along the corridor guided him easily to the classroom. The design of this educational building is quite unconventional, featuring an elliptical structure divided into various classrooms that defy the norms of traditional architecture. Each classroom connects to the corridor, yet none adhere to the typical rectangular form. One such classroom, dedicated to geography, is circular in shape, with 2 entrances on either side, accessible by a short corridor. The classroom is entirely open, lacking doors. Upon entering, one is greeted by walls adorned with an array of maps, including those of the 3 kingdoms of the elven continent, alongside the endless sea to the east and the twin seas to the west. At the room's center lies a massive sand table, encased in a protective cover, showcasing meticulously crafted representations of mountains and rivers. Surrounding the room are display stands featuring miniature models of various geographical formations, including mountains and rifts, while the greenery around is composed of unique plant specimens native to the Silvermoon kingdom. As Roy stepped into the classroom, he found himself immersed in a new realm of knowledge. He noticed that the eastern continent resembles a lamb leg. Before he could trace the coastline to locate Castledore on the sand table, Professor Harper Gustav, the geography instructor, entered the room. This elderly elf, whose age was indeterminate, walked in with a slight hunch, leaning on a cane, dressed in a white robe and a conical hat. The previously noisy classroom fell into an immediate hush as a group of students waiting at the door bowed to Professor Harper. Following suit, Roy respectfully acknowledged the elf teacher. The geography instructor made his way directly to the sand table, scanning the room before focusing on the model before him. Without calling the roll or introducing himself, he pointed with his cane to a raised area on the sand table and, in a deep, gravelly voice, declared, "This is the port of Castledore in the Falmouth region. It is merely 200 kilometers from Buenos, yet it belongs to a different district than this elven capital." He elaborated that the location is situated in the central part of the elven kingdom, on a peninsula jutting into the sea, bordered by water on 3 sides, with a thriving fishing industry. His speech was rapid yet rhythmic. Roy listened attentively while flipping through his textbook, realizing that the professor spoke casually, not adhering strictly to the textbook's order. When he reached the page detailing Castledore's port, he found Harper Gustav's account far more comprehensive than what was written. The page contained haphazard notes, prompting Roy to jot down the professor's insights into a parchment notebook as he stood in a discreet corner. After swiftly concluding his description of Castledore, Professor Harper slowed his pace and addressed the class, urging them to be prepared to articulate their knowledge of Castledore when asked about their studies at the academy. He emphasized that since they had chosen to study geography, his expectations were simple. They must be able to identify the nearest city to any town he mentioned and accurately locate it on a map. For cities, he required them to know landmarks, population, and local specialties. His geography class demanded memorization rather than creative interpretation. Mastering the knowledge was tantamount to passing. He gestured to his head, turning in a circle to survey the students. His voice, though not loud, carried significant weight. "Understood? Understood." The students chorused in unison. Roy was somewhat astonished. The seemingly unassuming old man held considerable authority. In that moment, Roy overheard a student murmur, "Don't be fooled. His final assessments are the toughest." Last year, he posed the question, after the eastern coastline is completely blockaded, how many days would it take the elven guard from Buenos to reach the Inna House in the St. Marguerite Forest? That single question led to a third of the students having to retake the course. Roy felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that geography would not be an easy subject. Professor Harper's words indeed captured the students' attention, their expressions turning serious. The formal lesson commenced, and Professor Harper's engaging delivery contrasted with the abundance of rote memorization required. The class stretched nearly 2 hours, during which Roy diligently noted the key points shared by the professor in his parchment notebook. He found the information scrawled in his textbook to be too chaotic. After all, a good memory is no match for a poor pen. Interspersed within the lesson were many of Professor Harper's personal insights, which were absent from the textbook. In this classroom, few students took detailed notes like Roy. Most merely underlined important sections and scribbled brief annotations beneath. There were no chairs in the classroom. Everyone stood to listen, including Professor Harper, who conducted the entire lesson on his feet. As noon approached, rain unexpectedly began to fall. The droplets cascaded down, forming a curtain of water over the steps at the entrance of the building. The entire city was shrouded in gray clouds, and gusts of wind caused the rain curtain to sway. Roy stood under the eaves, vexed by his lack of an umbrella. In the elven kingdom, umbrellas were not commonplace, often regarded as accessories primarily for elven women. Elves generally did not mind light rain, frequently donning lightweight leather armor, which was inherently water-resistant, or rain cloaks. Roy had to hurry to the Statue of Liberty. For lunch, Lady Belinda had graciously prepared a croissant filled with jam, fragrant with the aroma of dairy. He devoured the pastry in a few bites and wrapped his textbooks in the oiled paper that had encased the bread, hoping to shield them from the rain. Balancing the books atop his head, Roy took a deep breath and dashed into the downpour. As Steve arrived at the entrance with a group of friends, they caught sight of Roy dashing into the rain, balancing his books. A few elves glanced at Steve, whose countenance bore a somewhat menacing expression. "Let us pursue him," he commanded. The elves, cloaked in elven garments, rushed out into the rain under the watchful gaze of other students on the steps. They hastily boarded a waiting carriage, and the driver cracked his whip, urging the horses onward in pursuit of Roy's fleeting figure. Steve pushed open the left window of the carriage, and a gust of wind, laden with rain, soaked the patterned curtains, splattering droplets onto his face and causing him to squint at the rain-drenched street outside. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated. Some elves held umbrellas in one hand while pressing down their skirts with the other, while others strode purposefully through the rain, enveloped in leather cloaks. The elves' attire was typically exquisite, and rain could cause colors to run. Rarely did one see an elf, like Roy, sprinting in the downpour. Vendors scurried with their goods to evade the rain, rendering the streets almost deserted. Those without rain gear sought refuge in nearby shops, and a carriage emerged from the curtain of rain, halting beside Roy at the roadside. The carriage door was abruptly thrust open, and several young Silvermoon elves leaped out, making their way swiftly towards Roy. Roy paused, momentarily taken aback. The rain poured down with increasing intensity, leaving his clothes nearly drenched, the icy droplets seeping down his trousers and into his shoes. At that moment, Roy finally discerned through the curtain of rain that the figure leading the group was Steve. Their pace was brisk. Upon noticing him, a few of the elves instinctively parted ways. Roy understood that their approach was certainly not an invitation for lunch, nor was it a mere aimless stroll in the rain. The only plausible explanation was that they were there to cause trouble. Faced with such a multitude, Roy unhesitatingly turned and darted into the alley on his right. A thief, an elven rogue, concealed himself within a narrow alley of the lower district. This alley served as a crucial passage from the upper town to the seaside docks. Although there were other routes leading to Castleton's docks, this particular street offered a significantly shorter distance. The alley, flanked by 2 rows of terraced houses, was not spacious, cluttered as it was with useless construction debris, wood, bricks, tiles, and discarded wooden furniture, rendering the already confined space feel even more cramped. The clouds above transformed into a scaly pattern, and gusts of wind carried the briny, cold scent of the sea. He adjusted the half-cape draped over his shoulders. The weather was unkind, threatening rain. It had been incessantly raining of late. In Castleton, this type of half-cape was quite popular in the lower district, primarily for its convenience. Elves venturing to the coast would don such capes even if they barely covered their behinds. Light and unburdening, they did not hinder movement or outdoor endeavors such as gathering shellfish or transporting goods at the docks. The sole drawback was that trousers would inevitably become soaked. The elven rogue tucked his dagger into his cloak. The coastal rain posed a significant risk of corrosion to iron items. Without prompt oiling, the dagger would rust quickly. This dagger was among the rogue's most vital possessions. He had chosen this alley to ambush a young human primarily because it provided an alternative escape route. Should his plan falter, he could swiftly retreat into the alley. As he awaited the approach of the human lad, the rogue envisioned his scheme. He intended to spring from the alley as the youth descended from the main street, seizing the books in his possession before dashing into the adjacent alley. If the human possessed any semblance of courage, he would pursue. The elven rogue calculated that he could lure him into the opposite alley, a dead end lined with the rear entrances of various shops, typically littered with refuse, so desolate even during daylight hours. It was an ideal locale for his undertaking. If he could evade the human's gaze for but a few seconds, he could vanish into obscurity. Once the boy entered, he would circle behind him, draw his dagger, and slit his throat, afterwards fleeing to the countryside to evade detection. With the witness eliminated, no one would know who had stolen the Holy Grail. Just as he was poised for action, the sky began to drizzle. The elven rogue grew anxious that the human lad might seek shelter from the rain, pulling the hood of his cloak down over his greasy hair. The rain intensified, and the rogue shivered in the downpour. He began to consider finding a spot to wait out the rain, perhaps returning at a later time, when suddenly he spotted the boy rushing through the curtain of rain. Nervousness gripped him. Even amidst the rainfall, he could not discern whether his palms were damp from rain or sweat. Just as he prepared to leap forth, a carriage unexpectedly emerged from the rain, halting him in his tracks. To his dismay, the carriage came to a stop at the alley's mouth, completely obstructing his path to ambush the human lad. Wiping the rain from his face and cursing his misfortune, he glanced up to see several young Silvermoon elves jumping down from the carriage. Startled, he instinctively wanted to flee, but noticed the elves paid him no heed. He quickly recoiled deeper into the alley, peering through the cracks in the bricks. He watched as the Silvermoon elves pursued the human lad, who abruptly halted and veered into the dead-end alley. The elven rogue stood dumbfounded in the rain, realizing that his meticulously crafted plan had once again unraveled. The rain continued to pour. Roy sprinted down the street, where the alley was devoid of people. Spotting the clutter within, he dashed inside. Cloaked figures followed his lead into the narrow passage. The rain had diluted the foul odors that typically permeated the alley. Steve lifted his rain hood, granting him a clearer view of the dismal surroundings. "You cannot escape," he growled menacingly. The alley was strewn with refuse. The rear entrances of shops flanked by heaps of waste emitting a putrid stench, some piles even oozing with filth. To the privileged young elves, this dismal environment felt akin to the depths of hell. The rain pooled on the ground, floating decayed fruit peels that further sullied the street. As Steve stepped forward, the heel of his finely crafted lambskin boot squished down upon a fruit pit, the abhorrent sensation triggering waves of nausea within him. The young elves pursued Roy for several dozen meters before the wretched environment forced them to a halt. Noticing his companion's reluctance to proceed, Steve begrudgingly raised his hand, calling off the chase. Roy reached the alleys and only to discover it was indeed a dead end. Yet, he could not retrace his steps. Though the elves were no longer in sight, he could only guess where they might be hiding. At that moment, he was uncertain of his next move. While he hesitated, he noticed a door nearby swing open. A shop assistant emerged, struggling to carry a box of refuse. Ignoring the shop's purpose, Roy charged forward and dashed inside, soaking wet. The sudden intrusion startled the assistant, causing him to nearly topple over as he dropped the garbage. Upon entering, Roy realized he had stumbled into a tea house. Elven cities lacked true restaurants, as their diet consisted primarily of fruits and fish. For elves, food was monotonous and bland. Consequently, establishments like this tea house had become quite popular in Castleton, where tea paired with various fruit platters had become a favorite among young elves. Due to the rain, the tea house was nearly empty, though a few elves sheltered beneath the eaves outside, showing no inclination to enter for tea. As Roy burst in, the shop staff initially mistook him for a thief. A female elven server shouted, "Hey, how did you get in here? What do you want? Is he a thief? Stop him. Don't let him escape." Other staff members echoed urgently. Unwilling to be hindered, Roy proclaimed loudly, "Excuse me, I'm not a thief. I'm a student from the Elven Academy, just lost my way. Excuse me." His declaration caused the staff to hesitate. Seeing that he carried nothing of value and appeared drenched and disheveled, they lost their resolve to confront him. He dashed towards the front door, bursting into the rain once more. This was no longer the same street. The carriage was nowhere to be seen. He ran until reaching the street corner. Glancing back at the various paths, relieved to find that the group of young elves had not pursued him, he hastily departed from the street corner, mentally lamenting, "Indeed, one should never casually acquiesce to unsolicited advances, even within the confines of the academy. Such encounters seldom yield favorable outcomes." Little did he realize that he had inadvertently evaded a meticulously plotted robbery by a band of elven thieves. Suddenly halting amidst the downpour, Roy felt the sting of raindrops in his eyes, rendering them somewhat irritated. He wiped the moisture from his face, yet the water continued to drip from his hair. An epiphany struck him. How could I have forgotten that taverns are often havens for thieves? That waitress, Lucy, didn't he even allow me to elaborate before asserting that she couldn't recall the thief's visage? There must be something amiss. It seemed unlikely that he could glean any information from that tavern. He contemplated inquiring at another establishment. However, seeking information at a tavern typically required a monetary exchange. At the very least, a round of drinks for someone. Roy reflected on the 4 gold coins the temple bestowed upon him weekly. Parting with a few coins for information seemed feasible. Yet, if he was to seek news of the thief from another tavern, it would be prudent to enlist Sabrina's assistance in sketching a portrait, facilitating the inquiry. After all, she would also be occupied that evening with drawing portraits of the fleeing crew members. Yes, that was the plan. Unexpectedly, the vexation that had plagued him for 2 days found resolution amidst his sprint through the rain. It appears that physical exertion indeed fosters rapid cognitive function. With this thought in mind, Roy resumed his run through the rain. In the distance, through the curtain of rain, the blurred silhouette of the Temple of Freedom began to emerge, and the contours of the harbor dock were gradually discernible. Yet, the sea and the clouds overhead remained shrouded in a murky gray, devoid of any clear demarcation. Not far from him, a few ships awaited their turn to dock. The Temple of Strength Blessing appeared rather desolate on days devoid of gatherings. Within the vast courtyard, only 5 priests were present, with 2 apprentice priests occupied with menial tasks typically assigned to servants, such as tending to the courtyard, taking turns guarding the temple's entrance, and nurturing the greenery within. However, the distinction between Jasper and Abbot and the servants lay in their daily pursuit of divine knowledge under the tutelage of the priests. Whether at dawn or dusk, the 2 would fervently pray before the Statue of Liberty. Roy dashed into the temple's rear lounge, soaked by the rain, wringing out his drenched clothes and hanging them in the cramped space. After drying his body and hair, he donned the robes of an apprentice priest and hurried to the study on the 2nd floor. Every afternoon, the esteemed priest Reed would impart knowledge of divine arts to the 3 apprentices, perhaps due to their prolonged stay. Jasper and Abbott had lost the initial novelty of the teachings and often sought excuses to skip classes. In contrast, Roy, having only attended 3 days of lessons, remained utterly captivated, especially after mastering the minor illumination spell just the day before, leaving him eager to showcase his newfound skill. As he knocked on the door, he heard a response from within and cautiously pushed the door open. Jasper and Abbott were seated at a round table in the study, a thick tome laid before them, presumably containing divine incantations. Upon seeing Roy enter, they exchanged glances and shared a sigh of relief at the prospect of facing Priest Reed together. However, Priest Reed appeared unusually somber that day, his face etched with worry and preoccupation, which resulted in a stricter assessment of the 2 apprentices' studies. As soon as Roy took a seat, Priest Reed addressed him. "Roy, let me witness the fruits of yesterday's learning." "Certainly, Master," Roy replied calmly, rising from his seat, adjusting his breath, and reciting the incantation for the minor illumination spell. From his fingertips, a slender beam of holy light was released, weaving intricate divine patterns before him. An aura of sanctity enveloped him, as countless specks of holy light gradually ascended, coalescing at the tip of his fingers. A modest orb of light formed and rose, its divine essence remarkably pure. Jasper and Abbott were taken aback, realizing that this was only Roy's 3rd day at the temple, and he had already mastered an introductory divine art. What astonishing speed! They exchanged glances and whispered in disbelief. "Roy, how have you accomplished this so swiftly? It's simply incredible. What are we to do in comparison?" Priest Reed nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Roy's rapid mastery of the spell. He then instructed Roy to gather the holy light in his palm. In truth, the orb of holy light within Roy had already taken on the shape of a seed, and the invisible tendril extending from him had grown longer, capturing any stray particles of holy light that drifted by, whether he was awake or asleep, engaged in martial training, or attending geography lessons. This ethereal tendril tirelessly sought out nearby particles of holy light, growing steadily, albeit slowly. The orb, still small, exhibited noticeable changes each day, and Roy released a radiant orb the size of an apple. Jasper and Abbott covered their mouths in astonishment. Priest Reed's eyes glimmered with approval as he patted Roy's shoulder, commending him. "The orb has indeed grown since yesterday. It's commendable that you understand the value of diligence." Observing their expressions, Roy felt a sense of relief. Jasper and Abbott could not perceive the invisible tendril. Roy even had it capture several particles of holy light floating before Abbott, who remained completely unaware. Master, are there any beginner divine spells that can enhance combat abilities? Roy inquired upon taking his seat. He was mindful that Steve and his elf companions would not cease their provocations easily. Today, he had narrowly escaped due to the rain, but that didn't guarantee future luck. Should he find himself cornered by these elves in the streets, conflict would be inevitable. Roy's thoughts were straightforward. Even if he were to be beaten, he desired to have someone to share the burden. Unbeknownst to Priest Reed, Roy was preparing for the impending confrontation. He assumed Roy wished to pursue the path of a battle priest, hence his interest in combat supportive divine arts. Indeed, Strength Blessing is an essential beginner spell for every battle priest. Priest Reed stated, "Master, I wish to learn it." Roy exclaimed, his eyes brimming with curiosity, which greatly pleased Priest Reed. "Let me see. Ah, here it is." Priest Reed rummaged through the bookshelves behind him for a while before producing a tome thick with dust, indicating his lack of fondness for this particular supportive combat spell. With a hint of disdain, he placed the book before Roy, still recommending, "I believe lesser healing is more practical. As an apprentice priest, you will inevitably encounter those injured due to unforeseen circumstances. Lesser healing will assist you in mending minor wounds, and even expedite the healing of severe injuries when combined with some first aid knowledge. This is the knowledge priests ought to prioritize." "Master, I wish to learn that too." Roy grinned, thinking that wise individuals would certainly choose all options available to them. Priest Reed furrowed his brow, correcting Roy's approach. "Roy, a person's energy is limited throughout their life. Even with exceptional talent, you cannot simultaneously become a priest and a battle priest. It would be wiser to select a few spells you truly enjoy and master them." Roy chuckled, replying, "Master, as a half-elf, if I disregard certain unforeseen events, I could live for around 350 years. Thus, learning several beginner spells should pose no issue." This statement rendered Priest Reed momentarily speechless. "Very well. This is Strength Blessing, and this is Lesser Healing. I have not studied Strength Blessing, but Priest Osido specializes in that spell. You may consult him if you have questions. Now, Jasper, please demonstrate Lesser Healing for Roy." "Yes, Priest Reed." Jasper promptly stood, crossing his fingers over his chest and beginning to recite the incantation. A sphere of holy light ignited at his chest, enveloping his entire form in a radiant glow. Beneath him, a luminous halo appeared, showcasing a complete divine pattern. He executed this spell with remarkable speed, and as the incantation concluded, a beam of holy light descended upon the round table. Seated at the table, Roy distinctly sensed the vibrant life force emanating from the beam of holy light. However, Priest Reed seemed less than satisfied with Jasper's demonstration of the divine art. He gestured for Jasper to take a seat, and, with a hint of displeasure, explained to Roy, "Jasper inscribed the divine pattern of the lesser healing spell into the sacred prayers book. When casting the divine art, by infusing the magic book with holy light and accompanying it with incantations, one can activate the inscribed divine pattern, thus enabling the swiftest release of the spell. In essence, inscribing the divine pattern within the mage significantly simplifies the casting process and enhances the speed of spellcasting. However, for beginners, such an approach does not facilitate practice, particularly as it may compromise the integrity of the divine art. I do not recommend this method for practice, although its use in daily life is permissible, as it proves to be more convenient." Roy eagerly nodded, indicating his understanding. To put it plainly, Jasper's method is akin to simplifying steps in solving a mathematical problem. While the final result remains unchanged, some intermediary steps are omitted. Nevertheless, Roy could not help but admire the sacred prayers book in Jasper's hands. Subsequently, High Priest Reed meticulously demonstrated the lesser healing spell once more, allowing Roy to witness the correct steps of the divine art. He then proceeded to provide an exhaustive dissection of the divine patterns and incantations, detailing the timing of their synchronization, leaving no aspect unaddressed. For reasons unknown, Roy consistently sensed the urgency in High Priest Reed's demeanor, as though something were pursuing him, compelling him to impart these divine arts to Roy without delay. Even though he recognized that Roy had yet to master the diminutive illumination spell, he readily agreed when Roy expressed a desire to continue learning the blessing of strength, even offering the lesser healing spell as a bonus. In truth, High Priest Reed harbored concerns that such a force-fed approach to teaching might destabilize Roy's foundation. Hence, he repeatedly urged Roy to practice diligently at home. striving to ingrain these rudimentary divine arts into muscle memory, allowing for effortless casting. He sternly admonished Roy against the use of magical tools to aid in spellcasting during the learning process. Roy naturally adhered to all of High Priest Reed's stipulations. However, when Theodore the priest, who had specifically come to demonstrate the steps for casting Blessing of Strength, adopted a different stance, being an elven priest, he favored the use of magical tools to assist in spellcasting, believing it could significantly shorten casting time, enhance success rates, and simplify the learning curve of divine arts. This method of learning would inevitably supplant traditional approaches. Despite the differing viewpoints of the two priests regarding the learning of divine arts, it did not hinder Roy's study of Blessing of Strength. After nearly an entire afternoon, he stumbled through the casting of this divine art. Although his success rate was dismally low, he at least felt the thrill of having successfully cast a spell. If he could retain that sensation, his success rate would gradually improve. Even Theodore praised Roy's diligence. In truth, Roy found it difficult to articulate the source of his motivation. He could hardly admit that his thirst for knowledge regarding divine arts was entirely spurred by the pressure from Steve and his elven companions. By the end of the afternoon, Roy had only managed to learn Blessing of Strength. While he yearned to master the lesser healing spell as well, he was unable to do so before leaving the temple. Nevertheless, Jasper and ABT, the two apprentice priests studying alongside him in the library, were thoroughly impressed by Roy's tenacity. "Roy, I believe you are a prodigy. You mastered Blessing of Strength so quickly. It took me about 3 months after entering the temple to learn diminutive illumination spell, and I still haven't mastered Blessing of Strength." As the 3 apprentice priests exited the library, Jasper draped his arm over Roy's shoulder, chattering incessantly about his glorious past. Curious, ABT asked, "Roy, don't you find practicing these divine arts tedious?" Roy replied candidly, "Actually, it's quite manageable." Indeed, for Roy, it was infinitely easier than the months of problem-solving in preparation for the college entrance examination. ABT speculated that Roy's enthusiasm was merely a fleeting excitement, remarking, "Well, once his fervor for divine arts wanes, he will likely become like those dried fish in Castle Dumport, preferring to hang on the line and feel the sea breeze rather than sit indoors studying divine arts." At that moment, Roy returned to the rest area to change out of the apprentice priest's robe. However, his clothes, still damp from drying, clung uncomfortably to him. Jasper and ABT lingered at the door, engaging in light conversation with Roy. "By the way, remember tomorrow is the day of the temple gathering. Make sure to come early to help," Jasper reminded Roy. Roy, enduring the discomfort of his wet clothes, readily agreed. "Understood, I'll hurry over after class." As Roy emerged from the rest area after changing, he spotted Priest Anderson sitting alone by the well in the backyard, seemingly oblivious to Roy's presence. Gripping a first staff, he muttered prayers softly, pacing anxiously in the courtyard, his expression as pale as the previous day and his demeanor visibly agitated. "Reed, we must express our stance. We can no longer remain silent. We should draft a petition," Priest Anderson murmured, overheard by Roy as he passed by, leaving Roy perplexed by the unexpected preparations for a discourse with High Priest Reed. With thoughts of the potential troubles awaiting him at the Elven Academy the following day, Roy hastened home, eager to practice Blessing of Strength a few more times. The rain has ceased, yet the cumulonimbus clouds lingering in the sky do not disperse immediately. In the distance, where the sky meets the sea, golden sunlight streams through, casting gilded edges upon the ocean's surface and the clouds above. At this moment, Castleton Harbor basks in the glow of the setting sun. Roy strolls down Brown Street, this time free from the sensation of being followed, and does not pause at the apothecary. Instead, he encounters Sabrina, who steps down from the long carriage. The tall elven beauty does not wait for Roy to accompany her, but strides ahead along the street. With no one trailing him, Roy chooses not to force his presence beside Sabrina, opting to follow at a distance. He admires her model-like figure, illuminated by the sunset, casting a long silhouette on the road. The long street remains damp, with drainage ditches overflowing, sending torrents of water towards the sea. Upon returning home, Roy first takes a shower and then changes into dry clothes, hanging the wet outfit on the terrace's clothesline. Moira is secluded on the terrace, resting her forearm on the railing, quietly watching the sun slowly sink beneath the horizon, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette. Lady Belinda has yet to return before dinner, and Roy dines alone on a pan-fried bamboo fish, leaving the last 2 croissants untouched, saving the best for last. "Roy, do you have time now?" He hears Sabrina call from beyond the dividing wall. He quickly steps outside, The two have arranged to paint portraits of the sailors tonight, as per Lady Jillian's request. The specific reasons of which Roy did not quite catch, though he suspects it pertains to Moira. At your place or mine? Roy replies loudly from the doorway. Sabrina, her tall figure framed by the low wall, still has damp hair, dressed in a loose linen gown. Come to my house. I've prepared 3 candles, she says. Very well, Roy responds, walking toward the low wall, effortlessly leaping over it into Lady Jillian's yard. Lady Jillian is absent, likely at the dock waiting for fishing boats. As the fish market has long since closed, Roy seldom visits, and he finds himself curious about the interior's decor. The house is similar to his own, featuring a ground floor with a living room, bedroom, and kitchen, and a second floor with additional bedrooms and a terrace. The bedroom on the first floor presumably belongs to Lady Jillian, while Moira and Sabrina reside upstairs. Moira is already waiting in the living room, seated on a single chair, beside an easel covered with a sheet of parchment, with a palette of dyes resting on the coffee table. Next to the easel stands a tin bucket filled with clean water, within which several paintbrushes soak. As Roy enters, Moira does not greet him. She seems lost in thought. Gazing at the easel, she often immerses herself in her own world. On the coffee table rests a trident-shaped candlestick, yet the candles have yet to be inserted. Sabrina invites Roy to sit on the sofa beside the easel, while she takes a seat on the high stool before the easel, her bare feet resting on the stool's crossbar. Both she and Moira emanate a delicate scent of lilac, quite pleasant. I will begin with Jefferson's portrait. You can observe my painting process. Later, you may describe the sailor's appearances and attire, preferably in as much detail as possible, Sabrina states coolly to Roy. He quickly averts his gaze from her chest. There is little choice. The linen fabric reveals the subtle contours. Having just bathed, Sabrina likely assumed the loose dress would provide adequate coverage, yet focusing intently on her painting, her gaze would inevitably be drawn to the canvas. Clearly, she had underestimated the situation. Oil painting, not a sketch. Roy inquires, observing the brushes, oils, and palette. Sabrina strives to maintain steady breaths before responding. I know what Jefferson looks like. I will paint him directly in oil. The sailors will be sketched first, allowing for modifications, and once finalized, I will render them in oil. This is Roy's first experience watching Sabrina paint. In her hands, the brush resembles a small tool. As she holds the palette with one hand, the brush swirling in the dyes before applying broad strokes to the canvas. She begins with a thick layer on the background, without outlining any lines or contours. Just layers of color are applied, gradually revealing a blurred figure through the accumulation of hues. The figure becomes clearer, vibrant with color. Jefferson's face appears slightly flushed, a wine glass clutched in his hand, his gaze suggesting inebriation. The dusky skin of the dark elf and the shadows in his eyes are vividly depicted. The dyes on the palette blend seamlessly as Sabrina's brush scarcely pauses. Jefferson's likeness emerging distinctly on the page. This live painting experience offers Roy a profound sensory delight, not akin to a mechanical reproduction of a clear image, but rather akin to a high-definition camera continuously focusing, transitioning from blur to clarity, ultimately bursting forth on the paper. Perhaps it is the gradual emergence of Jefferson's portrait that captivates him. The flickering candlelight casts a soft glow, rendering Moira's eyes somewhat hazy. Her voice carries a hint of tears. He always said I had a knack for becoming an assassin. Moira, petite and delicate, possesses lovely collarbones. As she sits on the sofa, dabbing her tears, one cannot help but feel a pang of empathy. Had he not insisted you undergo training in the elven shadow sanctum, Jillian likely would not have clashed with him. Sabrina observes with a sigh from her perch on the stool. Sister, do you think I was born solely to enter the shadow sanctum? Moira whispers softly. Do not dwell on such thoughts. You are who you are. We all strive diligently for our ideal lives, and you should do the same, Sabrina says, gently brushing Moira's forehead and wiping away her tears. Are you the same, Roy? Moira looks at him with a hint of vulnerability. Under the premise of having our bellies full, harboring a few small dreams is not a bad thing, Roy replies, wiping his nose. Well, let us not linger on this. He departed from our lives long ago. Sabrina strokes Moira's silky golden hair tenderly. Moira nods in agreement and remains silent. Sabrina removes the painting from the easel and lays down another sheet of paper. This time, she picks up a quill dipped in ink. Roy promptly begins to describe the sailor's attire and appearances, as his purpose for visiting is to articulate the characteristics of the sailors' visages. It must be said that Sabrina's artistic talent is nearly masterful. Her keen eyes allow her to adjust the quill strokes until Roy deems the likeness satisfactory. As she paints these sailors, the atmosphere in the room gradually lightens. Moira's spirits begin to lift, and she even engages Roy in conversation. Is the Elven Academy interesting? Not bad, but my day has been rather eventful. This morning I was chased down the street by a group of Silvermoon elves, Roy exaggerates. Moira's eyes widen with curiosity as she asks, did you get into a conflict right after the semester began? I did not intend for it, but I was dragged into it by a troublesome friend. It was unavoidable, Roy replies, exasperated. Their conversation flows, interspersed with Sabrina's various inquiries. Is that so? Roy immediately began to scrutinize, attempting to clarify the images in his memory. After careful comparison, he remarked that the eyebrows needed to be drawn more prominently, and he noted a scar on the individual. There was a palpable intensity about them, an aura that exuded danger. Listening to Roy's description, Sabrina furrowed her brow and inquired, how did you get entangled with them? In truth, Roy had lost count of how many times he had been asked this question. I simply sought to gather information about the human world on the other side of the sea. They insisted I help them find a cheap and clean inn, and then perhaps a tavern for a drink. I never anticipated such an occurrence. As they conversed, Sabrina completed her second painting. While not every individual bore a striking resemblance, the sailors depicted retained their essence as if seated in a tavern, with the primary features of several individuals clearly illustrated. Should a particular person appear again, it might be challenging to identify them solely from this painting, but if they were to present themselves simultaneously, Roy felt confident he could discern them based on this artwork. All right, I will confine them to the bottom of the box, Sabrina declared, peeling the second painting from the board and shaking her sore hands. This piece was far more challenging than the first. Now it's your turn, Roy. Whom do you wish to depict? As Sabrina prepared the third sheet of seaweed paper, she asked. The base of the seaweed paper bore a faint green hue and was not particularly durable, prone to mildew during the humid summer months. However, it was undeniably economical. Roy had no intention of preserving this painting for long. He merely planned to take it to the tavern to show to the well-informed sprites. Thus, once Sabrina had laid out the canvas, Roy began to describe the elven thief. The first time he encountered him was at the temple entrance, catching a glimpse of his disheveled figure. Later, he saw his face at the entrance of the Brown Street Tavern, a thief, somewhat frail in stature. Approximately the same height as the apothecary owner, with a mop of greasy hair, slightly sunken eyes of pale blue, and 2 furrows etched across his forehead. Walking with his right arm tightly clutched to his side, Sabrina diligently illustrated the elf Roy described on the paper, making adjustments as needed. In truth, Roy himself did not recall many of the finer details. The most vivid memories were of the oily hair and the right hand clutching a bundle. As the portrait became increasingly distinct, Moira, standing nearby, gasped softly, the elf in this portrait resembles Pelios. Roy, do you intend to find him? 23. The Elven Watcher, do you know him? Roy asked, astonished. Sabrina leaned closer, her lake blue eyes narrowing, her almost translucent long ears nearly brushing against Roy's face, exuding a faint fragrance. He is a friend of Jefferson, though their relationship isn't particularly strong. Pelios usually engages in petty theft in the lower district, and occasionally Jefferson assigns him tasks. I've seen him a few times. Moira, do you recall him? Moira also leaned in, her delicate features appearing remarkably youthful. If she were a human girl, she would likely be around 15 or 16. Even her lips and cheeks bore a fine down, barely noticeable unless one was close. Her pouting expression was utterly charming. I've never seen Pelios, but I've heard his name, Moira replied, shaking her head. Sabrina immediately adopted a skeptical expression and inquired, what do you need him for? Only then did Roy explain. On the morning the Holy Grail went missing, I saw him jumping over the wall of the temple. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but later I heard the Holy Grail was stolen, and I suspect he might have taken it. You suspect he stole the Grail? Sabrina said, somewhat incredulous. Then she realized she was beginning to believe it, for Pelios was indeed a dark moon elf with 3 hands. Well, it's merely a suspicion. I have no confidence in it, nor do I possess any evidence, Roy admitted. At this moment, Sabrina noticed the 3 of them were too close together and quickly straightened her posture, shifting her head away. You should report these leads to the Elven Watchers of the City Guard, she advised Roy. Roy scratched his head and responded, but it's just a suspicion, and I don't know him. I can't just tell the Elven Watchers that I saw an elf jump over the temple wall without knowing anything else. It wouldn't be of much use. I might end up being summoned by those Watchers every day. Furthermore, that morning, I didn't even know the temple had been robbed, and I can't just claim he stole the grail because I saw a few basil leaves on his pants. I don't want to stir up trouble or wrongfully accuse someone." As he said this, Roy discreetly glanced at Moira's strap dress. Compared to her sister Sabrina, Moira's skin appeared somewhat duller but more delicate. The thin nightgown barely concealed her form. "So you want to find him first, confirm he stole the grail, and then report him?" Moira asked, her eyes clear and devoid of the usual wariness between boys and girls. "No. I just want to give the picture to the elven watchers and provide them with a lead," Roy clarified. In truth, he had considered informing High Priest Reed of the matter, but upon reflecting on the potential dangers of such an inquiry, he opted to share the information with the elven watchers instead. Upon hearing Roy's words, Moira felt relieved and nodded in agreement. "Yes. Please don't take any risks yourself." Her voice was soft and delicate. Roy returned home with the drawing. He planned to visit the guard station the next morning to report this information to the elven watchers. Before sleeping, he practiced divine blessing in his bedroom, but alas, this elementary divine art proved far more challenging than holy radiance. He fell asleep without increasing his spellcasting success rate. High Priest Theodore advocated for the use of magical items to simplify the steps of divine spell casting and enhance success rates. After experiencing countless failed attempts at casting, Roy suddenly found his words to be quite reasonable. Lost in thought, Roy wrapped himself in his sheets and drifted into slumber. The holy light particles that drifted around his body were swiftly captured by an invisible tendril and quickly absorbed into Roy's being. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the wooden wall adjacent to the door, leaving a patch of light. The sea breeze fluttered the gauzy curtains of the small house, accompanied by the cries of seabirds, as Roy struggled to rise from his bed. On clear days, Castle Dun Harbor resembled a grand expanse of exquisite sapphire. Upon entering the living room, Roy discovered Lady Belinda in her nightgown, seated at the dining table, sipping a cup of flower tea brewed with morning dew. "Why are you up so early? You could have slept a little longer," Lady Belinda said to Roy. "I can't sleep. I want to leave early," Roy replied as he sat down across from her, gazing into the cup filled with the essence of the tree of life. He felt that what was contained within was not merely a nutrient solution, but also the weighty love of Lady Belinda. "What are you looking at? Why don't you drink it all at once?" Lady Belinda asked with a doting expression. "This essence of the tree of life is actually your share. I've always been consuming what belongs to you," Roy remarked. "Oh, I thought it was something serious." The essence of the tree of life merely makes elves appear to age more slowly, but it does not extend lifespan. No matter how much I drink, I cannot grow younger. But you are different. You are maturing very quickly, almost reaching adulthood in half the time of other children. I don't want your childhood to pass by in haste. You still have to learn in the Elven Academy. You must not appear too mature compared to your peers," Lady Belinda explained gently. Her tone was soft and soothing. Just as Mother Belinda said, if they were to walk down the street now, many would believe that Lady Belinda was Roy's older sister. Though she was already an elven mother, her sweet face hardly betrayed her age. Roy raised the cup filled with the essence of the tree of life and drank it all in one go. Leaving home, Roy dashed out of Brown Street. There was no guard station on this side of Brown Street. The nearest was located at the docks of Castle Dun Harbor. Roy needed to take a detour to the docks to deliver the drawing created by Sabrina to the elven watchers there. The morning docks were bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of chatter. Hundreds of vessels of various sizes were moored here. Some large three-masted ships were docked in the deep water area, while more ships were anchored in the harbor, as the port could not accommodate them all. The guard station was situated on the deep water side of the harbor, likely to prevent these incoming sailors from causing further trouble. On the opposite side of the dock, a fish market displayed several small fish stalls, indicating that the tide had yet to come in. As Roy approached the entrance to the guard station, he felt a slight nervousness. This was a two-story building adjacent to the dock's warehouses and general stores. Upon entering, one was greeted by a tall reception desk, complete with wooden barriers. Presumably, there were additional rooms upstairs. A female elf adorned in leather armor stood behind the front desk and asked Roy, "How may I assist you?" Roy stepped closer to the reception desk, took a seat on a round stool, calmed his breathing, and introduced himself. "My name is Roy, and I live at 57 Brown Street. Last Saturday morning, I went fishing by the sea and happened to pass by the temple. Later, I heard that the Holy Grail was stolen from the temple, and I suspect that the elf who jumped over the wall is the culprit. I can still vividly remember his appearance, so I asked my neighbor's sister to draw a portrait." Roy recounted the events in considerable detail. At that moment, Several elven watchers entered from outside. Upon seeing Roy, they cast him curious glances. The elven lady rearranged the notes in her hand, reread them carefully, then shook her slightly sore hand before responding to Roy. I have accurately recorded everything you've said, but you must take responsibility for your words. Are you certain that this information is valid? I am certain, Roy affirmed. Roy placed his right hand over his heart and spoke. This was the gesture of an oath among the elves. However, this solitary motion lacked the binding effect of a magical contract. To establish a binding agreement, a contract circle or scroll was necessary. The elven lady nodded, accepting the portrait from Roy's hand. Very well, hand over the portrait to me. I appreciate the information you have provided. Should we uncover anything based on your lead, you will be rewarded. Roy did not anticipate that sharing information could potentially yield a reward, which came as a pleasant surprise. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Certainly. The elven lady lifted her head and glanced at Roy, responding. This marked Roy's first experience of reporting a case, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. His palms were sweaty as he exited the guard station. However, the sea breeze soon enveloped him, easing his tension considerably. At the Elven Academy, Roy had 2 major classes in the morning, history and geography. Each week, these subjects were only held 4 times, and today there was no session for basic martial techniques. While tomorrow would see the absence of the geography class, the course Roy had enrolled in was the modern history of the Silvermoon elves. Due to his visit to the guard station, he arrived at the academy a bit late. As he hurriedly made his way to the classroom, he found it already filled with young elven students. Upon observing the classroom's arrangement, Roy let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he beheld a classroom reflecting the expected standards. It was a large amphitheater-style room, with all the seats arranged in a curved formation ascending from low to high, and a curved lectern situated at the lowest point. Entering through the side door, Roy noticed that the front rows were nearly occupied by young elves, compelling him to tread up the steps towards the back. He eventually spotted an empty seat in a corner of the rear, where he sat down, panting slightly. The half-elf seated next to him nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from speaking. Roy quickly returned the gesture. Soon after, he observed that the history class was predominantly attended by female elves, with most being Silvermoon elves, while the half-elves occupied a corner towards the back of the classroom. Misunderstanding as members of the royal family in the realm of elves, we have consistently shouldered the burden of warfare against external foes. 2 millennia ago, the elven race fractured into 3 distinct kingdoms, each governed by the Silvermoon elves, the Wood elves, and the Darkmoon elves. In truth, following the schism of the Elven dynasty, our Silvermoon kingdom did not flourish as anticipated. Rather, for nearly 1.5 millennia, we found ourselves embroiled in relentless conflict with the Naga sea folk of the Endless Sea. It was not until 8 centuries ago that our previous king forged an alliance with the humans of the Grin Empire on the continent of Roland, managing to force the Naga back into the abyssal depths of the ocean. Since that time, we have upheld a treaty of non-aggression in the coastal regions with the Naga, a pact that endures to this day. The modern history we study primarily encompasses the period from the Elven dynasty's division to the cessation of hostilities with the Naga 7 centuries ago. During this era, our civilization has not only failed to progress, but has also exhibited signs of regression. We delve into this history with the hope that we may avert a similar fate in the future. I am aware that most of you seated here are Silvermoon elves, though many are also of mixed heritage. As we gather to learn this history together, I wish for you to comprehend the reasons behind the decline of the Elven dynasty amidst its tumultuous transformations. The beautiful Elven instructor standing at the front of the class is a noble of the Silvermoon lineage, adorned in an exquisite white gown that captivates the attention of nearly all the male students present. In her inaugural lesson, she outlined the curriculum for the semester. However, she did not introduce herself, launching straight into the lecture, speaking uninterrupted until the class concluded, and then, with a flick of her silvery hair, departed without engaging with the students, leaving Roy to ponder her distinct character. As Roy exited the grand lecture hall through a side door, he observed his fellow elven students discussing the enchanting teacher. He chose not to join the throng of mixed-blood elves, opting instead to leave alone. Navigating the bustling corridor, Roy had to deftly sidestep the hurried young elves. The break between classes was brief, with some students needing to traverse the entire building to reach their next classroom. All in a rush, Roy merely needed to ascend to the 3rd floor for his geography class, which lacked chairs, so he was not particularly pressed for time. One side of the corridor was lined with arched pillars, while the opposite wall was adorned with portraits of renowned Silvermoon elven kings. As he ambled along, clutching his textbook, he casually admired the illustrious images of the kingdom's most celebrated rulers. It was only when he noticed a row of sheepskin boots obstructing his path that he realized he was not alone. Seeing Steve and several young elves blocking the way, Roy approached them. In the academy, fighting resulted in immediate expulsion, so he felt no concern that Steve would resort to violence. You managed to escape yesterday, but today there will be no such luck. Steve fixed his gaze on Roy, his tone dripping with malice. The ostentatious display of bravado amused Roy, who noted Steve's lavish noble attire, intricately designed with filigree and adorned with gem-studded buttons, indicative of his noble lineage from the grand family in Castleton. Bring it on, Roy retorted, unflinching. I'll be sure to entertain you, Steve smirked, a glimmer of satisfaction playing across his features. The standoff only served to crowd the corridor further, prompting the arrival of a campus disciplinary officer. What are you doing? This is an elven academy. Gatherings of this nature are strictly prohibited. With a glare at Roy, Steve and his companions retreated. Roy had not anticipated that Steve would use the break to issue threats. Reflecting on the trouble Claire had caused him, he sighed in resignation. At this point, complaining would yield no benefits. In geography class, Professor Harper stood before a massive sand table, discussing several elevated cities within the Silvermoon kingdom. Another lesson spent standing. When the class concluded, Roy bent to massage his aching legs, only to discover that some elves had brought their own stools. Roy hastened out of the classroom, eager to avoid an encounter with Steve's group at the academy entrance. After class, the corridor was packed with students exiting, and Roy melded into the crowd. Nearing the exit, he spotted Claire waving at him from the steps. He squeezed through the throng, managing to wave back while shouting, "We'll talk later. I'm in a hurry." Whether Claire heard him was uncertain. At that moment, he felt it prudent to follow the crowd outside. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Roy caught sight of Steve, who had spotted him amidst the throng of young elven nobles and was making his way over. Roy found it exasperating how much effort they were exerting to confront him. Without waiting for Steve to catch up, Roy deftly boarded a long carriage heading to the lower district, successfully claiming a window seat. The carriage was crowded, filled almost entirely with students from the Elven Academy. As Roy squeezed into the carriage, the young elves were once again forced to halt, unwilling to board such a humble vehicle. They could only shake their fists in frustration at Roy from outside the carriage. Not one to back down, Roy leaned against the window, glancing outside. The carriage had not traveled far before it stopped again, allowing another group of elven students to board. Among them was Sabrina, clutching a stack of books, jostled by the crowd, and leaning against a pillar, relieved to have two companions beside her. She was merely 2 spaces away from Roy, who leaned forward to tap her arm, signaling her to take the seat beside him. Sabrina graciously accepted the offer, expressing her gratitude before settling into the space Roy had vacated. Such gestures of chivalry within the carriage were customary, often regarded as polite, though not universally practiced. Roy instinctively positioned himself to shield Sabrina from other elves attempting to squeeze past. Sabrina's features reflected a blend of the Wood Elves and Silvermoon Elves, radiating both beauty and vigor. Her training in martial arts had endowed her with a tall, yet strong physique, contrasting with the preference of many Silvermoon elves for more delicately proportioned forms, making tall female elves less popular among students. As the long carriage meandered down the bustling streets, it swiftly entered the lower district. Once there, Sabrina's companions disembarked one after the other. "I heard you crossed paths with an elven noble upon your arrival at the academy?" Sabrina inquired, her voice low. Roy surmised she had witnessed Steve and his entourage pursuing him outside. "Sometimes trouble finds you," he replied with a wry smile. "Have you enrolled in the introductory martial arts course?" she asked. "I have," he responded, instinctively stealing a glance at Sabrina. This elicited a quiet chuckle from her, as she pondered whether Roy's interest in martial arts was influenced by her own presence. "Is it instructor Nora teaching you the introductory martial arts?" Indeed. As the carriage continued its journey, Roy and Sabrina casually discussed the well-regarded female instructor within the academy. Roy even sought Sabrina's advice on enhancing his agility and balance. Sabrina discovered that interacting with Roy was not as unpleasant as she had anticipated. She decided to share some of her experiences with him. As the long carriage came to a halt in front of the pharmacy at Brown Street, Sabrina and Roy alighted in succession. Roy and Sabrina's home was situated on the eastern side of Brown Street. Ordinarily, upon returning from the academy, Roy would walk east along Brown Street after getting down from the carriage. However, He deliberately lowered his head and headed towards the Statue of Liberty. Observing Roy trailing behind her, Sabrina furrowed her brow. The fondness she had felt moments earlier in the carriage dissipated instantaneously. Upon reaching the entrance of the temple, Sabrina halted, turned around, and addressed Roy, who was not far behind. "Why are you still following me? I am about to enter now, so please do not follow." She did not afford Roy the opportunity to explain himself. With a firm step, she crossed the threshold and entered the front garden of the Statue of Liberty. Sabrina, the lead singer of the temple choir, is one of the trio of soloists. Although the choir is ostensibly composed of devotees of the goddess, all three soloists are elves with a modicum of vocal talent. Among them, Sabrina is the most beloved. Her voice possesses a uniquely ethereal quality that transforms the hymn of praise into a celestial melody. Not a follower of the Liberty Goddess, Sabrina visits the temple every Wednesday to sing, earning a stipend of 200 gold coins. This arrangement, however, remains known only to the 3 priests of the temple, aside from Sabrina herself. "Sabrina, hurry. We're about to begin," called out a companion from the choir as she stepped into the temple courtyard and glanced at the statue of the Liberty Goddess. "I'm coming," Sabrina responded promptly, choosing not to glance at Roy, who lingered at the temple entrance. On the steps of the main hall, an elven lady waved at her and leaned in to whisper, "Have you heard? The Holy Grail has been stolen from the temple. We don't know which rogue is responsible." Lady Amanda appeared quite indignant. She, too, was a half-elf of Sylvan descent, with delicate features and unique green eyes, though her slightly flat nose was a minor flaw. She ran a flower shop on Brown Street, selling both bouquets and potted plants. Should anyone's yard lack a bushy hedge or a fruit tree, they could always seek Lady Amanda's assistance. A devout follower of the Liberty Goddess, her greatest aspiration in life was to save enough money to sail across the sea and witness the Green Empire described by High Priest Reed, which, it was said, boasted a temple far grander than the Moon Temple in the heart of Castleton. Sabrina nodded and replied softly, "I've heard." She felt that discussing such matters within the temple was somewhat impolite and cautiously glanced around. She was aware that only 5 priests occupied the temple, all of whom would be preoccupied during gatherings, thus unlikely to eavesdrop on their conversation. "They say it's made of gold. It could fetch quite a sum," Lady Amanda lamented, pursing her lips. "Without the Grail, Priest Theodore has resorted to using a silver basin to hold the holy water, and it seems to lack the sacred aura it once had." As they entered the main hall, Lady Amanda continued her lamentations. "That thief is utterly shameless. The goddess shall punish him." The choir members awaited at the front of the right side of the hall, all clad in white silk robes, each holding a hymn book. Sabrina moved ahead, greeting the other 2 soloists, and together they determined the order of their performance, signaling everyone to take their designated positions. The main hall was filled with devotees. Even the second floor was crowded with worshippers. This gathering was a prayer session led by High Priest Reed, with Priest Anderson and the novice Priest ABT flanking him. Priest Anderson's visage was pallid, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of a vampire lord in a haunted mansion, clearly indicating his poor condition. As the music resonated, all the worshippers rose, their voices echoing throughout the hall. High Priest Reed began reciting the prayers. With each segment concluded, beams of holy light descended from the temple dome, illuminating the hall until 12 rays of light filled the space. However, this time, the beams flickered out rather quickly. Amidst the melodies extolling the goddess, the prayer ceremony was completed, leaving only the lingering echoes of song within the temple's main hall. The atmosphere grew serene, with worshippers clasping their hands in prayer. The choir members began to file out. Each week, Sabrina took her turn as the lead singer. After the prayer ceremony, she would collect her portion of holy water alongside the others. Initially, she had not believed in the efficacy of the holy water. However, she felt compelled to partake, lest her refusal appear peculiar. On one occasion, she had set the holy water on the dining table, only for it to be inadvertently consumed by Moira, who was suffering from stomach pains. To Sabrina's surprise, Moira's condition improved swiftly, revealing to her that the holy water possessed a modicum of healing properties. Since then, Sabrina had made it a point to bring home a cup of holy water after each gathering, viewing it as akin to the life essence provided to the Silvermoon elves from the Moon Temple. This time, however, the circumstances were somewhat different. As she approached the holy water basin in the side hall with her companions, she was taken aback to find Roy, clad in the novice priest's robe, dispensing holy water with a silver spoon to the awaiting devotees, while Priest Theodore was engaged in cleansing their souls. Upon catching sight of Sabrina, Roy offered her an awkward smile. He raised the silver spoon in his hand, continuing his task without a hitch. Sabrina's eyes widened in disbelief. She was baffled as to how Roy could be dressed as a novice priest and adeptly distributing holy water. When it was Sabrina's turn to receive holy water, she leaned in to ask Roy quietly, "How did you end up here?" Roy tugged at the novice robe and replied with a smile, "I am a priest here." Sabrina, somewhat incredulous, pressed further, "Why have I never seen you before?" With a resigned shrug, Roy explained, "I just officially became a novice priest last Saturday." With others in line behind her, Sabrina felt it prudent to refrain from further conversation, collecting her holy water and departing the side hall. Lady Amanda, trailing behind, overheard their exchange and remarked outside the temple, "I saw him helping in the temple the day before yesterday." Sabrina kept her gaze lowered, offering no response to Lady Amanda's comment as she hurried out of the temple courtyard. Recalling the words exchanged at the temple entrance earlier, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. By the time all matters at the temple were concluded, it was quite late, and Roy had missed his opportunity to study. While cleaning chairs with ABT, he inquired about the incantation for lesser healing. ABT and Jasper, both adept in priestly arts, had yet to master blessing of strength, but they were quite proficient in lesser healing. ABT confided to Roy that he and Jasper occasionally used lesser healing to earn extra income, secretly venturing into the lower city to heal elves in need. He advised Roy to practice this spell, suggesting it was far more practical than blessing of strength. Meanwhile, Jasper suggested to Roy that he learn purification, as the captains of the large ships docking at Castleton Harbor often sought priests to perform purification rites. "Why do they invite priests to purify the ships?" Roy inquired, intrigued. "Because there are unclean spirits aboard," ABT interjected. Jasper elaborated, "Some crew members die on the ship. Although their bodies are cast into the sea, their souls linger on board, and such vessels can easily become ghost ships." He continued, "However, one must exercise caution in such matters. Once, when I went to purify a 5-masted sailing vessel, I was startled to hear the whispers of a sea demon aboard. As soon as I climbed onto the deck, I slipped back down the ladder in fright. That ship had been cursed by a sea demon. Later, I overheard dockworkers mentioning that the ship's hold contained many Naga slaves. It was a slave ship from the Ethia Alliance Kingdom." ABT also chimed in, "I've heard that the Grin Empire has several slave ships that dock here as well." Usually, no one would discuss such things with Roy. Don't the elven sentinels at the dock oversee these matters? Of course, they manage what is visible, but what can they do about the unseen? The two novice clerics displayed disdainful expressions, evidently questioning the capabilities of the elven sentinels. Upon returning home, Roy hurried to the terrace to gather the clothes hanging on the line. To his surprise, Lady Belinda was home, engaged in artistic creation in her studio on the second floor, a room cluttered with various stones and unfinished sculptures. After greeting her, Roy prepared to descend from the terrace. Just then, Sabrina appeared on the adjacent terrace, holding a basin of clothes ready for drying. She wore a cool, strappy dress, her fair skin glowing like ivory in the twilight, and Roy's gaze inevitably lingered on her long, shapely legs. He was aware that such scrutiny would infuriate Sabrina, yet his treacherous eyes could not be averted. Noticing Sabrina glance in his direction, Roy quickly feigned readiness to descend the stairs. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you during the day." Unexpectedly, a voice from across the way responded, "I didn't quite catch what you said. Would you mind repeating it so I can recall?" Roy was taken aback by Sabrina's apology, his thoughts muddled, unsure of how to respond. "Boring." Sabrina turned and walked away, leaving him with a striking silhouette. Meanwhile, Moira leaned on the terrace railing, her voice as melodious as a yellow warbler. "Roy, did you go to the guard post?" "I delivered it this morning," Roy replied, leaning over the edge of the terrace. The two often engaged in such distant conversations, and Roy had even prepared a chair for this purpose. "Roy." "Yes?" Moira pressed. "Did that mermaid princess truly turn into a pile of foam?" "Probably. I heard it from someone else," Roy said, exasperated, pressing his forehead, thinking he could hardly tell her it was merely a fairy tale. Moira spoke with bright-eyed anticipation. "I heard from Sabrina that the Janna sea folk can swim like snakes when they leave the ocean for a short time, and only royalty can transform into legs. That story is fascinating, and I wish to hear more. One must admit, on a gentle night with the sea breeze blowing, recounting fairy tales to a dream-filled elven maiden while listening to the distant sound of waves is one of the few pleasures Roy indulged in." 26. The news of death. Roy, clutching 2 books, was poised to dash out the door towards the Elven Academy. The incessant rain of recent days had caused the waters of the Darnay River to swell, rendering the entire channel murky. Upon stepping outside, he noticed 2 elven guards stationed on the street, seemingly verifying house numbers. This area, situated at the edge of the lower district near the port, was characterized by haphazardly constructed wooden shanties, creating a rather chaotic atmosphere. "Who are you looking for?" Roy inquired of the 2 guards. He recognized one of them from an encounter at the tavern a few days prior. The guard, upon seeing Roy, hesitated slightly and asked, "Are you Roy?" "Yes, that's me," Roy confirmed. The guard stepped forward, scrutinizing Roy as he spoke. "Peleus is dead. We discovered his body in a nearby sewage ditch. We would like you to come and identify him, to confirm if he was the elf you saw climbing over the wall that morning. Can it be done quickly?" "I have classes at the Elven Academy," Roy replied, tapping the books he held. The guard gestured towards a carriage waiting at the street corner and responded, "It won't take much of your time, just a simple identification." "Very well." In truth, regardless of Roy's agreement, the outcome would have been the same. The common folk of the lower district held no privileges. The nobles of the upper district were a different matter altogether. As Roy boarded the guard's carriage, Sabrina happened to emerge from her home, books in her arms. The carriage traversed the bustling streets, moving through the noisy thoroughfares. The morning sun shone brightly, and the elves residing in the lower district began their daily toil. Roy sat inside the carriage, facing 2 elven guards clad in light leather armor, their swords hanging from the carriage door's hooks. He briefly recounted the events of that fateful morning when he encountered the elven thief. Suddenly, the guard he had met before asked, "You were also present when Jefferson died, weren't you?" Roy answered candidly, "Yes." The younger guard scoffed. "What a coincidence." Roy shot him a glance and retorted, "Every elf has their moments of misfortune. Do they not?" After that, silence enveloped the carriage, thick with tension. Fortunately, their destination was not far, a cemetery at the edge of the lower district. Where graves dotted the hillside, the surrounding grass meticulously trimmed. The body of the elven thief had already been transported there. Roy had expected to be taken to the crime scene, but instead followed the 2 guards into a cemetery within the lower district. Entering a dimly lit building, they traversed a long corridor before arriving at a mortuary. The air was thick with a pungent moldy odor, and the interior was exceedingly damp. As Roy entered with the guards, no light penetrated the gloom, save for wall lamps placed every 3 meters, each flickering with a flame no larger than a soybean, casting a feeble glow. A foul stench assaulted his senses. The body of the elven thief lay on a mortuary slab, covered only by a linen cloth. The guard approached, lifting the cloth from the head, revealing a contorted face, devoid of color. It was a visage twisted in terror, with a clear arrow wound at the center of the forehead, likely the fatal injury. The corpse had begun to decay, emanating a repulsive odor. Both guards covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, while Roy fought the urge to vomit as he carefully examined the body. Despite the grotesque distortion of features, Roy could unequivocally identify the figure lying on the slab as the elven thief. His appearance was so ordinary, even among mixed-blood elves, that it stood out. "That's him. The one I saw that day," Roy asserted with conviction. The guard nodded, promptly replacing the linen cloth over the face. The trio did not linger in the mortuary and turned to leave. "So, have you found the Holy Grail?" Roy inquired with curiosity. "Not yet. When we arrived at his house, it had already been thoroughly searched," the guard replied. Roy glanced up at the sky. The morning chill was beginning to dissipate. He asked, "Can I go to school now?" "Of course," the guard responded. Since the Elven Academy was quite distant from the upper district, he added, "If you uncover any leads, feel free to come directly to the guard station. I oversee the security in this area." "Understood, guard," Roy replied respectfully. He was preoccupied with the reward promised for providing information, yet the 2 guards made no mention of it. When Roy finally arrived at the Elven Academy, the first class was already halfway through. The entire academy was eerily quiet, save for the training grounds where students gathered in droves. At the Elven Academy, tardiness was not deemed a grave offense. Many instructors were indifferent to student attendance, as the institution maintained a notably lenient approach to student management, making entry easy but graduation a challenge. Should students fail their final assessments or defenses, they would inevitably face remediation the following year. However, if a student were to burst into class unceremoniously, they risked being expelled by the instructor. The beginner martial arts class, conducted outdoors, allowed Roy to time his entrance and blend into the running group. Claire, spotting Roy among the crowd, deliberately slowed his pace to approach him, cheerfully stating, "I thought you wouldn't make it." Why would you think that? Roy panted in response. Steve has been looking for trouble with you these past few days. I feared he might scare you away. Claire chuckled. Roy shot him an annoyed glance. After the group completed 2 laps around the training field, they prepared to learn some fundamental martial arts movements. At that moment, instructor Abbot Nola, standing at the front of the line with hands on hips, called out, Roy, step forward. Roy knew he could not escape this time and reluctantly stepped out of the line. Continue running. Instructor Nola commanded. Without hesitation, Roy began to jog around the training field again. The other students had already commenced learning the breakdown of martial arts movements, while Roy continued to run. After Roy had diligently completed 2 laps, Instructor Nola summoned him back. If you are late again, you'll run until class is over, he warned sternly. Yes, sir, Roy replied, rejoining the line. He took the breakdown of the martial arts fundamentals seriously. However, he lamented that the movements many elves executed effortlessly posed significant challenges for him. Whether it was a lack of precision or poor coordination, no matter how hard he practiced, his movements remained clumsy and rigid. During a break, Claire observed, You truly lack any foundation. Roy remained silent, lying exhausted on the grass. Claire then asked, aside from beginner martial arts, what other classes did you enroll in? Geography and modern elven history, Roy replied. Claire sat on the grass, propping himself up with his hands, a look of disbelief on his face. You really chose classes that completely conflict with mine. How did you manage that? In the sky, a few clouds floated like cotton candy, while the sea breeze gently caressed the grassy training ground of the campus. A group of students sat haphazardly on the edge of the field. Castleton, a city nestled on the southern slope of the coastline, lies at the eastern end of a mountain range that stretches from the inland to the sea. The Elven Academy is situated in the southeastern part of the upper town, and from the grassy field, one can gaze upon the horizon where the sky meets the sea. A gust of wind swept by, causing Claire's soft silver hair and pointed ears to dance in the breeze. Roy reclined on the grass, casting a glance at Claire, who was clad in a leather vest and a white shirt, and lamented, I have never understood why, if it's a grudge between you and Steve. He doesn't confront you directly, corner you somewhere, and give you a proper beating, leaving you bedridden for 3 months. Claire turned his head, a look of incredulity in his eyes. Is your resentment towards me truly that profound? It must be said, the young Silvermoon elf could undoubtedly be considered a paragon of beauty, albeit with an overly delicate appearance and an expression that lacked any lethal intensity. It is because he fears my sister. Both Steve and I are nobles of Castleton, and he likely wishes to avoid breaching the decorum among the aristocracy. After all, if he were to lay hands on me in private, it would surely provoke my sister, which is precisely how she dealt with him last year. Roy chuckled. This Steve is a coward, too afraid to seek revenge against your sister, and instead chooses to vent his anger on you, dragging me into this mess. Claire glanced at Roy, exuding an air of nobility as he replied, I apologize. I did not anticipate that he would disregard the dignity of the aristocracy and attack you alongside his friends. Standing up from the grass, Roy gazed into the distance at the sea and addressed the Silvermoon elf. Claire, do you desire to experience a summer unlike any other? What? Claire inquired, intrigued. Some things we attempt to evade only become more inescapable. Sometimes, all we lack is a modicum of courage. True courage entails the willingness to draw one's sword. When 2 paths converge, the brave shall prevail. With that, Roy mimicked the motion of drawing a sword from his waist, though he bore none. Yet his stance conveyed a formidable presence. Claire continued to fixate on Roy. Roy turned and steadied himself, several dozen meters away on the grass. Steve was engaged in laughter with a few young elves. Since they seek to trouble us, we must retaliate. Otherwise, we shall always be on the receiving end, Roy asserted. Claire hesitated, but Steve is stronger than us. He has been studying basic martial arts here since last year. Leaning closer to Claire, Roy whispered, We can handle it like this. After the martial arts class concluded, Claire left the training ground, burdened with thoughts. Steve paid Claire no heed, instead fixating on Roy from a distance, conversing with several young Silvermoon elves. The next class was a history lesson, taught by a stunningly beautiful elven instructor who rarely interacted with her students. The lecture hall was nearly filled to capacity with students eager to learn about the recent history of the elves. Roy noted that during the last class, most of the attendees were female elves, but this time, a sudden influx of male elves crowded in, nearly overwhelming the seating arrangement. Roy remained seated at the edge of the half-blood elf section, absorbing the tale of the final elven king and how he divided elven civilization into three parts. He realized that studying history might be less practical than delving into botany. Despite the instructor's lackluster delivery, the number of students attending was surprisingly high. When the bell rang, Roy flowed with the throng of students exiting the classroom and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the academy entrance, he intended to follow his previous day's routine of taking the long carriage back to Brown Street. A hand reached from behind and grasped Roy's shoulder. Emerging from the crowd, Steve wore a smug expression and said to Roy, "If you wish to avoid public humiliation, I suggest we have a word over there." Roy made no attempt to resist. He merely shrugged off Steve's hand. The academy's entrance was bustling with students, many casting curious glances their way, even some elves pointing and whispering. Accompanied by a few young elves, Roy stepped out of the lively area. Beside a shrub-covered wall at the academy's side entrance, where few were present, Roy leaned against the foliage. Steve stood before him, appearing somewhat imposing among the Silvermoon elves, clad in light leather armor with a sword at his waist. "Roy, if you are willing to approach Instructor Nora and request not to practice with Claire, you may leave now, and I guarantee I will not trouble you again," Steve declared smugly. The identity of an elven noble seemed to endow him with a sense of superiority, giving rise to his arrogance. "So, the reason you have been pestering me these past few days is due to my pairing with Claire?" Roy questioned Steve. "What else would compel me to take action?" Steve scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Roy. "If I simply request not to practice with Claire, you will let me be?" Roy inquired cautiously. "Absolutely," Steve replied, a victorious smile creeping onto his face as he sensed Roy's resolve wavering, merely requiring a final push. He glanced at his companions. One Silvermoon elf understood immediately, stepping forward to grasp Roy's collar while shouting, "What are you waiting for, Nick Cat? If you refuse, we'll make you regret it." At that moment, Claire approached alone from around the corner. A young elf who had been vigilantly watching the street quickly whispered to Steve. Turning nonchalantly, Steve addressed Claire without reservation. "What's this? Claire, do you intend to step forward and invite a beating?" "Steve, do you believe I would come alone?" Claire retorted as he drew closer. Steve glanced nervously over his shoulder at Claire, who had now positioned himself to his right. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a voice called out, "Attack!" Roy and Claire lunged simultaneously at Steve. Roy wrapped his arms around Steve's waist and slammed his shoulder into his abdomen, while Claire swiftly maneuvered behind Steve, tightening a grip around his neck. Using Roy's momentum, they brought the armored Steve crashing to the ground, pinning him down. Steve had not anticipated that Roy and Claire would strike first. Despite their numerical disadvantage, he found himself taken by surprise and brought down by Roy. Claire's hold on his neck made it difficult for him to breathe, let alone struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Claire landed a punch to Steve's ribs, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Yet, upon witnessing Steve's predicament, Claire hesitated, unable to muster the resolve to inflict further harm. The surrounding young elves, upon witnessing Steve being knocked to the ground, immediately converged upon him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Roy and Claire, attempting to pry them away from Steve. At that moment, Roy appeared rather defiant, showing no inclination to evade the blows from the other young elves. Instead, he relentlessly pounded his fists against the subdued Steve beneath him. After enduring several strikes, Claire found himself on the verge of being dragged away by the others. In a frenzy, he clutched Steve tightly, clenching his fists and delivering forceful blows to the side of Steve's head. Almost all the nearby young elves had surrounded them. This brawl required no particular combat skills. It was merely a matter of safeguarding one's vital areas from being struck while retaliating fiercely against others. With no one else in sight, Roy and Claire focused their aggression solely on Steve. The skirmish was brutal, escalating until passers-by noticed the fray and summoned the patrolling elf guards. A sharp whistle pierced the air from a distance. Steve's friends, battered and bruised, managed to rescue him from his attackers, delivering a few swift kicks to Roy and Claire before hastily fleeing in a carriage. Claire and Roy found themselves in a rather pitiable state, leaning against a bush wall, grimacing as they exchanged weak high-fives. Despite their own injuries, Steve's condition was not much better. The adrenaline from the fight ignited a fervor within Claire, who for the first time felt a strange exhilaration in enduring pain. Such was the thrill of youthful vendettas. "How are you?" "Not too bad. At least my bones aren't broken," Roy replied, laboriously examining his arm and ribs. At that moment, two elf guards approached from the street, their stern expressions reflecting concern as they surveyed the bruised and battered figures of Roy and Claire, alongside the rapidly departing carriage. What transpired here? One guard demanded. Claire was about to recount the misdeeds of Steve's assailants, but Roy interjected. It's nothing. Just a minor fall. We sustained some injuries. Both Claire and the guards regarded Roy with puzzled expressions. However, Roy, leaning against the shrub wall and catching his breath, remained remarkably composed, showing no trepidation in the face of the guard's scrutiny. One of the young guards seemed poised to reprimand Roy, but was discreetly restrained by his companion. Be careful as you walk. If you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek our assistance, the seasoned guard advised, lingering momentarily before the two. Roy mustered a smile, replying, It's nothing, just a little tumble. Thank you, guard. May we take our leave? The elf guard scrutinized Roy, but said nothing further. Roy nudged the dazed Claire, and together, they bore their pain as they helped each other stand, limping away along the shrub-lined street. 28. Divine Arts. They did not head towards the academy, but, under Claire's guidance, arrived at the back street of the Elven Academy. The entire street was lined with various shops, including a modest flea market. Claire selected an apothecary, where some students on the street regarded them with peculiar glances, causing Claire to feel a twinge of shame, prompting him to lower his head to avoid recognition by acquaintances. Once inside the apothecary, he plopped onto a high stool at the counter, feeling a sense of revival wash over him. At least in the presence of the apothecary, he did not need to conceal the bruises adorning his face. 2 bottles of lesser healing potions. Oh no, make that 2 bottles of ordinary healing potions, Claire instructed the apothecary's owner. The owner, an elven mage clad in a light yellow robe, looked at Claire and Roy with a hint of surprise. Following Claire's request, he turned to retrieve 2 bottles of pale pink potions from the shelf behind him. Would you like ice packs? They are complimentary, the apothecary casually offered. Yes, please, Claire replied. That will be 120 kolar, the apothecary announced. Claire paid and handed 1 potion to Roy, while the apothecary presented 2 ice packs wrapped in gauze. Roy had witnessed the apothecary magically conjuring ice cubes, each the size of a palm, as he casually rummaged beneath the counter for a piece wrapped in gauze. Although there was an apothecary at the entrance of Brown Street, it was Roy's first encounter with such magical potions. The potion was contained within a test tube-shaped bottle, sealed with a cork, which was further secured with a thin layer of wax, barely visible unless inspected closely. The healing potions were of little aid in alleviating bruises and swelling. Seeking a swifter recovery, one might as well request a draft of life tree sap from the moon goddess temple, or perhaps the effects of water magic's healing spell would suffice. The apothecary rolled his eyes at Claire, saying, Would you like me to cast healing spells for you? I am willing to pay you for your services. Claire promptly inquired of the apothecary. Of course, 50 kolar per casting, the apothecary replied with a squint and a smile. Business has become increasingly challenging for apothecaries. It is not easy to sustain. Claire readily produced the coins. The apothecary led Claire and Roy behind a curtain, where there was not only a single bed, but also a long bench. Sitting obediently on the bench, Claire and Roy watched as the apothecary retrieved a cedar staff from a drawer, positioning himself before them like a conductor. As he raised the staff, the previously stoic apothecary transformed, exuding an indescribable aura. Roy sensed that something coursed through the tip of the staff, though he could not discern it. As the apothecary uttered a fluent incantation, a shimmering light enveloped Claire. Ouch! What is this? It hurts, Claire cried out, while Roy beheld a cascade of silver light, resembling tiny shimmering bubbles, enveloping Claire before vanishing after a few seconds. The healing spell seemed to inflict considerable pain on Claire, yet to Roy's astonishment, the bruises on Claire's face visibly faded at an astonishing rate. Behold, I dare say no magic is more suited for alleviating bruises than the healing spell, the apothecary remarked with a touch of pride, lifting his staff once more, this time directing it at Roy. Roy, feeling a twinge of apprehension, asked Claire, Does it hurt? Before Claire could respond, a stream of tiny bubbles descended upon Roy, this time without him even hearing the incantation. It was instantaneous. Roy felt as though his body had been mercilessly twisted by countless hands. The pain distinctly rooted in his flesh, yet it was an unbearable torment. Damn. The apothecary, having completed the spell, casually tossed the wand into the drawer and returned to the counter. Both Roy and Claire, enduring their discomfort, exited the apothecary. At that moment, Roy contemplated that if he could master the lesser healing spell, he might avoid spending money on magical potions after fights, perhaps even bypassing the need for healing spells altogether. He wondered if the casting of a lesser healing spell would be as painful as the healing spell. Upon returning to the temple, he could inquire with Jasper and ABT. However, it was evident that the bruises and swelling on both their faces and bodies were rapidly diminishing. Aside from the pain, the results were quite satisfactory. Upon leaving the apothecary, Claire sat on a bench by the street, wearing a pained expression as he complained, "Is this what you call bright swordplay?" In Roy's hand was the bottle of healing potion, and he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, if they dare approach us again, we will retaliate against the first instigator. We will respond in kind to their aggression. Since it's fighting, what is there to fear? Let them come." He winced as he raised his arm, the strain in his bicep causing him to grimace. Upon hearing Roy's words, Claire, who initially felt aggrieved, became invigorated and excitedly exclaimed, "Exactly. I just blackened Steve's eye. It was truly exhilarating. If he dares trouble us again, we will thrash him thoroughly. When I return, I shall practice the disarming techniques I learned today. Should he come again, we will strike back. I must obtain some life tree sap tonight." Before Claire could finish, he noticed Roy, clutching his 2 books, hastening towards the street corner. "Hey, Roy, where are you going?" Claire called after him. Roy turned to say, "I have something to attend to this afternoon. I must depart." With that, he quickened his pace towards a long carriage approaching from across the street. Panting, Roy reached the carriage just as it halted. Peering out from the compartment to wave vigorously at Claire, Claire stood still, reflecting on how he once perceived Steve, who was older than him, as a formidable figure among the younger generation while following his sister. However, upon reflection, Steve did not seem so intimidating after all. Gazing at his torn sleeve stained with blood, Claire concluded that he should indeed indulge in a drink of life tree sap. As Roy sat inside the carriage, passing through the lower city, he gazed vacantly at the swiftly passing scenery. He was taken aback to learn that the thief who had stolen the holy cup had met his demise. Upon hearing the morning news, Roy was somewhat stunned. Merely stealing the temple's holy cup should not warrant death, even if caught, under the lenient laws of the elven kingdom. The lightest punishment would be an indelible iron ring on the finger, while the heaviest would entail a stint in prison. There was no reason for a death sentence. Now, Roy realized the situation had escalated. The elven thief, Pyleus, might have ventured to the tavern that afternoon to meet Jefferson, and Roy was certain that the package he bore likely contained the holy cup. But now, both the elven thief Pyleus and Jefferson were dead, and the holy cup's whereabouts remained a mystery. Thus, the trail to the holy cup had come to an abrupt end. The long carriage halted at the Darnay River Bridge at the entrance of Brown Street, and Roy disembarked, making his way along Brown Street towards the Temple of Liberty. The temple was quiet that afternoon, and he planned to study divine arts in the library. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the temple, he found the heavy iron doors firmly shut. At the entrance of the temple stood a magnificent carriage, its exterior adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, while even the wheels were encased in a thick layer of gel-like resin. Attempting to push open a small door beside it, Roy stepped into the temple's forecourt. As he passed by the main hall, he faintly heard voices emanating from within. This cannot continue. The voice of Priest Anderson reached Roy's ears, startling him with its hoarse quality. Soon after, Priest Theodore's voice followed. "Has there been any response from the high priest?" To which Chief Priest Reed replied, "The messenger will not return so swiftly. We may have to wait several more days. Anderson, you must take care to rest more. I sense your condition is rather unstable," Theodore cautioned. Anderson's voice was then heard. "Maintaining miracles comes at a cost. Do not worry, a few days of rest will suffice. I am in a hurry, so I shall take my leave." As Roy approached the well, he caught sight of Priest Theodore, clad in a red and white ceremonial robe, hastily making his way to the temple entrance and boarding the carriage. Upon arriving in the lounge, Roy noticed that the novice priest robe he had washed yesterday had dried. He donned the robe and proceeded to the study. Inside, Jasper and ABT were quietly reciting prayers. Upon Roy's entrance, they both opened their eyes in turn. Unable to contain his excitement, Jasper exclaimed, "Roy, did you hear? The thief who stole the Holy Grail has been found, but tragically, he was murdered in the filthy sewers of the lower city. The Grail remains unrecovered." At this juncture, ABT interjected, "I heard that someone witnessed the entire theft and even commissioned an artist to create a portrait for the guards, which led to the identification of the culprit. Alas, by the time they apprehended him, he was already dead. Is that so? Are there any new leads on the Grail?" Roy inquired with curiosity. "Not as of now. It seems the guards intend to put this case on hold," Jasper murmured, feeling that their prayers were yielding little effect in harnessing the power of divine light. He then took a book from the shelf, coincidentally the same one Roy had studied yesterday, titled Blessing of Strength. I find this divine art rather impressive. Why hadn't I noticed it before? Jasper remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. Are you aspiring to be a combat priest like Roy? ABT asked, somewhat surprised. Jasper chuckled, his smile bearing an unsettling quality, far from that of a novice priest. I don't wish to overexert myself. Being a priest is sufficient for me. If I could advance further, I would aspire to be a high priest. Jasper confessed. ABT, perplexed, queried, then why are you learning Blessing of Strength? Jasper pushed the book towards ABT, flipping to the explanatory page, and proudly stated, have you not realized? This divine art enhances one's overall strength. Although 20 minutes is a bit brief, it is still adequately sufficient. As the esteemed high priest Reed entered the study, Jasper and ABT dutifully sat in their chairs, hands clasped together in silent prayer. Reed cast a glance at the two, revealing a hint of exasperation in his eyes. He approached Roy, who was practicing the Blessing of Strength glyph, and inquired, Roy, how is your mastery of this divine art progressing? Roy straightened up, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his response. I have yet to master it. That glyph is rather challenging. Observing Roy's struggles with the Blessing of Strength, Reed was not surprised and replied, practice diligently. Once you become proficient, it will come easily. I too spent nearly a week in imitation before I could accurately depict the glyph. Even then, I still made mistakes when reciting prayers. When learning such divine arts, patience is key. Roy shook his slightly sore wrist and asked Reed, Teacher, have you ever been to the Green Empire? Reed chuckled warmly, nostalgia evident in his tone as he replied, Indeed, that is my homeland. Conversely, Castledore is merely a brief stop on my life's journey. Roy was eager to inquire about life in the Green Empire, for the soul inhabiting this body was human and held a yearning for human existence. However, before he could voice his curiosity, Priest Addison's voice echoed from the corridor. High Priest Reed, there are 2 elven sentinels outside wishing to see you. Reed promptly responded. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Rising from the round table, he paused momentarily to remind Roy, who was diligently studying the glyph. One must possess a sufficiently strong holy light to learn more advanced divine arts. All divine arts are founded upon prayer. Roy, you must memorize the prayers so that the goddess may sense your devotion, thus granting you greater holy power. Understood, teacher, Roy affirmed. Reed then exited the study in haste. Once the heavy wooden door thudded shut, Jasper and ABT, who had been with hands clasped, reopened their eyes and exhaled deeply. They felt a wave of relief wash over them in the absence of Reed. Noticing Roy begin to recite prayers, Jasper quietly expressed his frustration. Even if we pray all day, we scarcely gather any holy light. Sitting beside him, ABT slumped forward, resting his pointed chin on the table, lamenting, Indeed. It feels as though the goddess has completely forgotten this elven continent, or perhaps her followers are too numerous for her to tend to. In any case, I have not felt the sensation of being bathed in holy light after prayer for at least 2 months. His naturally wavy golden hair framed his face as he lifted his eyelids to glance at Roy, asking, Roy, have you felt, a beam of holy light descending from above, enveloping your entire being, rendering your body almost translucent, with countless rays of holy light cleansing your soul? Roy shook his head in surprise. I had no idea such a sensation followed the recitation of prayers. Jasper explained, such experiences are not frequent. In the past, it would happen once or twice a month. Each time, being bathed in holy light would fill one's body with an abundance of holy power. If one happened to be on the verge of advancement during such moments, that holy light would help break through barriers, facilitating our ascension. Breakthrough? Roy had not anticipated that becoming a novice priest entailed more than merely learning divine arts. The key was to gather holy power for advancement. Indeed, we novice priests have 10 levels, Jasper stated matter-of-factly. With each breakthrough, the holy power within one's body undergoes a significant increase. The sensation is unmistakable. Upon reaching level 10, if one's holy power meets a certain threshold, one can become a true priest, of course, with a simple ceremony conducted by the temple. ABT interjected, previously, as long as one diligently recited prayers, one would amass enough holy power to ascend from novice priest to priest. It was merely a matter of time. He paused before continuing. Now, it has become quite troublesome. During prayer, I can no longer feel the sensation of being bathed in holy light. Jasper, exasperated, remarked, Indeed. I have been stuck at level 8 for over 2 months, and at present, I see no glimmer of hope for advancement. Roy, Since you first felt the holy light, have you not yet been bathed in it? Jasper inquired. Roy nodded. Then you need not even test yourself. You remain at level 1 novice priest. Jasper patted Roy on the shoulder in consolation. But Roy has already mastered the light illumination spell. ABT disagreed with Jasper's assessment. Jasper, however, insisted that only indicates his innate talent. It does not reflect his level. This is precisely why High Priest Reed urges him to recite prayers regularly. ABT casually flipped through the sacred prayers in front of him, expressing his despondency. But what good does that do? I have entirely lost my confidence. Jasper playfully looped his arm around ABT's neck, reminding him. As a devout novice priest of the Free Goddess Temple, ABT, such remarks could earn you a reprimand. ABT shrugged his shoulders in a resigned manner, saying, "So, I never said anything like that." It was evident that Jasper and ABT shared a close bond. With their explanations, Roy began to grasp the earnest intent behind Reed's admonitions. Perhaps it was a gentle reminder that he had been too absorbed in the divine arts, neglecting the sincere prayers that formed their foundation. He then set aside the blessing of strength and began to memorize the lengthy prayers. After a few attempts, Roy found that Jasper's assertions rang true. His prayers seemed to yield little result, as no particles of holy light gathered around him. The holy seed within him continued to operate independently, reaching out with its formless tendrils to collect surrounding particles of holy light. Yet, he noticed that the seed had sprouted a tender shoot, and the radiant mass appeared significantly brighter than the previous day. The light within the holy seed flowed gently, reminiscent of the thick mist rolling along the banks of the Darn River in the early morning. As the tendrils drew in the holy light particles, the brightness of the seed surged, even radiating out from Roy's body. A warm glow enveloped him, a soothing current flowing through his body like water in a vessel. Roy could clearly feel that the lingering dark wounds on his body were slowly dissipating under the illumination of the holy light. The holy seed, now shining brilliantly, extended another formless tendril, resulting in 2 such tendrils dancing about, capturing the stray particles of holy light surrounding Roy's form and drawing them into the seed. As the light emanating from the seed had yet to fully diminish, Jasper, noticing Roy's eyes flutter open, grasped Roy's arm and exclaimed, "Roy, how did you achieve this?" "I told you, Roy possesses a remarkable talent for priesthood. It seems the goddess has not entirely forgotten this place. She has merely overlooked us too." Before ABT could finish, his mouth was covered by a hand. "Speak not carelessly, the goddess is listening." Jasper scolded ABT, his expression shifting. ABT shrugged off Jasper's hand and said to Roy, "Roy, congratulations on your successful promotion to level 2 novice priest." Roy sat on the chair, somewhat at a loss. Noticing the bewilderment etched on Roy's face, ABT, recognizing him as an utter novice, advised, "As someone who has traversed this path, I recommend you take a moment to acclimate yourself. Feel the subtle changes within your body. The holy light will not only enhance your physical constitution, but, more importantly, fortify your mental prowess, enabling you to enter a state of prayer more swiftly. In summary, your body will become stronger." Roy rose from his seat, extending his right hand with his palm facing upwards. As he focused his thoughts, a brilliant sphere of light manifested within his grasp. Although the light was merely the size of an apple, it radiated with a brilliance far surpassing what Roy had previously conjured. So this is the sensation of advancement. Roy attempted to inscribe the blessing of strength rune using the power of the holy light in his palm. Perhaps due to the extraordinary concentration of the holy light, this attempt flowed far more smoothly than his previous efforts. Thus, the afternoon slipped away in the study. Roy's successful advancement rekindled Jasper and ABT's confidence, compelling them to recite their prayers with utmost seriousness. On his way home, Roy pondered the events awaiting him at the Elven Academy the following day. The noble elf Steve, having suffered an affront, would surely not take it lightly and might even ambush him on the streets. Roy was no fool. He understood that in Castledore, a Silvermoon elf noble would hardly concern himself with the fate of a half-elf with no connections. This was also the reason behind his determination to involve Claire in the feud between her and Steve, for with his presence, the adversaries would be less likely to overstep their bounds. Otherwise, as a half-elf, he could easily find himself cornered in an alley, meeting a grim fate akin to an elf thief, possibly even having his limbs stealthily broken. Having already tested the limits of his opponents, Roy noted that perhaps due to Claire's involvement, the group of young elves had displayed restraint, refraining from excessive force during their scuffles. Contemplating further, Roy resolved to practice the disassembly movements learned in his introductory martial arts class that evening. Perhaps they would prove useful come morning. "Roy, you seem to have grown paler," taunted the neighbor's mischievous child, Katie Vinyl, as she perched atop her family's wall, casting derisive glances at Roy in the street. In response, Roy bent down to pick up a small stone, causing the impish child to scamper down from the wall in fright, seeking refuge among the nearby rose bushes. The terrace at home became Roy's training ground for martial arts. Yet, even when those fluid movements were broken down into a series of simpler actions, they remained exceedingly challenging for Roy. Under the glow of the setting sun, he toiled alone on the terrace, painstakingly practicing the disassembly movements. Each motion slowed to a fraction of its intended speed, still appearing awkward and stiff. Before long, beads of sweat dampened his golden locks, causing them to cling uncomfortably to his forehead. Retreating downstairs to fetch a towel, Roy returned to the terrace only to find Moira standing on the adjacent balcony. She rarely donned such fitted attire, and the straps at her sides were hastily tied, yet this did not detract from the serene beauty inherent to a dark moon elf. She had even styled her hair into a ponytail. Moira mirrored Roy's disassembly movements with effortless grace. Upon catching Roy peeking at her across the terrace, she leaned against the railing, grinning. "Is this how it's done? I couldn't help but watch you practice so intently. Indeed, you execute it splendidly. I find it impossible to replicate. I always end up going awry," Roy admitted, feeling somewhat foolish for struggling with what Moira grasped effortlessly after merely observing a few times. "Don't lose heart. Let us practice together. We can correct each other's mistakes," Moira encouraged, her cheeks flushed perhaps from exertion. "Absolutely." Roy felt a sudden wave of relief. The tedious practice no longer seemed so burdensome. Moira began to attempt the less-than-standard disassembly movements Roy had been practicing. The experience was indeed delightful. However, when Sabrina returned from the Elven Academy and stepped onto the terrace, she could not suppress a frown at Moira's disassembly movements. Hesitating for a moment, she chose silence and descended the stairs. After refreshing herself with a shower and changing into a looser dress, Sabrina re-emerged onto the terrace. With arms crossed and leaning against the terrace doorframe, she addressed Moira. "None of your disassembly movements are correct. I strongly suggest you cease and focus on correcting your form." "Were they incorrect?" Moira inquired, her humility shining through as she sought clarification. "Sister, can you point out my mistakes?" With Sabrina's guidance, Roy suddenly recalled several aspects that indeed needed adjustment. However, those movements were largely beyond his reach due to the limitations of his arms and thighs. In an effort to accomplish them, he had lowered his standards, resulting in improper execution. With Sabrina's input, Moira swiftly rectified her movements. Yet Roy found himself unable to replicate them no matter how hard he tried. Sabrina couldn't help but ridicule Roy from the neighboring terrace. "Your arms and thighs are far too stiff. Didn't instructor Nora inform you that your physique is ill-suited for learning elven martial arts?" Embarrassed, Roy stood awkwardly on the terrace, attempting to stretch his rigid arms, though regrettably, it yielded no results. Sabrina scrutinized him further, unreservedly stating, "Your ligaments have yet to fully loosen, resulting in improper form. If these disassembly movements are not executed accurately, when you later attempt to combine them into a fluid motion, it will undoubtedly feel clumsy, and the further you progress, the more difficult it becomes to adjust, ultimately leading to significant distortion in your movements. You truly are ill-suited for martial arts. You should abandon this endeavor before it begins." Roy chose not to respond to Sabrina's remarks, continuing to awkwardly perform the disassembly movements. "Sister," Moira softly protested. Sabrina shot her a glare, prepared to turn and leave, but Moira tugged at her skirt. She turned to face Moira. "Sister," Moira implored once more, "I can't spare much time. I'll only assist him this once." Sabrina replied to Moira, as if reaffirming her own resolve. While Roy struggled to straighten his arms, he suddenly felt a soft, delicate hand grasping his wrist, her fingers icy. Turning, he realized that Sabrina had quietly approached and was now standing on his terrace. Though their terraces were adjacent, a gap of at least 5 meters separated them. Instinctively, Roy glanced at her long legs, oblivious to the slight blush gracing Sabrina's cheeks. Without hesitation, Sabrina forcefully pulled Roy's arm backward, causing the ligaments to stretch painfully, prompting a yelp from him. "Stay still. Maintain that position," Sabrina instructed as she guided Roy through the disassembly movements, while Moira leaned over the railing to observe. Having finally mastered the disassembly movements, The challenge of linking them became even more daunting. Each motion followed a specific trajectory, and the application of force demanded precision, rhythm, and a sense of timing. Roy comprehended all too well the truth behind instructor ABT Nora's initial lessons. Her words were far from exaggerated. This was merely the simplest sequence of movements. Roy hesitated to contemplate what lay ahead. Fortunately, Sabrina repeatedly demonstrated the movements of this technique, making it appear effortless. With her tall stature, her slow execution of these basic martial arts resembled a graceful dance. Unlike Moira's ethereal elegance, Sabrina's movements exuded strength, each action imbued with an overwhelming sense of power. Roy finally comprehended that during their last encounter, Sabrina had certainly not held back in delivering a thorough beating to him. However, since instructor Nora had yet to commence lessons on continuous movements, Roy had ample time to practice, even if he struggled to replicate them. After this arduous session, Roy lay sprawled on the terrace floor, utterly devoid of dignity. "Are those Silvermoon elves still causing you trouble?" Sabrina inquired, taking a seat beside him without any rush to depart. "Well, we had a skirmish today," Roy replied. Sabrina hesitated before suggesting, "The Elf Academy has a mixed-blood elf support group. You might consider discussing your situation with them." Roy shook his head, asserting, "I can handle it myself." In our own way, Sabrina stood and turned back to him, remarking, "Wise individuals do not dismiss the goodwill of others." With that, she descended the stairs, having no intention of leaping back from the terrace. "Thank you for your compliment." Roy's voice trailed off behind her. Sabrina suppressed the urge to glance back at him, hastily exiting the yard of his home. Outside, the moonlight cast a shimmering glow upon the distant sea. Roy sat on his single bed, feeling an overwhelming soreness in every joint of his body. On the table by the window, aside from 2 books, sat a vial of life potion. Roy was tempted to consume the potion to test its efficacy. Yet, remembering the apothecary's words about its limited effectiveness in alleviating bruising and swelling, he quelled that thought. He then recalled the lesser healing spell, but regrettably, he had yet to learn it. If it hadn't been so late, he would have even considered rushing to the temple for Jasper to provide him with a brief healing. "Ah, I did learn the diminutive light spell, didn't I?" The high priest Reed mentioned that this divine spell also possesses a slight healing effect. Roy smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. He quickly took a few deep breaths to calm himself, mentally revisiting the design of the divine sigil, while silently reciting the accompanying prayers. Once prepared, Roy stood in his room, first drawing the curtains, then securely shutting the door, silently channeling the power of holy light to craft the divine sigil. He recited the sacred prayers. The sigil manifested as a rune pattern woven from holy light, and as the final prayer concluded, the floating runic design seemed to come alive. Before Roy, the holy light coalesced into a gently warm orb, hovering above his left shoulder. This orb emanated a soft glow, illuminating his room. Roy attempted to guide the faint light upwards, but it effortlessly penetrated the ceiling. Lady Belinda was sleeping upstairs. If she were awakened, it would surely lead to a reprimand. As she was a devotee of the moon goddess, fearful and drenched in cold sweat, Roy hastily summoned the light back. Floating obediently before him, Roy extended a finger to touch it. It felt warm, yet his finger passed through the orb without resistance. He then concentrated, attempting to gather a small amount of holy light at his fingertip, using this minuscule radiance to make contact with the orb. Instantly, the orb absorbed the holy light from his fingertip, its glow flickering momentarily before calming. This orb of light could not be sustained for long. Only about a quarter of an hour. Roy ceased other attempts and directed the faint light to hover around his arms, its gentle warmth soothing the pain in his joints and ligaments. He immediately reclined on his bed, allowing the orb to drift across his limbs, reminiscent of therapeutic heat. Uncertain as to when he dozed off, Roy awoke to the brightness of dawn. Rising early from his bed, he felt sore all over, yet it was manageable compared to the previous night. After dressing, seeing that he had time before school, Roy decided to stroll through the fish market at the docks, as he had not enjoyed fish in quite some time. To his surprise, he encountered elven sentinels patrolling the beach that morning. The waves crashed against the rocks, creating a cascade of foam as the tides steadily rose. The sentinels stood at the rocky area Roy often frequented, seemingly searching for some traces. As he jogged past the beach, he overheard the sentinels debating on the remnants left on the rocks he had cleared of barnacles. These traces must belong to the Naga assassin lurking in this rocky area, waiting for the right moment to strike, When a target appears at the docks, their voices mingled with the sounds of the sea and wind, becoming intermittently audible. Roy could hardly make out their words, but the mention of the Naga assassin piqued his interest. However, the traces appeared quite old. Perhaps if we remain vigilant, we can catch him. Even if we can't, we can certainly drive him back to the sea. Agreed. Roy was tempted to venture over to the rocks to witness the commotion, but considering the likelihood of attracting the attention of the elven sentinels and potentially incurring unnecessary trouble, he decided against it. Reaching the fish market, he found it just as the tide was rising, and a small boat was docking. Roy spent 3 koalas to purchase 2 fatty bluefin tuna, which, when cooked fresh with just a sprinkle of salt and pepper, would be utterly delightful. On his way back with the fish, he spotted Ms. Jillian standing on a large fishing boat, pulling a hefty tuna from the hold. Her stall typically sold these large sea fish. After transporting the tuna back to her stall, Ms. Jillian would cut it into palm-sized cubes, which the elves eagerly purchased. The tuna weighed nearly 300 to 400 pounds. Roy had never realized Ms. Jillian possessed such strength. As a regular at the fish market, Roy paused at a stall where an elderly elf who often bought the fish Roy caught exclaimed, "Roy, I haven't seen you fishing lately." Roy stopped to respond. "I've been attending classes at the Elf Academy for nearly a week." "Oh, it's important to acquire knowledge." The elder elf nodded in agreement. Noticing Roy's pause, he continued, "I was just concerned you might head to the beach to fish. There has been reports of a Naga assassin appearing on the nearby beaches during rainy days, and 4 foreign sailors have already been killed. So, please, avoid the beach at night or in foggy weather." With that, the elder elf mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Roy never anticipated hearing such news from the elder elf. The Naga assassin? The elder pointed toward the rocky beach, speaking mysteriously. "The sentinels have found traces of his crawling, along with scales caught on branches and rocks." "I will be cautious," Roy replied, waving goodbye to the elder as he departed the fish market, carrying his fish and jogging back along a small path to Brown Street. The room was enveloped in silence, with Lady Belinda's lambskin boots resting at the doorway, while Roy neatly arranged the toes outward. He entered the kitchen, deftly handling the fish, removing its entrails and rinsing away the blood, before marinating it for a short while. During this interlude, Roy brewed a pot of tea. As the tantalizing aroma of the fish wafted into the living room, it seemed to awaken Lady Belinda. Barefoot and clad in her nightgown, she emerged from the upstairs bedroom, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She tenderly kissed Roy's forehead before turning to step into the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon echoed. After her shower, Lady Belinda, now adorned in a silk gown, awaited at the dining table with half a sketchbook in hand. Roy placed the pan-fried fish and tea before her. "My dear Roy, you are simply marvelous. Thank you for this exquisite breakfast," she exclaimed. Roy, seated opposite her, picked at the fish bones while saying, "I've heard that staying up late can lead to wrinkles. You ought to take care of yourself." "Is that so?" Lady Belinda responded, rising in concern to inspect her reflection in the bathroom mirror. Seeing her radiant face, she sighed in relief and returned to the table. "Shall we go out together later?" she inquired. Roy quickly declined. "I'm going for a run." It was inconceivable for him to accompany his mother. The neighbors on Brown Street would often tone down their remarks upon seeing the pair, jesting that they resembled siblings. Once they left Brown Street, those unfamiliar with Roy naturally regarded him as Lady Belinda's attendant. Roy had hurriedly grabbed a book and dashed out, the incessant rain of late having caused the water level in the Darnay River to rise significantly. At the street corner, he spotted Sabrina waiting for the carriage. Her tall figure stood out among the crowd, and he waved at her. Though she noticed him, she typically ignored his greeting. As Roy traversed the lower town, daily life was already bustling. Most shops had opened, and street vendors were grouped together, showcasing an array of fruits. The most eye-catching were the pyramids crafted from fresh produce, each fruit appearing irresistibly enticing. Upon arriving at the Elven Academy, breathless from his run yet free of soreness, Roy found himself in the introductory martial arts class taught by instructor Abbot Nora. Students were scattered across the training grounds, many practicing the disassembly techniques they had learned the day prior. Spotting Claire, Roy noted that the bruises on his face had healed remarkably well, nearly unnoticeable. They huddled together at the edge of the training area, discussing their plans for after school. Claire hesitated, asking Roy, "If Steve and his friends come looking for us again at noon, should we still confront them?" Without hesitation, Roy replied, "Absolutely, until we bring him to heel." Noticing Claire's uncertainty, he encouraged him further, "If we back down now, Steve will continue to dominate us at the academy. Just think about it. We've only just begun our studies. How long must we endure this? Claire pondered seriously, probably about 20 years. Roy, are you really planning to spend 20 years at the Elven Academy before graduating? Roy expressed surprise. Claire answered matter-of-factly, yes, after graduation. I intend to further my studies at the prestigious Elven Academy in Buenos. Well, your life plan is certainly long-term, Roy remarked. Claire, unfazed, retrieved a vial of green potion from his pocket and handed it to Roy. Here, I brought you some tree of life juice. Roy was inclined to refuse, aware that it was far more valuable than the life potion he hadn't yet consumed. However, Claire waved dismissively, that's of little use. The tree of life juice has excellent healing properties. My grandmother gave it to me when I returned home yesterday. Take it. It's free and not worth much. The bell for class rang. Instructor Abbot Nora approached from the direction of the teaching building, dressed in light leather armor, carrying a bow and quiver. With a sword at her waist, her long hair flowing gracefully, exuding a spirited aura. Just before the bell ceased, Steve rushed onto the training ground, his face unmarred and limping absent, indicating that his injuries had healed. However, when he set his gaze upon Roy and Claire, the fury in his eyes nearly erupted. Claire, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at Roy. Seeing Roy return Steve's glare without reservation gave him a modicum of confidence. During the martial arts class, they continued to practice the disassembly techniques from the previous day. Roy managed to perform the movements, albeit clumsily, unable to execute them fluidly. This prompted instructor Abbot Nora, who had intended to discuss matters with Roy, to pause and observe further. Although his aptitude was lacking, his diligence was commendable. At noon, after classes ended, Roy and Claire arrived early at the narrow alley on the west side of the academy. Noticing that Steve and his friends had yet to arrive, Claire felt an inkling of anxiety and suggested to Roy, perhaps we should leave, they haven't shown up yet. At that moment, Roy stood before Claire with a serious expression, taking a deep breath. As a sphere of light began to glow in his palm, Claire was left speechless, captivated by the soft orb as he drew intricate runes before him. His movements were somewhat awkward, and after successfully sketching half of a divine pattern, he faltered when trying to connect the central line, the incomplete design crumbling like sand slipping through his fingers. Roy sighed, it appears I still cannot manage this. With my current abilities, I can only attempt it 3 times. Regardless of the outcome, I must try again. He spoke, reigniting the sacred light in his palm. This time, fueled by the urgency of the situation, his focus intensified. To his surprise, he completed the divine pattern in one continuous motion. Although his incantation was somewhat halting, the final words of his prayer culminated in a tangible symbol that did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a fist imbued with divine energy, merging seamlessly into Claire's being. What is this? Claire inquired, astonished. A blessing of strength. How does it feel? Are you not brimming with power? Roy eagerly asked. It feels all right. Is this magic? Claire responded. Roy quickly corrected him. It's divine art. I just learned it. I had never succeeded before, but this time I was fortunate. Oh, and I have one more chance. With the success of his first attempt, Roy proceeded to draw the divine pattern again, this time achieving mastery. However, in his haste to recite the incantation, the divine art faltered. Watching the pattern before him scatter like grains of sand in the wind, Roy could only let out a resigned sigh. Just as the light in his palm began to fade, Steve arrived with a larger group of friends than the previous day. Upon witnessing Roy and Claire standing beneath the high hedges of the alley, Steve shouted with disdain, "You two reckless fools." His irritation was palpable as he confronted Roy and Claire, who had chosen not to flee but rather to remain at the very spot where they had fought the previous day. Steve, filled with rage from having been thoroughly beaten by the duo, felt a sense of urgency. Although his companions had dealt significant blows to both Roy and Claire, he himself had endured a brutal thrashing. Determined to rally a group of friends to ambush Roy and Claire at the academy entrance, Steve was taken aback by their audacity to wait in the very alley where the altercation had transpired. The presence of his companions in the narrow alley did little to bolster Steve's confidence. Outside the alley, 2 carriages were stationed at the street corner, their drivers seated calmly in their respective seats. While the carriages appeared quite similar at first glance, the distinct family crests adorning their exteriors indicated they belonged to different noble houses. The carriages effectively blocked the alley, preventing passers-by from peering inside. Inside the alley, Roy and Claire stood united. Claire fixed her gaze on Steve, her delicate features betraying a hint of scornful amusement. Steve, feeling a surge of anger, gestured for his newly joined friends to hold back. However, as he attempted to restrain them, several other young elves surged forward. A brawl erupted almost instantaneously, with Roy and Claire's objective clear: to deliver a severe beating to the first elf who dared to charge at them. Due to his efforts to protect his friends, Steve was not the first to leap into the fray. Instead, Roy and Claire lunged at the golden-haired young elf who had rushed forward. They offered him no chance to showcase his skills. Once they had tackled him to the ground, they unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Claire, in particular, landed a devastating blow that sent the handsome young elf's head reeling to the side, while Roy firmly held him in place, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Soon after, Steve and the other elves joined the fray, and the young elves became entangled in a chaotic melee. They refrained from utilizing weapons of any sort, not even clubs, enduring the blows raining down upon them. Roy and Claire retaliated with fervor, delivering a harsh beating to the unfortunate elf pinned beneath them. This skirmish lasted longer than their previous encounter, as the two carriages at the street corner obscured the view of most pedestrians. By the time the elven guards arrived, both parties were nearly exhausted from the altercation. Several young elves were left panting, encircling Roy and Claire, who stood back to back by the hedges, their feet planted firmly on the body of the unfortunate elf who had initiated the conflict. Even Claire's blessing of strength had begun to wane. Nevertheless, Claire's bravery had earned her newfound respect among the young elves, who were astonished to see the typically timid Claire, often hidden behind her sister, displaying such formidable strength. Each time they attempted to rescue their comrade, Claire retaliated with her fists, reminiscent of her sister's fierce nature. The realization sent chills down their spines. Provoking Miss Claire was certainly not a wise decision. Though Roy and Claire were battered and bruised, they exhibited no signs of retreat. At that moment, the sound of the elven guards' whistles echoed from the street corner. Steve quickly urged his friends to make their escape, while two young elves seized the opportunity to drag the defeated elf, now resembling a pile of mush, back to the carriage. Instead of waiting for the guards to interrogate them, Roy and Claire, despite enduring considerable pain, supported each other as they limped toward the street corner. At that moment, a driver from another carriage jumped down to assist them, opening the door. Claire pulled Roy inside, and the driver cracked his whip, hastily departing. The elven guards stood at the street corner, allowing the carriages to vanish from sight. The carriage rolled slowly along Edward Street, adjacent to the Elven Academy. Inside, Claire leaned awkwardly against the seat, her right cheek swollen and bruised, as she whimpered in pain while uncorking a small vial of life tree essence, gulping it down. The potent essence enveloped her, infusing her body with vitality. Roy, seated opposite her, carefully examined his own injuries. He bore graver wounds. For while the young elves had displayed some restraint towards Claire, they unleashed their full fury upon him, nearly leaving him incapacitated. Moreover, his attire had suffered 2 significant rips. After sipping from a bottle of the verdant life tree essence, Roy discovered it to be richer than any he had previously consumed, its life-giving energy coursing through him. Discarding the empty vial, he reclined on the long seat in the carriage, attempting to brush off the imprints of feet on his clothing, only to find the marks stubbornly remained. Taking the ice pack from Claire, he pressed it against his swollen cheek. "Where are you headed? I'll accompany you." "We still have 2 hours before class," he replied, eager to wait in the carriage until the swelling subsided. Claire, reclined on the seat, weakly inquired about his plans. The exhilaration of battle had faded, leaving her acutely aware of the pain that now enveloped her body. It was a wild departure from her usual demeanor. "To Castleton Harbor," Roy declared. "Is that where your home is?" Claire, propped up on one arm, strained to open the window, relaying instructions to the driver. The driver promptly redirected the carriage towards the lower district. Claire, despite her discomfort, lay back on the seat, staring at the ceiling. Though her body ached, her spirit remained undaunted, excitement evident in her voice. "That Elander fellow was reduced to tears by us today. He'll be too embarrassed to face me at the next gathering." "Do you know those Silvermoon elves?" Roy inquired, sitting up despite his own pain. "I know a few. Castleton is a small place. We often encounter one another at social events. They're all friends of Steve, and they've never regarded me with any seriousness," Claire replied. Roy, enduring his own discomfort, pressed further. "Claire, do you know Steve's route home after school?" Claire's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Roy, her heart racing. She saw the determination in his gaze, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. "Yes," she exclaimed. Roy slammed his fist on the table, a fierce resolve in his voice. "Then tomorrow night, we shall confront Steve. Claire, inspired by Roy's unyielding spirit, readily agreed. Yes. Let us go confront him. Roy limped into the grand entrance of the temple, where Jasper was stationed. Upon seeing Roy in such a disheveled state, Jasper hurried out to assist him into the courtyard, inquiring, Roy, what happened to you? I had a skirmish with those Silvermoon elves, Roy replied. Jasper was aware that Roy had clashed with the Silvermoon elves at the academy just the day before, but he was taken aback by Roy's current predicament. As a half-elf himself, Jasper often faced ostracism from the Silvermoon elves in Castledore, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. He helped Roy into the lounge. Roy changed into the robe of a novice cleric. Most of the bruises on his body had faded significantly, thanks to the remarkable efficacy of the life tree sap, which was far less painful than the water healing spell. How about I use lesser healing to assist you? Although it won't compare to the abilities of the 3 senior clerics, at least it will alleviate some of your pain, Jasper suggested, standing at the door. Sure, thank you, Jasper. Roy expressed his gratitude eagerly. This was Roy's first experience with divine healing, as a series of intricate prayers echoed around him. A warm holy light transformed into sacred symbols and surged into his body. Roy could feel the divine energy coursing through him, instantly dispelling the pain that had enveloped him. The bruises visibly healed under the gentle glow of the holy light, fading at an astonishing rate. The lesser healing spell proved to be significantly more effective than the water healing spell and was far less agonizing. As a half-elf, Roy's response to the life tree sap was halved in effectiveness, rendering it less useful than the lesser healing spell. I feel much better, Jasper. This lesser healing is indeed quite effective. I think I shall learn it as my 3rd divine spell, Roy remarked, raising his hands and stretching his arms, taking a couple of laps around the lounge in delight. You should focus on mastering Blessing of Strength first. One cannot bite off more than one can chew when it comes to divine spells, Jasper advised Roy. He then asked, Have those Silvermoon elves become so brazen? I gave them a good thrashing as well, Roy replied, adjusting his attire as he spoke to Jasper. The two exited the lounge together. In the corridor, Jasper placed his arm around Roy's shoulders and asked, Do you need our assistance? Roy smiled broadly. No, I can handle this myself. I'm quite grateful for your help with healing when I was injured. In the temple library, novice cleric ABT sat at a round table. Hands clasped in prayer before his chest, eyes closed in silent supplication. Perhaps it was due to Roy's recent promotion to a level 2 novice cleric that ABT's prayers had grown more fervent, filled with renewed hope. Jasper stood guard at the entrance, leaving only Roy and ABT in the room. Roy sat beside ABT, with 2 divine spellbooks laid before him, Blessing of Strength and Lesser Healing. He had grasped the fundamentals of Blessing of Strength and successfully inscribed 2 divine symbols during midday. Though he had faced a setback due to his unfamiliarity with the prayers, he had captured the essence of the symbol inscribing process, a realization he deemed invaluable. Typically, divine spellbooks accurately record the symbols and prayers, yet clerics struggle to articulate the profound sensations experienced during the incantation. Roy's only shortcoming was his lack of proficiency in reciting the prayers. He diligently recited the incantation for Blessing of Strength. ABT reminded him to dedicate more time to praying daily. Otherwise, the condensation of holy light would slow considerably. Roy nodded in agreement. Yet the 2 spellbooks on the table clearly indicated his immersion in the study of divine magic. Blessing of Strength and Lesser Healing are regarded as the most practical spells for novice clerics. However, as a level 2 novice cleric, Roy's pursuit of these demanding spells, which requires significant holy energy, would be more prudent if he focused on prayer to accumulate holy light. In fact, High Cleric Reed had noticed Roy's growing obsession with divine magic, which seemed to overshadow his interest in prayer. He seldom witnessed Roy in prayer. Each time he entered the library, he found Roy engrossed in studying spells, which stirred a sense of unease within High Cleric Reed. For a cleric, the holy light obtained through prayer is the foundation of all divine spells. The spells are merely the blossoms upon the tree. Without a sufficient accumulation of holy energy, mastery of even the most advanced spells would be futile. Roy, do not invest too much of your energy in studying divine magic. What you need most now is to gather holy light. High Cleric Reed would earnestly remind him upon each encounter, regardless of whether Roy adhered to his counsel. Master, why can't I feel the holy light during my prayers? Roy posed a question that had been on both Jasper's and ABT's minds, yet they hesitated to voice it. High Cleric Reed's expression dimmed, his voice heavy as he replied, That is because the goddess is currently too distant from us. Since her descent into the realm of darkness, her holy radiance has been obscured by the mist of darkness, rendering it unable to shine upon the elf continent. It is precisely for this reason that we have felt the absence of her holy light during our prayers of late. Thus, we must pray with even greater sincerity. Our faith will serve as a beacon amidst the overwhelming darkness. I firmly believe that one day, the goddess's holy light will pierce through the endless shadows and illuminate every corner of this land, as long as we remain prepared for its arrival. Roy was taken aback by this revelation. Jasper and ABT had often lamented their inability to receive the holy light during prayer, unaware that it was due to the goddess's radiance being unable to reach the elf continent. ABT sat there, somewhat dumbfounded, muttering to himself. So the rumors outside were indeed true. He then turned to High Cleric Reed, saying, "High Cleric Reed, I have heard that the situation in the Divine War is quite dire, with the opposing dark forces being exceptionally formidable." High Cleric Reed merely shook his head slightly. Such rumors are unfounded. The higher-ups are keeping a close watch on the situation. We must remain patient and pray devoutly. At this point, High Cleric Reed wished to offer some words of encouragement, patting both their shoulders. In truth, the goddess's holy light does not entirely evade us. It is merely weakened so faint that we struggle to perceive it. Otherwise, Roy would not have advanced so swiftly within a mere week. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger, mimicking a small size, akin to forming a heart. "Now, Roy, release your holy light for ABT to witness." Roy promptly concentrated and conjured a seed-shaped orb of light in his palm. Within the gentle glow, the light seed rose defiantly, resembling a large question mark. Upon seeing the orb of light in Roy's palm, High Cleric Reed nodded in approval of Roy's efforts. The first time he encountered Roy, the holy light in his palm had been as faint as a firefly. In less than a week, the power of holy light that Roy had harnessed had grown to the size of an apple, evidently a testament to his diligence. ABT clearly concurred with High Priest Reed's assertion, nodding in agreement. As the luminous orb in his palm gradually diminished and the last flicker of light dissipated, Roy once again delicately inquired, "Master, can the holy light within us autonomously capture the stray particles of holy light surrounding us?" 2 days prior, he had broached this topic but received a negative reply. Now, he sought clarification, believing his previous description had been somewhat inaccurate. How could the holy light within us, which is not a spirit, actively absorb the surrounding stray particles of holy light? High Priest Reed furrowed his brow, promptly delivering a negation. He perceived Roy, as a newly initiated apprentice priest, to be perplexed by many matters, lost in an unreasonable fantasy, an entirely normal state for one at his stage. In Reed's view, it was essential to guide Roy with care. You are puzzled as to why you cannot receive holy light during prayer, yet can perceive the changes within your inner light. Correct? Roy nodded affirmatively. This is due to the feebleness of the holy light within your body. Even slight fluctuations are easily felt, Reed explained. He paused before continuing. Typically, the power of holy light within us increases naturally, as it assimilates unseen stray particles of holy light in our vicinity due to their affinity. However, this does not imply that a greater number of stray particles around us or increased contact with them while riding in a carriage would hasten their integration into our being. Only through sincere prayer can we invite the divine radiance that the goddess bestows upon this land into our bodies. Roy, you are merely beginning your journey as an apprentice priest, and it is entirely normal to encounter bewildering questions at this stage. You can always strengthen your resolve through prayer. Listening to High Priest Reed's patient guidance, Roy suddenly found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Could the two formless tendrils I perceive merely be manifestations of the affinity for holy light? That must be it. Consequently, Roy began to pray alongside ABT in the study. It was only as he was about to leave the sanctuary that he revisited the tome on minor healing arts. The thought of the Silvermoon elves, particularly Steve, at the Elf Academy made him wish to master minor healing arts sooner, if only to avoid squandering the precious essence of the life tree. Even though these lifebloods were provided by Claire, they ought not to be used frivolously. Before departing the study, Roy decided to attempt the blessing of strength. As the complete divine sigil materialized upon the round table, the moment his prayer concluded, the sigil transformed into countless grains of sand, coalescing into a fist radiating a sacred aura, which gradually merged with Roy's being. ABT, who was preparing to rise, widened his eyes in astonishment, dropping the hefty tome of sacred prayers onto the table with a loud thud. As evening descended, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the sea was laden with dark, ominous formations. With a storm imminent, The rising sea breeze carried with it a heavy mist. Roy changed out of his apprentice priest robes in the lounge, donning a slightly damp outfit, preparing to dash home before the downpour. Perhaps disheartened by Roy's resolve, ABT sulked back to his room, locking himself away. Jasper, stationed at the temple's entrance, promptly opened the side door for Roy as he emerged. "You'd best hurry. Rain is imminent," Jasper urged. The wind surged, sending waves crashing against the black rocks, shattering into countless droplets. Roy hastened down the street, buffeted by the fierce gusts that swayed the roadside fig trees violently. Merchants hurriedly gathered their wares, and street vendors hastened homeward. The dock was nearly deserted. Even the fish market had turned eerily quiet. Roy spotted Miss Jillian pushing a cart at the end of Brown Street. Upon reaching the street corner, he noticed that the nightblade panther tethered outside the apothecary had retreated into its wooden shelter, exposing merely half of its snout. It let out a habitual low growl upon seeing Roy. He paused, casting a challenging glance at the nightblade panther before sprinting towards home. The torrential raindrops fell like pebbles, swiftly drenching the ground, and as the deluge intensified, the sound of the rain melded into a continuous roar. Countless raindrops pounded the surface of the sea. As the tempestuous winds drove the waves towards the shore, where they crashed against the rocks, exploding into myriad droplets. He stealthily emerged from the depths of the ocean, his dark back adorned with a dull fin pressed closely against him. With arms outstretched, he navigated the waters, rhythmically swaying his tail as he approached the black rocks in silence. The waves surged, propelling him onto a rocky outcrop, where amidst the swirling foam, his body nearly adhered to the barnacle-encrusted stones. The downpour only augmented his agility. He ascended the black rock, steadily nearing the coastline. In the dim twilight of the rain, two portly sailors, their bellies protruding, hurriedly trotted along the beach, buckets in hand, making their way towards the harbor. Their corpulent forms hindered their speed on the sand, as raindrops relentlessly bombarded them, trickling down into their eyes, prompting them to squint. The two sailors panted as they raced along the shoreline, leaving distinct footprints in the sand. Ahead lay a cluster of black rocks. Beyond them, a few hundred meters further would bring them to the dock's edge. Soaked through, the waves lapped at their ankles. A fish slipped from one of the buckets with a splash, vanishing into the depths like a fleeting shadow. One of the hefty sailors cursed, glancing at the remaining two fish in the bucket, compelled to slow his pace. "Well, we're already drenched. Whether we return earlier or later, it matters not." He contemplated calling out to his companion ahead, but as he opened his mouth, rainwater rushed in. Spitting out a mouthful, he trudged onward. He lay in wait upon the rocks, eyes glinting with malice. His azure visage bore peculiar gills, while his hair was braided into several thin strands. Ears pressed against his skull, rendering his face almost monstrous. His arms stretched over a meter in length, covered in azure scales, with black fins adorning his back. The upper half of his body resembled that of a human, while below the waist, his form transformed into a lengthy fish tail exceeding 2 meters. Upon spotting the two human sailors along the coastline, his golden-flecked eyes widened. Even his breath grew labored as he retrieved a sharp dagger from his waist. Clenching it between his teeth, and silently slipped into the water. He adeptly maneuvered around the cluster of rocks, the water rising to his waist. Here, he was perilously close to the shore, the figures of the two human sailors becoming increasingly discernible amidst the downpour. A massive wave surged, propelling his body swiftly towards the shore. He vigorously swung his fishtail, propelled by the force of the waves and the acceleration of his movement, bursting forth from the water like a dart. Within arm's reach, he spread his arms wide, flicking his tail as he lunged towards the human sailor trailing behind. The sailor was bald, standing at a height of 185 centimeters, adorned with a tattoo of an anchor behind his ear. His chin boasted a neatly trimmed beard, and his arms were robust. His rotund belly exaggerated the curvature of his spine into an exaggerated shape, causing him to gasp for breath after just a few steps, as though he might expel his lungs from his chest. He dared not breathe too deeply, fearing the rainwater might choke him. Merely a cook aboard the ship, his greatest pleasure lay in indulging in the company of exotic women at the port. On a rare day off, however, misfortune befell him. Having lost his last copper coin in a game the previous night, he found himself at the shore, fishing to pass the time. A shadow, reeking of fish, lunged onto his back, its icy, clammy arms tightening around his neck, if one could still call it a neck. The sailor caught sight of a scaled, azure arm, while the other hand, adorned with fins, clutched a sharp dagger. The dagger sliced through the thick layer of fat beneath his neck, seeking the trachea. A flash of light streaked through. Blood gushed from his throat. He could not even muster a scream, clutching his neck as he sank into the sea, the blood quickly staining the surrounding waters crimson. The strength within him ebbed rapidly, and he struggled to rise, to call out to his companions ahead. Yet the crashing waves and the sound of rain drowned out all, until he lost the last vestige of his strength, collapsing softly into the ocean. His corpulent body was swept ashore by the surf. The downpour washed away the blood from his form. Meanwhile, the sailor ahead, running briskly, sensed an unsettling silence behind him. Instinctively, he glanced back and was horrified to discover his companion sprawled upon the beach, his bucket and fishing rod flung far aside. He wanted to curse, "Damn this wretched weather." As the waves receded, they swept away the fine sand beneath his feet, nearly causing him to stumble into the water. The beach was devoid of any signs of life, the heavy rain rendering the landscape indistinct. He initially assumed his companion had merely stumbled and required his assistance, turning without a second thought to run back through the rain. Upon reaching his fallen comrade, he found his face buried in the sand, a trickle of blood seeping from his neck. Cautiously, he crouched down, turning the body over to reveal a gash across his throat, blood bubbles forming at the wound. In a state of shock, he instinctively sought to flee. A wave crashed over him, soaking his legs. He felt as though a hand had seized his ankle, destabilizing him, causing him to fall backward into the shallow water. Another wave surged forward, and he struggled to crawl toward the shore. But the grip on his ankle felt like shackles, forcefully dragging him back into the sea. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his calf. Turning, he saw a dagger embedded there, carving a gash over a foot long. Fear and agony compelled him to scream desperately. He flailed his arms in the water, sending up a spray amidst the torrential rain. The downpour concealed all sounds. The waves relentlessly pulled the sailor deeper into the ocean as he fought to grasp a protruding rock, the sharp shells slicing into his palm. Despite his vigorous struggle, the sea continued to engulf him. Time lost its meaning until the rain began to lessen. The sailor, now pallid and devoid of color, leaned against a dark rock, his legs submerged in the water, his limbs marred by numerous gashes, all devoid of blood. In despair, he opened his eyes, trembling fingers pointing toward the shoreline of the Darnay River, exhaling his final breath. The morning after the torrential rain should have heralded a bright, sunlit day. Yet, the climate of Castledore port was peculiar, as a cold front from the north swept through, causing a sudden drop in temperature. The entire harbor was shrouded in thick fog, growing denser as one approached the shoreline. Brown Street, being the closest to the sea and intersected by the Darnay River, was almost entirely enveloped in mist. Roy dashed outside, clutching two books, plunging into the fog. As he felt his way along the street, the Darnay River gushed alongside, its waters gurgling. A scaled, azure hand gripped the stone railing, sharp nails embedding into the rock, his body hanging behind it, with the roaring Darnay River flowing beneath. Sensing a whiff of human scent, he cautiously peeked out. In the thick fog, even the view across the street was obscured. Yet he could discern the distinct aromas. Naga, human, and elf scents were all dissimilar. He detected a faint trace of human scent, compelling him to observe further. Thus, the Naga assassin spotted Roy walking through the mist. Traversing Brown Street, he reached the vicinity of the apothecary. Just at the crossroads where the Darnay River flowed into the sea, a stone bridge constructed by the elves spanning the waters. Continuous rain over the past few days had raised the river's water level, creating a swift current. Roy hurried toward the Elven Academy, oblivious to his surroundings. Should a long carriage pass by at the intersection, he was even prepared to hitch a ride to the academy. Yet, under the dense fog, the street appeared desolate. Roy halted beside Mrs. Winnie S. Apothecary, curious to see the condition of the Nightblade leopard tethered at the door. He bent down to glance into its den. Today, however, the Nightblade leopard seemed unusually subdued, its eyes darting nervously around, licking its paws repeatedly. Even upon Roy's approach, the leopard offered no response. Roy found this surprising. Had there not been an inexplicable danger, the leopard would have bared its teeth at him, given their long-standing enmity. Roy surveyed his surroundings. The street was eerily silent. Following yesterday's rain and the fog that cloaked the morning, no vendors had yet set up shop. There were no pedestrians in sight. A sudden wave of unnameable dread washed over him. Simultaneously, the Nightblade leopard retreated further into its den. A dark figure emerged from the bridge. Positioned directly behind Roy, its body coiling like a massive serpent, stealthily advancing towards him. Unaware of the imminent danger, Roy noticed the nightblade leopard's pupils had dilated, and the fur on the back of its neck bristled. Witnessing the leopard's fearful state, Roy sensed something was amiss. He dared not turn around, letting out a shout as he bolted forward. The Naga assassin lunged but missed, its sharp claws merely tearing 3 long slashes in the linen of Roy's back. Seizing the opportunity, Roy dashed away. In that instant, the nightblade leopard sprang from its den, its iron chains snapping as it leapt. Paws landing on the wooden railing, launching itself high as it opened its massive jaws to bite at the Naga assassin. The nightblade leopard, swift as lightning, slashed its claws against the assassin's scaly back, its sharp fangs aimed at the Naga's neck. Perhaps due to his departure from the ocean, his body could only slither like a serpent, moving with far less agility than when submerged in the sea. The claws of the nightblade leopard scraped against his hardened scales, igniting a shower of sparks. However, the Naga assassin's reaction was remarkably swift. Without the time to wield his dagger, he dared not allow the nightblade leopard to sink its fangs into his nape. Instead, he twisted his body and struck backward with his elbow, which was adorned with a half-foot-long finned spike, driving it fiercely towards the leopard's left eye. The leopard instinctively jerked its head, evading the spike, and instead clamped its jaws onto the assassin's shoulder. The leopard's fangs, measuring 2 inches in length, pierced through the scales with a crisp crack, creating 4 bloody punctures upon the assassin's shoulder. The Naga assassin, twisting his body at a full 360 degrees, emitted a piercing, anguished howl that echoed through the alleyway. Grasping the thick fur along the leopard's spine, his strong and agile arms, covered in hard scales, bore a bony spike alongside the fin. His 5 sharp talons nearly penetrated the fur, and he managed to forcibly yank the nightblade leopard off his shoulder, hurling it against the wall across the street. The Naga assassin, towering over 3 meters in length, possessed immense strength. As he swung his arm, the leopard, attempting to bite at his wrist, was thrown off balance by the force of the throw, careening towards the wall. The leopard's back, adorned with silk-like fur, bore 5 distinct bloodied wounds as a result. The Naga assassin's claws were exceptionally sharp, effortlessly slicing through the leopard's coat. In agony, the leopard let out a chilling cry, its 4 paws firmly gripping the wall. Then, like a coiled spring, it used the momentum to launch itself, transforming into a streak of lightning that ensnared the Naga assassin. Upon landing, the leopard emitted a low growl, its powerful forelegs precisely directing its pounce, while its strong hind legs propelled it forward, becoming a shadowy blur. The Naga assassin, equally undeterred, pressed his hands against the ground, his body twisting like a sea serpent, revealing a grotesque visage filled with sharp teeth as he roared furiously at the leopard. Startled, the leopard's fur bristled in fear, and mid-charge, it veered towards the apothecary's courtyard, vanishing into the underbrush like a wisp of smoke, too frightened to emerge. At this moment, Roy did not halt his flight. He understood that stopping would merely serve as a feast for the Naga assassin. Only by running with all his might could he hope to survive. Moreover, the nightblade leopard was cunning, relying on its instincts. It would gauge the strength of its adversary and, if outmatched, flee, an art in which this great cat excelled. Roy even felt it lacked the ferocity typically associated with a beast of its kind. The street was shrouded in thick fog, once enveloped within it. The Naga assassin would likely struggle to pursue. Roy was intimately familiar with Brown Street and knew where to find the elves capable of confronting the Naga assassin. He sprinted eastward along Brown Street, not pausing even as he passed the temple's entrance. Only at the port of Castledore could he find the Silvermoon elf guard, who vigilantly patrolled the docks day and night, preventing ruckus from the sailors of foreign ships. In this dire moment, Roy sought the assistance of the elven sentinels, the true guardians of Castledore. The Naga assassin, witnessing the nightblade leopard dart into the thicket, chose not to pursue it despite his wounded shoulder. Instead, he fixated on Roy, who was fleeing eastward along Brown Street, swiftly disappearing into the fog. With great effort, he twisted his serpentine tail, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground, as his gaunt, elongated arms alternately clawed at the ground, propelling him forward. The friction between his hardened scales and the cobblestone road produced a series of sharp, crackling sounds. Initially faint, the noise soon grew alarmingly distinct. Roy was taken aback by the speed of the Naga assassin's pursuit. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed the assassin less than 10 meters behind him, his toothy maw clenching a sharp dagger. Each forward reach of the assassin's hands propelled his body with alarming velocity, rapidly closing the gap between them. In the blink of an eye, the Naga assassin was upon him, extending his emaciated, scaled hand towards Roy's shoulder. Roy dared not allow the assassin to seize him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt to the right, rolling twice upon the ground before colliding with the stone railing, the sharp gravel painfully digging into his back. As he rose, dizziness clouded his vision. Not waiting for the Naga assassin to catch up, Roy clumsily scrambled to his feet, aiming to leap over the railing. Below lay a steep slope leading to a rocky shore, where neighbors often laid out small fish to dry. Sliding down would bring him to the beach, and a mere 100 meters further would lead him to the port. As the Naga assassin lunged again, Roy leapt just in time, but sharp claws seized his arm. Roy felt as though an iron band had clamped around him, the assassin's claws piercing through his skin as he was forcibly pulled back from the railing. Desperate not to fall into the assassin's grasp, Roy's arm went limp from the excruciating pain. He barely managed to pivot, using his arm to deflect the assassin's claws. In a moment of panic, a sphere of holy light materialized in his palm. Yet, in that critical moment, he was unable to inscribe a divine sigil or utter a prayer. The light was merely a brilliant, blinding glow. The Naga assassin, unaware that this radiant light held no offensive power, trembled at its brilliance, instinctively retracting the hand that gripped Roy's arm. Free from the assassin's hold, Roy leaped once more towards the railing below. The commotion from their struggle had drawn the attention of neighbors, some of whom rushed out of their homes. However, the fog was so thick that many elves could only hear the sounds of combat without seeing the combatants. The Naga assassin, witnessing Roy slide down the rocks, jumped after him, his massive tail propelling him swiftly behind Roy. Not far off, the sound of bells ringing from the dock echoed, signaling the arrival or departure of ships. This noise momentarily halted the Naga assassin, its gaze shifting towards the docks. Yet, the fog obscured everything. Not even the sea a mere 100 meters away was visible. A look of intense hatred crossed its grotesque face as it turned its malevolent gaze back to Roy, extending its hand once more. Roy had reached the bottom of the rocks, landing upon a beach scattered with debris. Before he could advance, a sharp pain surged through his back as he was thrust forward by a tremendous force, collapsing onto the stony shore. The Naga assassin grasped Roy by the nape of his neck, attempting to hoist him up. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the seaside. A sound that, usually indistinguishable from mere noise, struck a chord of familiarity within Roy. Two elven sentinels emerged from the dense fog along the shore, their eyes immediately catching sight of the Naga assassin's indistinct silhouette. The elven sentinels sprinted with remarkable speed. Reluctant to release Roy, the Naga dragged him toward the ocean, its movement across the stony beach eliciting a painful cacophony from its scaled tail. In its desperation to accelerate, it relied on one arm, while the other arm struggled to contain the restless Roy. In a fervent effort, Roy managed to wriggle free from the Naga's grip, collapsing onto the gravelly beach, heedless of his injuries as he desperately dashed toward the approaching elven sentinels. Upon witnessing the two sentinels clad in light armor wielding long swords, the Naga dared not linger by the shore. Abandoning Roy, it fled into the depths of the sea, propelling itself with vigorous tail strokes. Exhausted, Roy collapsed onto the beach. The two fully armed elven sentinels approached, one of them crouching to assess Roy's injuries, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Roy," he replied. "Where do you reside?" 57 Brown Street. The sentinel paused upon noticing the 4 bloody gashes on the back of Roy's neck, swiftly retrieving a coagulating ointment to tend to his wounds. Spotting the additional 4 half-foot-long claw marks on Roy's back, the sentinel advised, "I suggest you seek proper medical attention for those injuries later." As the sentinel applied the ointment, the second sentinel ventured toward the ocean to investigate the Naga's hiding place. However, the submerged Naga had vanished without a trace, leaving the sentinel to return empty-handed. Upon seeing Roy seated awkwardly on a stone, the sentinel lifted the visor of his helmet in surprise, exclaiming, "You again." Recognizing the familiar face of the elven sentinel, Roy could only muster a rueful smile and lament, "I did not wish for this, yet trouble seems to find me incessantly. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to both of you. Had I not encountered you here, I might have been dragged into the sea to become fertilizer for that wretched creature." Enveloped in fog, the distant sound of crashing waves unsettled Roy, as he sensed the Naga lurking nearby. "Did you catch a glimpse of the Naga assassin?" the sentinel pressed. "Indeed," Roy replied honestly. The sentinel flipped open a notepad to record details, asking, "What did it look like?" Roy hesitated, pondering. a male from the Naga race. Do they not all appear similar? It is truly indescribable, covered in scales, grotesque, with a human form and a fish tail. Are not all male Nagas akin to this? The other sentinel seemed to grasp Roy's predicament. The sentinel who had encountered Roy twice before began jotting down notes. Naga race. Adult male, approximately 350 centimeters in length, armed with a finely crafted dagger, robust and experienced in killing. The sentinel then inquired, "Did it utter anything to you?" Roy contemplated carefully before hesitantly responding, "Nothing." "Does a roar count?" The sentinel regarded Roy with exasperation. "Roy, are you aware that 2 human sailors perished on the beach last night?" "I was not," he replied. "Why would it target you?" The sentinel continued questioning. Roy gestured helplessly. "Perhaps it is because I frequently fish in this vicinity." The sentinel leaned closer, warning him softly, "You must have provoked them somehow. Let me inform you, they harbor a fierce desire for vengeance. Once targeted, it is a relentless pursuit. Exercise caution in the coming days. You are free to leave now." "Understood." "Officer," Roy acknowledged. "If I linger any longer, I risk being late for class." Struggling to rise, he hobbled away from the beach as the sentinels parted to let him pass. As he returned to Brown Street, the thick fog enveloping the street began to dissipate. At the entrance of the apothecary, a group of elves gathered, with Mrs. Winnie, the shopkeeper, amidst them, while a nightblade leopard lounged at her feet, occasionally flicking its whip-like tail. As Roy passed by, he noticed that Mrs. Winnie did not even glance his way. The elves at the apothecary, engrossed in a discussion about recent events, overlooked Roy, oblivious to the blood-stained rags he wore. Upon reaching home, Roy tended to his wounds. The elven sentinel had staunched the bleeding. He merely wrapped the injuries with linen strips. After changing into clean clothes, he chose not to seek treatment at the temple and hurried to the street corner. Just then, a long wagon pulled up, and Roy dashed forward, managing to squeeze onto the last available space. With linen bandages on his neck and arms, he settled into a corner of the carriage. Overhearing discussions within about the Naga assassin resurfacing to commit murder once more, the long wagon halted at the entrance of the Elven Academy, and Roy disembarked at the tail end of the crowd. It was just before class, and the Academy's entrance buzzed with activity as numerous Elven students streamed inside. As Roy contemplated joining the throng, Claire unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, slapping Roy's injured arm in a playful reprimand. "Roy, you stood me up," Claire exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. "I waited here for you all morning, and you show up just as class is about to begin." Roy nearly cried out in pain, quickly cradling his injured arm and replying, "Had I not been fortunate enough this morning, you might never have seen me again. Nonetheless, I must apologize for my tardiness." At that moment, Claire noticed the bandages around Roy's neck and arm, which were stained with blood. Her expression shifted to one of concern as she angrily questioned, "Did that scoundrel Steve lay a hand on you?" Roy, observing the hurried Elven students entering the academy, surmised that class was imminent. Recalling his last tardiness, which resulted in a grueling punishment from instructor Abbot Nora, he feared he might have to run laps until the next class ended. He gestured for Claire to walk with him into the academy, explaining it was not him. "I cannot quite fathom the situation. A Naga has taken an interest in me." Claire, her concern evident, asked, "The Naga race, are you all right? If you were in trouble, you wouldn't be here for class." Roy replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." Suddenly, Claire seemed to have an epiphany, rummaging through her belt to produce 2 vials of life tree juice. It was a mystery how he managed to conceal them in his waistband. "Here, I brought 2 vials of life tree juice for you," Claire generously offered. Roy gazed at the 2 vials of tree of life essence, which retained a faint green hue. Although this essence had been diluted, it was still far from the kind he usually consumed. It was evidently a special provision for the nobility, likely quite expensive. "You should keep it for yourself. As a half-elf, the essence's effects would only be half as potent for me. I have other means," Roy declined. Claire glanced at the tree of life essence in her hand, somewhat surprised by Roy's refusal, but chose not to press the matter further. She merely added, "Would you like some life potion? I have some." Upon hearing this, Roy produced a corked vial from his pocket and shook it, revealing a pale red liquid. As they conversed, the two entered the academy, traversing a grassy expanse to the training ground. The bell for class had yet to ring, and many students gathered, waiting for lessons to commence. They clustered in small groups, some engaged in conversation, while others deliberated on martial techniques. Just as Roy and Claire settled in a corner of the training ground, Steve approached with a few friends. He had spotted them at the school gate. Although he initially intended to ignore them, he He noticed Claire retrieving 2 vials of tree of life essence from her magical belt and whispering to Roy. Later, Roy even produced a vial of life potion. What behavior was this? It was evident that they were preparing for a confrontation at noon, having already arranged their recovery and healing potions. Steve followed them until they took their seats on the grass before stepping forward to mock Claire. You certainly are prepared. Even bringing tree of life essence and healing potions to deal with me. Before he could finish, he noticed the bandages on Roy, which were visible even at his collar. Claire stood up without hesitation and addressed Steve. If you wish to fight, let us meet at the usual place. For now, I'll grant you a few days to recuperate. Steve turned to leave with his friends. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted and turned back to Claire, stating, as an elegant, noble, and refined Silvermoon elf, I strongly oppose such street brawls. Claire, since our grievances cannot be resolved, shall we schedule a time to settle this in the arena? Only the victor may leave standing. What do I have to fear? I will certainly bring you down. Claire retorted defiantly. His spirit ignited by Steve's words. Claire had been embroiled in conflicts lately. Despite trembling slightly as he spoke, his resolve was unwavering. Then it is settled, Steve replied, a smug smile gracing his face. This was precisely what he desired. Among the young elven nobility, conflicts often arose from trivial matters, and the arena served as a venue to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Of course, elven lives were exceedingly precious. In the arena, the objective was to incapacitate one's opponent until they could no longer rise. Steve had initially intended to bully Claire during the introductory martial arts class, but he was taken aback by the unexpected tenacity of the seemingly fragile Wagner. Standing before Claire, he remarked, Claire, to be honest, I am quite surprised. I never expected the timid little bunny from your family to possess the courage to fight. You might not be aware of other surprises, Claire retorted. During the introductory martial arts class, Roy, hindered by his injuries, struggled to perform certain movements, resorting to memorization instead. He could not successfully execute the first set of martial techniques, and, due to his injuries, was unable to grasp the dissection of the second set of moves. Instructor Nora had begun to pay special attention to him, which caused Roy to feel a twinge of concern, though his greatest worry remained that Naga assassin. After Nora completed the explanation of the second set of dissection movements, Roy seized the opportunity before class concluded to approach her humbly with inquiries. He asked, for instance, how to counter an ambush from behind, or how to retaliate and escape if someone larger and stronger seized him by the throat. Before responding, Instructor Nora glanced at the bandages on Roy's neck and arms. After a moment of contemplation, she finally imparted 2 simple yet effective counterattack techniques. After the first major class at the Elven Academy, nearly all students transitioned to their next venues. The corridors and passageways overflowed with students, young elves congregating to discuss countless topics. Roy and Claire were among the throngs, with Roy's next class being modern elven history and Claire's being poetry, both conveniently located in the same building. As they walked and conversed, Roy moved somewhat awkwardly, the multiple scratches on his back sending waves of pain through him, rendering his participation in the martial arts class more observational. Claire mentioned that the life potion had some analgesic properties and would provide some relief. Yet Roy preferred to conserve it. He planned to attend his modern history class and then take a carriage to the temple, seeking treatment from Jasper or ABT. Avoiding the High Priest Reed, Priest Anderson, and Priest Theodore due to their recent struggles to harness holy light. Even Claire found Roy's lack of concern rather bewildering. He had been targeted by a Naga, yet instead of seeking refuge at home or the temple, he insisted on attending classes. Noticing the numerous bandages adorning him and realizing she could not place a hand on his shoulder, Claire frowned, particularly as he rejected her goodwill, refusing even the vial of tree of life essence. Roy, aren't you worried that the Naga assassin will come after you again? As long as I stay away from the sea, I am confident in my safety, Roy replied confidently, though he did not specify his confidence in what. Claire assumed he meant he felt secure in his ability to evade capture. With one hand clutching the thick tome of modern elven history, he paused to adjust the book under his arm. I plan to set some traps, he declared. He envisioned spiked traps, recalling that the Naga assassin's tail resembled an eel, adorned with tough scales the size of eggs and a dark gray scythe-like fin at the end, gliding gracefully and leaving a trail of moisture behind. He had read about snake hunters who would place blades at the entrances of snake dens and along their trails to capture large pythons, slicing their soft bellies upon contact. Roy intended to set a similar trap at his doorstep. Should the Naga assassin dare to approach, he would lead them into the spike trap. The coastal fog was dense. Yet the Elven Academy rested on a hillside, basking in bright sunlight that illuminated the campus. From this vantage point, the distant sea appeared almost otherworldly. The warm sun enveloped him, inciting a languid feeling. Roy, disregarding the scratches adorning his body, stood upon the steps, stretched his arms lazily, and nonchalantly remarked, in truth, "Even if it matters not, let us consider it as awakening from a dream and returning home." Claire, somewhat speechless, contemplated the gravity of the situation. Each life of the Silvermoon elves is immeasurably precious, and their profound reverence and love for life are unparalleled. "What is this notion you hold? I find it difficult to comprehend," Claire expressed, standing behind Roy. Roy chuckled softly but refrained from further explanation, as these thoughts had never been shared with other elves. The two descended the steps, traversing a curved corridor leading to the western entrance of the third teaching building. "Initially, your intention to form a group with me was to avoid pairing with Steve during combat training, fearing his prowess. Yet now, it has escalated to the point of requiring a duel in the arena. Claire, are you truly prepared to confront Steve there?" Roy admitted to feeling a bit awkward at this thought. The conflict between Claire and Steve had some degree of association with him. Upon first encountering Claire, Roy noted that while he exuded grace, his delicate features seemed somewhat lacking in courage and recklessness. It was precisely because Claire had inexplicably drawn him into the feud between Claire and Steve that Roy wished to embolden him. Thus, he had urged Claire to engage in street fights, akin to ruffians. To his surprise, Claire demonstrated considerable resilience. Walking side by side, Claire smiled carefreely before stating, "While on the streets, we faced numerous adversaries. Yet here we stand as a duo. The venue may have shifted to the arena, but it remains just us two." Roy paused momentarily before acquiescing. "Very well." Observing Roy's peculiar demeanor, Claire mused, though Roy's character and approach to tasks are somewhat eccentric and seem at odds with the Silvermoon elves, his indomitable spirit is truly infectious, subtly inducing change in those around him. She hurried to catch up, inquiring, "Roy, I recall you studying history, correct?" Roy patted the thick tomes he held and unabashedly replied, "Indeed, it is the modern history of the Silvermoon elves." Claire's curiosity piqued immediately. "Have you encountered Princess Joanna Ophelia?" Roy glanced at Claire, noticing his lack of intent to elaborate on who Princess Joanna Ophelia was, and asked, "Is this princess also a student of the Academy this year?" Claire halted, regarding Roy with a bemused expression. "The princess is a teacher here. Have you truly never heard her name?" Roy displayed a countenance of perplexity, eventually admitting, "I typically do not pay much attention to the upper echelons of elven society, hence my ignorance." "Are you implying that the instructor for modern history of the Silvermoon elves is that very princess?" Claire nodded affirmatively. "She is the most beautiful Silvermoon elf in Castledore. Had I not missed the enrollment due to full capacity, I too would have studied modern history. This is one flaw of the Academy. Each course has a limit on enrollment," Claire lamented. Roy reflected on his experiences in the two modern history classes, concluding that the learning environment was far from satisfactory. The two paused on the steps connecting the corridor and west entrance of the teaching building, amid a throng of students. They lingered at the edge of the steps, allowing the crowd to flow past them. "That princess may indeed possess the extraordinary beauty you described, yet her teaching skills are rather mediocre," Roy whispered. "Previously, unaware of her royal status, I observed that her lectures merely consisted of reading from the textbook. From start to finish, she stood at the podium, speaking incessantly. If this is deemed teaching, it would be more efficient to distribute the book to each of us and allow for quiet self-study in the library." Claire listened, her expression one of astonishment. As they exited the corridor and entered the building, the cacophony of footsteps escalated, drowning out their conversation. Unbeknownst to them, however, behind the shrubbery wall connecting the west entrance and the curved corridor, Princess Joanna Ophelia sat on a bench, immersed in her book. This secluded area, akin to a small garden, effectively muted the surrounding noise and served as an ideal resting spot before class. Beside her stood a young guard, who, upon overhearing the elves discussing the princess, rushed outside. "Halt!" Princess Joanna Ophelia, still engrossed in her reading, spoke with an undeniable authority. "Your Highness," the guard, visibly agitated, protested, "they have offended you." Princess Joanna Ophelia turned her gaze towards the young Silvermoon guard, perhaps reflecting on his words. "Perhaps I should reconsider this monotonous teaching method," she mused. Roy could hardly fathom that his casual exchange with Claire had reached the ears of Princess Joanna Ophelia. Upon entering the lecture hall, they found it teeming with students, some clutching books while waiting outside the classroom. 2 teaching assistants were inside, checking for students not enrolled in the course. A few clever students began to slip away, and only when enough seats became available did Roy settle into a corner. The bell signaling the start of class rang, and the 2 assistants swiftly exited through the back door, leading to a sudden silence in the bustling lecture hall. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the elves seated in its glow. Princess Joanna Ophelia entered, adorned in a strapless white silk gown, her ivory arms cradling a book. Ascending the podium, she surveyed the 200 students before her, gently pressing her lips together. This marked her first earnest observation of each elven student in attendance. Time seemed to freeze, and the room fell silent. Perhaps owing to her royal presence, Roy found himself reconsidering her previous aloofness and disdain in this moment. She appeared as a resplendent gem, captivating and radiant. Her azure eyes swept across the assembly, yet she did not spot the uniquely featured student. Rather than reciting from the textbook, she stood quietly at the podium and stated, "For me, the modern history of the Silvermoon elves is as natural as reciting the integers from 0 to 100. Perhaps I have overlooked a fundamental reason. Despite residing in the elven realm, your knowledge of modern history is limited. Hence, my oral delivery and board notes resemble a mere repetition of the textbook. Now, let us all reflect seriously on which teaching method would facilitate a more effective and expedient acquisition of this knowledge." In the lecture hall, the elven students appeared somewhat bewildered. Hasn't it always been this way? Why must things change now? I hope everyone will come to the next class prepared with an answer to this question. Let us commence. Princess Ophelia reopened the history book and began recounting the crucial historical events leading to the downfall of the elven dynasty on the eastern continent. Roy, seated in a corner of the lecture hall, seemed rather distracted. After all, being targeted by a Naga assassin was hardly a pleasant experience. He paid little attention to the historical events narrated by the elven princess. Instead, he merely opened his book and placed it casually on the desk, intending to jot down some key points. Yet he realized that Princess Ophelia spoke far more than what was written in the book. He sat in contemplation, reflecting on the recent series of events. First, he had witnessed Jefferson's murder in the tavern, and later learned that it was the elven thief, Pelios, who had stolen the Holy Grail. Aside from these incidents, nothing else seemed significant. It was unlikely that someone would covertly hire a Naga assassin to silence him over such matters. Perhaps, given his frequent fishing trips by the seaside, the Naga assassin had mistaken him for a human sailor, becoming a vengeful agent of justice, secretly pursuing him on land. With so many fishing vessels in the port, it seemed improbable that he would be the target. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Roy's mind. He recalled the Naga assassin's gaze, and noted that several human sailors had recently perished. Could it be that the assassin mistook him for one of them, leading to an attempt on his life in the streets? Roy discerned that the answer likely lay in this notion, as the assassin had shown a marked interest in the port and the ships. As time passed, the sunlight streaming through the glass windows of the lecture hall subtly shifted. The elves who had been basking in the sun found themselves in the shade, while Roy, seated in the corner, gradually became exposed to the bright rays. The sunlight was warm and dazzling. Although Roy maintained a low profile, his head bowed, he was nonetheless recognized by Princess Ophelia as he emerged into the light. "That student." Princess Ophelia addressed Roy. At that moment, all the elven students turned their gazes toward him, while he remained lost in thought. This state of distraction lasted but 2 seconds before he was jolted back to reality by the collective attention. He soon realized that Princess Ophelia was calmly staring at him. Roy stood up in a daze, looking at Princess Ophelia, silently lamenting. Hadn't this elven princess always refrained from asking questions in class? Why had she suddenly called on him? Most importantly, he had not caught what she had just said. "Please, could you tell us which elven kingdom the Wuzerman region was assigned to after the division of the elven dynasty?" How could Roy possibly know about the Wuzerman region? He had never even heard the name before, and in the past few days, he had casually flipped through this modern history book, which had no mention of the Wuzerman region within its first 50 pages. "Apologies, I was momentarily distracted," Roy admitted, a bit embarrassed. Princess Ophelia regarded him calmly, her gaze lingering on his face for 3 seconds before she said, "Sit down, focus, and pay attention in class. Otherwise, I will require you to retake this course." Roy was taken aback and quickly replied, "Understood, teacher." After returning to his seat, he noticed other elven students casting glances in his direction. They all knew that Princess Ophelia had never before posed questions publicly. Yet today she not only suggested a change in teaching style, but also called on a student during class. Everyone looked at Roy, privately speculating about the background of this human-like student who had been singled out by Princess Ophelia. At noon, Roy indeed did not encounter Steve and his friends again. He arrived at the academy's entrance and took a carriage to the corner of Brown Street. By this time, the fog by the sea had completely lifted, leaving few pedestrians on Brown Street. The midday sun was abundant, and the beach in the distance shimmered with rising vapors, creating an illusion of warped air. The cobblestones were almost too hot to walk on, and a few large sailboats were docked at the nearby port. Although their sails were furled and tied to the lowest yardarm, the towering masts and myriad ropes created a chaotic appearance. Among them, the most striking was a pitch-black five-masted vessel anchored in the deep water. Perhaps due to its deep draft, the deck was less than 5 meters above the dock, revealing several crew members washing the deck with seawater. As Roy passed by the apothecary's door, a nightblade panther that had been lounging in the shade suddenly flicked its tail and darted back into its poorly ventilated nook. Roy nearly stumbled over a protruding cobblestone, managing to regain his balance after a few hurried steps. He then turned his gaze to the grocery store beside the apothecary, where half of the items were fishing gear. Roy typically purchased his hooks and lines from this shop. The shopkeeper, who was fond of fishing himself, claimed he had never returned empty-handed from the sea. Initially, Roy's fishing skills were taught to him by the shopkeeper, who had taken him to the beach, showing him how to dig for sandworms and how to tie hooks. This grocery store was open only 7 or 8 days a month. The rest of the time the owner was out fishing. Perhaps due to the morning fog, the shopkeeper had not gone out to sea today. Upon entering the grocery store, Roy saw the shopkeeper carving a small wooden fish. He was the darkest half-elf Roy had ever seen, with skin the color of coffee mixed with milk, and a scarf around his neck that created a stark white ring. "Good afternoon, Duke." The shopkeeper greeted Roy with a smile. "Oh, Roy, what do you wish to purchase today?" Roy was quite familiar with this grocery store. The shopkeeper, Duke, had always intended for Roy to help him run the store, thereby freeing himself to embark on larger fishing expeditions. However, this plan had been firmly rejected by Mrs. Belinda. This large fish hook, Roy pointed to the biggest fish hook in the store, roughly the thickness of a small finger. "This size is perfect for use as a meat hook. Are you planning to go out for a big catch?" The shopkeeper perked up, inquiring eagerly. He quickly realized something was amiss and stopped Roy in his tracks. "Last time, Mrs. Winnie warned me not to sell you a large fishhook because she was very concerned you might hang her little Kay from the lamp post on the street." Roy quickly assured him, "Don't worry, Duke. This time I promise not to harm her little cat." The situation on Brown Street has been quite unsettled lately. I plan to set up a spike trap near my home. The grocer Duke did not inquire about the type of trap Roy intended to craft. Upon hearing that it was not intended for the shadow panther from the neighboring apothecary, he felt relieved. "Oh, splendid. That's wonderful. I've also heard that a Naga assassin has been spotted by the seaside. Since I often set sail, it is quite likely that I might encounter some Nagas. The ones I have seen are always warm and gentle." Roy had no desire to listen to Duke's tales of splashing water with a Naga maiden on a coral isle. Grabbing a large fish hook, he turned to leave. Duke called out hastily, Hey, Roy, the sun is blazing outside. It's not the right time for fishing. Why not sit down and chat with me over some cool grapefruit tea?" Roy waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Perhaps another day." Upon exiting the grocery store, he made his way directly to the temple's entrance. Yesterday, Jasper had been on duty at the gate, but today it was Abbott's turn. Through the ajar wooden door of the gatehouse, Roy observed Abbott seated within, engrossed in prayer. Ever since Roy's promotion to a secondary apprentice priest, Abbott had become exceedingly diligent. Roy chose not to disturb him and instead pushed open the side door, entering the temple's forecourt. In the center of the courtyard, the statue of the Lady Liberty still stood by the fountain, though the goddess's holy radiance could not illuminate the realm of the elves. When Roy spotted Priest Anderson, he noted that his complexion had improved from its previous pallor. Sitting by the fountain, he appeared to be soaking his feet, lost in contemplation of the goddess's statue. His demeanor suggested a degree of despondency, prompting Roy to recall the temple assembly from a few days prior. If the goddess's light could not reach the elven continent, then how had the holy water in the fountain been acquired? Observing Anderson's state, Roy seemed to deduce the answer. As he passed by Anderson, he offered a respectful bow, but the priest did not respond in kind, appearing to be in a rather poor state of mind. Roy skirted around the cypress hedge, entering the temple's rear courtyard, where he changed into the apprentice priest's robe before proceeding to the study. Just then, Jasper was finishing his prayers in the study and paused upon Roy's arrival. Chief Priest Reed was attending to a penitent in the confessional. Priest Theodore was still absent from the temple. Jasper explained that Theodore had been summoned by the town's elven nobles for a purification ritual. Jasper, could you assist me with a healing? Roy lifted the robe to reveal the bandages wrapped around his chest and abdomen. Jasper's eyes widened in shock, and a surge of anger flared within him. He stood abruptly, gripping Roy's shoulders with fervor. How could you sustain such grievous injuries again? Roy, you must not remain silent this time. You need to expose their wrongdoings at the Elven Academy. The pressure on Roy's shoulder from Jasper's grip caused him considerable pain, prompting him to wriggle free. Jasper, please let me explain. This morning, I encountered a Naga, and these injuries were inflicted by him. You met that Naga assassin? Jasper gasped, leaning back in his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, he leaned forward, scrutinizing the linen bandages encircling Roy's torso. Upon noticing the dried blood and scabs, Jasper's composure began to falter. Roy, about that. I have a private purification job tonight, and I need to conserve some holy light. You know it's difficult to gather holy energy during prayers nowadays, so this is not an excuse. I genuinely need to reserve some holy light. Jasper rubbed his forehead and continued, let us summon Abbot. He has been praying tirelessly and might have gained some strength. Roy was taken aback that Jasper had accepted a private job, but realizing it was necessary, he agreed to seek out Abbot. I saw Abbot at the gatehouse. I will find him now. Sensing that he had perhaps slighted Roy, Jasper volunteered, I will accompany you. As they exited the study and stood in the dormitory corridor, Roy inquired, Jasper, are you going to perform healing tonight? After closing the door, Jasper turned to walk down the stairs with Roy, explaining, healing work is generally hard to come by. A basic healing potion from the apothecary costs only 50 kolar. If the injured party is a Silvermoon elf, they won't seek us out at all. They can receive the essence of the tree of life from the moon goddess, and the priests in the moon temple possess healing spells that would not bring them to our door. Before Roy could ask further, Jasper added, it's for purifying spirits on a ship. Several large vessels were docked at the harbor, and Roy was aware of this. Jasper was forthright, having accepted Roy as a confidant. Ships frequently arrive at the port. When at sea, some crew members may perish due to various misfortunes, resulting in souls unable to cross the river of the dead, lingering aboard as restless spirits. It is up to us priests to purify them using holy light. Roy had heard numerous tales about the river of the dead and its ferrymen. It was said that beyond this river lay a desolate plain filled with flowers of the underworld, Higanbana. All souls unable to enter the realm of the gods after death were destined to roam this place. Roy was quite intrigued by these wandering spirits. It was believed that only those who harbored immense resentment or were not guided to the afterlife would become lost souls in this world. Such souls would either be purified or await their essence to extinguish before dissipating into the wind. Clearly, Jasper's private job involved the purification of these souls. After a moment's hesitation, Roy mustered the courage to make a request. Jasper, could you take me along tonight? Jasper was taken aback by Roy's proposition. You wish to see? Roy nodded, expressing his curiosity. Jasper hesitated briefly but reconsidered, realizing that as Roy was now an apprentice priest in the temple, such matters would inevitably come to his attention. Very well. Once you learn purification, you could join us, or even operate independently. As long as you're in Castle Dunport, business will not be lacking, Jasper candidly stated. The two passed by the well and entered the courtyard before the temple. The statue of Priest Anderson was no longer by the fountain, and Roy glanced back at the main hall of the temple, which was eerily silent. The entire temple was exceptionally quiet when not in assembly, devoid of movement or noise. Jasper's gaze lingered on the statue of Lady Liberty at the center of the fountain, and he slowed his pace, fixated on the stone-carved sacred prayers in her hands. He turned to Roy and asked, Roy, what is your dream? Roy matched Jasper's slowed pace and replied casually, I wish to understand this world to the fullest and discover if there indeed exists a connection to another realm. Indeed there is, and quite a few at that. Without hesitation, Jasper provided Roy with an answer, then spoke in a calm tone. However, we do not refer to them as other worlds. We typically call them planes. To my knowledge, we have discovered at least 1,000 planes of varying sizes so far. Some are exceedingly bountiful, while others are fraught with disasters. Even when we discover new planes, we usually do not alter their environments lightly. At most, we might transplant the tree of life there. Following Jasper, Roy could not resist asking, "Jasper, do you know where I might learn more about these planes?" Jasper shook his head and comfortingly patted Roy's shoulder. "Such knowledge is reserved for the upper echelons of high elves. For mixed-blood elves like us, gaining entry into that circle is quite challenging. Even if we were to enter, comprehending the entirety of each plane's situation is rather unrealistic, as the information pertaining to each plane is incredibly precious, and the nobles are reluctant to share it with anyone else." Roy found it quite novel. It was his first time discussing such matters with anyone. Upon reaching the threshold of the temple, they found ABT still deep in prayer within. After knocking on the open door, ABT opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jasper, looked puzzled. "Jasper, have they changed their minds? Wasn't the meeting scheduled for the evening?" "The arrangement remains unchanged," Jasper replied as he stepped inside. "ABT, I need your assistance. Roy sustained a minor injury this morning, and you know my current circumstances, so I must rely on you this time." "Oh, why didn't you just tell me directly? Is my minor healing inferior to Jasper's?" ABT jested with a smile. Not declining the request, Roy stood at the door, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained, "I saw you praying in here and didn't want to interrupt." ABT ushered Roy inside the cramped space. The narrow confines could scarcely accommodate 3 individuals, so Jasper had to remain outside. ABT picked up a prayer book from the side, examining Roy's injury while complaining, "It's becoming increasingly difficult to channel the holy light lately. No matter how I pray, it seems ineffective." "Roy, how is it that you managed to level up under such conditions?" Roy felt that even if he spoke the truth again, they would not believe him. Should anyone genuinely believe him, they would likely regard him as an anomaly. Whether human or elf, everyone tends to seek companionship with those who share commonalities, often excluding the different. Roy vaguely replied, "I just felt the particles of holy light around me continuously merging into my body, and before I knew it, I leveled up." ABT slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Indeed, just as I suspected. It's entirely due to the natural integration of the holy light into Roy's body that caused this leveling up. This phenomenon can only occur in low-level acolytes. It would take us decades to achieve the same." Jasper appeared taken aback. "It can't be that exaggerated." "Why not?" ABT lamented despondently. "I initially thought the goddess's holy radiance might have reached the elven continent, but it seems all of that was merely my fantasy." Noticing ABT's disheartened demeanor, Jasper quickly reminded him, "Hey, be careful. Failure is the greatest waste." ABT smacked the prayer book, confidently asserting, "With this, how could I possibly fail?" As the 3 conversed in the narrow chamber at the temple's entrance, ABT completed the healing of Roy's injury. The minor healing spell enveloped Roy, and he distinctly felt the scabs on his wounds beginning to heal rapidly. Just as Roy stood up, attempting to move his body, Jasper advised him, "Roy, try to avoid seeking out High Priest Reed for such matters in the future." Roy looked at Jasper, somewhat puzzled. Jasper continued, "If you approach High Priest Reed, I suspect he would not refuse you. However, next week's temple gathering relies on him to infuse the holy light into the pool to maintain the sanctity of the holy water." ABT, having settled back into the chamber, lowered his voice to ask, "Has Teacher Anderson's holy light not yet recovered?" Jasper, being nominally a student of Priest Anderson, was more aware of the situation, and a hint of concern crossed his face as he replied, "Lately, the teacher's demeanor has been somewhat off. It seems he regards everyone as if they were thieves after the Holy Grail." ABT sighed and muttered under his breath, "If the Grail were still here, life wouldn't be so arduous." Roy suddenly recalled that there were 3 priests in the temple and inquired, "What about Priest Theodore?" ABT chuckled lightly and replied, "He is currently the temple's flagship. Whenever the elven nobles in the city have such needs, he is the one who handles them. Which is why the teacher is often out. Even if you were to encounter him in the temple, he would most likely refuse. Not even I could persuade him, as he does not easily deplete his holy light. Just a few days ago, he had a quarrel with Teacher Anderson over this very matter." Jasper placed an arm around Roy's shoulder, waved goodbye to ABT, and together they headed toward the back courtyard, conversing as they walked. "So for such matters, you can rely on us. We will certainly assist when we can. Of course, it would be best if you could also learn minor healing. Basic divine spells are not particularly difficult, just practice a bit more regularly." As evening approached, the clouds on the horizon resembled flames. The crimson sun slowly sank into the sea. The sound of bells echoed from the dock, accompanied by seabirds flitting about small boats coming into port, likely hoping to snatch a few fish from the holds. Jasper requested leave from High Priest Reed and departed from the Statue of Liberty Temple early. When Roy exited the temple, he found Jasper waiting for him at the street corner. Roy dashed over, and together they made their way to the harbor. The fish market nearby was nearly deserted, with a few seabirds perched before a dumpster, pecking at the foul-smelling entrails within. A strong scent of fish wafted through the dock. In the deep-water dock area, a few crew members were departing in pairs, heading towards the lower district where lights were beginning to flicker. There, one could purchase not only wine but also other delights. Of course, to ensure a memorable night, one must not be without some coin. As seabirds soared and the sun set, a massive five-masted ship lay anchored nearby. Two sailors stood at the ship's gangway, a second mate and a regular crew member. Upon seeing Jasper and Roy approaching along the dock, they hurried to greet them. Jasper nodded at the bald second mate as a form of acknowledgement. Has the person in charge explained what you need to do on the ship? The second mate squinted, inquiring. He was quite robust, his body adorned with bulging muscles. Wearing a sleeveless tight-fitting vest and loose trousers, his large feet bare and rusted. As he turned, Roy noticed a large blue anchor tattooed on the back of his neck and scalp. Jasper nodded in response. The ordinary crew member beside him also bore a long knife. Sporting a black bandana, clad in leather armor and trousers, his face obscured by a thick beard that nearly concealed his features. Roy could even smell the metallic scent of blood emanating from the long blade. The second mate uttered to Jasper, "Let us not squander time. We should strive to conclude this swiftly." He then turned and stepped onto the ship from the skiff, with Jasper and Roy following closely behind. The seamen trailing at the rear. As they ascended the swaying skiff onto the vessel, Roy was struck by the ship's impressive size. The deck alone stretched nearly 40 meters, leading to a dark, windowed cabin at the rear. At the front stood a colossal bronze ram, resembling a half-giant with outstretched arms and lifted head, adorned with a sharp 3-meter-long copper horn atop its brow. A 15-meter-tall black mast leaned against the back of the giant, bearing a triangular sail. Amidst the deck, 5 towering masts, reaching over 20 meters high, stood at intervals of 7 or 8 meters apart, their bases and crossbeams bound with thick sails and rigging that bore pulleys. The rear deck abruptly rose, resembling a 2-story structure, housing the captain's cabin at its apex. The sides of the ship featured double-layered or windows, though at this moment, the oars were entirely retracted. The vessel, cloaked in black, appeared somewhat aged. However, upon stepping aboard, Roy realized the wood had undergone anti-corrosion and fireproof treatment. A cluster of crew members sat scattered across the deck, enjoying their evening meal. Their attire was predominantly minimal, clad in light leather armor, with long knives hanging from their waists and short daggers strapped to their legs, their bare feet revealing moss growing around their ankles. The crew's dinner appeared quite satisfactory, consisting of roasted fish, skewered octopus tentacles, a large bowl of vegetable soup, and whole grain bread, while a large barrel in the center contained fruit that resembled a bounty of plums, causing Roy's mouth to water. Upon noticing Jasper and Roy's arrival, the crew's eyes flitted over them, their laughter unabashed and their banter filled with a language Roy could not comprehend, as it was not Elvish. However, the second mate, resembling a black tower, spoke Elvish, albeit with a peculiar inflection that Roy could at least understand. Within the ship, Roy did not see the captain or the first mate. Jasper merely indicated that the sturdy figure was the second mate, who guided them across the deck directly to the captain's cabin at the highest point of the ship. This area constituted the ship's apex, comprising several spacious rooms, each furnished with exquisite decor and intricately carved furniture. The place where Roy and Jasper found themselves appeared to be the captain's office, dominated by a 2-meter by 2-meter nautical chart laid out on a central table. Roy quickly recognized the depicted waters as the endless sea, with Castle Dun Harbor situated in the farthest corner of the map. Regrettably, all the annotations were incomprehensible to him, shrouded in an unfamiliar tongue. A monocular was mounted on the wall, and it was then that Roy noticed the various specimens adorning the room. Simple skeletal remains, teeth, and horns, each exuding an aura of peculiar power. "There is a spirit causing mischief in this chamber. Help me locate and purify it," the second mate instructed. Reclining in a genuine leather sofa, hands resting on the backrest, eyes closed, the ordinary crew member stationed at the door maintained a watchful gaze upon Roy and Jasper. Jasper glanced at Roy and suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. "Roy, did you not learn the lesser light spell? Now would be a splendid time to test it. I shall instruct you on its application. It not only provides illumination but possesses a slight healing capability and can reveal hidden entities in the darkness, including spirits." Without hesitation, Roy began inscribing the divine sigils and reciting the incantation. Roy, in the future, you should acquire a spell book akin to mine, where you can document frequently used sigils. My book contains the sigils for 2 spells. When casting them, one merely needs to infuse them with holy light and recite the incantation. It's quite convenient. Jasper remarked as Roy's head glimmered with a soft radiance. Roy nodded in acknowledgement. The High Priest Reed had expressed reservations about him engaging with such spellbooks at an early stage, and he lacked the necessary funds, as such tomes were not typically inexpensive. A gentle glow hovered above Roy's shoulder, emanating a soft golden light. Feel free to explore the room, Jasper encouraged. Following Jasper's instruction, Roy began to traverse the captain's cabin, with Jasper carefully trailing behind, holding the spellbook and vigilantly observing the surroundings. The glow floated alongside Roy, akin to a candle flame in the night. Outside the cabin, the sounds of crew members' laughter echoed, likely engaged in post-dinner activities. Inside the captain's chamber, tranquility prevailed, sporadically punctuated by the exchanges between Jasper and Roy. Adhering to Jasper's request, Roy circled the room 8 times without perceiving the elusive spirit concealed in the shadows. He could not help but find the task somewhat monotonous. Jasper, equally perplexed, remarked on the prolonged search yielding no results, prompting him to suggest, "Roy, could you increase the brightness of the light slightly?" "Oh." Roy lifted his hand, cradling the luminous orb, and infused it with a touch of holy light, enhancing its brightness. The illuminated area expanded, and as Roy approached the second window on the left side of the captain's chamber, he detected a faint silhouette behind a sheer curtain, a shadowy outline with only a dim upper body, the lower half entirely insubstantial. Jasper, following closely behind, noticed the apparition and nudged Roy, signaling him to draw nearer. To their surprise, the spirit, alert and evasive, darted from behind the curtain, under the sanctified light. Its form appeared even fainter, with its most luminous feature being the flickering, ghostly blue flames of its eyes, as it lunged at Roy with outstretched claws. Yet, illuminated by the divine radiance, its body became increasingly insubstantial, veering left mid-flight in search of a shadowy refuge, unwilling to approach Roy. Jasper recognized the spirit's non-hostile demeanor and understood that if it fled, tracking it down would prove even more challenging. He unfurled the spellbook, and as a succinct incantation flowed forth, a beam of radiant light descended from the ceiling, perfectly ensnaring the spirit within its embrace. Under the brilliance of the holy light, the ghostly figure began to dissipate like mist, its already indistinct outline fading further. The essence of its soul flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Bound by the sacred glow, its form transformed into a scattering of white ashes upon the floor, while the translucent, pale blue soul ascended, liberated from the constraints of the holy light, hovering above Jasper's head. As Roy beheld the complete blue outline, he discerned that the spirit had once been an elven girl, her delicate features and pointed ears unmistakably marking her heritage. Let us return to the embrace of the goddess alone. Lingering here serves no purpose. Jasper softly uttered these words before closing the arcane tome in his hands. As the sacred beam of light gradually faded, the blue soul transformed into a myriad of twinkling motes, dissipating within the captain's cabin. Such matters require little explanation. Only a soul steeped in profound resentment would linger in the realm of the deceased. This vessel was a grand ship laden with human sailors, and the elven maiden had perished within the captain's quarters. One cannot simply close their eyes and claim that a poignant love story once unfolded in this room. Jasper deftly stowed the magic book into his satchel, marking the conclusion of the cleansing ritual. The second mate, seated on the plush leather sofa, had not anticipated such a swift resolution. He had assumed it would take half the night. Reluctantly, he rose from the soft embrace of the sofa and retrieved a stack of 10 gold coins from a pocket hanging at his waist. He weighed the coins in his hand, which produced a crisp and resonant clinking sound. "Do you wish for gold?" he inquired of Jasper. Jasper quickly shook his head, forcing a stiff smile as he replied, "Let us adhere to the previously established agreement. Gold can only be melted into ingots for sale as materials, and it circulates not in the realm of the elves." The corners of the second mate's mouth twitched slightly, his jowls taking on a somewhat sinister appearance as he expressed disbelief at Jasper's lack of discernment. 10 gold coins in our territory could easily procure a polished, complete magic crystal, rather than this uncertain core that may or may not contain magic. With that, he reached into his pocket once more, producing a stone the size of a dark duck egg, which he then offered to Jasper. Jasper accepted the stone, first bringing it to his nose for a whiff, then striking it with a small hammer, listening intently to the sound it produced, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Observing Jasper's demeanor, the second mate revealed a gentle smile, though it appeared particularly menacing on his face. In truth, we could arrange an additional commission. Would you be willing to accept it? The reward remains a magic core from a saber-toothed sea beast. Jasper placed the magic core into his satchel and turned to Roy. Having tasted the sweetness of Roy's assistance and considering the possibility of accepting this task. However, at that moment, Roy was drenched in cold sweat, as he suddenly recalled the Nagahide killer that had been pursuing humans along the shore, likely connected to the ship, particularly upon seeing the second mate's ominous countenance. His suspicions were further confirmed. Archbishop Reed is still awaiting our news at the temple. Roy glanced at the second mate and whispered to Jasper. Jasper tugged at Roy's sleeve, responding in an even lower voice. I can persuade him to increase the remuneration. Upon seeing Jasper acquire the dark stone, Roy's mind began to whirl, and he hastily placed a hand on Jasper's shoulder, pulling him toward a corner of the captain's cabin, whispering urgently, Jasper, perhaps we should not tempt fate. I fear our power of holy light may prove insufficient. Jasper, oblivious to Roy's anxious gaze, confidently asserted, my holy light can be wielded for 4 more purifications. Dealing with a single ghost is more than manageable. Roy, opportunities to encounter such generous employers are rare. Yet I assure you, each purification tends to be of a similar nature. If you wish to return home, I can have them escort you away first. But Jasper, did you not mention that you would pray with ABT tonight? Roy retorted, nudging Jasper's ribs with his elbow. The impact was not gentle, causing Jasper to instinctively draw in his stomach. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, he recognized that Roy was certainly troubled and replied, Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to remember. In this corner, there was a basin of water, perfectly set upon a metal rack protruding from the wall. Opposite the basin, a copper mirror was embedded in the wall, discreetly positioned against the wooden paneling. Only by standing before the basin could one discern the existence of this intricately designed mirror. Roy had circled the captain's cabin 8 times, keenly observing every corner, and thus realized that a mirror lay opposite the basin. At this moment, Roy and Jasper gazed into the mirror, catching sight of a common sailor standing at the door, behind whom a bolt had been secured across the entrance. Though the second mate, towering on the opposite side of the cabin, wore a smile. He stood ramrod straight with his hands clasped behind his back, gripping a dark dagger tightly. In that instant, Jasper became acutely aware of the peril they faced. It seemed the other party had no intention of allowing their departure. Since collaboration appears impossible, I shall see you both off, the second mate stated with a congenial smile, advancing step by step. The sailor stationed at the door showed no inclination to open it, using his body to block the bolt. Were it not for the mirror, all of this would have been obscured by the forms of the second mate and the sailor. We do not wish to refuse collaboration. Should you desire us to purify the vengeful spirits again, you must increase the payment. Jasper initially hesitated, but his voice rose to a shout by the end. The second mate halted, narrowing his eyes that glinted with a cold light. He tucked the dagger into his sleeve, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Compensation is negotiable, so long as you assist me in clearing the vengeful spirits from the lower hold. Jasper steeled himself, stating, 2 magic cores for the purification of 1 vengeful spirit. Agreed. The second mate responded without a moment's thought. Jasper and Roy exchanged furtive glances, and Jasper continued to press on, then lead us to assess the situation. The second mate waved his hand at the sailor by the door, and they heard the sound of the door creaking open. Roy and Jasper followed closely behind the second mate as they exited the captain's cabin, flanked by the sailor who held his right hand poised on the dagger's hilt. They descended the steps from the captain's cabin and turned right into the lower hold of the ship, which lay above the deck. At this moment, Jasper noticed the sailors seated on the deck casting glances filled with smiles that, while seemingly jovial, bore unmistakable mockery. The second mate navigated the narrow corridor, where the aroma of pan-seared fish lingered in the air. Nearby, wooden shelves were laden with dry, hard whole-grain bread, along with stacks of baked flatbreads, each pile taller than a person. It appeared that the ship's kitchen was located here, a rare quality room situated above deck. The second mate paused at the kitchen entrance, exchanging a few words with a portly chef, from whom he procured a set of copper keys. He then led Roy and Jasper several meters further along. Arriving at the end of the corridor, situated at the stern of the ship, through the arched windows, they could still glimpse the outside world. Though they were not docked at the port, and all that lay beyond was a sea of darkness. The second mate used the copper keys to unlock the last cabin door. Inside, the shelves were stocked with crates of vegetables and fruits, including pumpkins, onions, carrots, and tomatoes, alongside seasonal fruits such as oranges, pineapples, and watermelons, vegetables that were nearly impossible to find in Castledore, yet the fruits were indeed seasonal offerings here. Roy noted the absence of the breadfruit commonly consumed by the elves, not a single one in sight. Roy had heard from the wizard Benjamin that vessels of this size invariably contained a botanical cultivation room. This, however, was not a cultivation room, but rather a storage space for vegetables, cool and well ventilated. In this warehouse, there exists a vengeful spirit that emerges only during the stillness of the night to frighten our head chef. I require you to purify it, the second mate commanded Jasper. He displayed a lack of subtlety, his authoritative tone and piercing gaze revealing his confidence in their compliance. Roy and Jasper exchanged glances before stepping into the storage area. While the second mate and another crew member remained stationed at the entrance, the door ajar, yet they did not intrude. The warehouse was modestly sized, cluttered with vegetables, and shrouded in darkness, with only one entrance. Roy invoked the glimmering light spell, casting a soft radiance above their heads, illuminating the space just enough to reveal the numerous shelves laden with produce, wooden crates stacked at precarious angles. An unsettling realization struck Roy. They had loaded an abundance of seasonal fruits and vegetables onto the ship, which was not equipped as a cold storage facility. Without an impending voyage, there was no logical reason for such an accumulation in the warehouse. As they ventured deeper into the storage area, Jasper's earlier composure dissipated, replaced by a growing sense of panic. In a hushed tone, he confided to Roy, "We cannot escape. It's all my fault. I should have faced this danger alone. I never intended to drag you into this predicament." Standing beside a shelf, Roy placed a reassuring hand on Jasper's shoulder. "Jasper, do not succumb to despair. If we remain calm, we shall find a way out." This was the port of an elven city, and as an outsider, their every move would be scrutinized. Roy was acutely aware that the tide would not rise until around 3 in the morning, and without the assistance of the tide, their vessel would remain anchored. "Jasper, you can swim, can't you?" Roy inquired. Jasper nodded vigorously. "When the opportunity arises, we will make our way to your room and claim that the spirit has fled in that direction. Once there, we can leap through the windows designed for the oars, plunging into the sea. If we manage to reach the dock safely, they will not dare pursue us." Roy continued with fervor. As he spoke, Roy noticed a glimmering reflection from the left shelf. Instinctively, he adjusted the glimmering light spell, revealing a cluster of scales that shimmered in the soft glow. Initially mistaking it for a fish, he soon discerned the truth. It appeared to be a dismembered arm. Startled, Roy cautiously approached, intending to part the celery leaves for a better look. However, just as he was about to do so, he froze, compelled to turn away. The sacred light illuminated the area, and he recognized the presence he had dreaded most, an assassin of the Naga, the very being he had encountered earlier that morning, lurking in the depths of the shelves. A wave of trepidation washed over Roy, fearing that the assassin might suddenly spring forth and strike him from behind. Yet, the creature remained motionless, its eyes eerily still, save for the faint rise and fall of its gills. It lay there, as if masquerading as a salt-dried fish, oblivious to its exposure beneath the light, convinced that it was hidden from view. Roy discreetly adjusted the position of the glimmering light, striving to appear unperturbed, redirecting his gaze to the shelf laden with vegetables. As the light shifted, the shelves and the Naga assassin melted back into darkness. Without the divine illumination, the assassin's presence was rendered nearly invisible, yet Roy deduced that the creature possessed some means of concealment. In that moment, Roy felt his heart racing, threatening to burst from his throat. He had no desire to eliminate the lurking threat to the crew, so he quietly retraced his steps. Jasper remained in place, contemplating how to devise an excuse to transition from the storage room to the lower or room. Upon seeing Roy approach with the glimmering light, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh Roy, over here. Do not let it escape." Roy mused that Jasper would undoubtedly excel as an actor in the opera, for the passion he displayed in his outburst was palpable. As he turned, Jasper darted past him, and Roy followed closely behind, the sacred light illuminating their path. The storage room door creaked open, releasing a heavy sound. The Naga assassin swiftly concealed itself within the shadows of the shelves. 2 figures entered, an elf and a human. the latter of whom Roy recognized as the young man who had narrowly escaped earlier. The Naga assassin fixated on Roy, realizing he was indeed a member of the ship's crew, and the weakest among them. He had suspected Roy's malevolence and regretted not having been more ruthless during their earlier encounter. Observing Roy and his companion whispering, the Naga assassin deemed it unwise to act. Aware that discovery would jeopardize his infiltration, the presence of 2 crew members guarding the entrance heightened his sense of danger, their bloodied scent making him reluctant to act recklessly. As Roy approached, holding the light, he unexpectedly turned away, just as he neared the assassin's hiding spot. If he had taken one more step, even in the darkness, he would have inadvertently stepped upon the coiled tail of the Naga assassin. In that moment, the assassin contemplated striking, thinking, 1 kill yields 1 gain. Regrettably, Roy retreated just as he was about to cross paths with the assassin. The elf appeared bewildered, having entered the narrow storage room with a look of confusion. Suddenly, he began to sprint, shouting in a most inexplicable manner. The Naga assassin momentarily believed he had been discovered, only to realize that was not the case. In the storage room, Roy and Jasper dashed towards the exit. Just as they approached the door, Jasper halted abruptly, kneeling and reciting a brief incantation from his spellbook. A beam of holy light descended from the ceiling, forming a conical pillar upon the wooden floor. The second mate, stationed at the doorway, turned to glance inside. Catching sight of the radiant pillar, but failing to perceive the spirit ensnared within its glow. At that moment, Jasper knelt, pressing his hand against the floor, and inquired of Roy, how did it manage to descend below? Roy, drawing back the glimmering light, approached Jasper's side, casually asking, what should we do now? Is there a staircase leading down? Let us pursue it. Is there a staircase here? Jasper queried decisively. The burly second mate nearly blocked the entrance to the storage room. Bending down to peer in, what trouble have you encountered? Jasper pointed at the still dissipating beam of light and said to the second mate, we just saw a vengeful spirit, but it has gained sentience and fled swiftly upon seeing us, disappearing beneath the deck. The second mate eyed the two with suspicion before replying, follow me. He stepped aside to allow entry into the narrow corridor. A crew member accompanying the second mate positioned himself before them, effectively sandwiching them in between once more. Roy surmised that he was reluctant to risk damaging the vegetables in the storage room during a potential scuffle, which explained his agreement to Jasper's proposition to pursue the vengeful spirit below deck. As the group passed the kitchen, the head chef, who had been directing his subordinates, came rushing out to block the corridor, inquiring brusquely of the second mate. Roy could not comprehend their exchange, but noted how the robust second mate displayed unexpected politeness in the presence of the chef. Perhaps the chef, having heard of the spirit's retreat, was in high spirits and praised the second mate profusely. The staircase leading to the lower deck was centrally located on the ship's first level. It slanted down without encroaching significantly on the kitchen space. This staircase appeared quite dilapidated, marked by scratches and corrosion along the walls, with peeling paint and signs of mold. The walls on either side were similarly marred, obscured by a dark, grimy layer in frequently touched areas. Descending the stairs, they arrived at the crew's quarters, a series of closely packed cabins. The corridor here was dimly lit, devoid of wall-mounted lights. Roy held a small ball of soft light as he entered, revealing not only various clutter, but also a few foul-smelling shoes strewn about, making it difficult to find stable footing. The second mate seemed oblivious to the mess, stepping over the debris and continuing along the corridor until they reached a corner. Pushing open a door led them to the left side or room of the crew's living quarters. The right side or room lay opposite the crew's cabins, adjacent to the dock. If they could reach that room, Roy contemplated making a leap through the window to the dock below, as a drop of over 4 meters was not excessively perilous. At worst, it might result in a broken leg. However, the two were escorted into the left side or room, which faced the open sea. Jumping overboard would mean plunging into the water, which, while safer, would necessitate swimming back to the dock, a prospect fraught with the risk of being recaptured. The room was long and narrow, resembling a large dormitory, with several wooden oars, each over 10 meters long, suspended from the ceiling beside their designated paddling spots. Each oar seemed to accommodate about 8 crew members, and there were even some personal belongings scattered about, indicating that crew members resided there. Yet, the room was currently empty. Under the radiance of the sacred light in Roy's hands, he discerned the presence of a dozen vengeful spirits drifting within the space. These spirits appeared utterly lost, floating motionlessly in the room. Their soul flames flickered in varying intensities, as Roy passed by. The mere soft light emanating from him extinguished the soul flame of one bewildered spirit entirely. It dissipated like a wisp of smoke without resistance. Its azure essence liberated from the shackles of resentment, taking form in the sacred glow. This soul, devoid of all memory, soared skyward without a shred of attachment, vanishing through the cabin's ceiling in an instant. Numerous other wandering souls lingered in the room, and as Roy and Jasper scrutinized them, they identified some as deceased crew members, as well as members of the conceal tribe and elves. The sight of so many vengeful spirits rendered Jasper's complexion pale. With his holy light, he was utterly incapable of purging such a multitude of souls. His panic was not solely attributable to the presence of the spirits. The realization that this ship resembled a graveyard was what truly unsettled him. Roy's foremost concern was that the ship had docked for 3 or 4 days, indicating that they would not linger in Castledore harbor for long. The tide was expected to rise around 3 o'clock in the morning, perfectly timed for the vessel to depart amidst the influx of fishing boats. The oar room was fully equipped with oars, and the storage area was brimming with provisions, clearly indicating that preparations for departure were well underway. Their invitation to Jasper for this evening was likely intended for him to purify some of the souls aboard, after which they had no intention of letting him leave. Roy's arrival seemed to be a 2-for-1 deal, and as the two exchanged glances, dread was mirrored in their eyes. In a simultaneous burst, they bolted, barely 3 meters from the oar room window. Before the second mate and crew could react, they dashed through the opening, their slender frames slipping through the window with ease. Yet, as Roy's body cleared the window, his heart plummeted. A massive fishing net loomed before them, and both Jasper and Roy tumbled into its depths without distinction. Under the starlit sky at the Castledore harbor dock, the night was alive with activity. A few individuals busied themselves while the occasional shout from a ship became a familiar background noise. Whether it was playful banter or reprimands, such occurrences were not within the jurisdiction of the elven guards, nor were there any regulations forbidding crew members from vocalizing on their vessels. If their antics truly disrupted the harbor, the worst consequence would merely be a request to vacate. With a grand ship docked, crew members routinely emerged to procure supplies, much to the delight of the Castledore elves who relied on the harbor for their livelihood. As for the raucous sounds, a simple turn of the head could render them inaudible. Heads of crew members poked over the ship's edge. Upon spotting 2 elves entangled in a net adorned with fish hooks, laughter erupted among the crew. Clearly, they were accustomed to such scenes. No one erupted in anger, hurled insults, or brandished long poles to beat the two. With a flurry of hands, the crew hoisted Jasper and Roy from the fishing net onto the deck. As long as they refrained from loud cries for help, the crew showed no intent to harm them. Roy found himself ensnared in the net, which was laden with countless small fish hooks. As he struggled, many hooks pierced his clothing and sank into his flesh, each movement pulling at his skin and causing him great discomfort. Despite the pain, he stifled his cries. Beside him, Jasper was not as fortunate. Upon landing in the net, he began to shout for help, only to be silenced by a crew member jabbing a 5-meter-long pole into his abdomen, leaving him bent and drenched in cold sweat. Crew members busied themselves disentangling the net from the two, showing no concern for their pain as they deftly pulled out the fish hooks. Jasper could only cry out in agony. Fortunately, he had the sense not to sit on the deck and wail for help. Not only would the guards likely not hear him, but it was probable that the crew would slaughter them both. They were a ruthless band of pirates. As Roy sat bloodied on the deck, once liberated from the fishing net, the crew confiscated all his belongings and bound his hands and feet with rope. Roy felt that falling into the hands of these pirates could very well be the end of him. As the fear of death gradually enveloped his heart, a sense of weakness washed over him, rendering him unable to stand. His heart began to race, and even his breath quickened as he lamented that he had yet to truly savor life in this world, only to face the prospect of dying at the hands of these marauders, filled with both regret and sorrow. The lights at Castledore harbor flickered to life. He cast a distant glance at Brown Street, regretting that he could not bid a proper farewell to Lady Belinda. The thought of being cast into the sea was contrasted starkly by the brilliant lights of the seaside noble mansion nearby, from which the faint strains of music wafted through the air. Roy regretted his journey to this world, lamenting that he had not yet had the chance to stroll hand in hand with the delicate elf girl. The burly second mate blocked the ship's light as he crouched before them, casting a massive shadow over the two. He turned to Roy and, gripping Jasper's chin, lifted his head. "I told you, It's best not to wander about. Now look at the mess you've created. I thought elves were supposed to be clever. The second mate regarded Roy as nothing more than a mere follower, too lazy to even glance at him as he lay obediently on the deck. Their hands and feet were tightly bound. Roy had anticipated a knife to his throat, stones tied to his feet, and being tossed directly into the sea. However, the second mate instead ordered, "Lock them in the hold, tie them up securely, and be careful not to let them escape." 4 stout crew members seized hold of their heads and feet, leading them down the stairs to the deck below. Roy counted carefully. Astonishingly, the ship's lower deck had 3 levels. The bottommost level likely housed a sealed compartment, but the corridor of the second tier was already flooded with water nearly to the thigh, forcing the 4 crew members to wade through it. Upon opening the door to the hold, they found it filled with waist-deep seawater, devoid of any light, and permeated by a strong fishy odor, with the air thick and murky. Before Roy could examine his surroundings, he was unceremoniously tossed into the brackish water. His body was covered in small wounds from fish hooks, and as he plunged into the sea, the pain made him cry out. The 2 crew members quickly fished him out, one of whom, with an arm nearly as thick as Roy's thigh, raised his hand, only to be restrained by his companion. They exchanged words in a language Roy could not understand. "Don't hit him in the mouth. We still need to take them out to sea. Narev needs them to purify the vengeful spirits on board. Then stuff his mouth. Use their socks." With that, Jasper and Roy, the unfortunate pair, found their boots removed, their socks torn off and stuffed into their mouths, secured with a bandage to prevent them from spitting them out. The bandage was even taken from Roy's arm. They were then hoisted like carcasses on iron hooks dangling from the ship's main beam, suspended in the hold, their thighs submerged in the cold seawater. Once the crew confirmed that the 2 were securely bound, they waded through the water in the hold for a final inspection before departing. With a muffled thud, the door closed, plunging the hold back into darkness. As he hung there, Roy realized that he was not alone in the hold. The faint sounds of breathing, gasping, moaning, and crying permeated the air. The sound of the door closing seemed to signal the awakening of all these voices. Roy even heard splashes, and despite the pain coursing through his body, he struggled slightly, turning halfway in his suspended position. Though the hold was devoid of light, he summoned a radiant light from within, illuminating the compartment filled with seawater. Jasper hung close by, the iron hook securing the rope binding their hands, tightening with every movement, making escape increasingly difficult. Both their legs were submerged in the foul-smelling water, and Jasper, having been beaten by the crew on deck, bore visible signs of injury, including a swollen right eye and bloodstains on his face. As Roy glanced to the back of the hold, he discovered that it was filled with mini Naga mermaids. These mermaids were significantly longer than Roy and Jasper, thanks to their beautiful tails. They were suspended by their hands, their lower bodies submerged in water to stave off dehydration. The hold housed at least 100 such bound Naga mermaids, nearly all of them young and adorned with a delicate sheen of pale blue scales, particularly pronounced on their shoulders, arms, and ribs, while their abdomens appeared strikingly white and smooth. Similar to elves, the Naga mermaids possessed a purity of visage due to their innate lineage. Their abdominal curves were alluring, complemented by the graceful lines of their tails. Roy nearly exclaimed, "Nami," but his mouth was stuffed with socks. In stark contrast to the grotesque appearance of Naga males, the mermaids were strikingly beautiful, which likely explained why slavers risked venturing onto the seas to capture them. The lower hold was filled with approximately half a meter of seawater, and the Naga mermaids were bound hand and foot, their necks adorned with collars, chains dangling from the ceiling. Their plight was far worse than that of Roy and Jasper. The hold was rife with the stench of decay and fish, punctuated by the occasional sound of splashing water. The Naga mermaids, upon seeing Roy and Jasper suspended in the hold, expressed their surprise. However, Roy soon realized their condition was dire. Some were completely unconscious, others barely clinging to life, while a few regarded the newcomers with wary glances. Particularly as Roy's palm radiated with holy light, some mermaids seemed shy, wanting to bury their heads in the water, while others gazed at the light with awe. Roy, taken aback, quickly dimmed the glow in his palm. At that moment, both he and Jasper understood that this ship was indeed a slave vessel. Yet, there were no elves on board, only Naga mermaids. It was no wonder that the Naga assassin had appeared on the shores of Castledore Harbor, targeting human sailors. A sudden realization struck Roy. The Naga assassin had infiltrated the ship and was hiding in the storeroom behind the kitchen on the main deck. The socks stuffed in his mouth made breathing laborious, and every part of his body ached. His arms, suspended by iron hooks, were initially bearable, but after 15 minutes, he truly understood the discomfort of his predicament. The muscles in his arms began to cramp painfully, as if the very joints were on the verge of dislocating. Roy felt as though the ligaments in his arms were completely strained. If he were not released soon, his arms would be rendered useless. He attempted to struggle, but to no avail. Just then, a series of clicks echoed from the entrance of the hold, as if someone were attempting to pry open the heavy lock on the door. Not long after, a loud crash reverberated as iron chains and locks fell into the water. Subsequently, the hatch was pushed open by a large hand covered in scales, and a familiar figure stealthily entered the lower deck. Roy clearly recognized the Naga assassin he had encountered earlier that morning on the street. Ophelia, Castledon's coastal estate, rests upon a solitary cliff over 30 meters high. Located on the western side of Castledon Harbor, the castle-like structure envelopes the entire cliff, with stone walls rising abruptly from the edge, concealed within the dense forest behind. This Baroque-style edifice is adorned with murals and reliefs, its main body constructed from white granite. Due to its proximity to Castledon Harbor, the estate is often bustling with the sounds of fish markets and passing vessels during the day, which does not endear it to the Ophelia family members. The estate is only occasionally occupied during the summer months, remaining shut for the rest of the year, with only gardeners tending to the lawns and greenery from time to time. In the summer, the monsoon winds from the distant icebound sea sweep across the endless ocean, reaching the entire elven continent. The influence of these winds brings a prolonged rainy season to Castledon Harbor, during which the surrounding waters appear magnificent. It is in this season that the coastal estate transforms into the perfect venue for summer night balls. At this moment, a grand ball was underway within the estate. Themed youthful summer, almost all young noble elves from Castledon were invited. The estate was ablaze with lights, and melodious music emanated from the edges of the dance floor. The enchanting melodies could even be faintly heard from the harbor docks. Miss Belclair donned a low-cut evening gown of light blue, tailored from magical fabric, her arms adorned with matching long silk gloves. She wore blue crystal shoes and held a glass of honey water mixed with a hint of apple cider, standing by the fountain in the front garden of the estate. Beyond the fountain lay a spacious outdoor dance floor, where the melodious tunes were perfectly audible while shielding against the noise, making it an excellent spot for conversation. Numerous tables and chairs surrounded the fountain, where young elves often gathered in small groups to chat. The cool summer breeze carried distant sounds of crashing waves. At that moment, Miss Belclair smiled at a strikingly handsome Silvermoon elf before her and said, "Wagner, I heard you've been at odds with Steve at the Elven Academy? Sister, you know?" Claire raised her delicately arched eyebrows in surprise. Belclair squinted and reached to pat his head, but he turned away to evade her touch. "I'm merely an exchange student, temporarily away from the Elven Academy. I'm not deaf or foolish. Some news reaches me quite swiftly." Wagner Claire retorted rather bluntly. "This time, I'm determined to take Steve down. He must know my strength." Miss Belclair cradled Wagner's head in her hands, resting her forehead against his in a gesture of affection, saying, "To voice such courageous words proves my little Wagner has grown." Wagner Claire seemed slightly resistant. He was aware of the other elves around and did not wish to be seen in such a tender exchange with his sister. Miss Belclair gracefully lifted her gown with one hand while responding to a distant call from her friends, cautioning Wagner, "Steve was thoroughly dealt with by me last year, so he might be plotting his revenge. You must prepare well and not underestimate him." Claire, growing somewhat impatient, replied, "I know, sister." Swiftly crossing the fountain, Miss Belclair approached her waiting friends, who were growing increasingly restless. "Belle, why not introduce your brother to us? He is not yet of age." Miss Belclair smiled, saying, "Come on, let us go dance." The group of Silvermoon elven noble ladies bypassed the fountain and arrived at the outdoor dance floor. Elves were already dancing, and the lively music seemed to ignite a desire in all elves to sway rhythmically to the enchanting melodies. Her friends clutched Miss Belclair's arm, their blue eyes fixed on a handsome elven noble across the dance floor. Miss Belclair leaned closer to her friend and whispered, "That is Wolf Galcos, the leader of the Castledon exchange group. Shall we go introduce ourselves?" Her friend glanced at Miss Belclair, remaining silent, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Perhaps the most exceptional young elves of Castledon had gathered here. Her friend quickly became captivated by an elf dressed in white, standing among several young elves. His demeanor elegant, his conversation witty, and blessed with long, graceful hands. "That is Joram Hayer, a renowned musician and pianist in Castledon," Miss Belclair continued her introduction. Yes, Joram. Quite handsome. If he could write me a song or play a piece just for me, I would be very interested in conversing with him, her friend remarked, her nose wrinkling with pride. He's quite aloof. I'm not so familiar with him. You might want to talk to Wolf instead. Miss Belclair casually suggested. Better not. We all know who he fancies. Do you think we stand a chance against Princess Ophelia? Who is that? Her friend continued observing the group of young elves, pointing at a warrior elf with a Saruki longsword at his waist, her eyes sparkling with interest. I do not know him. He doesn't appear to be a noble from Castledore. At least I've never seen him before. That fellow looks decent. Perhaps we should give it a try? Miss Belclair murmured, eyeing the handsome elf warrior with a slightly raised chin. How can we know if we don't try? Her friend declared confidently, grasping her dress with one hand and linking arms with Miss Belclair as they approached the elven warrior. Hello, I am Million Tallies from Buenos. Miss Belclair's friend greeted the elven warrior, extending her gloved hand. The elven warrior took her hands in both of his but refrained from the customary kiss, responding plainly. Greetings, Wilson Griffiths, from the Vax region. He then gently set Million's hand down, inclined his head slightly, and showed no inclination to speak further. Million, maintaining her composure, curtsied politely before pulling Miss Belclair away, her expression somewhat displeased after colliding with a figurative wall. As they departed, she muttered softly. Who does he think he's impressing with that arrogance? Such a bothersome fellow. I told you, he is not suited for you, Miss Belclair replied. At that moment, the grand entrance of the estate swung wide open, and even the music from the ball abruptly ceased, the lively tunes replaced by a serene hymn. A splendid silver carriage glided from the manor, trailed by a retinue of 50 elven warriors, each mounted upon a steed of purest white. Though these noble steeds lacked the wings of the renowned silver pegasi of their kind, each bore a tuft of white feathers beside their hoofs. These were a rare breed, a hybrid of silver pegasi and ordinary warhorses, celebrated for their grace and lightness, despite their inability to soar through the sky. The silver carriage came to a halt beside the fountain in the manor's front courtyard, where a red carpet unfurled down the steps, leading to the open-air dance floor. The coachman opened the carriage door, and out stepped a strikingly beautiful Silvermoon elf clad in a flowing white gown, Princess Ophelia. Her countenance bore little expression, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, as she descended from the carriage and lowered her gaze for a fleeting moment, her visage transformed into a radiant smile, akin to the gentle caress of spring. Despite her enchanting appearance, Ophelia harbored a reluctance towards attending the soiree. Earlier that afternoon, she had been preoccupied in her study, contemplating alterations to her lesson plans, when her mother summoned her to the seaside manor for the summer night ball, disrupting Ophelia's carefully arranged schedule. Unable to defy her mother's wishes, she reluctantly bathed, changed her attire, and stepped out. Within the carriage, a sense of gloom enveloped her. Not only had her mother insisted on her attendance, but she had also arranged for a guard of 50 elven warriors. The thought of spending half the night at the manor left Ophelia feeling anything but joyful. As the elves danced in the open-air ballroom, they instinctively gathered along the steps beside the fountain, and Ophelia ascended the stairs to find a throng of youthful elves approaching. Among them were Wolf, Yaham, and Garcia, noble elves of her acquaintance, causing her expression to stiffen. Her mother's intentions weighed heavily on her heart, prompting an involuntary sigh. Turning her gaze towards the brightly illuminated harbor beyond the manor, she steeled herself and greeted the advancing elves, acutely aware that her smile may appear forced. Meanwhile, in the depths of a ship's hold at the harbor, as the hatch creaked open, ripples danced across the water. A Naga assassin, nearly submerged, swam swiftly into the hold, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the cramped space, quickly spotting Roy and Jasper suspended from the ship's keel. Their eyes met, and the sight of Roy's disheveled state startled the assassin. He could not fathom how these human sailors had ensnared their own kindred, binding them so securely that even their mouths were silenced. Clenching his dagger, the assassin propelled himself towards Roy, his form as silent and supple as an eel in the water. He reached out, seizing Roy's ankle, the cold, damp touch evoking a sense of abandonment. With no room for struggle, Roy resigned himself to his fate, praying for a swift and merciful end. Despair, fear, resentment, anger, pain, and hatred coiled around Roy like venomous serpents, urging him to break free, but his bonds rendered any attempt futile. Each movement became a Herculean effort, exacerbated by the stinging wounds inflicted by fishhooks, which felt as if a horde of ants were gnawing at his flesh. Beside him, Jasper was also fighting against his restraints, recognizing the assassin's hostility, yet his condition was even more dire, leaving him unable to assist. The assassin gradually emerged from the depths, his upper body breaking the surface. The dagger poised beneath Roy's left ribcage, sending a chill of sharpness through him. "Ryu, is that you?" A faint voice echoed from behind, tinged with weariness. To Roy, it was yet another incomprehensible language, though the tone was soothing. The dagger withdrew, and the Naga assassin hastily swam back, revealing a hold filled with Naga merfolk imprisoned in darkness. Stifling a roar of rage, he swam to them, severing the ropes binding their hands. As the ropes fell away, the mermaids grasped the assassin's strong arms, their voices trembling as they inquired, "Ryu, how many of us have come?" The others, roused by the commotion, awoke to find their kin among them, their spirits lifting as they rallied to awaken their fellow captives, some even weeping with joy. Yet, the assassin's next words plunged them into despair. "I am alone. I lost my team. They continued south. I followed the currents into this elven bay, uncertain if they would resupply here. I intended to capture a few human sailors for information, but I could not understand their speech." One pointed towards the town, and thinking he was deceiving me, I came to the harbor, only to find you all. The assassin spoke rapidly, his agitation palpable as he continued to free the merfolk. One mermaid, her upper body above the water, replied with clarity, "But alone, you cannot rescue us. If the chains are cut, the brigands above will soon discover us. You must gather others and lie in wait in the waters outside the harbor. Attack when the ship departs. This is elven territory, and we have only recently concluded our truce." The assassin's expression darkened. "There is no time. They will depart tonight. All preparations are complete. Once this ship returns to the sea, it may escape into the twin seas with the monsoon. Even if we pursue, we may not catch them. I will breach the hold and rescue as many as I can. I will face them alone." With determination, the assassin swam back into the depths. He began to scrutinize the structure of the lower cabin, preparing to carve a hole in the side wall with his dagger. However, the only tool at his disposal was a single dagger, and while the idea of cutting a circular opening in the cabin wall was commendable, it would prove exceedingly challenging in practice. The first to speak was a Naga mermaid, who evidently held the position of leader. Roy discreetly observed her. Indeed, she possessed a tricolored tail fin. The process of the Naga assassin rescuing her companion caught the attention of both Roy and Jasper. It was surmised that the Naga wished to escape from this vessel. Roy realized this was their final opportunity. If all the Naga fled, leaving only the two of them in the lower cabin, what fate awaited him and Jasper once the crew discovered the Naga had vanished? Yet, a language barrier existed, creating a significant hurdle for communication. Roy resolved to convey messages through gestures and expressions. He began to shake his body, attempting to attract the attention of the Naga mermaid and the assassin. Unexpectedly, this action incited the Naga assassin's wrath as he glided towards Roy, dagger glinting ominously in his grasp. "Hush, first rescue them. I wish to converse with these two elves," the Naga mermaid commanded. Roy was uncertain of the exact words spoken by the mermaid, but the Naga assassin halted, turning to respond, "I do not trust them." The Naga mermaid contemplated momentarily before stating, "Among them is an elf. Should they manage to escape, they might summon the elven army. First, let us extract what is lodged in their mouths, and then I shall speak with them." This time, the Naga assassin did not oppose, merely swimming to Roy's side and casting a glance back at the Naga mermaid. "I will have my companion untie your bonds. Will you refrain from shouting or fleeing?" His voice was feeble, yet distinctly articulated in elven. Hanging in midair, Roy and Jasper exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The Naga mermaid urged the assassin once more, prompting him, albeit reluctantly, to lower Roy and Jasper from their hooks. Their bindings differed from those of the Naga mermaids, who were not only bound by ropes, but also wore iron collars attached to chains anchored to the cabin's ceiling. Roy and Jasper had merely been restrained at their hands and feet and suspended by iron hooks, as they were recent additions, lacking the interconnected slave chains used for the others. Thus, the Naga mermaid had requested the assassin to rescue them. Roy's eyes adjusted to the dimness of the lower cabin, revealing that the rear was densely packed with Naga mermaids. The Naga mermaid who had first spoken in Elven swam forth, her movement limited to less than 2 meters due to the chain. "Which port of the Elven realm is this?" she inquired. With their voices almost in unison, Roy and Jasper answered, "Castledore." "Are you inhabitants of Castledore?" "I am a half-elf, and he is a half-elf too. We are both residents of Castledore and apprentice clerics of the Lady of Liberty. Jasper replied earnestly. The Naga mermaid's visage was stunning, her scales shimmering like a skin-tight garment adorned with sequins, her eyes beautiful yet weary. If you have the chance to escape, could you inform the elven army about this ship's enslavement of the Naga? Would they be able to reach the dock and rescue us? Jasper promptly responded, absolutely. Such a slave ship has transgressed our laws. However, we must have evidence. Otherwise, the elven patrols will not board to investigate. If we report to them, they will certainly look into this vessel. The Naga mermaid gazed at Roy, then at Jasper, softly stating, however, only one of you may leave. Then I shall remain and let Roy depart. Jasper interjected almost immediately, continuing without waiting for Roy to speak. There are those in need of healing. I possess the art of healing. These words silenced Roy completely, and with concern, he murmured, Jasper. Leaning weakly against the cabin wall, Jasper forced a smile, saying, Roy, let us not squander time in dispute. You must seek the elven patrol at the dock and inform them that elves have been captured aboard. They will intervene, and then you may find Priest Theodore, who knows many elven nobles in the city. With the influence of those nobles, we may be able to mobilize the city guards of Castledore. Do you remember my instructions? Seeing Jasper's firm decision to stay behind, Roy could only reply, understood. Follow our companion. He will guide you to safety, the Naga mermaid whispered to Roy. He nodded and waded through the water, following the Naga assassin towards the cabin door. Hurry. I apologize, Roy. I never anticipated leading you into such peril, Jasper murmured softly against the wall. Jasper, you must wait for me to return with the elven patrol. Perhaps sensing that Roy's splashing was too loud as he waited, the Naga assassin, despite his evident disdain, allowed Roy to cling to his back. After pushing open the cabin door, he gracefully flicked his tail and swam out. 46. A call for help. The Naga assassin glided like a sea serpent, his powerful tail moving silently through the water of the lower cabin corridor, carrying Roy effortlessly. The scales on his body were somewhat rigid, and although his dorsal fin was fully retracted, it occasionally brushed against Roy, having been suspended for a prolonged period. Roy's arms could barely muster strength, leaving him to rely entirely on the assassin's support. Just as Roy thought they were nearing the end of the corridor, the Naga assassin gently tapped him. Then, to Roy's dismay, he began to descend into the corridor's shallow water, merely a meter deep. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, flanked by thick wooden walls that had become slick from prolonged exposure to seawater, some even adorned with seaweed and shells. The depth was only a meter, with a clear demarcation line visible on the wooden walls. The Naga assassin descended slowly, silently, without even a hint of a ripple. As Roy realized he needed to take a breath, the water was already nearing his lips, prompting him to hastily inhale, before his hair could be fully submerged. The sound of splashing water echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. A crew member approached, carrying a metal bucket that emitted a strong fishy odor. Barefoot, and with his trousers rolled up to his thighs, he was still soaked. A large foot splashed into the water, sending waves crashing against Roy's face, nearly colliding with his furry knees. Roy held his breath, lying still on the Naga assassin's back, too fearful to move. Just as the crew member was about to pass by the Naga assassin, a voice called from the end of the corridor, Pat, don't feed them tonight. Nereus is worried they might have the strength to call out, which could attract the elves at the dock. We are about to set sail, we'll feed them later. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I've been standing in this foul-smelling water forever. The crew member grumbled as he turned back. As Roy turned, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a solid knee strike from a burly thigh. Once the sailor exited with the metal bucket, the Naga assassin emerged from the depths, and Roy gasped for breath as his head broke the surface. The air in the corridor was thick and foul, reeking of something acrid that clawed at his throat. Yet Roy paid it no mind. At the corridor's end lay the staircase ascending to the main deck, but the cabin door was firmly shut, accompanied by the sound of disordered footsteps. Rather than heading toward the stairs, the Naga assassin stealthily swam halfway, then unexpectedly squeezed Roy into a storeroom. This chamber had already been inundated with seawater, leaving only some empty shelves and a few wooden crates atop them. A heavy mustiness lingered in the air. Upon entering, the Naga assassin headed straight for a corner, extending his arms to insert his sharp nails into the crevices of the wooden wall, remarkably scaling it solely with the strength of his arms. Roy clung tightly to the Naga's neck, desperate to avoid slipping off. The room was shrouded in darkness. Being in the hold, the ceiling was low enough to touch with an outstretched hand. The Naga's hands soon found a circular hole, and with a slight push, his entire body squeezed through. The hole was narrow, allowing only one to pass at a time, and Roy, entangled in the Naga's tail fin, followed him down to the deck below. This space was a livable cabin, featuring a bed against the wall that was surprisingly not a bunk, but rather a 2-meter-long, 1.5-meter-wide affair. There was also half a table, with the walls adorned with a set of leather armor and a curved dagger boasting a golden hilt. Though modest in size, the room was immaculately kept, indicating that its occupant held a certain status aboard the vessel. Roy wished to examine the room more closely, but the Naga assassin had already moved to the half-table, pulling aside a curtain to reveal the view of Castleton, the night sky, and the sea flooding through the glass window. The circular window was less than 50 centimeters in diameter, yet despite the Naga's 3-meter length, his slender form allowed him to effortlessly slip through. Roy closely followed him outside, mindful that the splash of entering the sea might attract the sailor's attention. He remained pressed against the Naga's back as they descended along the ship's hull, finally submerging silently into the ocean. As the long-forgotten scent and refreshing coolness of the sea enveloped him, Roy trembled with excitement, struggling to contain his overwhelming emotions as the Naga swiftly swam toward the shallow dock. Night had fallen over Castleton's dock, located less than 200 meters from the deep-water pier. A row of small wooden boats were docked along the wooden walkway, with those closest to the edge completely stranded, while others remained afloat. The Naga, supporting Roy beneath him, prepared to dive back into the water. Roy crouched on the planks, wiping the seawater from his face, and softly called out, "Wait." The Naga, unable to comprehend Roy's words, gazed at him quizzically. Roy gestured for him to stay put, then dashed toward the dock. Though the small boats lacked tools for ship repair, the storeroom had what he needed. Roy, battered and stripped of his initiate priest's robe by the sailors, was left only in his shorts. His wrists and ankles were chafed, his arms ached as if dislocated, and dozens of small wounds from fishhooks throbbed painfully in the salt water. He sprinted across the dock, appearing quite disheveled. Fortunately, the shallow area was nearly deserted at night. An elderly elf guarding the dock was taken aback by Roy's disheveled appearance, nearly dropping the teacup he held. To the elf, Roy looked human, and although he stared, he did not seek to involve himself. Upon reaching the dock, Roy refrained from shouting for help. The ship was less than 200 meters away, and while the night and vessel obscured visibility, loud cries would surely alert the sailors to his predicament. At this hour, the storeroom was closed, but Roy knew the proprietor typically slept in the shop, which specialized in maritime supplies. He hurried to the window at the back and knocked urgently. The owner's irritated voice came from within. "It's late. The shop is closed. What do you want?" After some grumbling, the window opened, and his complaints ceased when he saw Roy, a young man clad only in shorts, covered in wounds. Roy grasped the window, speaking rapidly. "I need an axe and a chisel. I'm Roy, from 57, Brown Street. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Please help." The shopkeeper eyed him warily, but then seemed to recognize him. "You're that elf boy, Roy, who resembles a human. My goodness, what have you gotten into? Did you fall into a fishing net from a tugboat?" As he spoke, he opened the door and entered the storeroom. Encountering trouble, Roy needed tools quickly. "Don't take matters into your own hands. Seek help from the elven guards," the shopkeeper cautioned, handing him the axe and chisel. "I'll find them right away." "This is serious. My companion is trapped on the ship." Roy took the tools and rushed back toward the shallow dock. And before he even reached the wooden platform, he saw the Naga assassin emerging from the water, pressed against the stone wall of the dock, observing him closely. Without hesitation, Roy tossed the axe and chisel to him, aware that the Naga could not understand the elven tongue. He pointed to the Naga, then to the ship, followed by himself in the direction of the guard team, mimicking a slashing motion with a shield and sword before sprinting toward the guards. The port's guard team had personnel on duty even at night, positioned merely a warehouse away from the storeroom. 2 magical lamps illuminated the guard post, standing out vividly in the darkness. Panting, Roy pushed through the door and approached the reception desk, where he was greeted by the same elven lady from before. Though this time she was clad in what resembled a nightgown rather than armor, with a soft blanket draped over her seat, as if she were preparing to rest. Roy's abrupt entrance startled her. "I am Roy, residing at 57, Brown Street. I serve as an initiate priest at the Temple of Liberty. Tonight, while attempting to purify a ship, my companion and I were detained by the crew. I discovered they had captured a whole ship of Naga. I managed to escape and implore your assistance in rescuing my companion." Roy stood at the desk, delivering his prepared plea in one breath. Captain, Captain, the elven lady, shielding her neckline with one hand, hurried to the staircase, calling up to the second floor. Taking the opportunity to catch his breath, Roy gazed at the furnishings within the guardhouse. Suddenly, he realized that the guards stationed at the port typically only managed the security of the docks. The thought of them confronting an entire ship of pirates with such limited numbers seemed, quite frankly, inadequate. Upon hearing the commotion from below, several elven sentinels rushed down the stairs. The foremost sentinel, clad in light armor and clutching a helmet, inquired at once, "What has transpired?" The elven lady approached and promptly reported Roy's situation. At the base of the staircase, a few other elven guards gathered around, and Roy once again found himself under the scrutiny of the sentinel captain, who was listening intently to the elven lady's account. Once she had recounted the events in full, the captain sat opposite Roy, locking eyes with him. "Roy," he began, "our guard consists of merely 25 elven sentinels. With such a meager force, it is utterly impossible to assault a 60-meter-long vessel, even if it were unguarded. Therefore, I require time to assemble reinforcements. I assure you, I will do everything within my power to rescue your companions. Listen closely, lad. Should this incident become public knowledge, it will not be a trivial matter. So if this is merely a prank of yours, now is the time to cease." His gaze pierced through Roy like a sword. "Captain, he is the one who brought us the image of that thief who stole the Holy Grail," an elven sentinel interjected. The captain appeared momentarily taken aback, scanning Roy from head to toe, his tone softening considerably. "Ah, it is you. Truly a most unfortunate fellow." He then turned to the elven lady beside him, instructing, "Fetch him a towel, some healing salve, bandages, and a change of clothes. You need to wash up and tend to your wounds." Roy had no desire for salve or bandages. He grasped the captain's arm and implored, "They will depart with the tide tonight. Please, you must act swiftly." The captain nodded slightly and called out, "Loya, go inform the garrison stationed north of Walnut Grove. Convince their commander to dispatch a squadron of archers and swordsmen to assist us." "Yes, Captain," Loya replied. "Zeus, you must head straight to the inner city and report this situation to the commander." "At once, Captain." "Polini, gather everyone. We must keep watch on that ship. This time, we must resolve this conflict at the port." "Captain, should we recall those on leave?" "All who can be summoned." The elven sentinels within the guardhouse sprang into action. Some rushed outside to observe the ship at the port, while others reported to the headquarters in Castledore or sought aid from the coastal garrison. Meanwhile, Roy, having received a pair of trousers and a shirt, clutched a blanket that had originally been draped over a chair. He declined the elven lady's kind offer of salve, wrapping himself in the blanket as he stood at the guardhouse entrance, gazing at the line of ships in the deep water of the dock. He pondered what the Naga assassins might be doing at that moment, and whether the crew had discovered his escape. Anxiety and concern gnawed at him. His gaze shifted to the eastern side of the port, where he intended to return the blanket to the elven lady at the front desk before delivering a message to the temple. But just as he turned to re-enter the building, he caught sight of the brilliantly lit manor not far from the eastern dock. A daring thought quickly took root in Roy's mind. Initially, he had planned to regain some strength before rushing back to the temple for assistance, but now he reconsidered. He knew that the manor had long been uninhabited. Since a gathering was being held there, it must be hosted by a group of elven nobles. He had intended to tend to his wounds, but now, he felt the moment was not yet right. He realized that even if he were to inform High Priest Reed of the situation, the High Priest would likely be left powerless to act, longing for the presence of a martial priest instead. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. The elven lady at the front desk provided him with a pair of shoes, wooden clogs that felt somewhat awkward, yet they were certainly better than nothing. The path to the manor was singular. Typically, the elves at the docks could only gaze at the white castle nestled amid the verdant trees from a distance, never daring to approach. This sloping road connected to a small square beside the dock, where the manor now glimmered with light. A line of carriages was neatly arranged in the small square beneath the castle, a common gathering place for elves living by the sea, who would stroll here, and occasionally, bards would sketch portraits while others played music with violins, harps, and accordions. Every summer night, barring inclement weather, throngs would congregate here. Roy recalled a time when Sabrina had come here to offer her artistic talents, but for reasons unknown, she had ceased after a brief period. Breathlessly, he arrived at the small square, which had been completely overtaken by the carriages of elven nobles, all parked in perfect alignment. A group of coachmen gathered at the edge of the square, chatting and resting, while others sat beneath the trees, playing melodies with leaves cupped in their hands. The sound delicate and clear. As Roy stepped into the square, he noticed that a contingent of elven guards on horseback patrolled the perimeter, indicating that a person of significance had arrived at the manor. They rode white steeds adorned with tufts of feathers on their hooves, their armor intricately woven with gold thread, presenting an imposing sight from afar. As Roy ascended the slope, a mounted sentinel quickly approached and blocked his path. Private estate, unauthorized personnel, entry prohibited. The warhorse halted before Roy, forcing him to a standstill. Unwilling to retreat, Roy found himself nearly pressed against the horse's chest. The square was only populated by a few curious coachmen, who began to gather closer to the scene. A captain-like sentinel rode over, furrowing his brow as he questioned the guard. "What is happening? Do not obstruct the passage. Maintain the flow of traffic." "Yes, Captain." The reprimanded sentinel, now flustered, dismounted and harshly ordered Roy, "Leave at once." Seeing the sentinel captain, Roy rushed forward, seizing the reins of the captain's horse and calling out, "Captain, please wait." The horse, restless, stomped its hooves and tossed its head, attempting to break free from Roy's grasp, nearly dragging him to the ground. The elven captain reached out to gently soothe the horse's neck, frowning as he asked, "What is it you require?" The sentinel stepped closer, intent on pulling Roy away. But Roy clung tightly to the reins, speaking rapidly. "My companions and I were ambushed by a group of human slave traders at the docks. They captured my companions and took them aboard their ship. I managed to escape. Their vessel is still at the dock. Can you help me rescue them? I know there are many Naga sea folk imprisoned aboard that ship." The coachmen surrounding them erupted in a flurry of excitement upon hearing Roy's revelations. With voices rising in fervor, "Where are they?" Roy pointed to the large black ship docked at the pier and said, "That one." Meanwhile, the elven captain of the guard remained remarkably composed, scrutinizing Roy's expression in hopes of discerning some clue. However, Roy's face, wrists, and ankles bore indelible scars. After a moment of contemplation, the captain spoke. "I am Denzel Simpson, captain of the 1st Squadron of the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Night Order of Ophelia. Our duty is to ensure the safety of Princess Ophelia. Without her command, we have no authority to intervene in this matter." Upon finishing his statement, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the manor perched on the nearby cliff. From the captain's gaze, Roy perceived the answer regarding this affair. Thus, he hesitated not and did not rely on the outraged coachman to mount an assault on the ship. Instead, he began to sprint up the hill toward the castle. "Keep an eye on him," Captain Simpson shouted. It was neither a command to stop nor to capture, but merely to observe, which sufficiently indicated the captain's stance. Over the years, due to the ethereal beauty of the elves and Nagas, they had become the preferred targets of slavers, who would transport captured slaves by ship to human realms. Although the elves detested such practices, they remained unable to eradicate them entirely. Roy raced up the slope, his throat nearly aflame from exertion, until he reached the manor entrance. 2 elven guards pursued him on horseback. Upon arriving at the grand entrance, Roy was once again intercepted by the elven guard. "You cannot enter." Wagner Clare and several young elves were seated in a gazebo within the courtyard. The enchanting music resonated here as well, accompanied by the sight of elven maidens twirling in the dance floor. No one favored dancing with young male elves, as they often appeared exceedingly awkward during the dance. At times, they were at a loss regarding where to place their hands. Clinging to the waist could leave red imprints on the girls' delicate forms, and their rigidity rendered their movements ungraceful. More critically, their footwork occasionally faltered, and stepping on toes could lead to genuine trouble. Lacking sophistication in conversation and humor, they would sometimes utter childish remarks. No one came here to entertain children. Thus, the fair-faced Claire sat quietly at the edge of the dance floor, conversing with a group of similarly disregarded young elves. He secretly watched Princess Ophelia on the dance floor, her movements fluid and each gesture exemplary. She was the center of attention, her exquisite face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Claire regretted not enrolling in her literature and history class earlier. Just then, Claire seemed to hear the distinct sound of galloping hooves striking the stone pavement. Clip-clop, clip-clop. He turned his gaze toward the manor's entrance. Though the fountain was a short distance from the gate, the illumination at the entrance allowed him to discern the situation. He spotted a figure negotiating with the elven guard at the door. Suddenly, he felt invigorated. At such a late hour, someone was rushing in, pursued by elven guards. Something must be amiss. Such excitement warranted investigation. With that thought, Claire stood abruptly, neglecting to bid farewell to his companions, and dashed toward the entrance. Claire was momentarily taken aback, for he saw Roy. Roy stood at the gate, clad in ill-fitting clothes, his body marred with injuries, and he appeared gravely wounded. Despite Roy's fervent attempts to explain, the guard remained steadfast, refusing to grant him entry into the manor. By Gannius Steve. Although Roy had been bandaged in the morning, he was not nearly as disheveled as he appeared now. He truly looked pitiful. Claire directly attributed the blame for this predicament to Steve. That fellow was the seed of malevolence, the source of all evil. Roy, did Steve send someone to harm you? Damn it, open the gate. Claire shouted frantically, shaking the heavy iron door while calling out to the elven guards outside. The young elves who had been conversing with Claire rushed over, standing behind him, astonished to see the typically gentle-faced Claire exhibiting such a brutish side. The gate swung open at the behest of the elven guards. Claire bolted outside. Claire, what are you doing here? Roy was surprised to see Claire and greeted him before moving inside. The guard at the entrance attempted to stop him, but Claire interjected, he is my friend, preventing any further hindrance. The two elven guards following closely behind did not dare to relax their vigilance and continued to shadow Roy. They refrained from obstructing his path, somewhat relieved to see that a noble elf was acquainted with Roy. Roy wished not to waste time at the entrance and hastened inside. Claire called out behind him, of course, I came to attend the ball. Steve is here too. I just saw him. Come, let us find him together. The group of young elven nobles trailing Claire remained perplexed, but were spurred on by his words, their excitement palpable. They had never witnessed Claire's previously hidden ferocity. Despite his exhaustion and the pain coursing through him, Roy halted, placing his hands on Claire's shoulders, and spoke earnestly. Please, listen closely, Claire. This isn't about Steve. Rather, I've encountered some trouble. My friend is being held captive by slavers aboard a ship, and I wish to meet Princess Ophelia to ask for her assistance. The princess is dancing inside the manor. I'll take you to her. Claire grasped Roy's arm, and together they rushed into the manor, the young elves following behind. Incensed by the news of slavers at the port and elves being held captive on the ship, followed suit, invigorated and determined. Castle Dunport had not seen such noteworthy news in quite some time. Roy reached the edge of the dance floor. Witnessing a gathering of elven nobles swaying gracefully to the soothing music, clad in exquisite attire, while small clusters gathered on the periphery, engaged in conversation. Some elves standing at the edge of the dance floor, upon seeing the disheveled Roy, were curious about how this human had managed to breach the manor. Some noble maidens recoiled in fright. Instantly, several young elves approached, intending to confront this unexpected guest. Standing at the edge of the dazzling dance floor, Roy found it impossible to locate the Princess Ophelia that Captain Simpson had mentioned. At that moment, the two elven guards who had followed him stepped closer, concerned that Roy's narrative might be a fabrication with ulterior motives to cause disruption. Claire, perceiving Roy's discomfort, took the initiative to grasp Roy's arm, saying, "Follow me, the princess is over there." As more and more elven nobles became aware of the commotion, the atmosphere shifted. Even Steve, who was chatting with friends in the corner, craned his neck to look this way. Miss Beliar Claire released the elven noble and was somewhat astonished to see her brother bringing in an injured human into the dance floor, heading toward Princess Ophelia. Her friend, Miss Millientalis, tugged at Beliar's arm and whispered, "Beliar, what is your brother doing?" Beliar shook her head while parting the crowd to chase after Wagner Claire, worried that her brother might act irrationally at the ball. A tall young elf stepped forward from the throng, blocking Roy and Claire's path. His expression unfriendly as he asked Roy, "Who are you, sir? Do you possess an invitation to this ball?" "Wolf, this is my friend Roy. He wishes to meet Princess Ophelia. He encountered trouble at the docks," Claire called out loudly to the young elf who obstructed their way. At that moment, the music of the ball had ceased, and all the elves in the dance floor turned their attention toward them. Bewildered by the appearance of an injured human at the event, Princess Ophelia, having heard the commotion, sidestepped the Earl Wilson Griffiths, who attempted to shield her with his body, and approached the gathering crowd, her gown billowing as she moved. Upon seeing Princess Ophelia advance, the elves blocking her path quickly parted. When she reached Claire and Roy, she did not recognize the young elf from the Claire family. However, upon seeing Roy, she instantly recognized him as the half-elf who had dared to question her teaching methods at the academy. The registry clearly noted him as a half-elf named Roy, and she remembered him well. Yet, the sight of Roy, battered and bruised, suggested he might not have been able to stand without Claire's support. "Roy, this is Princess Ophelia," Claire whispered urgently in Roy's ear, and then promptly assisted her friend in bowing to the princess. At that moment, Roy was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the princess he sought to meet at the ball would be his instructor in modern elven history. Though he knew that the professor of the humanities was also named Princess Ophelia, he had never connected the two. Princess Ophelia, teacher, Roy stammered. If Roy had merely greeted Princess Ophelia, it would not have raised eyebrows, but the term teacher undeniably bridged a connection between them. Princess Ophelia stared at the half-elf before her. He was indeed her student, albeit one among the 200 assigned to her annually. And she could scarcely remember half of their names upon graduation. Roy, you wish to see me? Princess Ophelia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not only was Roy startled, but the surrounding elven nobles were equally astonished that Princess Ophelia had uttered his name. Seizing this rare opportunity, Roy could not afford to miss it. Teacher, I encountered trouble tonight. My companion, Jasper, the apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, is still trapped on that ship. Roy recounted his evening's ordeal before the gathered crowd. Upon hearing of a slave ship docked at the port, the young elven nobles around him turned pale. The young elves began to murmur, puzzled as to who had emboldened the slavers to brazenly dock at Castledore Harbor and even attempt to abduct elves right at the docks. I understand. Princess Ophelia finally grasped how this student had managed to infiltrate the estate. She then calmly inquired of the elven guards, "Where is your captain?" Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Captain Simpson emerged from the crowd and bowed to Princess Ophelia. "Dancel Simpson, at your service." Princess Ophelia nodded and coolly commanded, "Captain Simpson, take your men and proceed immediately to Castledore Harbor." "At once, Your Highness," Captain Simpson replied without hesitation. Accompanying Princess Ophelia to the seaside estate were only 50 elven guards, each mounted on mutated warhorses. At Captain Simpson's command, all the elven warriors began to assemble quickly. The estate was thrown into disarray, with some elven nobles even preparing to return home to summon reinforcements. Princess Ophelia, meanwhile, stood on a raised platform, her gown held up, as a crowd of elven nobles gathered around her. With a stern expression, she proclaimed, "I do not know where those slavers came from, but their presence at Castledore Harbor is a violation of the decrees of the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom and a flagrant disrespect toward all elven warriors of Castledore. Now, I call upon the elves of Castledore to unite. I urge all young and capable elven warriors to wield their weapons and protect the inalienable freedom of our people. I trust none of you wish to let those detestable slavers escape." The surrounding young elves erupted in fervent shouts. "Do not let those slavers escape. Capture them and hang them from the trees. Exile them to the eternal night forest to mine." Already, some young elves were racing toward the estate's gates, heading for the harbor. Roy, too, found himself swept up in the crowd, watching as Princess Ophelia descended calmly from the platform, her demeanor serene as she stated, "If you can endure, let us proceed to the harbor." Roy stood straight, gratitude etched on his face as he responded, "Thank you, Princess Ophelia. You should call me teacher. Remember, during class, focus and pay attention, or I shall make you retake modern elven history, regardless of the reason." "Yes, teacher," Roy obediently replied. Following behind, 50 elven warriors charged ahead, racing down the slope toward the harbor, with a throng of elven nobles in tow. 50. The battle at the harbor. The coachman in the square observed a throng of elven guards riding warhorses emerging from the estate and presumed that Princess Ophelia intended to leave early, signaling the impending conclusion of the ball. After all, many young elven nobles had attended this gathering primarily for her. As the young elven nobles prepared to depart, their moment of action was upon them. The coachmen hurried to their carriages. However, the royal silver carriage adorned with the royal emblem did not follow the elven guards. A group of young elven nobles trailed behind the guards, prompting the coachmen to realize that the situation was not as they had initially envisioned. Witnessing everyone surge toward the harbor, the coachmen quickly dismounted their carriages. They leapt down, retrieving weapons from beneath their seats, and pursued the young elven nobles. These coachmen, employed by the upper-class elven nobles, not only drove the carriages but also ensured their safety while out. They possessed extensive driving experience as well as some combat skills. Suddenly, a large contingent of elves poured out of the seaside estate, racing toward the distant harbor. On the docks of the deep water zone, 2 teams of elven sentinels were stationed. Lurking at the bow and stern of the ship, Seawolf. The elven guards awaited the arrival of the troops stationed in the walnut grove for reinforcement with bated breath. Otherwise, with only 20 or so sentinels, capturing the entire crew of a 60-meter vessel would be an insurmountable challenge for them. Two elven sentinels swaggered down the stone path of the dock to the front of the Sea Wolf's dinghy, where some crew members were still unloading supplies onto the ship. Under the pretense of apprehending thieves, the sentinels demanded the right to board for a search, but were met with outright refusal from the two crew members. The sentinels had no choice but to retreat. After the sentinels departed, one crew member hoisted a wooden barrel and made his way onto the ship. First Officer Neliev stood on the deck, hands resting on the railing, scrutinizing the two departing elven sentinels, frowning as he inquired of the crew member, "Why are sentinels out at this hour? What did they say?" The crew member replied, "They claimed they were here to catch thieves. I told them that without the captain's permission, no one is allowed on board. They then asked if the captain was on the ship. I informed them that the captain had gone to the tavern. They decided to leave, saying they would check the neighboring ship instead." Neliev rubbed his stubbled chin, narrowing his eyes at the dim silhouettes of the sentinels in the darkness. A sense of unease settling in his heart. "Go check the lower hold," he instructed one of the crew members. "I'm on it." The crew member promptly set down the rope and headed towards the staircase leading to the deck. Neliev, gripping the iron railing, turned his gaze towards the coastal estate. The elven ball was indeed a sight to behold. Even from afar, the dazzling lights and the intermittent music created an aura of beauty. The elves certainly knew how to savor life, he mused. Suddenly, he spotted a squad of elven guards on white steeds emerging from the estate, leading him to believe it was a procession for some elven noble. However, as the guards approached the small square outside the estate and did not halt to form ranks, but instead hastened toward the dock, Neliev sensed something amiss. He turned to the crew member monitoring the tides and inquired, "How long until the tide rises?" "Approximately 3 to 4 hours, the crewman reported from the bow. "Neliev, the elven guards are approaching the dock," a lookout on the observation tower shouted to the first officer on the deck. Neliev's foreboding intensified as he furrowed his brow, watching the group of mounted elven guards, feeling beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, which he wiped away in a flurry. Typically, elven sentinels were rarely seen at the dock at night, yet tonight they had emerged to pursue thieves. And this guard unit seemed out of place. Neliev observed the elven guards until they halted in front of the Sea Wolf, dismounting and encircling the vessel. Another group of elven sentinels seized the opportunity to emerge from the shadows. The leader of the sentinels, standing on the dock, obstructed Captain Simpson, who was at the forefront, and proclaimed loudly, "Gentlemen, what brings you to the docks at such an hour? I am Captain Denzel Simpson of the 1st Squad of the 2nd Night Brigade, sent to rescue our elven kin trapped aboard this black vessel," he announced decisively as he dismounted. The elven sentinel leader, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of aid, promptly bowed to Captain Simpson. However, he harbored doubts about whether the troops stationed north of the Walnut Grove could arrive at the dock before the tide rose. Without timely reinforcements, it would be impossible for merely 20 sentinels to prevent the ship from departing. Now, with so many arriving at once, at least he could conduct a preliminary investigation of the Sea Wolf. "Our guard unit is currently investigating this matter, but the crew of the Sea Wolf has refused our request to board and search. I hope Captain Simpson will cooperate with us to successfully execute this rescue mission," the elven sentinel leader urged. Captain Simpson surveyed the imposing 60-meter vessel. Even at the dock, under the cloak of night, the massive ship resembled a formidable fortress. Such a grand vessel likely housed at least 100 crew members. Captain Simpson shook hands with the elven sentinel leader, saying, "Very well. I shall fully support your efforts." The two parties swiftly reached a cooperative agreement. According to the sentinel leader's plan, the next step was to apply pressure on the Sea Wolf. 50 elven guards and 23 sentinels lined up in front of the Sea Wolf, and the sentinel leader stepped forward to the dinghy. Addressing the crew members stationed at the bow and on the deck, "We are the elven sentinels of the Castleton Port Guard. Your vessel is currently suspected of unlawfully detaining elves. I hereby command, in the name of the Castleton Port Guard, that you all lay down your weapons and disembark for inspection." He reiterated emphatically, "We are." A group of elven nobles trailing behind were equally astonished by the sight of the massive black ship, which was a rarity in the elven realm, particularly one painted in such a dark hue. Under the night sky, it loomed like a colossal beast lurking in the shadows. Young elven nobles, often impulsive, had initially planned to storm the ship, but now, upon realizing the scale of the 60-meter vessel, they became more cautious. Many began to slow their pace, glancing about, waiting for their attendants and drivers to catch up before engaging in hushed discussions. Some crew members still busy unloading supplies on the dock, upon seeing the elves surrounding the Sea Wolf, hastily abandoned their tasks and hurried back aboard the ship. They had not anticipated such a rapid arrival of elven forces, nor had they received any prior warning. A cluster of elven guards surrounded the ship on the dock, but did not rush to attack the sea wolf. Crew members from the neighboring vessel, witnessing the influx of elven warriors, rushed to the railings to observe. Soon, more and more elves gathered on the dock, including vendors awaiting the return of fishing boats, shopkeepers from the dockside stalls, and even some elven residents from Brown Street. They crowded the dock, but did not approach the sea wolf too closely. Someone concealed in the crowd shouted, "Let us unload the fish guns from the fishing boats. We can shoot them down with those." At the forefront of the elven guard, Captain Simpson drew his longsword, leading 50 elven guards up the dinghy, prepared to board the sea wolf. Meanwhile, the sentinel leader hastily signaled to the other sentinels to converge around him. The dock before the sea wolf seemed to bristle with tension. However, before the elven guards could reach the skiff, the sailors aboard had already retracted it. A line of crew members clad in light leather armor stood at the ship's railing, each gripping a short bow, swiftly knocking arrows at the captain's command. Waves of arrows rained down upon the dock, forcing the elven guards, who intended to board for battle, to retreat. Some elven warriors were even wounded by the arrows. These guards, being protectors, were not equipped with longbows or quivers, rendering them unable to retaliate for the moment. They could only raise their round shields and withdraw beyond the range of the short bows. Meanwhile, the anchor of the sea wolf was being gradually raised. A row of long poles extended from the row of oars on the side closest to the dock, pressing firmly against the stone platform. With the sailors working together to push, the great ship began to move. The stout ropes connecting the ship's bow and stern to the dock were severed by the crew's knives, falling indiscriminately into the sea. Although the tide had yet to rise, the ship, under the command of Second Officer Narev, was determined to force its departure. Clutching a massive double-headed axe, Narev stood at the bow, looking down at the elven guards unable to board, and laughed heartily, instructing the nearby sailors, "Quickly, summon the captain and the first mate. At a time like this, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully even in their coffins." Unexpectedly, one of the sailors, agile as a monkey, climbed to the top of the ship, holding the helm with one hand, and responded, "Narev, you should go. If we go to summon them, we might just get killed. Only you can withstand their wrath when they are awakened." Narev, gripping his axe with one hand, shouted, "Fine, I'll wake the captain. You all guard this place and ensure those elves don't board." The other sailors quickly chimed in, "Narev, rest assured. Yes, we will hold this position." As Narev made his way into the cabin, he paused upon reaching the railing and turned to the crew, saying, "Two of you. Bring those 2 elves from the hold up here. If those down at the dock remain restless, kill one to compel them to cease." At that moment, the great ship had already drifted about 3 meters from the dock, propelled by more than 20 long poles, and the bow continued to move slowly. A row of oars extended from the ship's hull once more, and with the sailors' chants, they steadily propelled the vessel through the water. The canvas of the main mast was also being raised slowly. The port bells of Castledore rang out, their deep tones resonating far and wide. The Sea Wolf had lifted its anchor, and the crew had cut the mooring lines. With the correct alignment of the exit channel from the dock, they could unfurl the sails and harness the northern winds to surge out of the bay. However, before the tide rose, the deep water channel was not particularly deep, and the crew was unfamiliar with it. While small fishing boats could navigate, the great ship risked running aground in the mud, especially on such a dark night. Dong, 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 the ship's bell echoed in preparation for departure. The sailors had barely hoisted the mainsail halfway when a flurry of arrows suddenly rained down upon the vessel from all sides. These arrows, shot from the darkness, were tethered with ropes, and the massive shafts embedded themselves deep into the hull, followed by the sound of heavy objects splashing into the water. A dozen fishing boats, cloaked in the night, had surrounded the Sea Wolf, launching harpoons with ropes from various angles, effectively anchoring the ship in place. The sound of heavy objects hitting the water was the noise of them binding the ropes to heavy stones and tossing them into the sea. During their wait for reinforcements, the Elven patrol had stealthily commandeered nearly 20 fishing boats from the dock, encircling the Sea Wolf to prevent its departure, intending to bind it with the harpoons and ropes from the fishing vessels. The mainsail of the Sea Wolf gradually filled with wind, the mast creaking ominously as more than 40 oars strained against the water. Yet, the ship could only inch forward at a snail's pace. The crew rushed to the railings, witnessing the harpoons and ropes ensnaring the ship's exterior, and immediately tied themselves with harnesses, daringly descending from the deck to sever the bindings. Meanwhile, A group of elves brought 3 fish guns to the dock, and after securing the bases with stones, they unleashed several harpoons. Most of these harpoons struck the stern of the sea wolf. The elves secured these ropes to the dock's stone piles. In an instant, a barrage of arrows flew from the ship, wounding several elves, while the others dragged the injured out of the range of the short bows. At that moment, Captain Simpson, accompanied by 50 elven guards, quietly boarded the sea wolf from the left side. After attempting to reason with the captain to no avail, 2 guards held long swords to the captain's neck, finally gaining temporary control over the vessel. A group of sailors swiftly removed the tarpaulin covering the fish guns at the bow and efficiently replaced them with the largest whaling harpoons, aiming them at the sea wolf's hull. Harpoons, each 1.5 meters long and thicker than a thumb, with jagged wolf teeth, were securely embedded in the sea wolf's side. Remarkably, the ship was equipped with a winch specifically for whaling, its tarred ropes impervious to even ordinary blades. 3 ropes were driven into the hull near the bow, and Captain Simpson directed 20 crew members to collectively operate the winch, pulling the 3 ropes, compelling the steadfastly docked ship to draw the sea wolf closer. This vessel was more than half smaller than the sea wolf, and as it operated the winch, the sea wolf remained nearly immovable. Yet, the smaller ship began to tilt severely, although the ropes from the dock and the anchor sunk in the mud stabilized it. The entire ship gradually edged toward the sea wolf under the winch's pull. Captain Simpson stood by the railing, wielding a small round shield, occasionally deflecting arrows that flew in from the opposite side. His leather trousers bore 2 bloodied holes from dark arrows, though fortunately, the wounds were not deep. The surrounding elven guards bore similar injuries. All eyes were fixed on the increasingly close sea wolf, disregarding the tilting ship, waiting for the moment when the 2 vessels would collide. On the dock, the elven patrol and a group of robust elves gathered at the port surged toward the sea wolf's right side. In contrast, the captain of the nearby ship exhibited clarity of thought. Upon seeing the elven patrol boarding, he unveiled the rain cover over the fish guns and directed his crew to launch 5 harpoons into the sea wolf's stern. Thus, alongside the dozens of ropes cast out, the sea wolf was nearly ensconced in a web of lines. The mainsail of the sea wolf was almost fully inflated, straining the mast with creaks. Yet the ship remained tethered at the dock's edge, unable even to enter the harbor channel. What filled the crew of the sea wolf with dread was the sight of the 2 nearby vessels, now being drawn closer by the ropes. Should the 3 ships collide, a battle of boarding would ensue. Roy followed Princess Ophelia, standing on the dock with a group of young nobles. These nobles had not been permitted to participate in the boarding battle, and as the situation appeared grim, some began to grow restless, while others discreetly sent their attendants back to the upper town to summon reinforcements. Roy and Claire stood side by side, watching the unfolding battle at the docks alongside a group of young elves. Captain Simpson's squad of elven guards and sentinels had failed to gain any advantage from the outset. Instead, the sea wolf had nearly departed the harbor. The current situation appeared bleak, as the elven warriors were poised to leap onto the sea wolf to engage in combat. Clearly, the elven guards were outnumbered. As Roy observed the fray aboard the ship, a sense of helplessness washed over him, mingling with the fervor of battle. Concern for Jasper, who remained imprisoned in the ship's hold, gnawed at him. Despite the arrival of a large contingent of elven guards, they had not managed to seize the sea wolf as he had hoped. Standing amidst the crowd, he fixated on the 3 vessels, his body tensing involuntarily as he clenched his fists tightly. Was there a profound sense of powerlessness regarding the conflict at the docks? Princess Ophelia suddenly turned to Roy, inquiring about his thoughts. Caught off guard, Roy was momentarily speechless, before nodding absently. Ophelia cast him a glance and casually remarked, "Do not despair. You must persist in your studies if you wish to become the warrior you envision." A flicker of realization stirred within Roy, prompting him to ponder whether he aspired to become a battle cleric. Distracted, he turned to see Claire crouched among a group of young elves, selecting weapons from the ground. It was astonishing that some elven noble had acquired such an impressive array of fine weaponry. Among the assortment, there were not only swords and shields, but also spears and large hammers. Young elves adorned themselves with lightweight armor. Claire bent down to grasp a finely crafted short spear. Roy instinctively picked up a longbow and quietly asked Claire, "How proficient are you with a bow?" "Not bad," Claire replied. Without hesitation, Roy thrust the longbow into Claire's hands, tossing him a quiver of arrows as well. Taking the short spear from Claire, Roy sought a light shield. But all the square shields had been claimed. He settled for a small round iron shield that, though not large, felt substantial on his arm. Claire, puzzled, asked. Have you also trained with a spear? Roy familiarized himself with the shorter spear, approximately 180 centimeters long, its blade remarkably sharp and agile in his hands. No, I chose it for its suitable length. The sailors aboard typically wield curved blades, and this is longer. Claire adjusted the bowstring of the longbow, reluctantly affixing the quiver to his waist, and questioned, Then why did you give me a bow? Roy draped an arm around Claire's shoulder and whispered, When we engage in battle, I'll need you to cover me with arrows from behind. Can I rely on you, Claire? Absolutely, Claire assured, thumping his chest. They clasped their right hands firmly together. Miss Belinda Claire stood amidst the throng, startled when she saw her brother preparing for battle by selecting weapons. She pondered how to persuade him to abandon such a reckless idea without undermining his budding courage and confidence. To her surprise, his friend had handed him a longbow and a quiver of arrows, which eased her anxiety slightly. As an archer, at least Claire would not have to engage in close combat with the sailors. The surrounding young elves had already seized their weapons, recovering from the shock of their arrival at the docks. Observing the elven guards and sentinels rushing towards the two ships, the young elves eagerly picked up weapons from the ground and raced towards Captain Simpson's vessel. Leading the charge were Wolf Gokas and Wilson Griffiths. Earlier at the ball, they had experienced some discord over who would dance first with Princess Ophelia, and now their rivalry was rekindled. Roy and Claire lagged slightly behind. At this moment, Roy did not conceal his identity as a novice cleric of the Temple of the Lady Liberty. Standing before Claire, he began to recite a prayer. As a divine sigil of radiant light materialized before him, the prayer concluded, coalescing into a pale golden fist that merged with Claire's form. Subsequently, Roy bestowed upon himself the blessing of strength. You are indeed a cleric of the Temple of Liberty? Princess Ophelia remarked in surprise. Roy respectfully turned to her and replied, I am merely a novice cleric. My companion imprisoned aboard the ship is also a novice cleric, initially invited to purify the ship of its vengeful spirits and truth. Roy contemplated bestowing the blessing of strength upon the other young elves as well. Having attained the rank of a second-tier novice cleric, he could cast this spell 4 times consecutively. Yet, it seemed none of the young elves had the patience to linger. Roy and Claire arrived slightly late aboard the ship. The vessel was drawing perilously close to the Sea Wolf, causing the deck to tilt dramatically. Roy leaned against the main mast to prevent himself from slipping off the deck. Amid such challenging circumstances, he remembered to cast the light illumination spell, conjuring a glowing orb above his head. Claire produced a bottle of sap from the Tree of Life, uncorking it and offering it to Roy. This time, Roy did not hesitate, downing the sap in one gulp. Surrounding them were numerous other young elves, their excitement mingling with trepidation as they awaited the impending conflict on the deck. With a resounding crash, the ship finally collided with the Sea Wolf. A tremendous tremor shook the vessel, sending many elven guards sprawling. Roy clung tightly to the main mast, narrowly avoiding a tumble into a chaotic heap of young elves, and seized the opportunity to pull Claire to safety. Captain Simpson had long been prepared to leap onto the other ship. As the two vessels were on the verge of colliding, a spectral figure of a sword dancer appeared behind him. The figure, wielding dual swords, emanated an overwhelming aura at the bow of the ship, intensifying with each flourish of its blades. In that moment, every elf aboard felt the influence of that powerful presence. Roy found his vision inexplicably clear. The movements of those around him became achingly slow, as if time itself had decelerated. As the ships crashed together, Captain Simpson leapt deftly onto the Sea Wolf's deck. The crew of the Sea Wolf immediately converged upon him. After rolling to his feet, he swiftly extricated himself from the encirclement of several sailors, his longsword cutting through the air to slice into the wrist of the nearest sailor, causing the curved blade to clatter to the ground as the sailor cried out in pain, retreating in disarray. Captain Simpson could not afford to pursue. He sidestepped, using his small round shield to block an attack from a sailor while delivering a vicious stomp to the sailor's thigh. He then evaded a swinging curved blade with a quick upward glance. The long sword in his hand suddenly erupted from beneath his ribs, its blade piercing through the jaw of a sailor before emerging from the top of his head. Blood gushed forth from the sailor's crown, chin, and mouth. Captain Simpson deftly withdrew his bloodied sword, elegantly sidestepping an incoming attack from another sailor. In the blink of an eye, 3 sailors had been rendered incapable of fighting. The surrounding sailors charged at Captain Simpson, while those stationed in the lookout tower drew their short bows, unleashing arrows towards the elven guards leaping onto their ship. Claire steadied herself on the deck, observing that sailors atop the opposing ship, the sea wolf, were frequently firing arrows in her direction. Without hesitation, she drew her longbow and released an arrow that struck a sailor in the chest, pinning him firmly against the mast. Roy, wielding a short spear and round shield, blended into the throng of young elves, following them as they surged onto the deck of the sea wolf. At that moment, the elven guards behind Captain Simpson had already leaped onto the ship's deck. Their combat skills, marked by grace and flair, utterly overwhelmed the crew of the sea wolf, quickly establishing dominance at the bow of the ship. However, the sailors were no cowards. Despite their inferiority in strength compared to the elven guards, they fought relentlessly. While a lone sailor struggled against an elven guard, it was evident that he stood little chance. Yet, when a group of sailors banded together against the elven guards, they coordinated their efforts on the deck, unafraid of injury or death, cleverly using the unique terrain to mount counterattacks. In the throes of battle, the sailors of the Sea Wolf appeared to hold a slight advantage. Yet, as more young elves boarded the Sea Wolf, the sailors began to lose cohesion. Of course, the young elves possessed scant combat experience, often standing dazed at the edges of the deck, unsure how to engage in the fray. Among them, only Wolf and Wilson demonstrated notable prowess, capable of confronting a sailor independently. However, many of these young elves were accompanied by attendants resembling charioteers, who proved to be the true source of concern for the sailors. Roy, amidst the young elves, brandished his spear and noticed a sailor stealthily approaching from the left side of the ship, intent on aiding another sailor grappling with a charioteer. He swiftly lunged forward, aiming his spear at the sailor's neck behind the ear. The burly sailor, resembling a black bear, cast a glance at Roy, showing no intention of evading. Instead, he raised his right arm, deflecting Roy's thrust. The sailor then reached for Roy's spear with one hand, while brandishing a curved dagger in the other, slashing towards Roy's neck. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing a maw of rotten teeth, as if he recognized Roy. Roy hesitated, reluctant to relinquish his spear, giving the sailor the opportunity to bring the dagger nearly to Roy's throat. He would have raised his shield to block the strike, but it was too late. At that moment, a young elf lunged forward, stabbing the sailor's right arm with a long sword. The sailor twisted his wrist, pressing the dagger down against the sword, and it was then that Roy realized the elf who had saved him was Steve. At this point, the sailor's dagger pressed against Steve's chest, threatening to sever his collarbone with just a little more force. Roy's spear was trapped in the sailor's grip, rendering him unable to free it. In a moment of desperation, he swung his small round shield at the sailor's oil-slicked head. The sailor's face contorted into an evil grin, as if taunting Roy. "I've been waiting for you." A kick to Roy's abdomen sent him stumbling backward, his back colliding with the railing of the Sea Wolf. Just as the sailor prepared to sever Steve's shoulder with his dagger, an arrow, barely grazing Roy, flew through the air and struck the sailor in the forehead. The sailor fell backward, his head slamming against the deck, the arrow quivering in his brow as his dagger clattered to the floor with a heavy thud. Roy, clutching his abdomen and grimacing in pain, struggled to his feet by the edge of the ship, giving Steve a thumbs up, then glancing back at Claire on the adjacent ship, who was enthusiastically waving her fists in triumph, as another vessel collided with the Sea Wolf. Over 20 elven guards and a group of robust elves from the harbor successfully boarded the Sea Wolf. They attacked the sailors on the deck from both the bow and stern, driving them back with relentless force. The sailors, pressed against the ship's bulkhead, refused to yield, even as their comrades fell one by one. Captain Simpson's sword was drenched in crimson, his hands and the hilt stained with blood. Meanwhile, First Mate Nyrolv entered the ship's quarters, traversing the dim corridor to the innermost room on the second floor. This chamber, located at the rear of the ship, served as the private quarters of Captain Johnny Ralph, a sacred space aboard the Sea Wolf. Within, a massive, movable wooden pillar extended downward, connecting to the ship's colossal rudder. The walls were adorned with several artifacts of significant value, magical weapons that once belonged to foes who had become mere specters of the Sea Wolf. While Captain Ralph remained very much alive, Nyrolv had once been a minor captain on another pirate ship, which had been decimated upon encountering the Sea Wolf, leaving nothing but remnants. However, he had persevered as a captive, eventually distinguishing himself from a group of slaves and earning his place as a crew member aboard the Sea Wolf, later becoming Captain Ralph's trusted right-hand man due to his formidable stature. The captain's quarters were forbidden to ordinary sailors, housing Ralph's accumulated wealth over the years, including a row of wooden chests filled with gold coins and magical crystals against the left wall, while the right side contained chests overflowing with kohler and magical water crystals. Yet, Nyrulf's riches extended beyond these treasures. He had heard tales of hidden treasures buried on uninhabited islands in the endless sea. Upon entering the captain's chamber, Nyrulf was met with an imposing copper coffin, intricately engraved with runes, upon which rested a crystal orb and a sacred staff, surrounded by 4 copper mirrors emanating an aura of necromancy. The bedroom lacked a bed or any furniture, not even a single chair. Each time Nyrulf stepped into this room, he felt a chill run down his spine. He silently recited, "O spirits of the dead who bear grudges against Relf, when you seek vengeance, be sure not to entangle me in your wrath." With trepidation, he ventured further inside. This was undeniably one of the most troublesome matters aboard the Sea Wolf. Captain Relf had claimed countless lives on this ship, many of whom were elves and Nago alike. Some of the deceased, filled with resentment, had not ascended to the divine realm nor descended into the underworld, instead transforming into restless spirits aboard the ship. These souls lacked the strength of a powerful spiritual flame and would dissipate once their essence was spent. Yet, there existed some powerful souls who lingered, driven by their grievances, occasionally drawing strength from the fading spirits. These potent souls could exist aboard the Sea Wolf for an extended period. Almost all the souls, filled with resentment towards Captain Relf before their demise, relentlessly haunt him after death. These spirits, lacking formidable spiritual power, are incapable of inflicting tangible harm upon him. However, they persistently entangle him, leading to nightly nightmares and a perpetual state of mental exhaustion that renders him irritable and short-tempered. It is under such duress that Captain Relf scours for artifacts related to these souls. In his bedroom, he has long displayed 3 magical items, yet they are merely of excellent quality. The most effective magical artifact against the spirits is a set of 4 floor-length bronze mirrors, each nearly 2 meters tall and 60 centimeters wide. The framework of these mirrors is crafted from pure copper, seamlessly integrated with the smooth surface of the glass. Intricate bas-reliefs depicting figures struggling amidst a heap of corpses embellish the frames, their grotesque expressions and clawing forms evoking fear. These mirrors were seized from a necromancer, and each possesses the ability to bind souls. Relf has witnessed one mirror consume a malevolent spirit. Unfortunately, the necromancer met his end at Relf's hands, which rendered the mirrors incapable of exorcising the spirits within, leaving them to languish until their essences completely dissipate, allowing new malevolent entities to be ensnared. The first mate, Narev, harbors a certain dread of the 4 mirrors, for they reflect not his own visage, but rather a mirrored captain's cabin teeming with souls. The reverse side bears a necromantic insignia, making these mirrors Captain Relf's most effective weapons against the spirits. Once a trusted armament of Captain Relf, the sacred staff is now marred with numerous scars. Approximately 120 centimeters in length, it is forged entirely from pure silver. Its crown-like tip measuring no larger than an adult's fist, tapering down to a handle the diameter of an egg, intricately carved with entwined cherubs. This staff was appropriated from a cleric, whose soul has likely ascended to the divine realm, the body discarded to the sea as fish food. Originally, it exuded a potent aura of holy light. As long as Captain Relf wields this staff, the souls and malevolent spirits aboard the ship dare not approach. A mere touch from the staff would obliterate them. Alas, the staff has remained in Relf's possession for far too long, causing its sanctified essence to dwindle significantly. Nowadays, Captain Relf seldom employs this staff. The crystal ball in his possession is a replica of the epic magical artifact known as the Demon Diviner. Set within a skeletal iron hand, its 5 bony fingers tightly grasp the orb, which is the size of a coconut. The crystal contains a swirling mist that perpetually flows within. Only in the presence of demons does the mist begin to dissipate, gradually revealing a vague visage of the demon. Though this crystal ball is the most precious of Relf's items, it bears no connection to the souls. Moreover, Captain Relf's copper coffin is a formidable magical artifact, serving a purpose akin to that of a sealing box. While the sealing box preserves the magical essence of its contents, it cannot accommodate living beings. In contrast, the copper coffin, upon closure, halts all mental and magical assaults. Thus, aboard the Sea Wolf, Captain Relf can only find peace by lying within the copper coffin. Otherwise, he is perpetually besieged by spirits and malevolent entities. Upon docking, after arranging all matters aboard, Captain Relf nestled into the copper coffin with first mate Ugila, leaving second mate Narev to oversee daily operations. The Sea Wolf makes an annual supply stop at Castledore Harbor during the summer, a rare open port in the realm of the Silvermoon elves, known for its lenient regulations regarding vessels. Ships entering the harbor can leave all supplies aboard without inspections from customs officials, who do not levy taxes unless goods are disembarked. Moreover, the harbor offers fresh fruits. Captain Ralph had intended to set sail once the Sea Wolf departed, avoiding any exposure at the dock, particularly since wanted posters featuring him and first mate Eugila still adorn the walls of the port guard's hall. Upon entering the captain's quarters, Narev's scent of blood and flesh set the spirits within the four mirrors into a frenzy. Standing beside the coffin, he rubbed his bald head and rapped on the coffin lid with his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. He leaned closer to the lid and called, "Captain, it's time to wake. We have encountered a problem beyond our capacity to resolve." With that, he exerted force to push open the lid. The coffin's cover appeared exceedingly heavy, yet concealed tracks allowed it to be easily opened with a bit of effort. As the heavy lid swung open, it revealed a robust dwarf with a bushy beard, entwined with a scantily clad elven maiden, both in deep slumber amidst a chaotic array of wine bottles. The moment the lid parted, a nauseating stench of alcohol wafted forth. Narev, undeterred by the odor, leaned closer to shout in Ralph's ear. However, the delicate, ivory-skinned face nestled in Ralph's embrace turned towards him, and its transparent pointed ears shifted back. The enchanting visage met Narev's gaze, and as a pale hand pressed against her face, Narev, towering nearly 2 meters, instinctively recoiled, 5 crimson finger marks appearing upon his visage. He staggered back, glaring angrily at the coffin. First mate Eugila, wrapped in a blanket, elegantly sat up, her hair tousled and her eyes still hazy with sleep. "Narev, why are you causing such a ruckus?" Her voice was sweet and melodic, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Yet she was, in truth, a 600-year-old blood elf. "Eugila, wake the captain quickly. We are in trouble," Narev exclaimed loudly. Being of mixed heritage, orc, barbarian, and human, Narev had spent his childhood in an orc tribe on the eastern continent, and thus he never regarded Eugila as particularly beautiful, finding her lacking in ferocity and curves. Preferring even the shorter wives of Captain Ralph, Eugila paid no heed to Narev's thoughts. Instead, she seized a half-full bottle of rum from the side and poured its contents over Captain Ralph's face. The slumbering captain initially shook his head, his large, red face contorted in a grimace of drowning anguish as he attempted to evade the liquid. However, the moment his nose detected the scent of alcohol, he opened his mouth wide, consuming every last drop. Subsequently, 2 eyes as large as copper bells abruptly opened, gazing at Madame Eugilaf, who sat within a copper coffin, clutching an empty wine bottle. The fury and murderous intent in his gaze swiftly transformed into a fierce and determined demeanor. "What is the matter?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with a metallic quality, as if his throat had been scorched by sulfurous fumes. "Your most loyal second officer, Naralev, has encountered an insurmountable predicament and requests your assistance," replied First Officer Eugilaf. Captain Raelv emerged from the copper coffin, but his short stature only allowed his head to protrude. His brows furrowed and eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Naralev, who stood at the doorway. "Naralev, what has transpired?" he bellowed with a booming voice. "Captain, we are awaiting tonight's tide to depart, but the tide has yet to arrive, and a horde of elves has encircled our ship and is attempting to board." "Fool, how did you provoke the Silvermoon elves of Castledore?" Captain Raelv erupted in a fit of rage, jabbing a finger at Naralev. At that moment, the ship shuddered violently, indicating a collision with another vessel, and dust cascaded from the ceiling of the captain's cabin. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside, causing Captain Raelv's expression to darken. Dressed only in shorts and bare-chested, he leapt from the copper coffin. "Quickly set sail. As long as we leave Castledore Harbor, we may still have a chance to escape," he instructed Second Officer Naralev, then added, "Do you know that the Silvermoon elves have stationed their legion along this coastline? It is the 17th Legion of the Silver Pegasi, second only to the Unicorn Legion of the Silvermoon Kingdom. Though merely a branch, they are not a force we can contend with." Upon hearing Raelv's words, Madame Eugilaf, still seated in the copper coffin, suddenly paled. Grasping a blanket, she stood, disregarding her exposed, flawless figure, hastily bending to retrieve a mage's robe from the coffin, donning a black pointed hat atop her head. Barefoot, she jumped to the floor, grasping an intricately crafted wand. Meanwhile, Raelv hurried to the wall, deftly unlatched a chest, and began to don heavy armor. Though he stood less than 5 feet tall, His physique resembled that of a stout barrel, his frame almost entirely composed of muscles harder than iron. He rummaged through the chest for a one-handed axe, discarded it after a moment's thought, and instead seized a square-headed warhammer and a dwarven chain shield, kicking open the door and charging out. On the deck of the Sea Wolf, elven guards formed a precise line, their movements synchronized, with a coordinated sweep of their long swords. They swiftly dispatched 5 crew members leaning against the ship's exterior. Such elegance and slaughter could only be achieved when the elves held overwhelming superiority. The young elves were enamored with this ostentatious combat style, believing that elves should embody grace and appreciate artistry. The deck lay littered with the fallen bodies of sailors, while several severely wounded elven guards sat on the deck, receiving first aid from their comrades. They carried with them the essence of the Tree of Life, capable of hastening the healing of wounds, effective as long as they were not fatal injuries that could not be staunched. The captain of the patrol bore a gash on his arm, inflicted by a sailor's curved blade, rendering his bracer useless and leaving a 20-centimeter-long wound. However, after a hasty bandaging, he continued to lead a group of patrollers at the forefront. The remaining sailors dragged their injured companions back to the ship's hold, while a few stayed in the lower corridors. The design of the ship's stairwell was peculiar, as the elven guards stormed into the corridor. They faced not only frontal enemies, but also had to be wary of arrows shot from behind through the stairway gaps. 3 elven guards had already sustained injuries in their attempt to breach the lower deck. The elves held every life in high regard and were reluctant to sacrifice any elven guard for the sake of advancing into the lower deck, thus halting their assault. Fortunately, the deck of the Sea Wolf had been secured by the elves. At this juncture, several horse-drawn carriages awaited at the dock, ready to transport the injured elven guards to the Moon Temple for treatment by the priests. Even the patrol captain conceded that since they had seized control of the Sea Wolf's deck and forced all crew members below, there was no need for further recklessness. The sailors were formidable fighters, a band of desperados, and it was unnecessary to take risks. They merely needed to wait for the stationed army along the coastline to arrive, and all troubles would be resolved. The main sail of the Sea Wolf had been severed, causing it to collapse. Without the force of the wind, relying solely on the paddles within the oar chamber, the Sea Wolf remained stagnant. Outside, at least 50 ropes restrained the ship, preventing it from plunging into the sea. As the winch continued to turn, the Sea Wolf gradually inched closer to the dock. Roy searched amid the bodies and chaos for Second Officer Naralev. The imposing figure had left a lasting impression on him, but it seemed he was nowhere to be found on the deck amidst the battle. His greater concern lay with Jasper and the Naga merfolk trapped in the hold. Upon learning that there were no Silvermoon elves in the hold of the Sea Wolf, only a half-elf imprisoned, the elven guards abandoned their rescue plan, opting instead for a frontal assault on the Sea Wolf. Roy approached the ship's railing, assisting other young elves in repositioning the skiff onto the dock. Noticing Steve also aiding in lifting the heavy skiff, he turned to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Steve offered no reply, instead departing with an air of pride, seemingly unconcerned about the gash on his left shoulder, so close to cutting into his flesh. Captain Simpson and the patrol captain huddled together, surrounded by numerous elven guards and patrollers. They inquired of Roy about the layout of the ship's upper and lower decks and the whereabouts of the Sea Wolf's captain. In truth, Roy had never seen the captain. He had only encountered Second Officer Naralev, yet during the battle on the deck, he had not spotted Naralev, so he relayed what he knew to the 2 officers. Claire, bearing a longbow, leapt over from the adjacent ship, covering her mouth and nose, clearly disliking the stench of blood aboard. Princess Ophelia's silver carriage had already arrived at the dock, and she had taken her seat inside. Roy stood at the edge of the ship, leaning out to observe the vessel's side. The oars extending from the windows continued to laboriously paddle through the water. The Sea Wolf resembled a colossal beast ensnared by ropes, desperately attempting to escape back to the ocean. The elven guards stood on the deck, guarding the sturdy wooden door at the center of the ship's tower. The door had been shattered into splinters, revealing a dark corridor within, leading both to the upper and lower decks. The elven guards were unfamiliar with the Sea Wolf's internal structure, and those who had rushed and had sustained injuries. The sailors inside dared not emerge. The elven guards contemplated a prolonged standoff when suddenly, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from within the tower. The thunderous noise of metal boots striking the wooden planks reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, a figure as robust as a rhinoceros burst forth from the tower, wisely opting to ram the wall beside the main entrance with his steel-plated shoulder armor. The entire wall bulged outwards, and a figure burst from the splintered wood like a cannonball, instantly sending an elven guard flying from his post on the left side of the ship's bridge entrance. He wielded a gleaming, square-headed warhammer, swinging it towards the elf's head. Though sent reeling, the elven guard managed to adjust his posture mid-fall. Seeing the stout dwarf's hammer descending, he desperately twisted, attempting to parry with his longsword. With a bellow from Captain Ralph, the warhammer struck the blade, shattering the mithril-laced steel into 2 pieces. The hammer continued its trajectory, striking the elf's left shoulder. The sound of snapping bones and a pained cry drew the attention of other elven guards to the armored dwarf. Several elves attacked Captain Ralph simultaneously. He parried their blows with his warhammer and raised a dwarven chain shield to protect his vital areas. Just then, First Mate Eudura emerged from the shattered doorway, staff in hand, and launched an arcane missile. With precise control, it struck an elven guard squarely in the chest, sending him flying back with a bloody cough. A second and third missile followed, each finding its mark. By the time the surrounding elves reacted, Eudura had retreated back into the ship's bridge. Elven guards who attempted to pursue her were met with a pair of heavy scimitars, forcing them to stumble back against their comrades. Second Mate Nyeliv leapt from the breach, dual scimitars in hand, followed by a horde of roaring sailors. Roy, who was standing near the edge of the Sea Wolf, quickly pulled Claire with him onto the deck of a neighboring ship. Chaos erupted once more. The Sea Wolf's crew fought with a newfound ferocity, their reckless abandon pushing the elven guards back. Captain Simpson watched as his comrades fell to Ralph's warhammer. The captain, shielded behind his dwarven chain shield, was a difficult target. His short stature and sturdy armor deflected most attacks. Abandoning his current opponent, Simpson charged towards Ralph, the spectral image of an elven sword dancer materializing behind him. A strange power emanated from the illusion, affecting all the elven warriors on deck. Their sword strikes became more precise, and they could anticipate their opponent's movements, perfectly parrying blows at the weakest points. A sword dancer! Captain Ralph roared with laughter, a spectral gray dwarf ancestor appearing behind him, clutching a warhammer and a coin purse. Simultaneously, power surged through Ralph's body, causing patches of petrified stone to appear on his skin. His fighting style transformed. He detached the chain shield from his arm, whirling it like a flail. The chain shield hurtled towards Simpson, whistling through the air. Forced back, Ralph charged, leaping and bringing his warhammer down with explosive force. The hammer struck the deck with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole. Splintered wood flew everywhere. The crew erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Second Mate Nyeliv had forced back the elven patrol leader, who was only saved from Nyliv's twin blades by the combined efforts of his squad. Nyeliv, a 2-meter-tall behemoth, was supported by the surrounding sailors, who shielded him from flanking attacks, making him unstoppable. First Mate Eudura appeared on the ship's bridge, clad in emerald robes, a short staff in hand. Her red hair danced in the sea breeze as arcane missiles shot from her staff, exploding on the deck and forcing the elven guards to retreat. The Sea Wolf's crew seized the opportunity, surging from below deck and reclaiming control of the ship. The elven guards were pushed to the ship's edge. Even Captain Simpson and the patrol leader were faltering under the relentless assault of Ralph and Nyeliv. Many elven guards were forced to leap into the sea. Suddenly, the sound of approaching horses thundered from the darkness of the docks, growing louder and closer. A company of elven warriors on horseback emerged from the darkness. A mournful horn echoed across the port of Castleton. Silvery elven archers appeared on the rooftops of the dockside buildings. Cloaked in black and armored in light gray leather, they carried longbows and 2 quivers. An aura of deadly intent descended upon the port. The Silvermoon archers, renowned as the finest ranged unit in the eastern continent, rivaled the Orcish axe-throwers and the lizardman archers of the swamps. They quickly secured the high ground. Then, silent arrows, propelled by wind magic, tore through the darkness, blanketing the Sea Wolf's deck. One such arrow struck the main mast, piercing the half-meter-thick timber. Another grazed Eudura's cheek. Had she not glanced towards the docks, it would have pierced her brow. The arrow slammed into a wooden railing, snapping the thick oak in 2. Eudura quickly erected a magical shield, but feeling unsafe, she grabbed a magical broom from her pouch and soared into the night sky. Several arrows followed, disappearing into the darkness behind her. Then, 2 arrows struck the broom's levitation device, shattering it and sending Eudura plummeting into the sea. On the battlefield, mages are always the archer's primary target. Eudura had not escaped the elven archer's volley. Captain Ralph had cornered Captain Simpson on the ship's prow, near the bronze ram. Simpson dodged around the figurehead, avoiding Ralph's warhammer. The hammer struck the bronze statue, leaving dents. The sailors who had emerged from below deck had just driven a group of elven guards off the ship. They had not even had time to celebrate their victory. Arrows rained down upon the deck, piercing through the leather armor worn by the crew with ruthless precision. One sailor, struck through the chest, gazed in despair at the feathered shaft embedded in his flesh, desperately attempting to extract it before collapsing onto the deck. In the wake of a single volley, only a handful of crew members remained standing aboard the Sea Wolf. The others had succumbed to their wounds, sprawled lifelessly across the deck. Even Captain Relf bore several arrows lodged in his body. However, his muscles were as resilient as stone, rendering the injuries mere trifles. Despite resembling a porcupine with arrows protruding from him, he continued to wield his warhammer, driving Captain Simpson's forces back with relentless ferocity, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Elven warriors leaped back onto the deck of the Sea Wolf from both sides of the ship, their archers following closely behind. This cohort of armored elven sword dancers surged forth onto the deck, mercilessly slaying the remaining crew members. Second Officer Narev, sensing the dire situation and witnessing his comrades fall around him, moved closer to Captain Relf. Although he too bore several arrows, his robust physique allowed him to withstand the pain. The deck of the Sea Wolf was now crowded with armored sword dancers, encircling Narev. While some of their numbers surged into the ship's cabin, seizing the opportunity, the elven guards and sentinels who had been pushed back onto the adjacent vessels returned to rescue their wounded comrades on the deck. Among the fallen were not only those lying on the deck, but also some elves who had plunged into the sea. More arrows clattered against Captain Relf. Yet despite his formidable armor and rock-like skin, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the sword dancers. Several Saruki long swords entwined with the chain of Relf's shield, snapping it asunder. Without the protection of his shield, Relf found it impossible to defend against the elven warriors with only his warhammer. Realizing defeat was inevitable, Relf made a decisive choice, despite his reluctance to abandon the Sea Wolf. He propelled himself through the defenses of two sword dancers like a cannonball, leaping into the inky depths of the ocean. Now, only Second Officer Narev remained, stubbornly resisting the overwhelming force. He did not wish to forsake the Sea Wolf, but with several elven sword dancers encircling him, escape was unattainable. At this juncture, the elves on the deck had noticed the Sea Wolf was gradually sinking, prompting the sword dancers aiming to descend into the cabin to retreat. The once towering gap between the Sea Wolf's deck and the dock had diminished from nearly 5 meters to less than 2. Inside the chamber, crew members shouted in a panic, urging one another to swim to safety as water flooded in. Injured and battered, Narev seized his final chance and charged towards the starboard side. He aimed to leap to safety, braving the blows from the elven guards' long swords, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement of 2 elven sentinels. However, Captain Simpson suddenly appeared before him. Narev swung with all his might at Simpson, but the captain deftly sidestepped, pivoting to Narev's side before swiftly slicing through his throat with his longsword. Blood gushed from Narev's neck as despair washed over him. He dropped his curved dagger, clutching his throat with both hands, but the crimson liquid continued to seep through his fingers, rendering him breathless, his eyes bulging in horror as he surveyed his surroundings. He had not met his end in the tumultuous depths of the endless sea, nor had he been devoured by the monstrous beasts of the deep while hunting Naga mermaids, nor had he perished at the hands of rival slavers. Instead, in the unlikeliest of places, Castle Dunport, amidst the elven realm, he fell to the blade of an elven sword dancer. A profound sense of injustice welled within him. He had envisioned purging the captain's quarters and receiving commendation from Captain Relf, only to see everything unravel. Narev collapsed upon the deck. The sword dancers of the 17th Legion commenced their pursuit of Captain Relf, who had leaped into the sea, along with the missing Lady Ugilaf. Although the elves did not know their names, their identities were unmistakable: a robust gray dwarf and a blood elf sorceress. A row of elven archers stood at the edge of the dock, facing the sea, bows drawn, vigilant for any signs of movement. The Sea Wolf was encircled by numerous fishing vessels, their prows illuminated by lanterns as they scoured the waters. Recalling that Jasper remained trapped in the hold, Roy rushed towards the staircase leading to the cabin, with Claire closely following. At the staircase, a squad of elven sword dancers stood guard. Roy attempted to navigate the corridor beneath the deck to reach the hold, but upon arrival, he discovered the water had begun to flood in from below. Some crew members emerged from the cabin, struggling in the water, only to be met with swords at their throats by the elven guards. Roy, determined to investigate the hold, was thwarted by the guards stationed at the entrance. "Let me through. My companion is still down there," Roy exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. He reflected on how, had Jasper not relinquished the opportunity to him, he might now be the one shackled in the hold. Captain Simpson approached from behind, his right arm bandaged, placing a hand firmly on Roy's shoulder. "The water has already inundated the lowest deck. Even if you descend now, there is little chance of retrieving him. The situation below is perilous. Even if you seek his remains, it would be wise to wait. They will likely erect 2 towers during the day to salvage this sunken vessel." Meanwhile, the Sea Wolf continued its relentless descent. The deck was now level with the stone platform of the dock. On shore, Miss Claire called out for Wagner, urging him to disembark before the Sea Wolf was lost to the depths. Claire hastily pulled the unwilling Roy onto the dock. The bodies of crew members were being retrieved by the elven warriors and laid out neatly on the dock. Some fishing boats returned with the corpses of Sea Wolf crew members, delivering them to shore. Fortunately, due to the elven guards' caution, none of their number perished in the skirmish. The gravely injured elven warriors had already been transported to the Moon Goddess Temple for treatment. The dock descended into chaos as Roy arrived ashore, inquiring among the returning elves from the fishing boats if they had found a half-elf covered in wounds. Most of those questioned shook their heads, though a few reported sightings of Naga mermaids during their search. Hearing this news, Roy slumped wearily onto a stone slab at the dock. At this moment, the Sea Wolf was nearly submerged, with only the captain's quarters and 5 masts of varying heights visible above the water's surface. Roy glanced at the dark, churning sea, sighed deeply, and, exhausted to the point of collapse, sought a moment to rest before resuming his search. He had yet to inform High Priest Reed of the Statue of Liberty about the grim tidings. Claire still wished to converse further with Roy, but was abruptly pulled into the carriage by her sister, Belriel. At that moment, other young elves also boarded their carriages to depart, likely to reminisce about this evening's events for many gatherings to come. By the time the elven army arrived at the dock, Princess Ophelia had already left the port in her carriage. When the distinguished elven nobles, Wolf and Wilson, returned to the dock, Princess Ophelia had vanished without a trace. Roy was just about to rise from the ground to inquire about Jasper's whereabouts from the newly disembarked elves when he heard the grocer's voice from a distance. "Hey, Roy, your friend not only returned the axe and chisel, but also repaid the money you owe me." Roy paused for a moment, bewildered. The axe and chisel? His eyes widened as he sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the grocer. The grocer disdainfully tossed a jagged axe and a chisel shaped like a horn at Roy's feet, proclaiming loudly, "Now, these are yours. They're in this dreadful condition. Don't even think about returning them." Roy blinked at the grocer, disregarding the useless tools, and bypassed him. Where is he? At the entrance of the grocery store across from the shallow water dock, a battered Jasper leaned against the wall. Fortunately, the grocer had a semblance of conscience and had brought him a blanket to wrap around himself. Jasper bore a large dark purple bruise on his chest, a painful reminder of having been jabbed by a crew member's pole. Each breath sent a sharp pain through his chest, and he tugged at the blanket as the night sea breeze swept by. Roy limped over from the deep water dock and immediately spotted Jasper slumped against the wall. He squatted down in front of him, wrapping his arms around Jasper's shoulders with excitement. "Jasper, it's so wonderful that you escaped. I was worried you'd be trapped in the hold. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise to rescue you." Jasper weakly raised a hand and managed a faint smile. "It's all right. That Naga assassin returned with an axe and a chisel, and we made a hole in the ship's bottom to escape. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us go. I'll take you back to the temple and let High Priest Reed tend to your wounds," Roy said, squatting down to drape Jasper's arm over his shoulder and wrapped his waist with his other arm, helping him towards Brown Street, away from the dock. "Roy, have you summoned the coastal garrison?" Jasper asked, casting an envious glance at the elven archers on the dock. "I merely informed the port guard about our predicament aboard the Sea Wolf," Roy replied. Together, they supported each other as they slowly made their way towards the Statue of Liberty Temple, soon disappearing into the vast darkness. Beneath the shallow dock, a beautiful Naga mermaid emerged from the water, the very one who had assisted Roy. She rested her hands on the dock steps, quietly observing the retreating figures of the two friends. It was only after they had completely vanished into the darkened streets that she turned, plunging back into the sea. Her colorful tail splashed through the water before she swiftly disappeared from sight. Roy and Jasper trudged back to the Statue of Liberty Temple. ABT stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the two, appearing as if they had just emerged from a dire ordeal, rushed to open the side door. He aided Roy in carrying the nearly exhausted Jasper into the temple's courtyard. What happened to you? Weren't you all right when you left? Did you fall victim to a malevolent spirit? ABT questioned as they walked inside. Once inside, Jasper perked up slightly. What would you think if I told you we encountered a group of slave traders? ABT shuddered, nearly dropping Jasper in shock. He paused, allowing Roy to assist him in lifting Jasper more securely onto his back before he managed to smile. You two are quite fortunate to have returned alive. Jasper, he continued, not only are we lucky, but Roy and I also saved an entire ship of Nagas, Jasper added from behind. As ABT climbed the stairs to the dormitory on the second floor, where he and Jasper shared the room farthest from the main hall, the three of them were met by High Priest Reed, who emerged from the study just as they reached the top. High Priest Reed. The trio approached hesitantly to greet him. Reed's gaze fell upon Roy's face and then shifted to Jasper before he inquired, what transpired? Jasper, regaining his composure, explained. High Priest Reed, I was purifying spirits on a ship at the dock, only to discover it was a slave vessel. They intended to abduct both me and Roy. But thankfully, the elven guards at the dock rescued us. Oh, dear goddess, how could such a dreadful occurrence take place? Let me examine your injuries, Reed said, approaching and realizing that Jasper was injured far worse than he had anticipated. At that moment, Roy opened the door, and ABT carefully laid Jasper down on the bed. Noticing the bruises on Jasper's arms, the multitude of wounds covering him, and the significant bruise on his chest, Reed pressed on various areas, observing Jasper wince in pain. Recognizing that his internal organs might have sustained injury. You are rather injured. Lie still, and I shall use holy light to heal you, he instructed. However, Jasper managed a weak smile. High Priest Reed, it's fine. Let ABT take care of me. Reed's expression turned serious. Jasper, this is not your concern. Your only priority now is to rest. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. To their surprise, Theodore, the priest, staggered in, clearly intoxicated. As he passed by the room, he glanced within, noticing Reed and the three apprentice priests present, and halted. His steps were unsteady. Reed furrowed his brow, questioning, Theodore, have you been drinking? Theodore leaned against the doorframe, pointing to his chest with a grin. I only had a bit of fermented pomegranate juice. That hardly counts as alcohol. Only then did he notice Jasper lying on the bed, and he entered the room. Oh dear, Jasper, what happened to you? How did you get so injured? He exclaimed, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Placing his hands on Jasper's shoulders, he continued, you need to rest. You know how difficult it is to conserve holy power right now. We don't know when Priest Anderson's holy power will recover, and both the temple's interior and exterior require me and High Priest Reed to manage things. I cannot exhaust all the holy light. He turned to ABT, commanding, ABT, please attend to Jasper and Roy. Yes, Master Theodore, ABT replied respectfully. Theodore turned to leave, but paused at the doorway, recalling something. He turned back to ABT and Jasper, instructing them, cease all external affairs for the time being. You must be somewhat aware of the situation within the temple. I need not elaborate further. Yes, Master Theodore. Yes, High Priest Theodore. Jasper and ABT replied with somber expressions, responding in unison. Afterward, High Priest Theodore addressed High Priest Reed, saying, Reed, let us retire to the study for a moment. I must tell you that I was a guest at the estate of the esteemed artist, painter, sculptor, and poet, Master Moreclair Latin. He has graciously agreed to advocate on our behalf to the Council of Elders in Castleton, persuading the nobles to permit us to disseminate the teachings of the Goddess of Liberty in the upper town. Upon hearing this, High Priest Reed appeared slightly moved and inquired, Master Claire Latin, the one who operates the art gallery in the heart of Castleton? Indeed, replied High Priest Theodore, his pride evident. High Priest Reed brightened, exclaiming, well done. Theodore, I appreciate your contributions to the temple. Wait for me. I shall attend to Jasper first. As for Roy's injuries, though they are considerable, I trust that ABT can manage well. With that, he returned to his chamber. Standing at the door, High Priest Theodore reminded him, do reserve some holy light. You will likely need to infuse the holy water basin next week. I have already expended much of the holy light during my demonstration of divine arts from Master Claire Latin today. High Priest Reed waved his hand in acknowledgement and said, I can handle it. ABT only possesses the lesser healing spell, which is inadequate for such severe wounds. To prevent any potential errors when High Priest Reed performed the major divine light spell, ABT and Roy quietly observed from the corner. This third-level divine spell required one to attain the rank of high priest to utilize. As a second-level apprentice priest, Roy needed to overcome two significant hurdles to reach this level. First, he must become a priest, and only then could he aspire to become a high priest. The path to priesthood was merely a matter of time, provided one could sense the holy light and demonstrated sufficient devotion. However, the criteria for advancing to high priest were exceedingly stringent. According to Jasper, a divine manifestation was required prior to promotion. Currently, both High Priest Theodore and High Priest Anderson found themselves at a bottleneck, having awaited the divine manifestation of the Goddess of Liberty for many years, which inevitably led to a sense of despondency among the two elven priests. In the dormitory, High Priest Reed cast the major divine light spell, and a beam of holy light streamed into the room, enveloping Jasper completely. The sanctity of the light was so intense that it seemed capable of solidifying into luminous leaves. Bathed in this holy radiance, Jasper felt as though he were traversing through time, rapidly healing as his wounds closed at a visible pace. Throughout the entire process, Roy and ABT observed intently, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity for observation. Subsequently, Roy witnessed ABT perform the lesser healing spell for the second time that day, and both instances were directed towards him, as he had sustained injuries twice in one day. Remarkably, throughout this entire time, Roy had not seen High Priest Anderson emerge from his room, not even offering the simplest of greetings. Noticing Jasper's downcast demeanor, it was worth mentioning that High Priest Anderson also bore the role of Jasper's mentor. Seeing Jasper's low spirits, High Priest Reed placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not dwell on it too much. Anderson may have fallen into a misunderstanding recently. Give him some time, and once he comprehends the situation, he shall surely return to his former cheerful and enthusiastic self." Jasper nodded. "I am quite curious about the predicament you both faced. What transpired at the port? Who among you can enlighten me?" After Jasper and ABT had received treatment, High Priest Reed settled across from them, inquiring further. Jasper and ABT procured 2 chairs and brought Roy a cup of tea and 2 pieces of breadfruit. When Roy took the breadfruit, he realized how ravenous he had become. He first drank a cup of tea infused with honey and lemon juice in one gulp, followed by a piece of breadfruit, feeling much relieved in his stomach. Roy then began recounting their experiences aboard the Sea Wolf, from the moment they boarded until the elven army stormed the port, culminating in the Sea Wolf's complete sinking. It was then that Jasper learned that the timely arrival of the 17th Legion stationed north of the Walnut Grove was not due to a half-blood elf being held captive aboard, nor a ship full of Naga mermaid slaves, but rather because Princess Ophelia and elven nobles were involved in the matter. They would never allow these young elven nobles to face any danger. After all, if the 17th Legion wished to comfortably station themselves in the Walnut Grove, they required the support of the elven nobles from Castleton. "Roy, you are remarkably bold to seek assistance at the seaside estate. Were you not afraid of being cast out?" ABT exclaimed dramatically, covering his face with his hands. "If they were to cast me out, what of it? I would simply fall again. What difference does it make?" Roy shrugged. "Moreover, given my disheveled state, even out of sympathy, the elven guards would not make it too difficult for me. Seeking assistance from the estate could yield 2 outcomes, success or failure. But without attempting, how could we arrive at a conclusion?" With that, Roy's face broke into a faint smile. Fortunately, he had encountered classmates and teachers whom he had recently met at the Elven Academy, all of whom provided their utmost assistance. "Roy, you should have sent word to us. There are many followers of the Goddess of Liberty at Castleton Port who know me well," High Priest Reed remarked to Roy. His words reminded everyone of the current plight of the Temple of the Goddess of Liberty. After months of silence from the goddess, not only were the priests within the temple in an awkward position, but the once vibrant community of her followers was gradually growing distant from the temple. Were it not for the temple's continued opening of the holy water basin twice a week, it seemed that the remaining few followers might also depart. Should the holy light of the Goddess of Liberty cease to illuminate the eastern continent, what fate awaited these priests in the elven realm? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with despair, prompting High Priest Reed to turn to Jasper. "Roy's recounting does not include your experiences. Jasper, how did you manage to escape from the Sea Wolf?" Reclining against the headboard, Jasper felt invigorated by High Priest Reed's divine light spell. He then began to narrate his own experiences after Roy's departure. Hugh traversed the secret passage back to the lower hold, bringing with him a sharp axe and chisel. Upon pushing open the hatch and swimming into the hold, he discovered an elf resting against the damp wall. appearing utterly worn out. The Naga mermaids within the hold turned their excited gazes toward Hugh upon his return. The collars and chains around the Naga mermaids' necks confined them to a 1-meter radius, preventing them from dying of thirst yet restricting their freedom of movement. Within the hold, 3 ailing Naga mermaids had visibly improved after receiving Jasper's treatment. Unfortunately, Jasper had exhausted his supply of holy light and could not provide further healing for additional Naga mermaids. Hugh, did you manage to send that elf out? Tiffany emerged from the depths of the ship, her upper body breaking the surface of the water as she addressed Hugh. He raised the axe and chisel in his hands, his gaze fixed upon the dark collars encircling their necks, and with reddened eyes he replied, "It's been sent away. He even gave me this before he left." Jasper, leaning against the damp wall, opened his eyes, although he could not comprehend the exchange between the 2 Naga. The sight of the axe and chisel in the Naga assassin's hands led him to infer that Roy had safely departed. Roy will surely seek aid from the guards, but those elven sentinels can scarcely find a holy grail. I sincerely hope he returns to the temple swiftly. Only Master Theodore possesses the capability to rescue me. Jasper mused silently. I understood his intention. He wanted me to breach the ship's hull, as the elven warriors outside might not arrive in time. Hugh spoke to Tiffany, who was recognized as the leader among the captured Naga mermaids and the daughter of their tribal chief. After a moment's contemplation, she consented to Hugh's proposal. The timber used for the side planks of the sea wolf was exceptionally sturdy, crafted from hard fir. Apart from the keel, 3 layers of planking were affixed both inside and out, and the surface was coated with tung oil, rendering seams nearly imperceptible. Hugh chose a spot towards the rear of the ship's bottom to carve a hole. He drove the chisel half a foot deep, and upon finally extracting it, water surged in from the outside. To avoid detection by the crew, he initially worked cautiously. However, the opening soon expanded to the size of a fist, and water poured in like a fountain. As the hold began to flood, the incoming water was clear and pristine, enticing the nearby Naga mermaids to lean in and let the refreshing water wash over their faces. Hugh continued to enlarge the hole, but the influx of water made the task increasingly challenging. By the time he had enlarged the hole to the size of a basin, the rushing water had become quite forceful. He was concerned that the changing water level might be noticed by the crew above. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from the dock, followed by the sound of chains sliding as the ship prepared to set sail. He surmised that new developments must have arisen outside, likely involving the arrival of the elves from Castledore. At that moment, Hugh redoubled his efforts, determined to widen the hole sufficiently for the Naga to pass through with ease. Unbeknownst to them, the sea wolf was gradually sinking, and outside, a series of loud thuds echoed, resembling the sound of harpoons striking the ship's hull. As the water rushed in, the level in the hold continued to rise. Jasper, who had been resting beside the ship's hull, began to feel a sense of unease. Although he was not a poor swimmer, being trapped in the hold made him doubt his ability to escape through the breach. The thought of suffocating in the hold was a grim prospect. As the water level reached his chest, he had to lean against the wooden wall to maintain his posture. Do not worry, your friend has kept his promise. Once the hull is breached, I will ensure you are taken outside, Tiffany said, approaching Jasper and speaking to him in halting Elvish. Hugh nodded in a somewhat anxious manner, reminding her that the chains around her neck could hinder their escape. It is likely that a battle has erupted outside. The crew may enter at any moment. You must free yourselves from the chains without concern for being discovered. Tiffany nodded, glancing at the chain extending from the keel, resolutely seizing the axe Hugh had brought. She emerged from the water, nearly touching the ceiling, and struck down upon the lock ring with all her might. With a sharp crack, a significant gap appeared in the chain. Raising the axe once more, she severed the chain completely. A small segment of chain on the keel recoiled as if pulled by an unseen force. Tiffany swam to the other Naga mermaids, swiftly liberating them by slicing through their chains. Many mermaids, now free of their shackles, submerged themselves in the refreshing sea, eagerly breathing in the clean water. The condition of these Naga was dire, having been confined in such filth for so long. Many of the mermaids were unwell. With the influx of new water, they could not resist the urge to approach the breach and let the clean sea cleanse their bodies. As the water rose to Jasper's shoulders, he struggled to maintain his upright position, inhaling what little air remained in the hold. At that moment, he heard splashes from outside, accompanied by the crew's shouts. The hold is flooding. We need help. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Jasper swam toward the large door of the hold, managing to close it just before the crew could burst in. He found a stout bolt in the corner and secured the door, effectively sealing the hold. The water continued to rise, submerging Jasper's nose. He had to float, tilting his head back to press his nose against the ceiling to breathe in the last remnants of stale air. He assumed that the two crew members outside the door were also struggling. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed against the door. Jasper feared those crew members would force their way in. It was evident that the Sea Wolf's crew possessed excellent swimming skills. If they entered the hold with nets and harpoons, a massacre of the defenseless Naga would surely ensue. Watching the door's bolt gradually deform under the relentless assault, Jasper dove into the water without a second thought, pressing down on the bolt with all his strength. It seemed as though the door, which had been on the verge of giving way, suddenly regained its solidity. The crew must have realized someone was bracing against the door, desperately holding his breath. Jasper braced himself behind the door. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the thick wood, entering from the outside and grazing under his arm. Startled, he gasped, swallowing a mouthful of seawater. Exhausted and drained of his holy power, his body marred by numerous wounds, the sudden intake of salt water left him dazed and disoriented. He sank into the depths of the hold, bubbles escaping from his mouth and nose. At that moment, Jasper's mind was a blank slate. When Jasper regained consciousness, he found himself submerged in the hold's water, cradled in Tiffany's arms as she lay on the bottom, her soft lips pressed against his. As he opened his eyes, he met her deep blue gaze, unwavering and intent. Though the air she provided was scant, it was enough to stave off suffocation. Instinctively, Jasper embraced the Naga maiden, glancing toward the hold's door, which hue was sealing shut once more. In that moment, he noticed a hue of pale red permeating the water. Just before the door was completely shut, he glimpsed a hand emerging from the other side, a frail, lifeless right hand. As the door closed, that hand was entirely severed from the world outside. With a spear resting across the hatch's bolt slot, he glided through the water like a great fish, swimming towards Tiffany. He pointed towards the gaping hole at the bottom of the cabin, signaling her to exit first. At that moment, the other Naga mermaids gradually departed through the opening of the Sea Wolf. As Tiffany and Jasper emerged from the breach, they scarcely had time to disperse before witnessing several elven guards plummeting into the dark sea. Most elves could swim, and upon hitting the water, they hurriedly made their way to shore. However, some injured guards fell into the sea, leading to instances of drowning. Some Naga mermaids, having regained a modicum of strength, swam over to push the struggling guards to the surface, awaiting the arrival of their comrades for rescue. Tiffany planned to use the cover of night to escort Jasper to the dock, but was instead guided by Hugh to the shallow water area of the dock. The two Naga worked together to push Jasper onto the dock's floor, allowing him to take deep breaths of fresh air. Hugh placed the axe and chisel beside Jasper, along with a few Kelly shells, before diving back into the sea, creating a splash as he vanished into the inky depths. The grocer, awakened by Roy's commotion, found it impossible to return to slumber. He had contemplated whether to rush out and offer assistance, as his shop was merely a few dozen meters from the shallow water dock. The disturbances from that direction reached his ears, summoning his courage. He approached the dock and spotted a half-conscious half-elf lying there, accompanied by the wet axe and chisel and several Kelly shells. He swiftly ran over and dragged Jasper to the entrance of the shop, kindly offering him a blanket before taking the battered axe and chisel to search for Roy at the deep-water dock. Meanwhile, a butt, sitting at the edge of the opposite bed, was captivated by the tales of the exotic Naga. The elves, who sought perfection and beauty, were undeniably enchanted. So, Jasper, after such an extended kiss, how did it feel? But could not restrain his curiosity. Speaking of this, Jasper's demeanor shifted to one of pride. A smile spread across his face as he recounted, "Their bodies are cold, quite unlike ours, and they possess hard scales on their backs and upper arms. Embracing them feels akin to holding a warrior clad in scale armor. However, they are undeniably alluring. You cannot fathom how enchanting she is." A butt, resting his thumb on his cheek and tracing his chin with his index finger, replied with envy, "Wow, while I feel a twinge of sympathy for your ordeal tonight, I must admit, I am somewhat envious of you." High Priest Reed tapped the table, bringing the attention of the three novice priests to him. Once he had their focus, he spoke with concern. "Speaking of which, Castleton Port, as a free trade port, has not undergone any regulation for quite some time. The Elder Council is likely to implement new measures soon, which will probably affect the lives of the elves in the lower district." Reed's worries were not unfounded, as each initiative from the Elder Council typically targeted the mixed-blood elves of the lower district, often manifesting in alterations to wages and taxes. The followers of the Statue of Liberty were predominantly mixed-blood elves. Should their finances dwindle, their dedication to the statue would diminish. However, these matters bore little relevance to the three novice priests, who remained indifferent. Reed continued, "But I am aware that you and Jasper occasionally accept commissions. A fact that both Theodore and I have chosen not to contest, believing it beneficial for your training in divine arts and the propagation of the statue's glory." His tone grew more serious as he focused on Roy. "However, given the current situation, I must caution you. And you too, Roy. Although your divine skills are not yet sufficient for such commissions, it is imperative that you carefully assess the difficulty of any task, particularly those involving maritime vessels. Failure to do so could lead to encounters with slave traders or pirates, which could result in significant trouble." The three novice priests promptly acknowledged, "Understood, High Priest Reed." Rising, Reed stated, "Let Jasper rest well. Roy, would you like to stay here for the night? If so, let us but assist you in fetching a blanket from the storeroom." Roy quickly stood, not wishing to cause Lady Belinda any worry. "High Priest Reed, I can walk home." "Very well, then take care on your journey," Reed replied before departing Jasper's room. As Roy walked home under the cover of night, the port was still in the midst of capturing the crew of the Sea Wolf. Yet Brown Street remained eerily quiet. The street lamps were widely spaced, illuminating only a limited area, forcing Roy to navigate through darkness for most of his journey. Upon seeing familiar buildings, his steps lightened. Though his injuries had not fully healed, and his clothing felt ill-fitting, he fretted over how to return home. If Lady Belinda were to see him in such a state, it would surely sadden her. It would be best if she remained unaware. As he pondered how to circumvent Lady Belinda's concern, he unknowingly arrived at the apothecary's corner, instinctively halting. This time, he did not glance at the small nook by the shop's entrance, but instead focused on a shadow at the street corner. His attention was drawn not by any movement, but by a potent odor of fish and blood. He paused, peering into the darkness. The Nightblade Panther spotted Roy and, emboldened, emerged from its den, baring its teeth and growling at the shadowy corner. Roy took a couple of steps towards that direction. Indeed, the Naga assassin Hiu slithered from the shadows, his powerful fish tail propelling him forward. The Nightblade Panther, once again frightened, retreated into its den. Seeing the Naga assassin, Roy felt a slight sense of relief and addressed him. "Could you perhaps refrain from being so intimidating when you appear next time?" Observing the blank expression on Hiu's face, it was evident he did not comprehend. Hiu stared at Roy in bewilderment. Communication between them was entirely absent. Hiu did not approach closely, but rather moved forward slightly, his towering figure casting Roy into sharper relief. He extended both arms, one hand gripping a silver-tipped staff, while the other held a crystal sphere the size of a coconut. He presented both items to Roy, retracting his arms only after Roy had accepted them. The Naga assassin then turned and glided back into the shadowy corner, leaving them without any exchange. As Hiu departed, Roy noticed with intrigue that he sported 2 elegantly curved daggers at his waist and at least 10 long spears strapped to his back, suggesting that he had indeed collected a considerable array of spoils from the Sea Wolf. Lowering his gaze to the 2 gifts in his hands, Roy found the staff remarkably heavy, akin to the weight of a large hammer. Given his current strength, it would be quite challenging to wield it with one arm. Its appearance resembled that of a mountaineering staff, yet at its pinnacle was intricately carved a crown the size of a fist, within which lay a glistening red agate the size of a goose egg. Roy surmised that the staff was likely crafted from silver, pondering that if the top truly was a red agate, it could indeed fetch a considerable sum. In contrast, the crystal ball in his other hand seemed rather unremarkable. Such spheres were commonplace in the marketplace, cherished by many elves who fancied these artisanal trinkets, often purchasing one to adorn their nightstands, thus enhancing the elegance of their bedrooms. The sole unsightly aspect of this crystal ball was the rusted iron skeletal hand beneath it, which appeared somewhat menacing. As Roy regarded the gift bestowed upon him by the Naga assassin, he had not anticipated the delightful surprise awaiting him on his journey home. Of course, had he been given the choice, he would have preferred a bag of kolar from the Naga assassin instead. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he indeed noticed that the lights in the second-floor studio were still aglow. Pushing the door open, Roy paused at the staircase, inhaling deeply before calling out, "I'm back." He then hastened to the bathroom for a shower. Roy, you Lady Belinda, wielding a carving knife, poked her head from the studio, only to retract it helplessly upon hearing the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. Standing in the bathroom, Roy heard the door close behind Lady Belinda and exhaled in relief. He swiftly wiped himself down, gathered his soiled clothes, and stealthily returned to his bedroom. He placed the crystal ball on the square table, while he deemed the silver staff more valuable and tucked it away in the wardrobe. Lying on his bed, reflecting on the day's unfortunate events, Roy felt a heaviness in his head and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the seed of light within him radiated a dim, holy glow, its tendrils diligently waving as they absorbed the holy light particles in the surrounding air. Upon rising the next morning, Roy discovered that all the wounds inflicted by fishhooks had remarkably healed. The scabs, after being soaked in warm water, flaked away from his skin. Only a few scratches from the Naga assassin remained unhealed, albeit in a scabbed state, with a slight itchiness. He donned a fresh, clean outfit and stepped out of his bedroom. On the dining table lay a serving of bread and jam, presumably prepared with care by Lady Belinda. Lady Belinda was in the yard, listening to news brought back by their neighbor, Miss Jillian, from the port. Roy dashed upstairs, where he could glimpse a corner of the Castledore port from the terrace. It was then that he observed the port was still under lockdown. Although fishing boats were steadily docking, the fish market remained closed. Miss Jillian informed Lady Belinda over the garden wall that an ocean vessel trafficking Naga mermaid slaves had been intercepted at Castledore port, resulting in the ship sinking entirely. Consequently, the fish market was suspended for the morning. Thus, it was a rare day off for Miss Jillian. She had also learned from the port that the 17th Legion and the port guard had jointly seized 23 crates of treasures from the ship, reportedly filled with gold coins, color, and gemstones like pearls and agate. Furthermore, a copper coffin and several peculiar copper mirrors draped in black cloth were also recovered from the vessel. In addition, the ship left behind the bodies of 157 crew members, predominantly of human and orc lineage. These individuals had also captured 23 crew members who, once tried by the Elders' Council, would be sent to the northern Powram Island prison. Most significantly, it was reported that several sailors had jumped overboard to escape, likely hiding along the coastline near the port, posing a serious threat to the residents of Brown Street. It was advised that, barring any necessity, one should refrain from loitering by the sea. Moreover, the ship's captain and first mate had also fled into the sea and remained unaccounted for. The elven army had not managed to rescue the Naga sea folk confined in the hold. Upon opening the hatches, they discovered that the Naga had already tunneled their escape through the ship's bottom. Roy lingered in the yard until Lady Belinda, dressed in an exquisite gown, departed. He then hung the outfit lent to him by the elven patrol on the second-floor terrace before hastily making his way to the Elven Academy. Having endured numerous trials the previous day, his strength had yet to fully return. Thus, he opted for a long carriage ride that morning. Since he was taking the long carriage, he decided to leave a bit later, as it merely took half an hour to traverse the bustling lower district. Castledore City remained largely unaffected. In the morning, a plethora of mixed-blood elves arose from their slumber, scurrying to every corner of the city to undertake the most menial tasks. Conversely, the Silvermoon elves in the upper district could afford to sleep until 9 o'clock, and upon arriving at their workshops or businesses, they would sit for a while before indulging in their midday meal, followed by a leisurely nap and afternoon tea, culminating in the end of their workday. The Elders' Council of Castledore was quite supportive of the Silvermoon elves willing to venture out to work, providing commendable benefits and remuneration. Seated in the somewhat jostling long carriage, Roy observed the streets swiftly receding behind him. A cool breeze wafted through the window, tousling his soft, golden hair. Sabrina had left home rather early and did not take the long carriage. When Roy spotted her, she was nearly at the academy's entrance. From the window, he noted that she towered above the other elven girls. In the sunlight, her skin appeared as smooth and white as ivory. The sea breeze tousled her golden locks, causing them to cling to her face, prompting her to tuck the strands behind her pointed ears. This sight left Roy momentarily entranced, and he could not help but reminisce about the past when he would often seek to provoke Sabrina, perhaps to assert his presence and capture her attention. These antics eventually devolved into harmless mischief, causing her a fair bit of annoyance until she enrolled in the Elven Academy, at which point she retaliated quite vigorously. His recollections then faltered, leading to the moment he was drawn into ancient tomes and subsequently awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself sprawled upon an unfamiliar bed, the sea breeze wafting in through the window, the sunlight glaring. Rising from the bed, he approached the window, greeted by an endless expanse of azure ocean, with the white sand stretching from the port like a sinuous ribbon. The carriage jolted suddenly, abruptly interrupting his reverie. It was only then that Roy realized the carriage had halted at the gates of the Elven Academy. He swiftly stood, making his way to the rear door, and followed the throng as they disembarked. At this hour, many students opted for the long carriage to reach the academy, and thus each carriage would pause at the entrance, allowing elves to alight. The area was bustling with elven students, some in no hurry to enter the academy, gathering to exchange the latest news. Roy wove through the throng and made his way directly to the martial arts training ground. In recent days, he has not diligently practiced the newly learned breakdown movements after returning home. Many of these movements feel quite unfamiliar to him, making it somewhat challenging to seamlessly integrate them into martial skills. Seizing the opportunity before morning classes began, he resolved to practice earnestly. Although these breakdown movements appear simple, the most significant issue for Roy lies in his lack of coordination between hands and feet, compounded by a deficiency in rhythm. Roy sighed silently within himself. When Claire arrived at the training ground, he appeared quite cheerful. He stood beside Roy, enthusiastically correcting some of his erroneous movements and engaged in incessant chatter. The battle at the harbor dock from the previous day had spread throughout the Elven Academy, with everyone discussing the slave ship. While some elves regretted missing the seaside estate ball the night before, they not only missed the chance to admire Princess Ophelia's graceful dancing, but also the thrilling harbor battle. "Roy, have you ever killed someone?" Claire suddenly lowered his voice to ask. Roy paused, surprised, blinking as he replied softly, "I suppose last night counts." A complex expression crossed Claire's refined face, a mixture of excitement intertwined with a hint of turmoil and unease. "Yes, it's true, we killed together. Though Steve did lend a hand. Did you suffer from insomnia last night?" Claire inquired. Roy glanced at Claire and noticed the slight redness in his eyes. Reflecting on how he had fallen asleep almost immediately after bathing the previous night, he replied, "No, I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as I lay down." Claire, somewhat dissatisfied, pressed, "Then did you have trouble eating this morning?" After a moment's thought, Roy shook his head, saying, "No, I had bread and jam. Being half-elf, I have human blood as well, so I occasionally eat grain-based bread and pastries. I sometimes indulge in elven cookies, though they aren't particularly tasty." "That is rather different," Roy remarked, extending his arm to strive for the next breakdown movement as he spoke. He felt an urgent desire to strengthen himself, an impulse that surged from deep within his heart. The class bell rang. The sound echoed repetitively. After several days of monotonous practice, many elven students had grown weary. Yet, Roy continued to practice diligently on the lawn. This class focused on linking the breakdown movements, and Roy moved as if in slow motion, yet his body remained uncoordinated. Not only did Roy struggle, but Claire's performance in this class was equally dismal. Ironically, those elven students lounging on the lawn performed admirably. By the end of the class, Roy sat on the training ground, his entire body aching. After the martial arts class concluded, Instructor Nora approached Roy directly, her leather armor giving her an imposing presence. She bent slightly, resting her hands on her knees, and gazed intently at Roy. He imagined she might be wearing a peach-shaped necklace. "Roy, regardless of your thoughts, I must remind you that you are ill-suited for elven martial arts, not merely in terms of balance. I hope you will consider this carefully," Instructor Nora addressed him. It seemed she had repeated this after every class lately, which had begun to cause Roy some doubt. However, recalling the battle from the previous night, he reaffirmed his resolve to continue his studies, stubbornly assuring her, "Instructor, I will strive to catch up with the learning pace." Instructor Nora did not respond further but gave Roy's shoulder a light punch. "Double your efforts, Roy. Otherwise, graduating from this semester's introductory martial arts class may prove quite challenging." Roy felt as though the wounds that had nearly healed were now reopening. In the modern elven history class, Princess Ophelia entered the classroom just as the bell rang, lifting her fair chin and surveying the students in the lecture hall with a serious expression. A subtle sense of oppression enveloped the room, leaving the students feeling breathless. Her gaze swept past Roy's face without pausing. She positioned herself at the front of the podium, placing the modern elven history text on the desk, and stated, "Last class, I assigned you a homework task to propose suggestions on how we might transform our modern elven history course to render it less dull and tedious." Roy remained seated in the small area designated for half-elves. Just before class began, he wrestled with whether to approach Princess Ophelia to express his gratitude. After all, without her assistance the previous night, Jasper likely would not have escaped from the sea wolf so easily. Yet, when he turned to see the 200 elven students seated in the lecture hall, the thought of stepping forward in such a public setting felt somewhat awkward. Thus, he imagined himself as an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. Even when Princess Ophelia encouraged students to speak freely, Roy had no intention of voicing his thoughts. Of course, the Silvermoon elves relished the opportunity to express themselves. They often conveyed their rich inner emotions through speeches, poetry, music, painting, and sculpture. The young elves in the lecture hall were also keen to showcase their talents. Consequently, when Princess Ophelia posed her question, several students immediately stood up. One young elf seated in the front row, dressed in immaculate noble attire, his hair meticulously styled and a bow tie adorning his collar, even spritzed with perfume. This was the customary attire of young elven nobles, and it was widely favored. Another popular outfit consisted of light leather armor paired with fitted lantern pants, often accompanied by a finely crafted dagger, giving the impression of a youthful elven warrior. This young elf placed his right hand over his heart, bowing to Princess Ophelia before speaking eloquently. "Your Highness, I am here as a history teacher. Please call me Professor Ophelia." Princess Ophelia frowned slightly, interrupting him. "You may address me as Princess." The young elf quickly complied. "Yes, Princess Ophelia," and continued, "To enliven the elven history course, we might incorporate some outdoor experiential lessons. In my family estate's display room, we have heavy armor left behind by the royal legions of the elven dynasty, as well as paintings depicting battle longbows from that era. Additionally, we could visit a nearby ancient castle to observe the architectural styles from the elven dynasty period." Before he could finish, another young elf stood up, interrupting his suggestion. "There are at least a dozen ancient castles from the elven dynasty near Castledore. To understand the history of the late elven dynasty, we must visit the ancient battlefield." As students expressed a desire for outdoor excursions, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly brightened. Some students even began discussing which ancient castle to explore. Hearing the students suggest transforming modern elven history into an outdoor activity course, Princess Ophelia felt a surge of frustration, nearly rendering her speechless. To divert the conversation, she gestured for everyone to pause. "While the comments from both students are valid, I will discuss such extracurricular experiences with the Academy, and I hope to have the opportunity to take everyone on a visit. However, the extracurricular experiential classes proposed by everyone cannot alter the current teaching model. I am unable to instantaneously conjure a portal that whisks you away to any desired location and safely returns you before class concludes," Princess Ophelia declared, spreading her hands. Seizing the opportunity, a young elven girl stood up, her voice ringing clear. "Teacher, before each class, we could create models that best reflect the historical context, and then gather around these models as you recount the historical events." Princess Ophelia's eyes sparkled slightly. It was evident that this suggestion had touched her. However, the ensuing dilemma was how to construct these models depicting historical events. Even if a method was devised, creating something from nothing would necessitate time. This was an excellent proposal, yet its implementation remained challenging for the time being. Soon, several elven students rose to suggest that they could seek out oil paintings, sculptures, antiques, and other artifacts from the relevant historical periods to showcase in class. Princess Ophelia was quite amenable to this suggestion, although she found it hard to accept the notion of referring to artifacts from over 1,000 years ago as antiques. The discussion in the lecture hall was quite fervent, but these suggestions predominantly came from the young elven aristocrats, with scarcely any input from the half-elves. Noticing the silent corner of the lecture hall, Princess Ophelia scanned the room and soon spotted Roy, who was huddled in the corner like an ostrich. His expression reminded her of the initial motivation to alter the teaching method, as he had complained to his friends about the dullness of the history class. Princess Ophelia also recalled his reckless intrusion into the seaside estate last night, during which he seemed to have sustained an injury, and she was uncertain about his current condition. With these thoughts in mind, she fixed her gaze on Roy. "Roy, please share your thoughts on how we might adjust the current teaching methods to better facilitate everyone's learning." A seemingly inconspicuous half-elf was unexpectedly called upon by Princess Ophelia. The students in the lecture hall turned their attention to Roy, suddenly recalling that he had been called upon just yesterday in class. Now, being summoned again by Princess Ophelia left Roy somewhat dazed, unsure of her intentions. Nevertheless, he was quick-witted enough to rise to the occasion. The question posed to him was not particularly daunting, so after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Teacher, I believe we could outline the key knowledge points to be learned in each class, around which various historical events could be elaborated. Furthermore, the latter half of each class could feature a brief period for open discussion, allowing everyone to voice their thoughts and inquire about any unclear or contentious issues." Upon hearing Roy's suggestion, the students recognized its practical viability and discussions began to ripple through the lecture hall. Princess Ophelia had to concede that Roy's proposals were quite insightful. Yet her pride as a Silvermoon elf made her reluctant to adopt his suggestions. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, and the lecture hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Princess Ophelia, who spoke with utmost seriousness. The next class will be held next Tuesday, during which I will outline all the historical events we must understand this semester. The class will be divided into 20 groups, each assigned several historical events for in-depth study. In the first half of each class, I will randomly select a group to present their interpretations of these events, which may be praised or criticized, but must be substantiated. Our first half will be dedicated to discussion, followed by my analysis of the historical events, and every student must submit an assignment next class. Many students at the Elven Academy were aware that Princess Ophelia's history class was the easiest to earn credits in. She typically refrained from questioning students during class, assigned no extracurricular work, and during final examinations, she never tested knowledge beyond the syllabus, making her course a popular choice for many seeking a lighter load. Yet now, Princess Ophelia had suddenly resolved to change the teaching model, which was not the most alarming aspect. The truly concerning part was that she intended to assign homework. Although no wails of despair echoed in the lecture hall, an unusual quietude enveloped the students. They suddenly realized that earning credits in the course on modern elven history might not be as effortless as they had presumed. The instigator of all this, Roy, remained blissfully unaware that his unsolicited remarks had precipitated these changes. In the afternoon, Roy took a carriage to the Statue of Liberty. Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, he encountered 2 elven guards emerging from within. Standing at the doorway, he spotted the familiar yet unnamed elven guard and smiled, inquiring, "Have you discovered any leads on the Holy Grail?" The guard paused, shook his head slightly, and then whispered to Roy, "Someone has obstructed our efforts from behind. Severing all leads, there has been no progress in the investigation these past few days." Roy was taken aback that the elven guard would share the actual status of the Holy Grail case with him. The 2 guards then turned to depart, leaving Roy at the temple entrance, gazing towards the nearby harbor. The fish market had yet to open, but 2 makeshift wooden cranes had been erected at the deepwater dock. Beneath the outstretched arms of one crane, the sunken ship, the Sea Wolf, was being completely hoisted from the water. The dockworkers appeared to be placing a series of wooden rollers beneath the vessel, preparing to push it onto the beach at the western side of the dock. Elves generally disdained such large sea vessels, as they were cumbersome to maneuver and required a considerable crew. They preferred smaller fishing boats, approximately 30 meters in length. Additionally, this ship was wholly unappealing to elven aesthetics, being entirely blackened and quite aged. Many parts of the hull were already rotting and damaged. Had this vessel not fortuitously sunk at the dock, it was unlikely that the elves would have gone to such lengths to recover it. Such a wreck should remain at the ocean's depths. Entering the desolate Statue of Liberty Temple, Roy noticed ABT, who was emerging from the main hall. He was carrying something covered in linen that resembled a door, and it seemed rather heavy. "Where are you off to?" "Let me assist you," Roy said, hurrying over. ABT glanced up at Roy, snorted softly, "The warehouse." With Roy's help, it became considerably easier to transport the cumbersome door to the storage area on the first floor of the backyard. ABT specifically chose a narrow space deep within the storage area to place the door. Roy, curious about the metallic framework enclosed in the linen, tried to peek beneath the cloth and casually asked ABT, "What is this exactly?" However, ABT swiftly grasped Roy's arm, warning, "Don't touch it. High Priest Reed has specifically instructed me not to uncover this cloth." Under the twilight sky, Roy had initially assumed that by simply lifting this door, he would be able to proceed to the main hall for prayer. In his usual routine, he often retreated to the study to recite sacred prayers while engaging in fervent supplications. This time, standing before the Statue of Liberty in the main hall filled Roy with anticipation that his prayers might yield fruitful results. However, as he stepped out of the warehouse alongside Abud, he was again drawn into the main hall, where he beheld the remaining 3 doors. Indeed, there were 4 of these doors, each exceedingly heavy. The 2 men hoisted the last 3 doors back into the warehouse, leaving Roy drenched in perspiration. The High Priest Reed personally entered the warehouse, securing the 4 doors, draped in linen with sturdy ropes. Finally, he retrieved a damaged candlestick from the warehouse and placed it beside the 4 doors, infusing the 2 candles atop it with a strand of holy light. To Roy's astonishment, when the High Priest lit the candles, the flame emanated a subtle aura of sanctity, enveloping that corner of the warehouse in a gentle sacred glow. To prevent fire hazards, The high priest prepared a metal tray to support the candlestick beneath. As they exited the warehouse, he cautioned Roy and Abut not to approach the warehouse unnecessarily. Roy sensed these doors were no ordinary ones. And since the high priest was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiry. Roy had finally mastered a segment of sacred prayer over the past few days. Thus the high priest granted him permission to pray before the statue in the main hall. Before entering the hall for prayer, Roy first visited the dormitory of the two-story building in the back courtyard, pushing open the sturdy wooden door. The clean and simple room contained only 2 single wooden beds, a desk positioned against the head of one bed, and a 2-tiered wardrobe with double doors. Jasper lay on the right bed, dressed in loose pajamas, uncovered, his face appearing quite well. "Jasper, how are you feeling?" Roy inquired, sitting beside Jasper's bed with concern. Unexpectedly, Jasper sat up energetically, declaring, "I feel quite well. The high priest Reed's great light spell is far superior to the lesser healing spell. I feel fantastic. Had it not been for his advice to rest a bit longer, I would have ventured outside." Roy informed Jasper, "I just saw that the sea wolf has been salvaged. They plan to move it to the beach on the west side of the dock." Jasper, appearing entirely composed, commented, "That was indeed a substantial vessel." Roy recalled the latest news brought by Lady Jillian that morning and remarked, "By the way, that gray dwarf captain and the elven sorceress have yet to be found. They probably escaped." Jasper had no recollection of the sea wolf's captain and first mate, unaware of the terror they instilled during their battle with the elven warriors. He then reassured the anxious Roy, "It's unavoidable. Do not worry. They would not dare to infiltrate the elven city." At that moment, Abut's voice echoed from outside, prompting Roy to glance at the door and see Abut beckoning him from the well. He turned to Jasper, saying, "Jasper, I must go pray in the main hall. I hope today will be different. See you later." Abut called Roy over, intending to ask for his assistance in fetching water. Typically, these tasks were managed by both him and Jasper, but now that he was alone, he thought of Roy. The water from the well was not only refreshingly cool, but also devoid of any brininess. Together, they carried the drawn well water to the holy water pool in the side hall, the pool's walls lined with smooth stone, approximately 1 meter square. Upon arrival, they discovered the pool nearly empty, containing only ordinary clear water without any trace of sanctity. The silver plate remained on the pedestal in front of the holy water pool, emitting a mere hint of a sacred aura, far weaker than the holy staff gifted to Roy by the Naga Slayer. The plate held some water imbued with a touch of holiness. Abut first scooped a spoonful of clear water into the silver plate, then poured the remaining water from the bucket into the holy water pool. Soon after, both he and Roy returned to the well to continue drawing water. They labored, drawing 12 buckets of well water, filling the holy water pool to a considerable level. Abut picked up the spoon beside the holy water pool, gently scooped a spoonful of water, flipped his wrist, and poured the crisp well water back into the pool. He sighed softly, reminiscing, "When I first arrived at the temple, simply pouring well water into this pool overnight would transform it into holy water. Back then, many elves from the lower city would come to the temple to pray, each leaving with a vial of holy water." His expression shifted to one of uncertainty, tinged with concern, as he continued, "Gradually, we became unable to perceive the goddess's sacred light, and the pool's efficacy diminished, ceasing to transform well water into holy water. Fortunately, we still possessed the Holy Grail. In truth, that grail was merely a copper vessel, gilded on the surface, possessing little of notable significance apart from its sacred aura. In recent months, prior to each gathering, they would soak the Holy Grail in the holy water pool, ensuring a full basin of holy water for the day of the event. The high priest Reed explained that this was due to the Grail being consecrated for an extended period before the holy water pool, containing a wealth of holy light, which it could release to purify the water. Roy's mouth fell open in surprise, realizing the Grail's purpose within the temple. However, no one anticipated that someone would steal this seemingly worthless Grail, leading to the current necessity for the priest to infuse the holy water pool with holy light before each gathering. Last week, it was Priest Anderson who infused the pool, depleting his own reservoir of holy light. Abut whispered to Roy. This week, it was High Priest Reed's turn. Thus, every ounce of holy light he possessed was invaluable. "How long has it been since you felt the goddess's sacred light?" Roy inquired softly. "Not a trace of sacred light for about 6 months, but the actual decline began approximately a year ago," Abut replied thoughtfully. Just then, they heard the main hall doors being pushed open, prompting Abut to nudge Roy's shoulder, saying, It must be High Priest Reed. Let us go. They hurried to the front of the Statue of Liberty in the main hall, kneeling before the goddess's statue to pray alongside High Priest Reed. Roy could only recite the first half of the first page of the sacred prayer book, so he repeated it softly. Yet, the temple remained dim and lifeless. An entire afternoon of prayer yielded no results, leading Roy to conclude that, at present, prayer seemed ineffective. Subsequently, he spent some time studying divine spells in the study, mastering the spells of light and blessing of strength, before turning his attention to lesser healing. In his view, this spell was essential for daily life and travel, possessing great practicality. Throughout the afternoon, apart from Jasper resting in bed, Priest Anderson remained secluded in his quarters, silently praying alone. Early in the morning, Priest Theodore departed from the temple, claiming he was headed to the upper district of Castle Town to propagate the teachings of the goddess to the elven nobility. The vast temple, devoid of even a doorkeeper, left ABT to stand sentinel at the entrance. Roy found it incomprehensible that the temple did not employ a gatekeeper. Although the temple's operations were currently challenging to sustain, hiring a doorkeeper would not incur substantial costs. Roy believed that High Priest Reed had no need to skimp on such an expense. After bidding farewell to ABT with a wave, Roy strolled home along Brown Street. "Welcome back, Roy. Why did you return so late yesterday?" Moira called out, peering over from the adjacent terrace as Roy stepped into the courtyard. Roy paused, gazing up at the pure-faced Moira, and replied, "There was a situation at the docks. I was there as well, and by the time everything settled, it was nearly midnight." Evidently, Roy's response elicited a barely perceptible smile from her, and she couldn't help but bite her lip before saying, "I know. Jillian mentioned this morning that a slave ship was detained at the docks last night, and the captain and crew fought back fiercely but were ultimately defeated by the garrison station near the Walnut Grove." Roy glanced into Moira's lake-blue eyes and affirmed, "That's about the gist of it." He then entered the house, changed his attire, and soaked his old clothes in a basin of water before carrying the basin up to the terrace. Moira was perched on the railing of her terrace, her petite legs dangling over the edge. "Roy, did you see those Nagasi folk?" she inquired. Roy halted, contemplated briefly, and candidly responded, "I did." Curiosity bubbled within Moira as she pressed further. "Are they beautiful?" The males were exceedingly unattractive, yet remarkably robust, while the female Nagas possessed striking features, albeit with fishtails and some hard scales adorning their bodies. Nothing particularly extraordinary, in Roy's opinion. He flicked the water off his hands, retrieved his clothes from the basin, wrung them out, and hung them on the drying line. "Oh, they must be quite lovely," Moira mused. Roy's mind then drifted to his dismal performance in the martial arts class, prompting him to ask Moira, "By the way, Moira, how is your progress with the basic martial techniques? Have you mastered the first set of movements? If not, let me assess your skills." The innocent half-elf girl could hardly fathom that Roy merely wished to observe her demonstration and refine his own skills. She readily agreed, saying, "Sure. I was just about to ask you what you've learned." Moira seamlessly executed the movements, resembling a butterfly flitting through a flower garden. Each of her motions was not particularly swift, but her rhythm was impeccable, her body as light as a piece of paper dancing in the wind. She vividly showcased the elves' grace and flexibility with a series of connected movements on the terrace. Roy felt as though the movements he and Moira had learned were entirely different in essence. Watching Moira perform, Roy was struck by a profound sense of defeat. His recently restored confidence shattered in an instant. "Roy, what do you think?" The elven girl stood at the terrace's edge, her lake-blue eyes gleaming with expectation. Roy steeled himself, offering genuine praise. "Excellent. Your rhythm and balance are flawlessly executed. Compared to you, my attempts are nothing short of abysmal." Moira's eyes crinkled into a smile, and she bit her lip, saying, "It's all right. We can take our time with this. Sabrina mentioned that your body is too rigid, making it difficult for you to perform the movements accurately, causing subsequent actions to misalign. We need to correct this from the most fundamental movements. I'll assist you." Her eagerness was unusual, typically reserved for matters she particularly cherished. With one hand resting on the terrace railing, she leaped forward, effortlessly landing in the courtyard. Without a moment's pause, she vaulted over the courtyard wall, and to Roy's astonishment, she gracefully grasped the eaves beneath Roy's terrace. After swinging lightly a couple of times, she effortlessly landed on the terrace, beaming as she stood before Roy. "Where on earth did you learn that?" Roy asked, bewildered. Moira's cheeks flushed, and she was reluctant to respond. She then began to correct Roy's movements, her standards far more stringent than Sabrina's. Even the slightest deviation from the correct form prompted her to insist that Roy persevere until he achieved the proper execution. Many of the movements were hindered by Roy's stiffness, prompting Moira to cling to his thigh, forcefully stretching his ligaments. With a vigilant elven girl watching, Roy bore the discomfort silently, striving to restrain himself from vocalizing any pain. By the time Sabrina returned, Roy had achieved a completion rate of 70% for his first set of connected movements, feeling as though all the ligaments in his joints had been stretched to their limits. As Moira was called back by Sabrina, they agreed to continue their practice the following evening. Roy, massaging his sore joints, initially considered heading to the seaside for a swim. However, recalling the two missing gray dwarf captains and the elven mage who might be lurking near the beach, he promptly abandoned that somewhat perilous plan and opted to stay home instead. Sitting on his bed, Roy employed a minor illumination spell, allowing a sphere of holy light to float from his palm. He meticulously maneuvered the light, gliding it along his arm and thigh, letting the gentle illumination permeate his body. Roy discovered that the slight healing properties of the holy light were enough to alleviate the discomfort from his strained ligaments, transforming what was nearly unbearable pain into a mere muscle soreness. This truly helps alleviate the soreness from martial practice. Roy reclined on the bed, exhaling deeply, feeling as though the world had regained its charm. Thus, he drifted into slumber, unaware. Meanwhile, the holy light seed within him continued to gather stray particles of holy light from his surroundings, the radiant orb growing ever more intense. Upon awakening the next morning, Roy felt invigorated. During the basic martial arts class, instructor Nora observed with surprise as Roy successfully executed the first set of connected movements. Although his form still needed refinement, it had reached an acceptable level, and she refrained from further persuading him to abandon his martial studies. Before class concluded, she patted Roy on the shoulder in encouragement. Just yesterday, his performance had been so lacking that Claire had worried Nora might advise him to withdraw. To Roy's astonishment, after a single night, he had passed Nora's evaluation. Truly an impressive feat, Roy. How did you manage that? Claire inquired, trailing behind him as they exited class. What else could I do? I just practiced hard at home. Hey, why are you following me? What is your next class? Roy asked casually upon noticing Claire walking alongside him. Still music appreciation. I suspect we'll soon delve into the fundamentals of music theory. Roy, would you like to study music together? In Silvermoon Kingdom, a musician is often more celebrated than a sword dancer. Each time this topic arose, Claire felt compelled to advocate for it. Roy, reflecting on his lack of rhythm, replied, Perhaps it's best to abandon the idea. I might as well pursue sculpture or painting, as I have chisels and dies at home. Claire immediately concurred. Actually, that notion is quite commendable. However, Roy was disinterested in such discussions. He clutched his books and dashed down the corridor, with Claire hurrying in his wake. The two friends playfully jostled each other as they entered Building 3. Along the way, they encountered numerous other elven students, who were also hurrying in small groups. As they passed a classroom, the enchanting strains of music wafted out, prompting Claire to realize they had arrived at the classroom door. He waved goodbye to Roy, who did not turn back, and stepped into the music room. Jasper's injuries healed swiftly. Within 3 days, he was able to rise and move about freely. On Sunday morning, Roy arrived early at the temple, where the fog still lingered. He was to stand guard at the entrance all day. Entering the temple's courtyard, Roy donned the robe of a trainee priest and, upon emerging from the building, was surprised to find Priest Anderson lost in thought by the well. He appeared markedly thinner after several days, with sunken eyes and a haggard face, deep lines etched into his skin. His vacant gaze fixated on the well, and his robe seemed to have gone unwashed for quite some time, emanating a sour odor. Roy greeted him respectfully, but Anderson paid him no mind. After standing by the well for a while, he trudged off towards the storeroom. Roy settled into the small gatehouse at the temple's entrance. Despite his fervent prayers, he had received no response, so he resolved to devote himself to studying divine magic, particularly the lesser healing spell, which he yearned to master. The gatehouse contained only a table and a chair, and the space was cramped. Sitting on the chair, Roy placed his hands on the table and closed his eyes. Recalling the intricate patterns of the lesser healing spell, he began to practice the spell's runes with his fingers on the tabletop. After several attempts, he noticed that the seemingly random marks on the table were not mere scribbles. Some lines perfectly matched the runes for the lesser healing spell, evidently left by a previous priest who had practiced this magic. Perhaps the repeated contact of his fingers had worn away a layer of varnish, revealing these patterns. Just as Roy marveled at this revelation, he spotted a carriage halting at the temple entrance. Two uniformed elven guards disembarked and approached the gatehouse. One of them, bearing a scar on his cheek, leaned closer to the window. "How may we assist you?" Roy inquired promptly. These guards were unfamiliar to him. He had not seen them during his time with the port guard. "Is High Priest Reed available?" one of the guards asked. "Yes," Roy replied. "Could you please inform High Priest Reed that Exon from the lower district's Edward Street Guard has come to visit him?" The guard said politely. "Certainly, please wait." Roy gestured for them to wait at the entrance before hastening into the courtyard. At that moment, High Priest Reed was engaged in prayer within the main hall. Roy entered and relayed the message about Exon's visit. Reed nodded slightly, then surprisingly stepped out of the temple himself to invite the two guards inside. Shortly thereafter, they emerged together. As the trio approached the temple's entrance, Reed halted, glanced at Roy in the gatehouse, and beckoned, "Roy, come aboard. I have a task for you." Roy immediately exited the gatehouse and joined Reed in the carriage. The carriage wove through the labyrinthine streets of the lower district, finally arriving at an elven cemetery on the western side. The cemetery was set upon a gentle slope, adorned with lush grass, and each grave was flanked by a neatly arranged cypress tree. The carriage made its way deeper into the cemetery, traveling a considerable distance before reaching a row of freshly dug graves. "Here we are, High Priest Reed." Exon, the elven guard, indicated a grave recently filled with earth. The two guards disembarked first, standing before the grave. Roy followed Reed, approaching the burial site as well. A small cypress sapling had been recently planted at the grave's front, appearing freshly watered, and a plaque introducing the deceased hung from its branches. Reed crouched down, holding the palm-sized plaque in his hand, scrutinizing the details inscribed upon it. At that moment, the last remnants of morning mist dissipated, and sunlight filtered through the sparse cypress trees, illuminating the cemetery. The deceased, Windsor, had tragically died in a fall just a week prior. She had been a librarian, and no animosities had been uncovered during their inquiries. It was unexpected that she had transformed into a vengeful spirit in the cemetery, frightening off two gravekeepers in the past 3 days. Exon calmly explained to High Priest Reed.